This young man was stunned when a massive book suddenly smacked him right in the head. He shot up instinctively. At that moment, facing Vell was a face filled with rage. Vell Damon, I know your grades are high, but you dare to fall asleep in my class? You've got some nerve. Vell, who had been drooling in his sleep and was just smacked awake, now wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Because the person standing before him was Professor Hubert, he had passed away a long time ago, so how could he possibly be here? Vell looked around in confusion, discovering that he was surrounded by faces he hadn't seen in a long time. He then looked down at himself and was shocked to realize the frightening truth that he had returned to the past. It was as if time had frozen, and Vell couldn't believe that he had traveled back in time. Professor Hubert witnessed the entire range of emotions on his face, not knowing what was going through the boy's head, and simply frowned and sighed. Your behavior today isn't like you at all, however. You're still punished, so get out. And just like that, having only just returned to the past, Vell was thrown out of the classroom. He had never imagined that he would one day travel through time and wondered if this could be considered magic. He recalled the final moments of his previous life, when that strange voice had said, "When the other eyes open, you will become the foundation upon which a new mythology is built. Therefore, prove yourself worthy. For the future of the new mythology, I shall grant you another chance." Vell didn't know who the owner of that voice was, but he was certain this entity was the one who had sent him back to the past. Speaking of which, Vell looked down at his left hand and noticed that his ring, his dragon's eye ring, was gone. The ring had been a keepsake from his mother. Could it be that her spirit had helped him? While Vell was lost in thought, Professor Hubert pushed the door open and stepped outside. Class was over, and the professor felt that falling asleep in the middle of class was very unlike him, so he wanted to talk privately and asked Vell to come to his office during lunch. Vell lowered his head and said he would remember. Then, he secretly watched the professors retreating back, an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. Vell couldn't remember the last time he had gotten into trouble at school like this. But it actually felt good. Compared to being a fallen noble struggling to make a living, this school life was a paradise. Just as he had that thought, someone smacked Vell hard on the head. As a reflex, he clutched his head and yelled, "What the hell kind of joke is this? Huh, what the hell?" Vell turned to see the three jerks who hit him sneering at him, and then a heavyset one among them even tried to land another slap on him. "You look pretty relaxed, you bastard." But before he could land the blow, his own friend stopped him. Because the professors were still around, openly bullying a fellow student like this would get them into big trouble. Then, this guy turned back to Vell and questioned him coldly. "I'm sure I told you to copy my homework for me, and yet you dared to fall asleep in class?" Vell's eyes widened. He recognized the guy as Coma Frederic. It had been a long time, and this bastard was just as detestable as in his memories. "All right, if you don't want to get hurt, follow me to the bathroom right now," he threatened, and then the three thugs walked off ahead. Vell smiled helplessly. That's right, it had been so long that he had I almost forgot that these things had happened before. However, because he had transmigrated, fate would also change. Case in point, Jack received a system. At this moment, the system window appeared before him again. Jack remembered that this thing had also appeared before he passed out, but even now he still didn't know exactly what it was. On the status window were a few lines of text, announcing a new mission had been issued: escape the bullying and teach the three classroom thugs a lesson. The reward for the mission was a low-grade magic stone. Jack looked in confusion at the thing floating in front of him. It was like a hallucination, as his hand could pass right through the screen. Also, a magic stone. What was a low-grade one? Besides Jack, it seemed no one else could see this thing. So, Goma's group, seeing him standing there dazed, became extremely annoyed. "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you coming? You know running away is no use, right? We're inside the academy right now, but if you're scared, go ahead and try to run." "Go," Ma said with a wicked smile. At this point, Jack had decided to temporarily ignore figuring out what that system window was. After all, he had to teach these school bullies a lesson first. Even though he was back in his teenage body now, Jack's soul was still that of a man who had lived countless years as a mercenary. With the experience he gained from monsters in his past life, these three were just snot-nosed kids, that's all. When Jack entered the restroom, all three were already waiting. Their eyes looked at him excitedly, as if he were a toy, and it felt like they would jump him at any moment. "You finally decided to come in here? You maggot." Goma raised his pipe, took a drag, and asked. But he never expected Jack to immediately talk back to him. "Yeah, of course, you damn cockroach." All three of them were stunned by his words. They felt that Jack was either still half asleep or had lost his mind to dare be so insolent to them. It was the fat guy with white hair from before who made the first move. He seemed to be a loyal underling of Coma. However, when this guy rushed towards Jack, he moved with unbelievable speed to dodge the punch, and at the same time, delivered a beautiful counterattack. One of Jack's fists slammed straight into his opponent's stomach, making him see stars and fall backward. "You piece of trash!" the other underling of Coma screamed, but this guy ended up even worse than his friend. Before he could even make a move, he was taken down by Jack, and this time, he was punched straight in the face. Now, only Coma and Jack were left standing, but he wasn't scared at all, and even taunted him. "Seriously, because you can't use magic, you learned some cheap martial arts moves? I guess I can't expect anything more from a fallen family. Even though we can't use magic in the academy, it seems you don't know that I can use a few small artifacts, huh?" With that said, Coma threw away the pipe in his hand and equipped something on his right hand. Next, he charged aggressively towards Jack, thinking his artifact was all that. But in the end, Coma's fist was still stopped by him. Jack was clearly much smaller than him, but right now his hand was gripping Coma's tightly, even bending it backward. The pain made the bastard unable to move, let alone pull his hand away. "Coma Frederic, you've been, by your brothers, taking up a spot on the rankings. Even your own family has given up on an idiot like you. When you face a strong opponent, you cowardly avoid them. But if you meet a weak opponent, you don't hesitate to bully them. A worthless piece of trash. Like you dares to mention my family?" The ghoul collapsed to his knees, partly from the pain and partly from the unbelievable pressure. That terrified him. Panic was clearly visible on his face as he saw So's other hand clench into a fist. "Wait, So. Just listen to me." He tried to bargain and struggle, but he couldn't stop the actions of So. In the end, all three of them were beaten flat on the ground by the very person they had always looked down on and bullied. Before leaving the restroom, So didn't forget to leave the group with a warning that from now on, they'd better watch themselves and behave properly if they wanted to live. However, after leaving the restroom, So quietly found a corner to squat down in. It seemed that in a teenager's body, he had overexerted himself. Just then, the system window danced before his eyes again. It announced that So had completed the mission and received a low-grade magic stone. One magic stone popped out from it, falling into his palm. The system window also emphasized that this item could be consumed, making So extremely skeptical. Did that system want him to eat this magic stone? So looked at the magic stone, with scrutiny. After all, even cavemen didn't eat rocks. Why should he have to eat this thing? But seeing the system window still hovering, he reconsidered. The fact that this strange thing appeared only to him must be the work of fate. In that case, the system must also be a guide from destiny. So, after a moment of hesitation, So put the stone into his mouth. The text on the system window immediately changed. This time, it announced that So had successfully absorbed the low-grade magic stone. Immediately after, his body reacted. A burning sensation spread throughout his body, and So could clearly feel his heart pounding relentlessly. The system announced again that he had received the mana from the magic stone, leading to the mana in his magic circle increasing. So could feel this even without reading the notification. Never before had he felt mana overflowing like this. It was being continuously absorbed by the magic circle surrounding his heart. After about 1 minute, the chaotic sensation finally stabilized. So seemed to see a glimmer of hope in this. It seemed that if he continued to follow the system's instructions, he would be able to overcome his curse of having a narrow mana flow. Then, the fall of his family, being expelled from the academy, or becoming a third-rate mercenary mage. He could completely change that tragic fate. Thinking this, So felt a surge of determination. He stood up and headed straight for Professor Hubert's office. He was already sitting on the sofa with tea prepared, seemingly waiting for him. As soon as So sat down, the professor spoke immediately. "So, you don't seem like your usual self today. Are you perhaps facing some difficulties? I heard that other students are bullying you." At first, So seemed tense, but after Professor Hubert said that feeling disappeared. In his past life, the professor had always helped him, and it seemed this life would be no exception. And So had always regretted not being able to say these words in time. "You don't need to worry, sir. Thank you very much, Professor. Well, as a professor, it's my duty to look after my students. It's good that you're okay, but you will still be punished for dared to fall asleep in my class." Hubert let out a sigh of relief, seeing that he was okay. But the punishment the professor had for Joel was to write an analysis report from page 62 to page 74 of the Advanced Elemental Studies. This was a section that even the upperclassmen struggled with. Therefore, Professor Hubert warned him beforehand that this would not be easy. When he pushed the Advanced Elemental Studies book in front of Joel, the system window appeared again. It had automatically turned the professor's request into a new quest, and the reward for successfully completing it this time would depend on the quality of the report. Specifically, it was a low-grade magic stone, along with an undisclosed item. Seeing the bewildered look on Joel's face, Professor Hubert thought the punishment he gave was too difficult, and a cunning smile spread across his face. "What's wrong? Is it too hard?" "No, sir. Thank you." Joel immediately replied and took the research book on advanced elements back to his dorm. In truth, this assignment wasn't difficult for him at all, because, in his past life, due to his limited mana flow capacity, he had buried himself in theory to compensate. Even after becoming a mercenary, he never stopped studying, and that knowledge was still deeply ingrained in his mind. It's just that in this life, a new path had opened up, and there was something else just as important as studying theory, which was training his mana flow. The mana stream is the path through which mana circulates throughout the body. It's absorbed through respiration, flows through the mana stream, and gathers at the heart. From there, a mage can release mana to create magic. In other words, the stronger the mana flow, the more you can gather, and the faster you can release mana. But as mentioned, Joel had an extremely narrow and weak mana flow. This caused him great difficulty in actual combat, and forced him to live a trashy life in his previous existence. Now that he had been reborn, he still couldn't forget those things, and he genuinely wondered if returning to the past was because the heavens sympathized with his unfortunate fate, or if it was just a simple stroke of luck. Regardless of the reason, Joel was determined to seize this chance to change his destiny. Afterward, he used his past life's memories to find a historical ruin of unknown origin, which contained 2 hidden magic books, Abundant Flow and Mage's Body. Abundant Flow helps train the body and amplify the mana flow, while Mage's Body replaces the muscle fibers and turns them into a part of the mana stream. In other words, the healthier the body, the more solid the mana flow. In his previous life, he discovered these 2 books when he was already an adult, so even if he tried to train, it didn't change much. But in this life, because his body belonged to a teenager who was still growing, the effects would surely be more pronounced. For this reason, Joel began a period of insane training. Every day, he pushed himself to train until sunset or until he was completely exhausted. Of course, during this process, that mysterious system also accompanied him by issuing several quests. For example, running 5 kilometers to practice the magic of abundant flow. Joel obediently followed its instructions. Even though it was very tough, he had worked hard to get this opportunity, so he absolutely couldn't let it go to waste. Joel started running again, running until his legs felt like jelly, and he was out of breath, but because he hadn't reached the 5-kilometer mark yet, he kept running. By the time it was late at night, the new quest was a success. Joe was so exhausted he couldn't even walk anymore, so he just collapsed on the grass. And he had no idea that, while he was training, a pair of eyes was secretly watching him. At the same time, this mysterious person let out a mocking smile. "Your efforts are useless, Vell." A few days later, Russell submitted his report to Professor Hubert. He was extremely surprised that he could draw such insightful conclusions based solely on the academic materials he was given. "Are you sure you prepared this progress report yourself?" Hubert was even a little suspicious. "Yes, I can even make a mana oath to guarantee it," Joe replied confidently. His attitude was extremely confident, and the fact that Joe mentioned the oath so directly finally put Professor Hubert at ease about the report's authenticity. He was also very pleased with it. Because of that, the reward Joe received was quite generous. Specifically, in addition to low-grade magic stones, Joe also received support gems of the same size, along with knowledge about the art of summoning familiars. Thanks to that knowledge, he gained several effects: increased magic power, reduced mana consumption, and reduced casting time for spells. Joe was overjoyed. This meant that the deeper his knowledge, the stronger he would become, right? If that was the case, then thinking about it, an idea sparked in Joe's mind. He decided to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with Professor Hubert privately to ask him for a favor, which was to let him use the department's library. "May I ask why?" "The student library already has enough books to meet your needs," Hubert asked cautiously, but Joe said that he had already read all the books in the student library. This answer couldn't help but startle Professor Hubert. But even if that were true, using the department's library was another matter entirely, and Professor Hubert had to consider whether he was qualified to receive this privilege. So, he immediately assigned him 10 reports, and of course, they were also digitized into system quests. Joe was a bit overwhelmed by the sheer volume of assignments the professor gave him, but it was completely in line with Hubert's style. After all, he was famous for being strict. Besides, the deeper one's understanding of theory, the more powerful their magic becomes. So, this little challenge couldn't possibly stop Joe. He had to complete them to gain access to the advanced knowledge in the professor's library at all costs. Furthermore, since the quest completion reward was magic stones that would help him improve his mana flow, Joe had even more reason to strive. And so, Joe diligently practiced the two ancient magics, Abundant Flow and Mage's Body, while also seriously working on the reports Professor Hubert had assigned him. But living peacefully was truly difficult because the very next day, someone showed up to give Joe a hard time. Vell, I heard you have the cursed mana flow, but it looks like you're some kind of training maniac, huh? My friend suffered a huge loss because of you. Joe recognized this person. He was Coma Frederic. He could guess the reason this guy was here with half a brain. So what? Are you guys here for revenge? Anton burst out laughing after hearing this question. Me? Get revenge on you? Don't be delusional. Who would bother getting revenge on a useless bastard like you? Just stomping you under my foot is enough. I'll see you in class. It seems like everyone with the Frederic surname has this nasty personality. That Anton guy didn't intend to beat Joe up, to have a proper showdown right here, because he complained there was no audience for him. Instead, this bastard wanted to humiliate him in front of a crowd. And Vell quickly figured out that the class he just mentioned was the Practical Magic Combat class, where students were graded based on the results of sparring matches. And it was also the place where he was most despised and bullied in his past life. For a moment, Vell had forgotten these painful memories, and Anton had just reminded him of them. It's just that in this life, he had changed and was already prepared for that challenge. At that moment, the system window popped up again. The new quest required Vell to achieve the second magic circle, while also expanding his understanding of the skills he possessed. Time was running out, so he continued to train like a madman. He trained during the day, and wrote reports at night, to the point that even Professor Hubert was shocked to see the thick stack of reports he had completed in such a short time. However, thanks to the knowledge accumulated in his previous life, all of these reports satisfied him. Watching the quest completion notifications and rewards pop up endlessly before him, Vell's mood was extremely cheerful. He now had 10 low-grade magic stones, but Vell felt a bit wary. Last time, he struggled that much just from absorbing one stone. So, would his mana flow be strong enough to control all of these magic stones? Vell was afraid his body would explode, but after some thought, he felt he should trust in the results of his recent arduous training. So, he consumed all 10 stones in one go. The reaction was swift, and it was completely different from the last time. Vell felt as if his body had been thrown into an incinerator. The feeling of scorching heat from the inside out threatened to burn his flesh to ash, but Vell didn't lose his reason, because he knew what he needed to do now was to quickly create a new mana flow. Vell tried to suppress the pain to locate the mana flow. Next, he circulated it and strived to create a new magic circle. Vell poured all his strength into this task, because if he failed, his heart probably wouldn't be able to take it. It was clearly a dangerous gamble. But, in this life, Vell was determined not to live in his comfort zone, and the sweet reward for someone like him who risked his life was the second mana circle. As his body gradually stabilized, his strength was completely drained. He collapsed exhaustedly on the floor, no longer having the energy to read the new notifications from the system. But after completing this quest, Vell had received a considerable amount of knowledge about his elemental magic. At the same time, the power of those spells had also been enhanced, accordingly. After dawn, Vell dragged his exhausted body to meet Professor Hubert to submit the final report to him. He had completed all the assignments, which made the professor extremely satisfied, but this strict professor still wanted to ask one final question. Among the 4 structures that make up magic, which is the most important? Hubert thought this question was much more fundamental than the previous assignments, as it was a question closely related to practical application, but Vell's expression suddenly froze. Professor Hubert immediately felt that he had put him on the spot, because this was a question that he himself had only found the answer to not long ago. Therefore, the professor had originally intended to ask Vell a different question. However, just then, he clearly stated the answer. The most important thing is the mental image. This time, it was. Professor Hubert had to pause for a few seconds. Why do you think that? Wool calmly but confidently explained his answer. According to him, magic is the ability to manifest the impossible into the real world by using mana. The world categorizes this process into 4 levels. Synchronization, where one learns the principles of natural phenomena. Mental image, where one visualizes what has been learned in the mind, building formulas to deploy the visual image. Finally, there's deployment, where magic is actualized through those formulas. But understanding, building, and deployment can all be learned through effort and practice. But the mental image is not something that can be achieved through effort alone. Breaking one's own limits to reach free imagination through courage. That is what determines the level of each person's mental image. For example, Wool could use magic to create a small flame, but if he imagines this flame as an arrow, it becomes a second circle magic spell, Fire Arrow. Furthermore, if he imagines something else, that flame can also transform into something completely different. In other words, if his imagination is not limited, he could even create things that do not exist in this world. Things of pure fantasy, like a dragon. It's like a shadow being cast where the sun shines, or hot ice. Everything originates from understanding the world, but it ends with subverting the laws of the world. To Wool, that is the true essence of magic. He spoke at length without faltering, his confident demeanor causing Professor Hubert to be even more astonished. Just as he thought, the student library was a world far too small for Wool, and as a professor, how could he stifle such a young talent by confining him to that narrow world? The mission to gain access to the first floor of the professor's library was complete. Wool had not only earned the recognition of Professor Hubert, but also received 2 low-grade magic stones. It was a well-deserved reward for his relentless efforts over the past few days. As soon as the professor gave him permission, Wool hurried to the faculty library. Even though he had only entered the first floor, the vast space and the sheer volume of books were enough to overwhelm him. It was completely different from the student library. Wool also quickly found books that were practical for him. For example, 3-dimensional magic ballistics or advanced magical herbology. Of course, Wool didn't neglect to continuously review the fundamental theories of magic. After all, that was the foundation of a powerful mage. Because he was so engrossed in the knowledge within the book, Wool didn't notice someone approaching from behind. It wasn't until the person's voice rang out that he frantically turned his head. "Oh, you're reading quite an interesting book." Wool was startled, but there was no one behind him. "Over here, kid." The owner of that voice, who had been behind him, had moved with a speed so fast the naked eye couldn't follow, and was now casually standing in front of him. Wool turned his head again, and what he saw was a middle-aged woman with an extremely elegant and confident aura. She was Daria of the White Snow. Wool immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to meet the master of the Fire Tower. I am Wool Diamond." Standing before someone like Daria, Wool couldn't help but feel breathless. Because she was a mage who possessed 8 magic circles. In this entire world, very few people could match her. Although she was over 80 years old, Daria used an enormous amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. This alone was enough to understand just how powerful Daria's mana flow was. He just didn't understand why she had appeared here. "Oh, so you know who I am, kid? Don't be so tense. I'm just a fellow traveler heading in the same direction." With that, Daria took out a lollipop. This action left Rosso stunned for a moment. Was Snow White Daria actually trying to soothe him like a child? But it made sense. After all, right now Joe was in the body of a child. He obediently took the lollipop and started eating it. Daria also began to stroll through the faculty library, and Rosso immediately followed her. But how could a little kid of a student get into the professor's library? After a few steps, Daria asked. "Professor Hubert let me in," Rosso answered honestly. An excited smile appeared on Daria's face. "Oh, that stubborn old coot? Never mind him. The thing you're learning is quite interesting. Your mana is incredibly pure, and its distribution is very stable too. How rare." Her gaze seemed to see right through Joe's secrets, making him tense up again. But she quickly reassured him, saying she wasn't there to show off or lecture him. "Try to develop your abilities to their fullest. Kid, we'll meet again soon." Daria left him with a cryptic remark. After her magic staff tapped the ground a few times, a flash of red light appeared, and Daria's figure quickly vanished. "Yes, Master of the Fire Tower," Rosso replied dazedly, and it took him a long time to calm down. He had never thought that he would meet a legendary figure like Snow White Daria here. It was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. He returned to studying his books and didn't leave the faculty library until late at night, and this was seen by Anton's group. These lackeys assumed that to get access to the faculty library, Rosso must have been sucking up to some professor. But even so, it wouldn't change his trashy fate. Joe was already used to these taunts, so he had no intention of retorting. In any case, whether his efforts were actually effective or not, they would get to experience it for themselves when the time came, and that opportunity came very quickly. as just a few days later, the practical magic class was held. As was customary, the first student called by the professor would step onto the dueling floor and choose another student as their opponent. The professors would usually pick the weakest student first so that person could choose a classmate of a similar skill level. In his past life, Joe was always the first one to be called, but the result was always a miserable defeat. During this class, his classmates were also betting that Raso would once again be called out, and the novice mages in the class started pleading, "Please pick me as your opponent so I can have a chance to improve my grade." Clearly, even the weakest students in the class looked down on him and only saw him as a stepping stone to boost their own grades. However, this time, something unimaginable happened. When all the students assumed that the name Joe Damon would be called first, the professor in charge of this practical class called out the name Anton Frederic instead. Everyone was stunned, and only Anton and that professor understood the situation. After all, he was also received quite a few benefits from the Frederic Merchant Guild. Arranging for him to choose the first opponent was nothing. Joe, on the other hand, seemed unsurprised by this situation. From the moment Anton said he'd see him in class, he had already guessed that Anton would use every dirty trick to humiliate him in front of everyone. And just as Joe predicted, Anton stood in the arena below, his eyes locked on him, and said loudly, "What are you still sitting there for? Get down here, Russell Joe." Meanwhile, Dariet had gone to a private office to meet Hubert. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Hubert was actually Dariet's former student. After the greetings were over, she got straight to the point about Joe. "So, you gave a kid named Joe a library access card meant for professors?" Hearing his former teacher ask this, Hubert immediately became tense. "Yes. Did he do something wrong?" "No. It's just that I haven't seen such a rare case in a long time." "You're right." Hubert let out a long sigh. Joe's mana flow was constricted, creating an abnormal condition that no one on this continent could cure for him. Based on Hubert's expression, it was easy to see how much he lamented Joe's wasted talent. However, after hearing this, Dariet laughed and called him a fool. Because Joe has already cured himself. Through their brief meeting in the library, she had discovered this, and also realized that he had already completed opening his second magic circle. Returning to the practical magic class, faced with Anton's provocation, Joe had no reason to remain seated in the stands any longer. Moreover, a system quest had just been issued. If he won this practical magic session, he would receive 2 low-grade magic stones and unlock a storage space with a maximum capacity of 40 kilograms. Spatial storage was a type of magic that only the wealthiest mages could use. If he used it to store magic stones, it would be incredibly convenient. Thinking this, Joe unconsciously broke into a smile, and that smile infuriated Anton on the other side. "Hey, you insect, do you still not realize the situation you're in? If you want to live, then beg me." Joe felt as if he had just told a joke. "Huh? Beg? Me?" As he spoke, his mana began to surge fiercely. The energy swirling around, Joe made Anton on the other side feel that something was very wrong. The professor in charge of the match signaled for the two to take their positions. The match would begin shortly. At this point, Anton was already prepared to fire, because according to his senses just now, Joe had successfully opened his second magic circle. But the fact that someone always considered trash like him could open a second magic circle was a deep insult to him. Therefore, Anton was extremely impatient. The moment the whistle signaling the start of the match blew, he hastily launched a second circle magic, Flame Strike. But on the opposite side, facing this firestorm, Joe remained perfectly calm. He waved his hand, using magic to create a shield. Crucially, the shield was angled, which successfully shaved off the power of the opponent's flames and protected him from the heat. This clean maneuver by Joe made several professors in the stands gasp in admiration. Others were so shocked they broke out in a sweat, wondering if Joe had been hiding his talent all this time. Anton had expended a large amount of mana on that flame strike, so when he saw Joe block it, his right arm couldn't help but tremble violently. His mana reserves weren't large enough for him to maintain that firepower for long. Joe had cautiously used the shield, and then, he timed it perfectly for when Anton's firepower weakened and retaliated with a second circle magic, Fire Arrow. His flaming arrow shot forward powerfully, piercing through Anton's flames and heading straight for him. After the fire arrow was unleashed, the truth that he had unlocked the second circle of magic was revealed to everyone. And ironically, Anton, the one who was always confident he could crush him, struggled just to block this attack. Yet, just as he struggled to resist the first fire arrow, Joe already had a second one ready. This casting speed was so astonishing, and even more surprisingly, when Joe's fire arrow was launched, it split into 4 arrows at once. The professors in the stands were even more astonished by this sight. "Is that dual casting?" I'm not so sure, but I don't think it's dual casting. Perhaps his spell casting speed is just so fast that we mistook it for dual casting, that's all. Anton struggled to hold his shield steady. Joe's relentless fire arrows were overwhelming him. Seeing his opponent repeatedly use fire-based attacks, he came up with a plan to transform his shield into a fire-resistant material. This was also a second circle magic, but unfortunately for Anton, this move was completely within Joe's calculations. While this fool thought he could just wait for Joe's mana to deplete from the barrage of fire arrows and then counterattack to secure victory, Joe struck him with a decisive blow. Wind Arrow. A giant wind-based magic arrow descended straight from the sky, completely shattering the shield Anton had painstakingly created. Look at that. He identified the shield type and its weakness, then switched his attack's magic element with such flexibility. Is this really the Joe I know? The professors in the stands were now so astonished they were at a loss for words. After that nearly fatal blow, Anton was completely drained of strength. His large frame trembled uncontrollably as he struggled to his feet, and right at that moment, Joe charged forward. He clenched his right fist, infused it with lightning magic, and slammed it hard into Anton's gut. Anton's arms trembled as he tried to cast a counterspell, but Joe gave him no such opportunity. Both of Joe's hands were infused with magic, relentlessly delivering punches straight to his opponent's weak points. What kind of magic is that? Stop the match immediately. That's not even magic, is it? The professor who had rigged the match for Anton could no longer sit still, but his demand to stop the match was overruled by a new arrival, Professor Hubert. Who says that's not magic? Look closely at what's protecting Joe. Following Hubert's words, the man shifted his gaze, and just as Professor Hubert said, Joe was currently using mana just like a knight's magic shield. Hubert's eyes were filled with pride. He had never taught Joe this, nor did he know where the boy learned it, but it was clear that today he had applied it exceptionally well. Down in the arena, Anton had absolutely no way to fight back. The outcome of this match was already clearly decided. After taking a barrage of punches from Joe, Anton finally couldn't take it anymore and fell unconscious, lying flat on the ground. The entire grandstand erupted in cheers, while the professor who took the bribe was so scared his face turned ashen. Because knowing full well that he had colluded with Anton, Professor Hubert couldn't resist taunting him with a few words. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and announce the winner. Although he was extremely displeased, how could he deny the situation any longer? The professor was forced to announce the winner of this match is Joel Dewey Monday. Good job, you can go rest now. He subtly tried to dismiss Joel, but Joel wasn't ready to end it. According to the official rules, if the winner doesn't want to stop, they can absolutely nominate the next opponent. Furthermore, the quest also clearly stated that Joel would receive an additional reward for achieving consecutive victories in this test. Therefore, he didn't want to settle for just beating Anton. After that, Joel demanded that his lackeys come down and fight him, setting a record with a streak of 14 consecutive victories. Professor Hubert sat in his office, sipping tea, and reveling in his satisfaction and joy upon hearing the news. It's just that he couldn't wrap his head around how Joel had developed so quickly. That night, after beating Anton and his gang to a pulp, a satisfied Joel returned to his dorm. After washing up, he began to check the rewards he received that day. The best prize was the spatial bag, while the rest were mostly low-grade magic stones. They were all automatically transferred into the bag. However, among the countless notifications, Joel noticed one about a mysterious reward that he had just received. He immediately reached into the spatial bag and pulled out a scroll on which a map was drawn. As soon as Joel found this map, a new quest in the chain quest was established. He had to go to the location marked on the map and carry out the assigned mission. After reaching the location, a light would show him what to do next. The reward for clearing it included 5 mid-grade magic stones and a mysterious reward. Mid-grade mana stones could be consumed after he opened the third magic circle. Speaking of the third magic circle, Joel felt a bit conflicted. Before returning to the past, he had tried countless times but had never reached this level. Joel wasn't sure if he could do it this time either. Not to mention, even though the map had a clearly marked location, Joel was completely clueless as to where it was. Therefore, he decided to search for information in the professor's library the next day. However, this time, Joel faced a real challenge as he flipped through dozens of books but couldn't find any place that matched the location on the map. He wasted too much time searching for this location without any meaningful results. So, Joel decided to focus on opening the third magic circle first. As he thought about this, Joel returned to the lecture hall area. When he looked up, he saw many fearful eyes directed at him. After the combat practice the other day, Joel was no longer bullied by his classmates, but he was still a loner. This felt incredibly ironic to Joel. Just then, Professor Hubert appeared. He wanted to speak with him privately again. Professor Hubert was Joel's guiding light during his dark times at the academy. Therefore, every time he got to talk with the professor, he was overjoyed. Summer break is about to start. Do you have any plans? Professor Hubert took him to his office, brewed him a cup of tea as usual, and started the conversation. Not yet, sir, Joel answered honestly. Then, would you like to work on a research project with me? Based on your contribution, your name could even be in the author section, right after mine. What do you think? Professor Hubert's offer couldn't help but surprise Joel, but the important thing was, in the 2 journals the professor had on his desk, it seemed Joel had spotted the very location he was looking for. So even though it was a bit embarrassing, Joe had to refuse the professor's invitation, explaining that he needed to make a trip to that place, and then he returned the magazine to Hubert. You're planning a vacation in Mandiva? What a stroke of luck. Joe went into the professor's office to talk, and accidentally found the location he had spent so much effort searching for in the library to no avail. So, as soon as summer break started, he boarded a carriage and headed straight for Mandiva. The journey was quite long, so Joe had to eat something to fill his stomach, and his food was quite unusual, consisting only of magic stones. Although they tasted a bit strange, this would fill Joe's stomach. Whoa, it's getting hot. The coachman outside suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. But he had no idea that it was Joe's mana overflowing inside the carriage. He planned to achieve the 3rd magic circle right there in the carriage before they even reached Mandiva. Meanwhile, back in his office, Professor Hubert had spent half the day staring at that magazine and thinking to himself, how strange, that kid is also going to Mandiva. I suppose that's a good thing? She's probably in Mandiva right now. The she Professor Hubert was thinking of was none other than the master of fire magic, Dariat Snow White. This place was Dariat's hometown. It had been a long time since she'd had a proper vacation, what with protecting the empire and giving lectures, researching magic, and training students. It was all getting quite tiresome. Dariat recalled that in her most recent lecture, she had spoken about 3 numbers, 3, 6, and 9, which held extremely profound meaning for a mage. Specifically, the number 9 represents the final destination on the magical path one pursues in a lifetime. The number 6 signifies the completion of the 6th magic circle and the hardships and obstacles one must overcome to become a great mage. The number 3 marks the turning of the first page, when a person begins to walk the path of magic alone. Thinking of alone, Dariat was reminded of Joe and wondered if that child was doing well. The sight of him studying so diligently in the department library that day had left a lasting impression on her. She had no idea that at that very moment, Joe's carriage had arrived in Mandiva. Only the coachman kept calling out to him but received no answer. When he opened the carriage door, the sight before him was horrifying. Joe had pushed himself too hard to open the 3rd magic circle and had used too much power to stabilize his rampaging mana, causing him to collapse from exhaustion and fall unconscious. After the coachman brought him into town, the first thing Joe did when he woke up was eat like a beast to recover his strength. Thinking back on it was still frightening, but regardless, he had achieved his goal of opening the 3rd magic circle. Joe couldn't believe he had managed to break through his limits just a few months after returning to the past. But this alone wasn't enough to get complacent. Joe told himself he had to keep pushing even further, and the immediate task to help him do that was to complete his mission and find the location marked on the map. It's just that Mandiva was so big, and even though he had seen the marked locations on the map, Joe still didn't know where to begin. Just then, he heard someone shouting loudly, "Pompeo Volcano Tour with the most professional team of guides, a huge discount, today only." Without a second thought, Joe immediately paid to join the tour group, and he was led to the Pompo volcano. According to the tour guide, this place was originally just an ordinary mountain, and it only turned into a volcano because one day, a special creature came to reside here. Hearing this, Rosso couldn't help but be astonished. A creature that could change the natural conditions of an entire region just by living there? In his mind, an image appeared. It had to be. In this world, there was only one creature with that kind of power, the fire dragon. The information from the tour guide seemed to be enough. While they weren't paying attention, Rosso quickly jumped down from the cliff. By the time the guide realized a member of the tour was missing, Rosso had already reached the waterfall area. He had disregarded the reward and the chance to grow stronger from completing his mission just to come to this place, simply because it was related to dragons. However, it seemed this was a fateful encounter, because the map in Rosso's hand suddenly reacted. A golden light emanated from it, gathering into a sphere that looked like a dragon's eye, and then it shot off into the distance. Rosso wondered if this was the guiding light the system had mentioned in the quest. As he watched it dart through the rushing water and disappear, it seemed that whatever awaited him lay on the other side of the waterfall. For a normal person, this would be a daunting challenge. But for Rosso, it was different. He skillfully used his wind-based magic, forming it into a giant arrow and firing it straight at the waterfall. The wind arrow tore through the water, creating an opening, and Rosso seized the opportunity, quickly dashing through. Who would have thought that behind the powerful waterfall was a cave formed from lava rock? Rosso ventured deeper inside and discovered some ruins. It was impossible to tell how long this place had existed, only that it was marked by the passage of time. But there wasn't a single monster or beast in sight. This caused Rosso to inadvertently let his guard down. After looking around for a bit, he happened to discover a door guarded by 2 stone statues. Rosso was certain this was the place he was looking for. Without a second thought, he immediately headed towards it. But just then, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to freeze. I'm screwed, Rosso thought. Have I forgotten all my survival instincts from my mercenary days? I let my guard down. I should have realized it sooner. If there are no monsters or beasts around, not even a sound, it means this territory is dominated by an extremely powerful creature. Rosso mustered all his courage to turn around, and what met his gaze were the piercing eyes of a massive Kodomo dragon. As soon as it spotted Rosso, it attacked ferociously, whipping its tail back and forth with extreme aggression. Rosso tried to dodge, but he was trembling inside, because a Kodomo dragon was a monster that required at least 2 mercenary squads to take down. The only thing he could do now was run, and to escape, he had to buy some time effectively. With that in mind, Rosso used his lightning-based magic to form an arrow, the same old trick, and shot it straight at the enemy. The arrow struck the Kodomo dragon, causing its entire body to convulse violently. The monster roared in pain and fury, but Rosso knew that amount of damage wasn't enough to defeat it. He took advantage of the moment to make a break for it, running straight towards the stone gate. But as he approached it, the 2 previously motionless stone statues suddenly began to move. They raised and crossed their weapons, blocking Vasco from approaching the gate. Prove that you are worthy to enter this gate with your mana. An ethereal voice rang out. Damn it, Vasco yelled. It was just the worst luck. Who would have thought there'd be a trick like this? Behind him, the Komodo dragon had already escaped the attack, and it goes without saying how terrifying its rage was now. If Vasco couldn't dodge it, he would surely die. But he had just gotten a rare chance to start his life over. How could he resign himself to dying here? Vasco turned to face the furiously charging monster, then created a fire arrow with all of his mana. He was betting that all his power in this one spell would take down the monster. Who would have thought that when Vasco used the fire arrow spell, the redstone embedded in the rock wall suddenly reacted. The Komodo dragon opened its eyes wide, then suddenly stopped. It stopped right in front of Vasco, then cautiously knelt and bowed its head before him. Vasco was stunned, completely clueless about what was happening. At the same time, behind him, the 2 stone statues had returned to their original state, and the seal on the gate had been released. The voice announced that he had proven himself and was worthy to pass through the gate. The red stone continued to glow. The light was so bright it could make Vasco go blind. He temporarily lost his sight, and it took a while before he could see again. The first thing that caught Vasco's eye was his own face. To be more precise, he was seeing his reflection in a layer of clear ice. Vasco was stunned for the second time when he realized he was in a freezing room. The floor was covered in a thick layer of ice and snow, and there were several stone statues standing guard around him. Was that light a teleportation spell? He was clearly just in the cave. While Vasco was confused, a giant object appeared in the middle of the room, also emitting a similar ethereal red light. At the same time, a new quest window appeared. It was the Chapter 2 quest. It required him to defeat all the ice golems in the area and overcome the Trial of Fire. The reward for this trial was 5 mid-grade mana stones and a mysterious reward. Ice golems? Vasco muttered. Immediately after, he heard a rumbling sound. The stone statues surrounding him suddenly opened their eyes. From ordinary stone, they all transformed into ice and approached him. Holy crap! The quest wants me to take out this whole mob? This seems a bit too harsh, doesn't it? Vasco used Fire Arrow to shoot down the first golem. With his extensive combat experience, he knew that to defeat a golem, he had to destroy its core. However, the problem was that the Fire Arrow, which seemed to have taken down the golem, in reality only created a crack on its chest. The ice it was made of was truly harder than Vasco could imagine. Since fire wasn't very effective, he tried using wind magic, but unfortunately, Vasco couldn't cast the wind arrow spell. Even lightning magic was completely neutralized. It seemed this trial could only be overcome with fire magic. No wonder the quest mentioned a trial of fire. This also meant that currently Vasco couldn't use any other type of magic besides this element. The situation quickly worsened when he was knocked down by a golem. Dozens of aggressive golems cornered Vasco against the wall. In this horde, if he didn't do anything, you'll definitely be crushed by them. Jisoo's right arm moved slightly as he continued to use Firebolt as his attack. The golems in front of him were truly terrifying, but he would fight until he couldn't anymore. With a dizzyingly fast casting speed, Jisoo continuously launched firebolts straight at the horde of golems. Of course, the effect of continuous attacks would be more significant than a single strike. But even so, Jisoo was still at a disadvantage against those monsters, because he was already exhausted and had only managed to take down 2 of them. At this rate, he would run out of mana before defeating them all. Jisoo desperately fought back while starting to look for another solution, to instantly shatter the solid ice that acted as their armor. Jisoo needed to concentrate all his power into a single point. In the end, the answer was still density. Jisoo then found an opportunity to run farther away to cast his magic. Once he reached the desired distance, he created a firebolt, and then amplified it. Not stopping there, Jisoo also added a formula simulating fire lightning and finally, merged all of these elements together. The power began to compress. But just then, a golem had also run up to him and swung the ice axe in its hand. Jisoo's heart trembled. "Damn it, please work," he shouted. "Hurry up and merge." A deafening explosion and a blinding flash of light appeared. The golem in front of Jisoo was torn apart, and in Jisoo's hand now was a scythe made of fire. Although he was very tired, it seemed he had found a breakthrough. The proof was a new notification from the system, reminding him that his understanding of the fire element had surpassed its limits. Jisoo himself could feel it too. This power was at least on par with fifth circle magic, and maintaining this fire scythe was already consuming a large amount of his energy. Therefore, Jisoo had no reason to hesitate. He gripped the new weapon in his hand and charged towards the golems to fight for his life. The golems were large but slow, while Jisoo was small but agile, and with his battlefield experience from his previous life, he zipped past them, through the golems as fast as an arrow, taking down 2 of them in an instant, and then another one. At this point, Jisoo's only remaining opponent was a single ice golem, but he had great difficulty eliminating this final obstacle, because right after Jisoo destroyed another golem, this last one ambushed him from behind, slamming him hard into the wall. Jisoo had used his fire scythe to block the blow. Otherwise, he probably would have died. But the price of saving his life in that situation was that his mana was rapidly depleting, and the scythe in his hand was about to lose its form. Based on Jisoo's calculations, he could only unleash one final attack. Facing the golem that was charging at him in a frenzy, he decided to step back to gain momentum, then threw his weapon like a spear. Along with the monster's thunderous charge, the scythe managed to tear a large hole in the ice golem's body, before completely disappearing. Only after seeing that sight with his own eyes was the weight lifted from Jisoo's shoulders, and that was also when he collapsed amidst the wreckage from exhaustion. For completing the mission on time, Jisoo received a reward of 5 magic stones, and the hidden reward was the Horn of the Forgotten King, which had a fire attribute. His life was now also secured. The giant horn hanging in midair began to shake violently. The force caused each chain to start snapping and falling to the ground. A red flame erupted, a brilliant crimson color. The system announced, "Reward, Horn of the Forgotten King, Essence of Fire." A blinding flash of light appeared, obscuring everything around. Vell lay motionless on the ground, gradually enveloped by the light, entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to receive the reward. With a blood-covered face, he slowly opened his eyes. Currently, Vell was suspended by golden chains. In an endless space, a flickering screen before him, he thought, as a series of notifications appeared. "You have received the reward, Horn of the Forgotten King, Essence of Fire." Now entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to receive the reward. Vell wondered, the Forgotten King? Isn't that the fire dragon's horn? He felt uneasy and questioned doubtfully, but is this really a reward? I feel like I'm being tortured. A voice, deep and eerie, echoed in Vell's mind, the one who endured the trial of fire and reached the subconscious of a supernatural being. He was stunned with pain, suddenly horrified. Are these its remaining thoughts? I feel like my head is about to split open. The giant, burning horn appeared, carrying that deep voice as it looked at him and said, "I grant you a fragment of the king." Vell was terrified by those words, only able to watch helplessly as the sharp horn rushed towards him. He cried out in horror, "What? Before Vo could react, it decisively shot straight through his body. Vo's eyes rolled back in agony as he screamed, the sharp tip of the horn embedded within him. Immediately after, Vo's body seemed to explode, erupting with terrifying energy. The horn's voice echoed again, "Use this power." He was in agony, groaning from the powerful energy surging through his body. The massive silhouette of a dragon appeared behind Vo. His entire body now radiated a blinding light and immense power. The scene changes to a peaceful beach, filled with sunlight and the gentle sound of waves, where a weak figure lay on the sand. Vo struggled to open his eyes, letting out a soft groan of pain. He stood up, dazedly wondering, "What? Where am I?" Seeing the magnificent castle before him, Vo finally realized, inwardly astonished. Vo scratched his head in confusion, asking, "What happened back there?" The system displayed another notification. "You have absorbed the Horn of the Forgotten King and reached your limit. The amount of mana exceeding the limit you can absorb is a potential. Your general level understanding of the fire attribute has reached its limit and will become a high-level understanding of the fire attribute." After reading the notification, Vo clenched his fist and began to use his power. Instantly, a source of power surged out overwhelmingly. He thought in utter amazement, "Is this my mana? I can almost see how close I am to fourth circle magic." Vo was so overjoyed he started to cry. He placed a hand on his chest, choked with emotion, and said, "Compared to what I went through back there, this reward is absolutely top-notch." A familiar voice rang out, catching his attention. "Glad to see you here, kid." Vo was startled. Dariat smiled at the astonished Vo, who exclaimed, "Lady Dariat Snow White." The two of them stood talking in front of a drink stand. Dariat spoke up. "I sensed a sudden explosion of mana, so I came to check it out." She handed him a cup of fruit juice and continued, "And I found you here." Vo, with his grimy face, smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you. I didn't expect to see you here. Master of the Twin Towers." Darius's eyes lit up as she silently assessed him. The boy had nearly reached the fourth circle of magic in such a short time. She glanced at him, unable to help but marvel. His mana is even purer. The kid is basically a genius. Russell put his glass down on the table and asked, "So, what brought you to Mandiva?" Tower Master Darius looked at the beautiful scenery of this place and replied softly, "Not many people know this, but this is my hometown." He turned in surprise and asked again, "Your hometown?" She answered calmly, "Yes, that's why I come back here every summer." "But Russell, what brings you here?" He looked at her, thinking it was too soon to tell her the truth. Russell scratched his head in embarrassment, hesitating to answer, "Well." After a moment of thought, he confidently puffed out his chest and said, "I came here to see more of the world." Darius smiled and replied, "Oh, I see." Inwardly, she was already plotting. "Should I test this kid's abilities?" She suddenly made an offer. "Would you mind helping me with something?" Darius snapped her fingers, using her power. Immediately, a flame erupted around his body, and a cloak appeared on him. Russell looked at the symbol on the cloak in amazement, thinking it was the emblem of the fire tower. Darius calmly answered his unspoken question, "Don't worry, it's something you can handle." The system notification popped up again. Notification. Quest. Darius Snow's test. Help her fight the human trafficking ship. There are pirates at Mandiva port and pass her test. Completion reward, intermediate mana stone. Russell thought in shock. Pirates? Remembering the ongoing prison situation, Darius explained, "I'm sure you've noticed, but Andy strictly forbids slavery, and the current situation is giving her a headache. That's why we don't allow those human trafficking ships to dock at our port." On the docks late at night, a group of people were still hauling cargo. Darius said in a low voice, "But unfortunately, at the coastal cliffs, a fleet of unknown origin is approaching." She said seriously, "It seems some fools are trying to drop anchor near Mandiva." The two of them sat in a small boat, cutting through the waves. Darius steered the boat, standing at the front, and spoke calmly. "Of course, I could handle this myself." She continued seriously, giving her reason. "But the goal of this plan is to rescue the victims and seize the ship. It requires a detailed plan." Russell, behind her, began to state the purpose of him being there. "So we need to bait an attack." Darius praised him. "You catch on pretty quickly." He fell into deep thought. If the Tower Master asked for help, hundreds of mages would come running, even barefoot. At that moment, their small boat approached the large human trafficking ship. Russell observed Darius using her power, thinking to himself, Considering she specifically asked for my help, a sudden fog rolled in, obscuring their night vision. At this point, Russell silently confirmed his suspicion. Then this is definitely a test. The small boat closed in on the target. Darius called out, "Russell." She turned her head to warn him. "What's about to happen? Might be a bit much for you." He listened to Darius's advice with a dazed expression. But the path of a guardian isn't always smooth and glorious. She continued calmly. "This is just another fate for us mages." Darius placed her foot on the edge of the boat, pushed off to jump up, turned around, and said, "Now, I'll draw their attention, of them, and the kid will go rescue the people in the meantime." Right after that, Dariat disappeared before his eyes. Vell thoughtfully considered her words from just now, the path of a guardian. Dariat hovered in the air, looking down to observe the entire scene in the fog. After getting a grasp of the situation, she smiled and said, "All right, I should cast it around here." A layer of light covered Dariat's eyes, and immediately, an immense power surged violently, covering a vast area of the sky. She shouted the command, "Go now, kid." The sound of shouting echoed through the night sky. "That witch is attacking." The people on the ship hurriedly prepared their crossbows, aiming at the massive energy in the sky. "Hurry up!" The pirates held their weapons, tensely aiming at the sky. The captain raised his sword and commanded, "Fire." A rain of arrows from below flew up, heading straight for Dariat. She just laughed scornfully in response, as if watching a bunch of clowns. A pirate exclaimed in horror, "Damn it, they can't reach her." Dariat angrily summoned a flame and spoke in a grim voice, "You bastards dare to hide in my territory?" She gently blew the flame from her hand. Tiny embers began to fall onto the pirate ship. They watched in confusion as the situation unfolded. Dariat spoke again, "Let's see if your skills are as big as your guts." Seeing the flames burning on the deck, they panicked and screamed, "What?" One of them tried to stomp out a flame, angrily yelling, "What did you do?" Before he could even bring his foot down, the flame, as if it had a mind of its own, flared up and latched onto the pirate's foot. He was gradually engulfed by the fire, screaming in agony. How is the fire burning like this? The flames gathered together, starting to take a solid form. It darted its eyes around, observing the pirates on the ship. They flickered like torches, illuminating the entire ship. A hand reached up from the sea, grabbing the ship's rail. Vatso deftly leaped onto the deck. Immediately after, a shout rang out, catching his attention. "Get moving." Vatso looked up at the scene of chaos before him, silently amazed. Seeing the infernal dwarf facing off against a pirate, he thought Dariat's magic had covered this entire area. The pirate angrily struck it with an axe. The infernal dwarf quickly restored its original form. Vatso marveled to himself. "I can see it existing in a humanoid form." Its scythe decisively slashed the pirate's leg. Accompanied by his blood-curdling screams, the pirate was burned alive in an instant. Vatso watched in horror, unable to hide his shock. Huh? What just happened? In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The other pirates cried out in fear. "It's taken that form." He composed himself and turned to look at the hatch, thinking, "Okay, this is no time to be shocked." Vatso opened the hatch, cautiously looking around, and stepped inside, thinking, "First, I need to rescue the captives." The hold was gloomy, filled with the creaking sounds of iron bars, enough to send a shiver down your spine. The pirate on guard duty heard the commotion on deck and frowned, wondering, what the hell is going on? The captives, however, exclaimed joyfully, "The Marines are here. We're going to be saved." The pirate banged his sword against the iron bars, creating a piercing sound. He spoke like a demon, threatening the trembling captives. "No matter what's happening, none of you are getting out of here." The pirate spoke aggressively, oblivious to what was behind him. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on the back of his neck. Giat so grimly gave the command. Then, a jolt of lightning shot out instantly, paralyzing the pirate's body. He was electrocuted by the boy's lightning until he was charred and smoking. Gyatso threw him to the ground, letting out a breath and thinking. As expected, there's no one else up there. A person who was locked up quickly stood, grabbing the bars and asking, Did you come to save us?" He was drawn by the sound and glanced over. Gyat so nodded affirmatively with a reassuring smile. "But you'll have to wait until all the pirates are gone. For now, it will be safer here." Upon hearing this, the person immediately dropped to their knees, kowtowing and exclaiming, "Oh, divine beings, you have heard my prayers." He scanned his surroundings, silently wondering how many people were locked up in this tiny place. Gyatso's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He saw a child cowering in a corner and shuddered, exclaiming, "They're even selling this child into slavery?" Gyat so angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn bastards." Suddenly, a group of pirates burst through the door, shouting, "Who's there?" They froze when they saw him. Seeing the charred guard lying motionless on the ground, the pirates exclaimed in shock, "What? He?" A leader swung his sword furiously and roared, "Get that bastard!" They charged aggressively, each one rushing towards Giat. He frowned in annoyance, raising his hand to use magic and warned seriously, "I'm the one who's going to capture you." Chains covered in lightning bolts moved with lightning speed, skillfully piercing through the group of pirates. They all collapsed quickly from the electric shock. Giat so calmly stepped closer. One of them, barely conscious, managed to speak. "Are you a mage?" He stubbornly maintained a condescending attitude, saying, "If the commander gets here." Before the pirate could finish his sentence, Giat so coldly gave a command. Then, he continued towards a room deeper inside. Giat so stood before a gloomy cell, saying doubtfully, "This cell." Immediately after, a voice rang out, asking him, "Are you a mage from the fire tower?" Giat so used magic to summon a ball of light. Then, when he saw the people behind the bars clearly, he thought in amazement, "They're elves." An elf suddenly stood up and asked Giat, "So you're a mage from the fire tower, are you?" He remembered the flower on his cloak and finally realized, "Oh, it's because they saw this symbol." Giat so calmly replied, "No, I'm not a member of the fire tower." A cold voice cut him off. "It doesn't matter who you are," Dam ordered indifferently. "Open this door." Gyatso gave a forced smile, silently thinking, "I was going to open the door for them, but this guy's tone is really annoying." Looking at Dam's arrogant face, he thought with frustration, "To act like that, in this situation, hearing him makes me want to just walk away." An authoritative voice rang out, "Stop it." Elo, who was observing from inside, called out as a reminder, "Be careful with your conduct." Seeing her sitting there so formally, he asked doubtfully, "Elo?" The ones beside her helped her to her feet. Elo calmly explained, "He is no ordinary person." She stepped forward, standing before him to Joe's bewilderment. She continued, "Possessing an amount of pure mana like a flash of lightning at dawn, this person." Ilo smiled gently and affirmed, "I can sense the scent of spirits from him." Dam looked at Elo and asked curiously, "Not an ordinary person? What do you mean?" She began to answer thoughtfully, saying, "I can smell the spirit scent in his body." Jack so dazedly thought to himself, "Spirit scent?" Another elf also exclaimed in astonishment, "No way, how can a spirit scent come from a human?" He unconsciously brought his arm to his nose and sniffed, wondering what he even smelled like. A voice called out, pulling Jack so from his thoughts, "Mage of the Harmony Tower." The group wore awkward expressions as they stepped forward, silently looking at him. Right after, one of them suddenly bowed his head and pleaded with Jack, "Please get us out of here." Then, all the elves inside bowed their heads in unison and shouted, "We beg you." Jack was surprised by this unbelievable sight, unconsciously marveling that the notoriously arrogant elves had changed just because of one sentence from her. He looked at the calm demeanor of Elo as she bowed, and couldn't help but think, could she be a high-ranking elf, or maybe even more than that? Jack used magic to melt the lock. At that moment, Elo spoke up, "Guard." She looked at him and calmly asked, "Have you defeated all the pirates and their boss yet?" Jack, with a bewildered and confused expression, replied, "Boss?" Just then, a figure appeared, looking at the pirates he had just defeated. Ilo said seriously, "There are stronger ones." Ilo glanced her eyes around the ship's hold, searching for a target, and she asserted, "Stronger than warriors skilled in magic." The door to the next cell was opening, and on the ground lay a multitude of pirates. Cater flashed a bizarre, amused smile. On the ship's deck at this moment, John Click was leisurely watching the chaotic scene of the Hell Dwarves fighting before his eyes. The sounds of screaming and cursing rang out continuously. "Damn it." He leaned against the ship's wheel and remarked, "A firefight, huh? Interesting." John Click reached behind his back and drew his massive sword. Immediately after, he leaped up and vanished from his original spot. John Click appeared like a god of death, slashing both Hell Dwarves with a single strike. The two dwarves quickly dissipated, and he aggressively and annoyedly spoke, "Are you guys struggling with attacks like these?" When the pirates saw who had arrived, they joyfully shouted, "It's the captain!" From below the ship, excited cheers rang out, reaching the ears of Darius, who was levitating in the air. "The captain is here. You're done for, lady. We're gonna tear you into 100 pieces." She looked at the pack of monkeys below her, smirked, and said, "How interesting." Immediately, Darius dove down to join the fray. Her feet landed firmly on the railing by the ship's wheel. John Click and his pirates immediately turned to look. Darius, like a queen from on high, leaned on her staff and looked down. John Click sneered and angrily asked, "Are you trying to close the distance between us?" She didn't answer directly, but calmly replied, "It seems you're the captain." He had an imposing and confident air as he announced his name. "That's right, I am the captain of this ship, John Click." Darius observed him for a moment, then spoke her assessment. "Judging by the way you use your aura." John Click listened silently to her question. "You must have been a knight. What are you doing here?" He began to laugh mockingly, clutching his face and roaring. "Does the title of knight put food on the table or pay the taxes?" John Click raised his head and said proudly, "The Click brothers, we've made a fortune from the slave trade." Darius frowned and asked, "Brothers?" He began to secretly use his power. Taking advantage of the moment she was distracted, he quickly charged forward. Now is the time. A powerful slash headed straight for Darius. At the same time, down in the prison area, the wall behind Jack So was suddenly impacted, causing it to start cracking. An urgent warning sound, a warning rang out, helping him detect the anomaly. That was close. A second later, the wooden wall exploded, creating a cloud of dust. It was thick. Geo nimbly dodged the attack, but started coughing violently from the dust. He quickly erected a layer of protection around his body, exclaiming in alarm, "What is this?" Looking at the fragments at his feet, he thought, "A spear?" Kepter watched Geo's movements with amusement and said, "You managed to block them?" He released his energy, drew his sword, and slowly advanced towards him, guessing that he must be a mage too. Geo looked at the power emanating from him and silently assessed. Him, an aura from his sword. Is he a knight? The system window popped up with a notification. Janan battle. First fight. Versus the swordsman. The situation is difficult, but defeat your opponent. Clear reward. Reward. Intermediate mana stone. ×5. Elo, standing behind him, reminded him, "Guardian, be careful." She looked at Kepter, who was approaching with killing intent, and explained, "He's the second in command on this ship." He let out a scornful breath and said, "Even if you're a mage, you're just a snot-nosed kid." With that, Kepter kicked a pirate lying motionless on the floor, smugly criticizing, "You didn't kill them, just knocked them out?" He casually said something unexpected. "When you win, you should finish them off." Kepter gave a vile smile, pointed his sword at Geo, and said, "I'll show you how." He also refused to back down and unleashed his own power. Sparks of lightning appeared, surrounding Geo, as he silently calculated, fire magic has a very large area of effect. With that, Geo jumped to the side and decisively shot lightning towards Kem. Kepter, dragging his sword along the floor, spoke up. Using lightning strikes against a swordsman? He slashed the floor, sending wooden planks flying up to directly face the incoming lightning. The wooden planks, with their insulating properties, perfectly blocked the attack. Kepter mocked him, "You're really out of your mind." The very next second, he pushed off the ground and dashed towards him like a flash. But a tense Geo desperately used lightning magic, intending to hold Kepter back. He gritted his teeth, struggling to think, "Why is my attack having no effect on him?" Kepter faced the barrage of frantic lightning bolts without any fear, saying smugly, "You can't do anything to me." He held his sword in front of him, easily blocking Geo's magic. This sword was special. It could resist lightning. Geo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "He's unaffected by lightning magic." Kepter, his red eyes glowing like a demon's, closed in and slashed down at him. The sword blade and the protective shield collided, creating a piercing sound. His sword seemed to be gradually absorbing and eroding Geo's shield. His eyes widened in horror, unable to believe it, as he thought, "My shield." Geo trembled, trying to hold up the shield as it began to crack, but just a few seconds later, the shield was completely destroyed. The slash headed straight for him, much to the astonishment of Geo himself. A powerful slash was aimed at Dariat. John Click was stunned to realize he had only attacked an illusion she had created. He thought, "Fire?" John Click turned his head, clicking his tongue in annoyance as he looked at Dariat. He said sarcastically, "A mage? Huh? You're good at running away, aren't you?" She maintained a calm expression and spoke, "Let me ask you something. Is your brother also a knight?" John Click smugly raised his sword and replied, "That's right, but of course he's not as good as me," he said scornfully. A swing at the air. "More hell dwarves again?" Dariat replied in a low voice. "No. This time will be a little different." John Click was stunned by this cryptic answer And right after, two hell dwarves with strange forms appeared. He looked at the two humanoid flames before him, silently assessing. Two of them? John Click furiously attacked them again, and suddenly noticed something unusual, thinking, the more I cut them, the more they multiply. After just a short time, he was surrounded by a horde of hell dwarves. Dariat looked down from above, a satisfied, bewitching smile on her face. The horde of hell dwarves quickly rushed forward to attack, catching him off guard. John Click began to feel afraid, turning his head to look at her, thinking in a panic, no way. It was only then that he realized what kind of powerhouse the person before him was. John Click was astonished and exclaimed, "Why is the fire sorcerer of the Star Tower here?" The scene shifts down to the ship's hold, where fragments of the shield and blood splattered out. Captor looked in surprise at the empty space in front of him, then turned his head to see Drakro, who had moved to his side at some point. This made Captor's eyes widen in surprise. He saw that the boy could still stand firm after that critical strike just now, and was inwardly astonished. He dodged that blow. Recalling the moment when Captor shattered his protective shield, he frowned in suspicion. He should have been sliced in two. Observing the energy around Drakro's body, he began to speculate. Did he surround himself with defensive magic to reinforce his body? Captor let out a perverse smile, thinking excitedly, whatever it is, it's useless. He's just a cornered rat in a trap. Elo watched the fight nervously, and couldn't help but call out for the guard. Vell panted, clutching his chest as he thought tensely. The night. He recalled memories that he thought were buried, remembering Spanzoom's face that haunted him. I met him in my past life, Vell recalled in fear, the bloody scene. That day, he slaughtered an entire group of innocent mercenaries, just because one of them bumped his shoulder. Just as he was about to collapse, a savior appeared. Alan stood in front, protecting Drakro behind him. The two faced each other, both wielding immense power. He thought back. The only one who could stop him was a mage. The two of them charged into a battle that was nearly an even match. Vell thought of Alan's fighting style, silently calculating his method, and returned to the present. At that moment, he had summoned a new protective shield. Facing the furiously attacking captor, Vell quickly made his calculations behind the shield. One of his powerful sword strikes came crashing down on the boy's defense. The shield instantly shattered, creating a piercing sound. But surprisingly, right under that protective layer was another shield, which was exactly Vell's calculation. Another shield appeared. Captor thought in surprise. He blocked it? The moment he let his guard down, Vell quickly condensed energy into his palm, preparing to counterattack. He landed a powerful blow to Captor's stomach, catching him completely off guard. He was sent flying by the blow, kicking up a cloud of dust. Captor slammed hard into the wall, letting out a pained groan. Vell was also injured badly and staggered, trying to grab the iron bars to stay upright. He assessed his own trembling body, thinking, have I lost too much blood? Then, he reached out and broke the cell lock. Vell freed the imprisoned elves, saying, everyone, get out. Elo bowed her head gratefully and said, thank you. Guarddam also said, at the same time, thank you. He held out his hand and offered, if you are all right, then follow me. Suddenly, a dark voice rang out, you little brat. Captor unexpectedly got back up after, taking a direct hit from Joe, shocking everyone there. He was so furious his eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his forehead as he growled, shouldn't you have cut my head off? Joe was stunned to see Captor could still stand, wondering to himself, but I did it perfectly. Joe immediately reached out to shield Yo behind him, ordering, please take the captured people upstairs. Da retorted resentfully, you want us to release the humans? Another elf chimed in, you want what? But Yo cut through the discontent, agreeing with Joe. All right, Guardian. Captor stood up, cracking his neck, and said with a mocking laugh, you still have time to rescue slaves? In a flash, he lunged forward, disappearing from his original spot. Captor, filled with a demonic killing intent, frantically attacked Joe's defensive barrier, excitedly reminding him, worry about yourself first. Each swing of his sword easily shattered a layer of the shield. Just as he broke the first layer, Captor anticipated his move, giving Joe no chance to counter as he continued his assault. He thought, I won't give him any chance to fight back. He flashed a triumphant smile at Joe's struggle. Under such overwhelming power, Joe could only frantically cast magic. Shield, 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 shield. Watching the elves trying to escape, he told himself he had to hold on. The group of elves quickly got the key from the jailer's body. They swiftly rescued the people enslaved by the pirates. Joe silently resolved, just a little longer for everyone to get out of here. Soon after, An announcement rang out, as if unlocking this dangerous situation. Guardian, everyone is safe. Kepter, still very confident in his abilities, sneered. Do you really think this will work? A soft voice spoke, accompanied by a blazing red flame that spread throughout the prison cell. Of course, it will. He was stunned by this sudden turn of events, unable to react in time to dodge. Joe's demeanor changed as he smiled calmly and declared, "And now, I will destroy you." The flames grew larger, spreading throughout the ship's hold. Kepter started to get tense, thinking, what is this? Joe's eyes had changed, now as sharp as a hunting leopard's. Sensing danger, he immediately backed away, silently assessing. The air around him has changed. The expression on Kepter's face was mixed with an indescribable excitement. He thought, is he finally ready to get serious? Kepter channeled the energy within his body, then aimed straight for Joe. He charged forward recklessly, confidently declaring, then I'll just pierce through both you and your shield. Suddenly, Joe began to use a startling magic. He summoned a spear of blazing red fire. He pointed the spearhead fiercely at him, unafraid and ready for a confrontation. Flame lance! Kepter's face darkened as he aggressively swung his sword forward, assessing. A fire spear? Seeing Joe's equally imposing presence, he immediately became suspicious. No, this thing is completely different. This spear. The two attacks collided, creating a deafening sound and a blinding light. Kepter still wondered to himself, it has to be at least several levels higher than the magic he used before. Meanwhile, on the deck, the situation was turning against John Click. He cursed in frustration. Damn it! John Click looked at the growing army of hell dwarves surrounding him, hastily trying to figure out a strategy. The more I kill, the more of them there are, but I can't possibly kill them all. He frowned and retreated. He cursed inwardly in frustration. What the hell is my stupid brother doing? Seeing Darius still standing there so nonchalantly, John Click grew even more annoyed, thinking, if he were here, I would have caught up to that witch by now. The dwarves didn't give him a moment's rest, and charged in to attack again. John Click blocked them with a single slash, telling himself, I just have to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, the wooden planks beneath his feet began to crack, revealing a flickering light from below. The ship started to shake violently, making the already anxious John Click even more frantic. Watching the light beneath his feet grow larger, he grew increasingly suspicious of this dire situation. A massive pillar of light erupted, piercing through the deck and shooting straight into the sky, causing the night to vanish for a moment as the sea's surface trembled. John Click, standing right in the center of that immense source of energy, immediately cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe he had been defeated, and could only collapse helplessly, roaring in fury. Impossible! Darius was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, What is happening? She heard the commotion and turned to look. Seeing Ilo and the other elves rescuing the prisoners, she thought, I was too careless. Then, seeing Jasso lying motionless in the ship's hold, she blamed herself. I left everything to Jasso. Amidst the flickering flames that surrounded him, he lay silent and still. A system notification appeared. You have completed the quest and have received your reward. You have received a mid-grade mana stone. Below the ship, the pirates were still aggressively paddling their small boats, shouting non-stop. The leader is down! Surround them! Defense ships converge! Hearing the chaotic shouts, Darius simply let out a mocking laugh and gently raised her scepter. She used her magic to command the hell dwarves to disperse, saying, I should probably think this through more carefully. Darius then decisively slammed her scepter onto the deck, causing it to ring out. The sound was like a signal, causing the dwarves to leap into the sea without hesitation and charge toward the pirates' small boats. The large ship began to move, leaving behind the dazzling light from the battle that had just concluded. Ilo was using her healing magic on Jasso. He clutched his injured body, struggling to sit up as he asked, What happened? She gently reminded him, Don't move, benefactor. A warm light from her magic continued to radiate. Ilo explained, My mana hasn't fully recovered yet, so the healing will be a little slow. Seeing that Jasso was awake, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but praise him. Well done, you defeated 2 knights all by yourself. Jasso, still dazed and confused, exclaimed, Huh? I thought I only fought one of them. She calmly explained. Actually, it was 2. The 2 pirate leaders were tied to the mast, silent and unconscious. Yo said gratefully, I am in your debt. She declared seriously to the bewildered Jasso, It is a great debt, and though I cannot repay it immediately, Yo declared loud and clear, I, a child of the White Wax Tree tribe, Swear on the name of my ancestors that one day I will repay this debt. He replied humbly, I am Jaso Du. Monday I was only fulfilling my duty as a guardian. Lady Yo. As they were speaking, Darius suddenly interjected. Don't forget about us from the Tower of Fire Mages either, a clear voice called out. Tower Master Dam and his companions appeared, reporting formally. We have finished checking on the prisoner's condition. She replied with satisfaction. Excellent. Darius turned to look at them, offering her praise. Your subordinates are quite capable. Jaso was surprised, thinking they were acting completely different than before. He turned to look at her, and naively asked, Lady Elo, back on the ship's deck. What did you mean? Elo calmly replied, Are you asking about? Dariat flinched and turned her head when she heard her question. When I mentioned the spirit scent? On the vast, open sea, the ship was still sailing forward, where the sun was beginning to rise. Jaso replied, That's right. Elo asked probingly, Do you happen to have mixed blood with the Dragon Clan? Jaso wondered aloud. The Dragon Clan? He remembered the image of the massive dragon hiding in the forest, and answered thoughtfully, Yes, I actually carry the blood of the Azure Dragon, though of course, it's just like a drop in a lake. She gently lifted his hand, slowly sniffing the scent, and said softly, But even with just a little dragon blood, it's enough to attract spirits. Ilo calmly explained the reason for Jaso's confusion. I can smell a very strong spirit scent from you. That's why I wondered if you also have mixed dragon blood, just like me. Dariat witnessed the entire conversation and couldn't help but speculate silently. Is his mixed dragon blood the reason Jaso can grow so quickly? She looked towards the distant horizon, thinking, he could become someone who. In the sunlight, Jaso's face was clearly visible. Dariat considered someone who could throw the entire Andi kingdom into chaos. No, the entire continent. By the time the sun was fully up, the ship had docked at the port. The group of elves disembarked safely. The soldiers helped the captured people out. A familiar voice caught Ilo's attention. Lady Ilo. Dariat gave a friendly smile and asked, I'm sure you'll be laying low until you've recovered all your mana, right? She nodded affirmatively. That's right. Looking at the magnificent castle in the heart of the bustling city, she made an offer. My mansion isn't far from here, if you don't mind. You could stay there. I think you could help with Jaso's training. He dazedly pointed to himself, naively wondering. Training? Elo smiled brightly and agreed. If I can repay my debt that way, I'd be more than willing. Dariat put her arm around Jaso's shoulder, patting him as she asked. So, you don't want to? He replied cheerfully and enthusiastically. Of course not. I'd love to. At that moment, a thought sparked in Jaso's mind with excitement. Special training from the master of the Harmony Magic Tower. She gestured to the group of elves, saying, Well then, please follow me this way. Your luggage will be brought over shortly. Elo replied, Thank you. Jaso walked ahead, worrying. Tower Master, is this really okay? The new semester is about to start. Dariat winked reassuringly. Don't worry, just leave that to Hubert. He couldn't help but feel speechless, silently sympathizing. Professor. On the trail leading up the high mountain, the ocean waves crashed below. The convoy of carriages moved forward in a line. The coachman drove with great care. The carriages leisurely crossed through forests and over mountains. The entire journey, the clattering of wheels echoed through the mountains and forests. Finally, the carriages stopped in front of a mansion as large as a castle. Dariat announced, We're here. Jaso got out of the carriage, looked up, and exclaimed, It's huge. Dariat pushed open the gate to the mansion, smiling at everyone behind her. Please, make yourselves at home. Don't be shy. She led the group, walking through a garden of blooming flowers in vibrant colors. Ilo was captivated by the flowers. She expressed her gratitude. This is truly a beautiful place. Thank you for your kindness, ma'am. As Jaso was walking, something caught his eye. Looking at the fountain not far away, he was startled. Huh? Wait, this place. A certain memory was stirred. Vo was sure he had been here with his parents before. He then called out to Dariat. Tower Master, I have something to ask. She politely turned back. What is it? Vo stepped forward and asked softly. This mansion used to not belong to you, right? Dariat teased. The way you say that, it sounds like I stole it. He chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry, but she shared honestly. You're right, its former owner was some merchant guild. I just bought it a few years ago. Vo looked at the fountain, and the memories and familiar feelings returned. Just as he thought, this place was one of his family's properties. Dariat asked with concern, Is there anything else you want to ask? Vo smiled. No. He looked around the grand mansion. After his family fell, he had heard it was sold for a low price. As he was about to step inside, Vo couldn't help but feel emotional. He never thought he would return here one day. 1 week later, a figure swiftly entered the room, and a gentle voice called out, "There you are, Elo." The elf girl from the White Wax Tree tribe appeared, respectfully, speaking, "I heard you call for me." The lady of the house leisurely sipped her tea, her eyes lighting up with relief. It seemed that most of her mana had recovered. In Dariat's eyes, a faint green aura enveloped Elo's body. She smiled. "It's all thanks to you, Tower Master." Dariat put down her teacup and got straight to the point. "So, about what we discussed before, can you help Vo with his training?" Elo used her magic, and streams of water danced around her. "When you say training, you must mean his soul." Dariat nodded. "That's right." Elo looked around and wondered, "But where is Vo?" She smiled mysteriously. "I sent him to do something else." A river flowed through a gorge, a desperate scream echoed, and a figure fell freely into the water. With a loud splash, water shot up into the sky. Not long after, Vo surfaced and took a deep breath. He swam to the shore, slicked back his hair, and sighed in frustration. Failed again? Vo recalled the earlier conversation between him and Dariat. She had asked, "What did you learn from the fight with those pirate knights? I mean, what do you think you need?" He recalled how the enemy had gotten too close, and how he'd been lucky to have his shield. He hesitated. Then, looking at the cliff on the other side, he answered, "Distance." Dariat praised him. "Correct. Distance is crucial for a mage in battle." She turned her head back, smiled confidently, and instructed, "Watch closely." Standing on the precarious cliff edge, Dariat unhesitatingly took a step into the air. Flames flickered beneath her feet. Think about shortening the space. Her body vanished, leaving only a faint flame in its place. With a whoosh, Dariat landed on the opposite cliff. Vo was stunned. "That's space-time magic." Flash. She turned to look at him. "From now on, you will practice crossing this cliff using Flash." Vo listened to her words intently, knowing it would become a powerful tool for him later. At the same time, the system appeared, announcing a quest to learn the space-time teleportation spell, Flash, with a reward of an intermediate mana stone. Back in the present, a tired Vo wearily dragged his soaked body ashore. He climbed the cliff, determined not to give up Flash, but it was no use. Sitting on the cliff, Vo tried to analyze the situation, realizing he could only learn this magic if he fully understood its principles. Standing on the cliff and looking down, his eyes showed a hint of anxiety. Vo focused and took a step into the void. Unsurprisingly, a scream like someone on a free-fall ride echoed immediately after. Time passed, and sunset arrived. Down, he exhaustedly climbed up the cliff, soaking wet. Is this magic training or physical conditioning? Velo closed his eyes, searching for the sensation of the magic flow. Focus now. Think about closing the distance. This time, beneath his feet, a swirl of fire magic appeared, just like when Dariat demonstrated. Velo lifted his other foot off the cliff, and fire enveloped both of his legs. It seemed like he was about to succeed. Just as he thought he could flash over to the other cliff, a voice called out from behind Velo. And so, he stumbled and fell into the river. Dariat was the culprit. She gave an apologetic smile as she watched Velo fall, and once again, the panic of losing his balance and a piercing scream echoed. That night, by the fire, Dariat brushed her hair back. "Starting today, you will learn about soul contracts." Velo warmed himself by the campfire, listening to her instructions. "Ilo will help you." Elo expressed her gratitude. "I am glad I can be of assistance to you." He bowed in appreciation. "Thank you." Velo sat by the campfire, and the elven girl began her instructions. "Please, slowly close your eyes." Dariat sat on a rock, observing the situation. Elo's soothing voice rang out, telling him to imagine something related to fire. The fire crackled. She suggested, "The morning sun, the midday light, or even the campfire will do." Immediately after, a powerful flame erupted inside Velo's body. Fire! Ilo was incredibly surprised. Amazing. For a human to possess such pure mana, like this. Then she closed her eyes. "I will enter your subconscious and guide you." Elo walked up behind Velo and placed her hands on his back. In his subconscious, the girl's spiritual form was holding the young man's hand, leading him forward. Most people don't know that anyone can enter the soul gate. Whether they are human, elf, or any other being, we are all born from nature. The purpose of all existence will intersect, and the gates will open. Watching from the side, Dariat was a bit surprised to feel an abundant flow of magic. Elo was also curious. What was this flow in his heart? A blurry image appeared. It was someone stabbing someone else to death. Was it hatred? Elo felt a mental anguish and clutched her head upon seeing the bloody image. Then, she gradually regained her composure, her heart continuing to move forward, wondering what this flow in his heart was. They stood before the soul gate, but what they had to cross was a raging river. Elo looked at Velo beside her. Is that hatred? Then, she immediately denied it. No. Perhaps that was on the outside. Velo lost control of his mana, and an extremely hot flame exploded outwards. Dariat was startled when she saw this, but couldn't react in time to stop it. It happened too fast, and the person standing closest to Velo was the most affected. Elo couldn't escape immediately, so she could only erupt her own mana to resist. An unknown amount of time passed before Velo slowly opened his eyes, and he saw a worried Dariat by his side. She asked with concern, "Are you awake?" Velo tried to sit up and look at her. "Tower Master." He clutched his aching head, not remembering anything at all. "What happened?" Velo asked vaguely. "I feel like my mana went berserk." Just then, Elo opened the door and came in, and he tilted his head. "Lady Elo." He noticed her arm was bandaged. Elo smiled to reassure Velo. "Benefactor, I'm all right." Velo asked everyone in a somber tone, as well as himself. "Was it my fault?" Without waiting for an answer, he covered his face, blaming himself. "I'm truly very, very sorry." That night, to relieve his pent-up feelings, Velo went out to look at the flower garden, Moon. In the room, Darius watched him from the window and spoke up. "Lady Elo, you've returned. What exactly happened?" Elo recounted what had happened. It was terrible. The depths of his consciousness are a complete mess. When we set foot on the path leading to the gate of the soul, we couldn't proceed because a powerful torrent of emotions suddenly appeared. Darius rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "A torrent of emotions, you say?" Ilo confirmed. "Yes, it looked like a current of hatred," she commented, "but it was also more like sorrow. That sorrow was so immense that I wondered how he could have hidden it for so long." The next morning, at the edge of the forest next to the mansion, Darius called for Russell. He turned his head and replied, "Yes, Tower Master." She smiled and announced, "Today, we begin a new training session." Russell bowed respectfully. "If you say so." He then heard Darius declare, "Clean up." He was so surprised that he immediately looked up. "Huh?" She assigned him the task of helping the mansion's servants for 1 week to clean every nook and cranny. Russell thought in surprise. "Clean the mansion?" Darius continued. "In the meantime, Lady Ilo and I will be taking a trip to the capital." Ilo bowed politely. "I will see you next week." Russell shyly bowed as well. "Ah, yes, please have a safe trip." Before leaving, Darius didn't forget to clarify. "This isn't a punishment." Russell obediently bowed his head. "All right." He made a plan. He would clean, and then practice his refraction skill in his remaining time. However, her next words threw his plan out the window. "Just so you know, I'm forbidding you from using magic this week." Russell was dejected. "Huh?" After Darius left, he got to work cleaning the mansion. First, he picked up the mop and eyed the hallway. With the clumsiness of a teenager, he gripped the mop handle and pushed it forward forcefully, his voice filled with determination. "I'll just get some physical training in while I clean." Russell thought to himself, "I'm only forbidden from using magic, after all." But the consequences were truly unpredictable, because the mop was still wet, and he pushed it forward quickly, leaving a wet streak behind him, and so, he slipped. Russell fell backward, sending the mop flying up and knocking over a nearby vase in the process. With a loud crash, he landed flat on his butt on the floor. Russell was unharmed, but the vase was shattered. A maid approached from behind. "Who mops the floor at that speed?" Russell looked up and heard her say, "Lady Darius was very fond of that vase." He suddenly recalled the Tower Master's instructions. "Oh, and Russell, regarding the cleaning, you just need to follow the headmaid's instructions." At that time, the headmaid had respectfully led a group of servants who were waiting to see Darius off. Rhea was a middle-aged woman with a serious face and sharp, seemingly strict eyes, and now, she was the one who had just spoken. Looking at the shattered vase beside him, Russell finally came to his senses. "I'm sorry." Rhea put on a pair of gloves and said coolly, "I know you're forbidden from using magic for a week, so from now on, you will clean according to my instructions." She handed Russell a cloth. And so began the life experience of Russell as a trainee servant. As he picked up a vase to clean its base, Rhea watched from behind. "You need to support the bottom of the vase with your hand." When he was mopping the floor, She scolded him. Don't you think you need to mop behind the door too? Russell's face turned pale. I'm sorry. Rhea continued to nitpick. But it seems you can't even see the dirt on the floor. And after, it was a barrage of nitpicking and unpleasant remarks from the head maid, Rhea. After a cleaning session, he wearily sat down on the floor and let out a long sigh. Joe was sweating bullets, his eyes losing focus. Even so, his mind was still buzzing with Rhea's stern words. He scrubbed the carpet and the windows, feeling like there was nothing left to live for. Is this some kind of mental training? Before he could even catch a break, she continued her commands. You, it's time for lunch, follow me. He sat right where he was, too exhausted to move, and could only force a laugh. Haha, I'll eat later. Rhea turned her head, her voice cold and allowing no refusal. Follow me. Joe flinched on the spot and mumbled in reply. Okay. In the servants' kitchen, food was already laid out on the table. Lively chatter and laughter filled the room. Joe looked around and thought to himself that there were a lot of people working here. Suddenly, someone struck up a conversation. What's your name? It was a kind-looking, white-haired old man. He politely replied, I'm J. Raymond. The old man was a bit surprised when he heard his last name. Raymond? Joe's heart pounded as he wondered, does he know me? But to his surprise, the old man suddenly praised him. You're very handsome, with that black hair and red eyes. The maid sitting across from him clapped in agreement. That's right. You look so cool. Suddenly, a sturdy, muscular young man clapped Joe on the shoulder. You look pretty sturdy yourself. Let me have some of those muscles. He was startled. Huh? The young man's name was Lucian. He laughed loudly and gave him a hard slap on the back. I'm just kidding. And so, everyone burst into laughter again. Joe clutched his shoulder, smiling on the outside but collapsing in tears of pain on the inside. Just endure it for 1 week. This must be the training. It's definitely training. On one gorgeous sunset evening, as the orange hues of dusk painted the sky red, Joe was carrying wood with some of the other servants. Carrying wood was heavy labor. He was sweating, reminiscing about his magic. If I could use my mage body, I could finish this in an instant. After finishing the work, Joe and the others sat down together at a wooden table by a stream. Everyone was chatting animatedly. Here, take these. Everyone did a great job. Everyone grabbed a large mug of beer and enthusiastically clinked glasses. Lucian glanced over and saw Joe chugging his beer, and without hesitation, gave him a hard slap that made him jump and spit out his mouthful of beer. Indignant, Joe turned to confront him. Huh? Why did you hit me? Lucian shot him a warning look. You're still a student, you know. Drinking will make you sick. Only then was Joe startled into remembering. Oh my God, he'd forgotten he was still a student, and not a mercenary anymore. The old servant chuckled. It's all right, it's all right. He poured a little beer from his own mug for Joe. You have to learn to drink sometime. He looked at the evening sunset, spreading its warmth. Besides, it's a sin not to drink in front of a beautiful view like this. At that moment, the sun was gradually setting behind the mountains, its warm light stretching over the forest, draping a thin, pale yellow blanket over them. From behind, a voice rang out, making Joe turn to look. There's another sin. Miss Rhea arrived carrying a basket of food. It's drinking beer without any snacks. After she placed the food on the table, the white-haired old man smiled. All right, a toast to our new member. Rhea looked towards Joe. He was gradually fitting in with Lucian's group. She remained silent, her thoughts unreadable. Lucian put his arm around Joe's shoulder, and they talked and laughed cheerfully. In the following days, as usual, Rhea supervised Joe as he mopped the floors. At mealtimes, he would socialize, happily with Lucian's group. At night, he would sometimes go out to rest by the fountain. In the morning, he and the maids tended to the flowers in the garden, and even eating just bread, Rags would be happy without complaining. In the evening, he would go out and sit dazedly by the fountain. After tomorrow, it would be a full week. What is this feeling of dissatisfaction? While lost in thought, someone approached from behind. You seem to like this place a lot. Seeing Rhea, Vo reacted instinctively, immediately standing up and bowing. Ah, hello. Rhea pushed up her glasses. How many times a day do you plan on greeting me? He gave a weak laugh. Haha, do I do that often? I didn't even realize. She asked with concern why he was out here. Vo hesitated slightly. Ah, he looked up at the bright, starry sky. I'm reminded of someone when I stand here. Rhea was curious. I heard that mages can teleport instantly. Can't you go see them? Vo replied. Teleportation magic is very difficult, and even if I could do it, right now they're in a place I can't reach. She understood. I thought mages didn't have any worries. He laughed and said, That's not the case at all. Rhea turned to leave, her cold demeanor returning. Tomorrow is your last day of cleaning, so do a good job. Rags smiled. Yes. Before leaving, she turned around. I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person. Vo. These words took him by surprise, leaving him speechless for a moment. Rhea brushed her hair back and smiled confidently. Even if you don't become a great mage, you can still be a great servant under me. Vo felt a headache coming on when he heard that. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Finally, the day came when Darius and Io returned to the mansion. You're back? Tower Master. Vo went to the gate to welcome them. The Tower Master spoke up. Are you well? Io also asked with concern. How have you been? Vo, he smiled enthusiastically at them. I'm doing great. Darius called for him to follow her. Come with me for a moment. The two of them strolled through the vibrant flower garden. Darius spoke first. You've worked hard this week. Vo replied. Not at all. She shared. Finding a potion to restore Io's mana took quite some time. An elf's mana is very special. Suddenly, Darius stopped. And I have to check something in the storage vault. Vo exclaimed. You're really busy. She suddenly turned and changed the subject. This place once belonged to the Veman family. Vo silently bowed his head, not saying a word. Darius continued. Io said that there is a very strong knot in your heart, and that's why you can't reach your soul. Vo clenched his fists, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as her voice echoed in his ear. That knot. Do you feel that you've been wronged or something? Darius pressed on. Is it anger or sadness? Vo looked down at the ground and replied flatly. All of it. She continued to speak. It reminds me of the first time I met you. A certain memory surfaced. He had fought alone to learn magic. But thinking back now, he was just a lonely head of a family trying to rebuild his clan. Darius looked towards the large mansion. So, take this place. Vo was startled. Huh? What do you mean? She shared coolly. I'm not giving it to you for free, you know. Darius gave him hope. Become a battle mage of the Fire Tower and a warrior who protects this country. But her next words were a bit of a curveball. Earn a lot of money and buy this place back from me. She gave him an encouraging smile. Do you understand, young man? Vo was a bit stunned. He repeated to himself. Young man? Darius, radiant as a flower, sincerely advised. Don't struggle all by yourself. That night, in the forest by a campfire, he sat across from Rags, giving instructions. Last time, when I approached the soul door, I didn't awaken your subconscious. I only guided you with my mana. This time, let's go to the door together. He sullenly nodded, still unsure of himself. What if I hurt you again, Ilo? The girl gave an innocent smile to reassure him. I brought plenty of potions, don't worry. Rosso scratched his head. No, that's not what I meant. That's not it. Ilo ignored his insecurity and began to guide him. All right then, close your eyes and think of fire, just like last time. I will awaken you in your mind. A pure white figure appeared in Rosso's mind. He called out softly, Is that you, Ilo? She spoke softly. Can you see me? Rosso's gaze fell upon his own pale white hands as he mumbled, So this is your pure mana. Ilo led the way, and just like before, everything was going smoothly so far. After walking for a while, she stopped, but the two of them were standing before a cliff, with a raging current below. Ilo whispered, This torrent is still here. Her voice was gentle but full of regret. It's still very difficult to approach the source on the other side of the soul door. He took a few steps forward, but Ilo tried her best to stop him. Rosso, if you get any closer, that torrent seems to have a defense mechanism, not allowing anyone to approach, and a surge of power like a waterfall flung Rosso backward. He fell to the ground. Ilo sighed. Just looking at it is dangerous enough. Influenced by the torrent, countless thoughts flooded Rosso's mind. Graduating from the academy, choosing to enter the tower, restoring his family, avenging his father. He clutched his head. I'm sorry, I can't make this thing disappear. Ilo stood behind Rosso, comforting him. In his moment of confusion, a voice echoed in his mind. How's it going, Rosso? He recognized the owner of the voice, Darian. Immediately after, a warm voice spoke. He is a good person. How could Rosso forget this voice? The maid. Darian crossed his arms and chuckled. You just can't leave him alone, can you? Dia smiled respectfully and replied, That's right. Rosso's mind gradually calmed down as fragmented memories surfaced. It was the image of the gentle Hubert patting his shoulder, saying, Come with me for a bit. It was the image of him happily drinking beer with Lucian's group. All right, a toast to our new member then. It was the heartwarming encouragement. I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person. And the sincere comfort from Darian. Don't struggle all by yourself. Tears welled up in his mind's eye. That's right, he couldn't make it disappear. But Rosso stood up, looking resolutely at the spiritual door. I can jump over it. In his mind were the teachings of Darien, think about space-time contraction. Elo hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't get any closer. He gritted his teeth and endured the torrent of negativity, rushing into his body with his mental strength. It's fine. Rosso took a step off the cliff, and a flame erupted beneath his feet. He firmly believed in his heart that even if he fell, he wasn't alone. Ilo stared blankly at the figure before her, and the embers scattering in the air. Rosso's body had turned into a faint flame, disappearing from the cliff in a flash step. His feet, still blazing with lingering fire magic, had landed on the other side. Seeing that Rosso had successfully reached the spiritual door, Elo exclaimed with joy, "Benefactor, you did it." The system promptly announced, "You have completed the quest. You have received a medium-grade monostone as a reward." Looking at the dazzling golden spiritual door in front of him, Rosso was stunned. He had crossed over, so what should he do now? Elo's voice, without a visible body, startled him slightly. "Enter the door of light in front of you." Rosso confirmed, "Lady Elo." The elf girl smiled and explained. He mused, "You didn't expect this, did you? We can still communicate thanks to our monolink." Just then, the system displayed a new quest notification. Form a pact with a spirit. Summon a spirit according to the guidance of Elilo's soul, and create a pact with that spirit. The reward was a mid-grade monostone. Elo instructed, "Place your hand inside that gate." Vo did as he was told, but still worriedly asked what would happen. His spiritual form silently reached its hand forward, while Elo's words echoed in his ear. "Now, it's all up to the spirit's decision." Vo's spiritual form fell into darkness. "Sir," rounded by watching eyes, he could still hear Ilo's voice. "No one knows what kind of spirit will come." Those eyes blinked and then vanished. "You might not be chosen." Elo stood to the side, praying for him. "So, just hold out your hand and wait." Outside, Dariat stood by seriously, observing Vo. Yo's voice still lingered somewhere nearby. "That's all we can do." Unsure how long his spiritual form had been waiting, Vo told himself, "If it's too difficult, it's okay if no spirit comes." His outstretched hand grew weary, but he didn't lower it. He wouldn't let that make him sad. A powerful magic circle appeared, and a giant red dragon coiled around Vo's spiritual form. He was grateful for every moment that had brought him here. The dragon respectfully bowed its head and touched his hand. A soul contract was forged. A moment later, Vo struggled to open his eyes, discovering a tiny red dragon lying in his arms. Looking at the little red dragon with its big, sparkling round eyes clinging to his shirt, he was a bit surprised. "Is this a spirit?" Ilo was so happy, she cried. "Benefactor, congratulations." Dariat laughed heartily, not forgetting to remind him, "We have more than one thing to celebrate." Hearing that, Vo also noticed his body's condition. On his chest was a rotating magic circle. The fourth magic circle? Vo recalled the moment he learned Blink. Dariat beamed, showering him with praise. "You've overcome your own limitations." The system appeared before his eyes. Notification: you have acquired new knowledge about spirit summoning and have thereby obtained the fourth magic circle. You will receive an additional reward. Clear reward. Unknown. Vo was curious. An additional reward? The baby dragon unexpectedly had wings. It chirped a few times and flew up. Then it settled comfortably on his head, seeming very pleased with this new nest. Vo looked up to see it happily nibbling on his hair. Yo walked over and touched it. "I don't think this is an ordinary spirit." She lifted it off his head. "Are you going to name it?" Ilo brought the baby dragon before Vo. "Give it a name, and we will complete the pact." Dariat waited expectantly beside them. "All right, let's give it a really good name." Vo looked at the chubby little red dragon in front of him, thinking for a moment. "Red? Since it's red," he said a name that left Dariat, Rhea, and Elo stunned, as if struck by lightning. "How about bacon?" Vo gave an awkward laugh. "Haha, I'm just kidding." Even the baby dragon breathed a sigh of relief. He thought with embarrassment, their reactions are really something. He looked at the little red dragon and said softly, "How about Pepper then?" The baby dragon seemed to really like the name. It nodded and chirped happily. Elo felt like she had been brought back to life. "It sounds so cute." Dariat was satisfied. "Not bad." Vo chuckled along, thinking to himself that Pepper was just short for pepperoni, and pepperoni is also a type of cured meat. Dariat spoke up. "So to celebrate, tomorrow we will begin the official special training." Elo promised, "I will teach you all about spirits." He hugged Pepper, lifting him up and down. In his hand, Ro smiled. "I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." He looked at the adorable little red dragon and officially greeted it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Pepper." 1 month later at the academy, it was finally time for the towers to select their students. A professor mused. I wonder how many graduating students will be chosen this year. The bald professor chuckled. It's basically already been decided. Outside, a white carriage pulled up, and a silver-haired woman stepped out. The adjudicator of the White Tower has arrived. Each tower will select individuals to train for this semester. Then, a second carriage stopped. A man wearing yellow robes stepped out. The adjudicator of the Gold Tower has arrived. If they aren't chosen, who else could be? Next was a man with blonde hair and a blue coat who stepped down. The adjudicator of the Blue Tower has arrived. You're right. That's why we, a professor of the academy said with a smile, must help these students more. The bald professor nodded along. Yes, the other continued. For our own benefit, I mean, for the schools. The bald professor found it amusing. Ha. That's right, for this school. Their conversation was overheard by Hubert. He clicked his tongue. How can they call themselves educators when they only favor a select few talented students? Just then, a powerful hand gripped the carriage door. The adjudicator of the fire tower has arrived. The students' faces went pale upon seeing this person, taking a deep breath in fear. The representative of the fire tower was a burly and rather fierce-looking man, with long, wine-red hair and a cold gaze. Vermilion oozin. Hubert glanced over, unable to stop himself from gulping. Why is he here? Uzin stepped down from the carriage and scanned the area. Then he slightly smirked. Looks like he hasn't arrived yet. Hubert, off to the side, thought worriedly. Sending him as the adjudicator means she doesn't intend to pick very many. At that moment, in the sky above the town, a blurry figure like a spark of electricity was using a flash step zigzagging to get there. Just as Hubert was thinking apprehensively that Visago was also nowhere to be seen, he appeared right above Yusin, the adjudicator of the fire tower. Yusin was very sensitive to fire magic. He became alert, then quickly turned and glanced up. On the other side, Visago breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away his sweat. He was standing on a rooftop across from the academy, almost late, but before he could celebrate, his gaze fell upon someone's figure below. Seeing a man frowning up at him, Visago was shocked. Vermilion Yusin? Without looking for long, Yusin turned and walked inside the academy. A battle-hungry smile appeared on his face. This is going to be interesting. A fight with him would be exhilarating. Going back in time a little, in front of the gate to Dariet's mansion, Visago said his farewells. Thank you all very much. He gave his sincere blessings. I hope you return to your hometown safely. Elo. She smiled and nodded. Thank you, sir. My benefactor. Then Visago looked towards Ria, the head maid. She was a bit surprised to be addressed and heard him say, I will definitely be back, he declared confidently. Until then, I will be the master of this place, so please manage it well. Ria pushed up her glasses and smiled with satisfaction. We understand. I look forward to it as well. Visago bid farewell to everyone, although it was a short time. Thank you all very much. Dariat confirmed again. You don't need a carriage, kid? Visago stretched his body. Yes, I don't want to be late, and running is much faster. So she spoke up. Then, on your way. Kid, I have a request for you. Young man. Dariat handed him a carefully sealed letter. Could you deliver this letter to Hubert? Vo took it and nodded. Yes, I'll make sure to deliver it. He noticed the expression on Darius seemed a bit unhappy. Okay, thanks, kid. Back in the present, in Hubert's sunlit office, he received the letter and said in a low voice, It's a good thing you returned just in time. Hubert opened the letter to read it, but started talking about something unrelated to the letter. However, it'll be quite difficult to help you with this selection. He placed the letter on the table, because something has just come up that I must finish quickly. Vo smiled gratefully. It's all right, Professor. Hubert looked worried. He frowned, his hands clasped together. All I can tell you is, recalling the Inquisitor representing the fire tower, he warned, don't underestimate Unsen's brother. Hubert slowly stood up. This selection, he walked over and patted Va's shoulder. You need to be the strongest, not just try your best. If it's you, you can do it. He gave a confident smile. All right. Don't worry, Professor. Just then, the system sent a new quest, a tower selection quest notification. Show the overwhelming difference in rank and gain recognition from the selection's board of judges. The number of acknowledgements from the selection's board of judges must not exceed 10. Reward: Intermediate Mana Stone. The next day, in the examination hall, the first round of the selection, the written test, began. Vo focused on the test. The written exam wasn't too difficult because he had failed this test many times in his past life. After finishing the written part, his mind drifted a bit. If there was anything to worry about. Vo thought about Darius's letter, the teacher's letter. After this, Professor Hubert's trips would become more frequent, almost to the point where he couldn't teach his class at the academy anymore. And not long after, the year he took a sabbatical, Professor Hubert Vass stepped out of the exam room, still thinking about it. Not knowing exactly what had happened, he saw a green viper in a tree approaching its prey. It could be a dangerous mission. Watching the snake catch the bird, Vaux was stunned for a high-ranking mage in the fire tower. Just one day after the first round, the results were out. The highest score on the written test, Vaux Dewey, Monday. Seeing him being praised in front of the whole school, the students buzzed. Vaux got the highest score? No way. He's really smart. I'm so jealous. Receiving the commendation for his first-round performance, he thought to himself, can I stop it? The professor's death. There wasn't much time to think because the second round of the selection, the interview test, would begin shortly. Vaux and the other students waited in the hallway. The professors announced the rules. Step inside when your name is called. It wasn't long before a professor called out Vaux Duimon's name. He shot up, silently cheering himself on. I need to stop it. I can stop it. Then he briskly entered the interview room. Because the proof of that was right before his eyes, Vaux stopped in the middle of the room. In his past life, he didn't remember that Unsen would be on the selection's judging panel. He confidently placed his hands behind his back and looked straight at the judges. He had changed the future, so he needed to join the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Looking at the grim and annoyed Unsen in front of him, Vaux focused on the mission objective. He needed to be acknowledged here. The professor in charge of clerical duties gave clear and specific instructions. When the judge asks a question, you must answer concisely and verbally. Understood? He replied. Yes. The White Tower's inquisitor read the question. We will begin. 300 years ago, the formula created by the mage Ogengong, the process, the Q&A begins. The examiner asks. Russell answers, you need to apply the concept of recycled materials to change the formula. He wasn't too worried. The interview questions were easier than the ones on the written exam. While reading the question, the White Tower judge began emitting a golden mana energy. Russell noticed this. However, there was another task in the second round of the exam. The mana suddenly surged, a dazzling golden light, and immense pressure bore down. But Russell still stood tall, enduring the mana radiating from the selection committee. In his past life, he always failed at this stage, but this time was different. He answered the question steadily, without wavering. If you change the ratio of ingredients in the potion, you can achieve a 3-fold increase in effectiveness. The Gold Tower judge couldn't help but praise him. That kid is amazing. His expression didn't even change despite being in a mana storm. Unsen smirked wickedly like a predator. Is that all? A massive wave of mana erupted from him, and the pressure suddenly multiplied several times over. Russell gritted his teeth, enduring the mountain-like pressure. Unsen wore an amused smile, silently maintaining the pressure for a long time. The Gold Tower judge looked at him, frowning involuntarily. He's truly a mad fox. If this continues. The Gold Tower judge turned his head away, worried about the candidate's fate. The candidate might die. However, he was astonished to realize Russell was still standing firm. He's withstanding it, the Blue Tower judge commented with praise. That's surprising. He glanced over at the group of professors trembling under the pressure at the next table. Even the newly appointed professors in charge of clerical work were suffering. This judge silently remarked about Russell. He was definitely an enviable genius. Remaining composed under such immense pressure, he had clearly earned the judge's recognition. The system prompted, recognition from the selection committee, 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Unsen grew interested. You're still enduring it? He immediately unleashed even more mana. Let's see then. The pressure intensified several times more, and veins bulged on Russell's face. He gritted his teeth and stood firm, refusing to fall. Unsen seemed provoked by his stubbornness, his gaze growing sharper. Enough. The Blue Tower judge stood up and placed a hand on his shoulder. We still have many other interviews to conduct, so let's stop here. Unsen retracted the pressure from his mana storm, scoffing. He clicked his tongue. Just when it was getting fun. What a bore. Down below, Russell's hands, held behind his back, were trembling uncontrollably. At the next table, the Academy's new professors were gasping for air, all sharing the same thought. We survived. The White Tower judge put down the question sheet, smiling with satisfaction. You did well, you may leave. Candidate Russell left the room and closed the door. A professor's voice called out. Next, come in. He went outside and plopped down on the waiting bench from before. Only then did Russell show his anxiety and fear, trembling like a puppy. He thought he was about to die. However, His eyes suddenly lit up. Recognition from the selection committee, 9 out of 10. He let out a sigh of relief, seeing the progress was almost complete. So, this still isn't enough. Haha, he's not easy. Down the hallway, the high tower judge spoke. Velamon. He was walking with the other judges. He said, "So that's the candidate the fire tower master had his eye on." The gold tower judge added, "He's the kind of student everyone wants to recruit." What a shame. The magistrate of the White Tower suddenly asked, "Unin, the youngest priest, are you really conducting military training?" Suddenly, he turned his head and sternly asked her, "Who did you say was the youngest?" She quickly tried to explain, "No, that's not what I meant." The other two magistrates also looked at him apprehensively and fell silent. In a flashback, soldiers were running for their lives and shouting, "Stop the newcomer." They were terrified when they saw the barrier crack. One person cried out, "No, there's a crack in the barrier." A foot slammed into another man's stomach, pinning him down and slashing him. A series of mournful screams echoed as the moonlight illuminated the night sky. Unen looked at the crowd of people lying scattered on the ground and remarked, "Pathetic weaklings." He looked incredibly angry, yet tears streamed down his face. Returning to the present, Unen thought to himself, "If they break, then everyone is doomed." The scene changes to the assembly point, where a magistrate announced loudly, "It is now time to begin the third round of the examination." He explained that this test would be a treasure hunt. He held up a blue mana stone and said, "In the dense forest on the hill, the candidates must find blue mana stones." The candidates listened attentively to the magistrate. He continued, "Based on the number of mana stones the candidates manage to find and bring back, their scores will be determined." Vo looked at them and thought, "It seems like they want the candidates to steal mana stones from each other." The magistrate ordered, "All right, candidates, line up." Vo silently looked at the system window. He wondered if he could pass this third stage, sighing as he thought, "Would Unen finally acknowledge me?" The starting signal was given. Vo and the other candidates surged forward as he calculated his next move. First, he would run as fast as he could and told himself he had to do everything he possibly could. After some time, as the sun began to set, Vo wandered around, deep in thought. Should I summon it now? He cupped his hands together, and a flame ignited. He thought, it'll probably be mad at me for a little while, but it'll get over it. When he summoned Pepper, it immediately snuggled up to him. Vo said, apologetically, "It's been too long, Pepper. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry because I couldn't use magic at school." It looked at him and smiled happily. Vo created a magic circle and put his hand into it. At the same time, he said to it, "Pepper, can you help me with something?" He took out a red mana stone and said, "I want to find stones that look like this." Then he brought it to Pepper's nose, for it to smell the stone, and it immediately flew off to find more. Vo watched it and thought, "I've heard that spirits in the mana world are very sensitive to magical energy." He smiled and asked, "You've already caught its scent, huh?" It also turned its head back, looked at him, and smiled in response. Vo followed the direction Pepper was flying and said, "All right then, let's go." Up on a nearby tree, a red magic circle appeared. The scene shifts to a house, where a voice says, "Finally, I've found you." Hubert grabbed a man by the collar, lifted him up, and threatened, "The mage you dealt with, where is he now?" The man replied in fear, I don't know. I only sold him some materials needed for alchemy, that's all. That's all I know." Hubert pressed him. "What about the alchemy formula?" He growled. "Did you not know it was a heretical ritual?" Hearing this, the man was stunned. "What?" Hubert slammed the man against the wall. Hubert said something that left him stunned. "Helping those cultists is an act of treason against the kingdom. Nation." He emphasized, "I'll ask again, where did that mage go?" The other man panicked. I really don't know," he stammered. "I only heard that he was going to secretly follow a woman, who was leading her disciple with her, and that he was going to confirm that disciple's identity." Hearing this, Hubert thought of Ratto, and he immediately rushed off, his heart filled with dread. If that guy wants to confront her, it won't just be her, he thought to himself. Ratto will be in danger too. This can't be. Hubert sprinted away, his body emitting sparks of fire. He realized all the participants in the test are in danger. In the forest at night, a frustrated participant muttered to himself, "Damn it, what the heck is a mana stone?" He thought to himself, "I can't use light magic because it'll give away my position." Suddenly, he heard a strange noise, and upon seeing an odd shadow in front of him, he wondered, "Wah, what is that?" He immediately unleashed his power, Wind Arrow. He walked closer and said, "You gave me a bit of a scare." He wondered if it was another contestant. He looked around and thought, "Is he dead? After all, this is a competition." As he was about to walk away, he stopped. "Wait a minute. He turned around and thought, that guy might have a mana stone. He stepped closer but couldn't see anything. While he was bewildered, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind his back. He remained oblivious, muttering to himself. Where did he go? He suddenly looked back in terror, and a piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. Elsewhere, Vell was still searching for the mana stone. He walked on and thought about the location, observing his surroundings and saying, this must be the center of the forest? Ahead of him was a black bag full of blue mana stones, with Pepper beside it. Vell exclaimed, there it is! He felt that something was off, wondering, but why are all the mana stones gathered in one spot? Vell petted Pepper and thought to himself, well, that's done. You did a great job, Pepper. He knelt by the mana stones and noticed a golem core beside them. But this is a low-grade golem core? Vell picked it up, observed it, and thought, it's been destroyed, he deduced. It looks like it was destroyed before the golem could be summoned. Who on earth was it? Suddenly, Pepper cried out to warn Vell, and he instantly whipped his head around to look. Something rustled in the bushes, and it was heading towards him. Vell watched in shock as, suddenly, from the ground, sharp pillars of earth erupted. Vell quickly did a backflip to evade the attack. As he slid backward, a number of light bubbles floated up. He thought to himself, from earth magic. He watched them fly straight up into the sky, wondering, to light magic? Vell instantly dodged the orbs of light. The moment he landed, a massive explosion caused the ground to give way. He realized, I'm not fighting just one person. Suddenly, from behind him, a volley of ice arrows came flying. Fortunately, Pepper reacted quickly, spewing fire that melted the ice arrows. Vell praised, nice one, Pepper. He raised his hand and shot out a fire arrow. It shattered the orbs of light. The broken orbs of light fell to the ground, causing a series of explosions. Through the smoke and dust, Vell scanned his surroundings, his gaze sharp. Lay slowly stepped forward. Seeing him, Vell asked, who are you all? He looked at the man and continued, you're all supposed to be honorable students chosen by the tower. Alex emerged from his hiding spot in the bushes, and Violet also stepped out. Vell continued, and yet you, resorting to such a cowardly and dirty trick. Lay forcefully swatted his hand away and cursed, shut up. Why does a low-class bastard like you get to be the one to discover the first mana stone? He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, our group was supposed to be the only one who knew the location of the mana stone. This is completely absurd. But then he looked towards Pepper and wondered, a spirit? Violet spoke up. It's a spirit. Now I understand how he found the mana stone so quickly. Alex heard this and thought, Vell Damon. I can't believe he was hiding such a high-level skill. Vell scratched his head and said, what's so special about finding it quickly? You're talking as if there was no way I could have found it. He sighed with a smile and said, oh shoot, that reminds me. Vell continued, I almost forgot. You and the professors must have some kind of secret deal, right? Hearing this, Lay was instantly startled. He thought to himself, this guy is too sharp. Vell turned to leave and said, anyway, I have no intention of getting involved, just as long as you guys don't get in my way. Lay became furious upon hearing that. Don't kid yourself. But in an instant, Vell used Flash Step to appear behind him and threatened, go ahead and try. You'll regret it. Seeing this, Violet was completely shocked. Alex was also stunned, wondering, Flash Step? Suddenly Pepper started growling. Vell asked it, Pepper? He turned his face towards the forest and observed. He sensed movement from the forest. Vell said to Lay, hey. He replied, what? He asked. The professors who helped you. Did those old guys say they would destroy the fire golem? He answered, not at all. Alex and Violet stepped forward together. We also found this very strange. Vell immediately turned around, on guard, and said seriously, something is coming. Suddenly, a flock of birds in the forest flew away all at once. The forest began to shake violently. Hordes of zombies charged forward. Vell was stunned. Zombies? Violet panicked. Why are there zombies in the testing area? Alex added. Impossible. Lay, equally panicked, exclaimed, what? He thought to himself, I have to run. So he turned around, but the sight before him made him freeze. The four of them were surrounded by zombies. He said in despair, there's no escape. Pepper shot up into the air, and a wall of fire was instantly erected around the four of them. Lay glanced at Vell and thought, a wall of fire? That's a fourth circle magic spell. Vell turned his head and commanded, each of you will take a different direction and deal with any zombies that break through the firewall from that side. Got it? The other three were stunned. Vell shouted, did you hear me? They snapped out of it and said in unison, yes, got it. Lay thought fearfully to himself, I can't believe I was about to pick a fight with someone like him. If we had really fought, the losses would have been huge. Vell looked at the burning zombies and considered, the firewall is only a temporary solution. The zombies continued to charge into the wall of fire. He observed them and thought, I need to find the mages controlling these zombies. I have to find a way out of here. A zombie charged through the firewall. One side of its face was burned off. Vell looked at it and thought, a zombie? He pondered about the heretics who hunt for forbidden arts and the blasphemous entities they summon. He frowned and thought, in the past, the Tower Master had subdued those heretics. So are these the remnants from that incident? They came here with what purpose? Vell was suddenly startled, and he wondered, could they be hunting me? The zombies continued to madly rushing wildly. He bit his lip, thinking, no, right now I need to focus on the fight first. The magic we're using is a type of curse. He assessed that one of its characteristics is its very low mana consumption, so the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be. Rosso turned his head and reminded the other three. Everyone, manage your mana carefully. He continued to reduce his firepower and aim for their weak spots. Lai replied wearily, easier said than done. Alex added, but anyway, the Inquisitors will be here soon. If we can just hold out until then. Violet interrupted. The Inquisitors aren't coming. Lai immediately panicked. What? What are you talking about? Rosso said. She's right. He then said, there's no way the Inquisitors, from the capital's magic tower, wouldn't detect this source of evil energy? Violet replied, perhaps they've used some kind of trap to erase all traces of mana. Rosso suddenly remembered the red magic circle on the tree from this afternoon and wondered, a trap? Hearing that, Lai trembled, his will faltering. So we have to fight this whole horde of enemies by ourselves? Violet said. Reduce the size and increase the sharpness. But he was still scared and said, damn it, what's the point of fighting with such a delicate method? Beside them, Alex was trying to attack the zombies. Lai looked over at him and thought, what? Even this guy is doing it? The heretic, hiding in the distance, observed and said, they're sharp. They've already started conserving mana. The person next to him added, the brats are copying that witch's student, aren't they? He raised his hand, creating a purple fireball, and behind him was a giant monster holding a hammer. He continued, however, what if they encounter a situation where they can no longer conserve mana? Suddenly, a loud noise made Rosso and the others glance over. The monster walked through the wall of fire, roaring fiercely. Seeing it, Rosso and the other three exclaimed in shock. A Chon. Violet immediately used an ice domain spell on the Chon. A barrage of light bubbles was also launched. Alex shot a crystal light beam at the Chon, but it seemed none of it had any effect. The Chon growled menacingly. It swung its hammer high towards Alex. He looked at it in a panic, when suddenly, sparks shot out from Rosso. Origin Rosso, Flame Spear, maximum output. The Chon dropped its hammer, its body gradually disintegrating. The purple fireball in the heretic's hand shattered, and he was dumbfounded. What? He asked his accomplice. He defeated a giant Chon in just a single blow? Violet was stunned. The spell just now, she assessed, had destructive power on par with a 5-circle magic spell. She looked at Rosso and wondered, is he really a student just like me? Rosso suddenly realized something. He saw Pepper flying in circles and wondered, Pepper? The heretics observing Pepper also noticed it, thinking it was. Suddenly, Rosso laughed and said, so you're hiding over there. He created a fire spear and used the mage body skill. Violet looked at him in surprise, thinking, what is he trying to do? Rosso gripped the fire spear and said, now use your strength to throw the fire spear with all your might. As he threw it, he shouted, by my power! The fire spear was thrown with such immense force that it flew like a rocket towards the two heretics. They immediately panicked. We have to dodge, quick. Has our position been discovered already? The blazing fire spear flew towards them, and one of the heretics immediately cast a spell, hastily saying, block it, block it. A horde of zombies was. He created a shield in front of him. The firebolt flew towards the zombies. The barrier panicked as the flame rushed through them, shooting straight at the two barriers. A massive explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. Vatso watched, wondering if he had managed to finish them off. The barrier emerged from the smoke and dust, thinking to himself that woman had truly raised a monster. He used his own comrades as a shield. We were saving this move to deal with those adjudicators. He laughed maniacally. I never thought we'd end up using it on you. Vo was horrified by the scene before him. The participating candidates were being held hostage by the skeleton soldiers. Vo and the other three were once again surrounded from all sides. The bald gatekeeper suddenly exclaimed, Professor Hubert, the man with the goatee standing next to him, also spoke up awkwardly to stop him. I'm very sorry to have to say this, but only adjudicators are allowed in here, so. Hubert hastily rushed inside, calling out loudly, Senior Unsen. Unsen didn't turn his head, merely replying flatly, the mission is over. But when he heard the next report, his pupils couldn't help but widen in surprise. The cultists are also on their way here, sir, Hubert reported worriedly. They're pursuing Vaux. The candidates at the test site are also in danger, sir. Unsen's face darkened with anger, a thick killing intent radiating from him as he gritted his teeth and said, How dare they cause trouble right in front of me? The scene shifts to the forest, where W flashed a smile, a dangerous green flame in his hand. He threatened, If you move, even a single finger. A candidate was being forced to his knees by a skeleton soldier, a sword held to his neck. His face turned pale, as he felt the killing intent that could end him at any moment. W warned, I'll kill them all, and turn them into my skeleton soldiers. Vaux thought tensely, he's covering his mouth to stop him from chanting a spell. He imagined a scenario where he acted stealthily, calculating, if I can't stop him, even using flash step. In his imagination, the man still smiled triumphantly even after being stabbed. W snapped his fingers, activating a destructive magic. A bloody vision appeared in Vatso's mind where everyone would die. W and his skeleton soldiers confidently taunted, so don't even try to resist, just come on out. His face was tense as the man mentioned him, the child from the fire tower. Vaux bit his lip, thinking, just as I thought, I'm their target. He fell silent, thinking, and began to retract his own magic. Vaux slowly stepped out from the shadows to face the skeleton soldiers and W. He gave a vile laugh, saying mockingly, How impressive, I can't believe you'd sacrifice your life to save your friends. Hearing that word, Vatso froze for a moment before replying. Friends, huh? Is that so? W started to feel uneasy hearing him speak sarcastically. If you're weak, they'll call you a weakling. Violet also lowered her head, not daring to look up as Vatso spoke. But if you're strong, they'll fear you. The tied-up candidates who heard his words could only turn pale. Contempt, disgust, envy. These guys just hate others who are stronger than them. W silently watched Vaux's monologue. Vaux looked straight at him calmly and said, You probably wouldn't understand. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Vatso coldly stated the reason. I'm doing this because the duty of a guardian is to protect everyone. W covered his face, trying to suppress his insane laughter. He replied mockingly, In a world where the strong hunt the weak? What's that? Duty? Justice? He raised his hand and began to command the legion of skeleton soldiers to advance towards him. At him. W began to retort, That's just tough talk from the weak. Joso sneered contemptuously and said, Look who's talking, the one hiding behind his skeleton soldiers, too scared to do anything himself. He started to get angry, lowering his head and biting his lip to suppress his anger. W commanded a skeleton soldier to move behind Joso, and it grabbed him, holding him tight in place. He said, Fine, since that's what you want. The skeleton soldier suddenly took a cloth and wrapped it around Joso's mouth, then tied it tightly. W shouted in anger, Then I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. He summoned waves of white bones that swirled around him. W's eyes widened as he growled, You brat from the fire tower. W, holding a sharp-boned sword, looked smugly at the restrained Joso and said, It's a real shame I won't get to hear you scream, but I have no other choice. Joso glared, watching his next move. Joso's mind raced, thinking there was a type of magic that didn't require a verbal incantation. He began to recall that spell, one that could be cast with will alone. In his memories, the system window appeared, announcing, You have completed the quest. You will receive a medium-grade monostone as a reward. You have gained great enlightenment from soul summoning and have reached the 4th circle of magic. You will receive an additional reward. Joso was puzzled by the reward. An additional reward? A ring appeared on his hand, surrounded by sparks of lightning. Joso thought curiously, a ring. And it was a magical artifact, the Cloud Ring, which could transform into a thundercloud on command. The ring's power would be unleashed and grow along with the user's own development. Suddenly, lightning flashed across the sky. The sound echoed throughout the gloomy forest. W said excitedly, Your death will be the prelude to our revenge. The moment he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, startling him. Flickering sparks of lightning began to erupt from Joso's body. W, astonished, looked up at the sky and involuntarily exclaimed, The sky! At that very moment, Joso used his magic, a command echoing in his mind. Crush them, Thunderhoof. A blinding light flashed from the sky, illuminating the entire area as powerful bolts of lightning struck down, creating immense pressure. The attack forced everyone to step back and shield their eyes. W took the full force of the blow, screaming in agony as the orb of blue fire in his hand was also shattered to pieces. A moment later, as the smoke and dust began to clear, his pathetic state was revealed. W had been struck by lightning and was charred completely black. The skeleton soldiers he controlled had also collapsed. Joso remained standing, a powerful energy still radiating from him. Just then, Violet approached from behind. She gently untied the ropes binding Joso, praising him in admiration. "I can't believe you thought to use a magical artifact in that situation. You're really amazing." Joso calmly removed the gag from his mouth and replied, "Thanks." Violet scratched her head shyly and said, "We're the ones who should be thanking you." Composing herself, she turned to the other standing contestants and suggested, "We need to call the judges over here, quickly." The chaotic scene made Violet worry. "It looks like everyone needs medical attention." Lai laughed and said to a girl, warning her, "Don't forget to tell the judges what I did for you." Alex urged everyone, "Form a line." Under the starry night sky, Joso said calmly, "The judges will be here soon." Violet wondered, "What? How do they know about this?" He smiled and replied, "Because my friend will lead them here." Pepper was actively leaving signs on the tree trunks to guide them. Wherever it went, it burned a symbol. Before long, a trail of light was lit up in the middle of the forest. She looked at him with admiration, wondering, just how many steps ahead has he planned? He noticed something was off and looked down, observing the ring on his hand gradually weakening. He thought to himself, "The cloud ring uses more mana than I thought." As Violet was leaving, W, who had already been defeated, began to stir. He angrily recited a sacrificial incantation, "A sacrifice for my deeds." W's eyes bulged like a puppet's as he mumbled, my lifespan, and even my very death." Afterwards, they both felt a murderous aura rapidly returning. Just then, a mountain of white bones was summoned. They piled on top of one another, then transformed into a monster right before Violet and Joe's eyes, summoning a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton growled from above, its blazing red eyes looking down at them, its long tongue lolling out menacingly. Joe's eyebrows furrowed as he raised a hand to shield himself from the radiating energy. He thought to himself, "This is way beyond a level 5. Seeing that the situation was dire, Violet turned her head and shouted the order, "Everyone, run into the forest!" From the side, the other students shoved their classmates, their terrified faces showing their haste to escape as they thought, "I have to get away, no matter what." Suddenly, one of their eyes widened in complete shock, and his entire body froze. Lei stared at the bags stuffed full of mana stones and mumbled, "That's over where Joe is." Violet turned back to look at him, yelling in confusion, "What are you doing? Why aren't you running?" Joe looked forward and explained, "It's targeting those. You go on ahead, I'm the only one who can hold it off until the examiners get here." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Unsen and Hubert were rushing towards the battle. Back with Joe, in front of him, the giant skeleton was slowly advancing on him with its terrifying face and long tongue. Violet glanced over at Joe, who was standing firm before the giant skeleton, and couldn't help but feel confused. He must be out of mana, so what is he doing? Her eyes followed Joe's resolute figure, her hand tightening around her own flame spear, as she silently called his name in her mind, Joe Do Monday. The giant skeleton raised its arm high into the air and then swung it down with all its might, aiming for the spot where Joe was standing. It created a massive impact, but thankfully, he had already leaped behind the giant skeleton, thinking, "My shield would have never blocked that." Joe gritted his teeth, gripping his flame spear and pulling it back, thinking, even one hit from that thing would be fatal. He then powerfully threw the flame spear forcefully at the giant skeleton. The monster's massive tail slammed into the ground, causing small cracks to appear on the surface. The entire giant skeleton trembled as a large wound appeared on its waist, causing it to roar in pain. Joe landed back on the ground, looking up at the giant skeleton before him and silently assessing it. That attack hit its mark, but he frowned, beads of sweat on his face, as he thought, "This is tough." Joe's annoyed voice rang out as he watched the giant skeleton begin to regenerate its wound. Tsh! It has a healing factor, too. Suddenly, its tail began moving underneath the ground, causing Joe to focus on its movements. But it was difficult. Realizing it was underground, the giant skeleton soldier's tail rapidly moved towards Joe, catching him off guard. Then suddenly, its tail shot out of the ground, heading for Joe. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it but couldn't hide his shock, exclaiming, "Its tail?" The skeleton soldier's tail whipped through the air in front of Joe. All of a sudden, it lunged down swiftly. Seeing this, Joe raised his arm to block, frowning and cursing under his breath. Damn it! Suddenly, an ice arrow shot straight into the tail of the giant skeleton soldier, stopping its attack to Joe's confusion. On the other side, Violet was using her power, shouting loudly, "You saved my life." She suddenly created numerous ice arrows, aimed them at the giant skeleton soldier, and continued, "So I can't just leave you and run, can I?" Violet directed the ice arrows to shoot straight at the giant skeleton soldier, causing a part of its body to freeze over. Her voice rang out again, and like you said, Suddenly, among the crowd of fleeing people, a pair of feet stopped upon hearing Violet's voice. Alex turned his head to look back, as Violet's voice now rang out with conviction. "This is the duty of a guardian." The others also stopped at the same time, looking at each other without saying a word. Violet continued her assault. They started to turn and run back towards the battle, much to Lei's disbelief, who was still clutching his bag of supplies and screamed in terror. "Huh? Why are you guys going back?" He grew angry seeing them continue towards the battle and yelled, "Are you all crazy?" Lei kept shouting, "I don't care what happens to any of you." On the other side, a figure lying motionless on the ground suddenly woke up when a small rock accidentally flew and hit him. Savi, in immense pain, tried to move, gritting his teeth and letting out a groan, but suddenly his eyes widened in astonishment, his voice faltering. Could it be? Savi's gaze turned towards the fierce battle as he exclaimed, "A sacrificial lure? A giant skeleton soldier?" He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Haha, serves them right, going through all that trouble just to be the only one to survive." Savi saw the group of students standing in formation behind Joe and continued, "They've all gotten into formation." Alex scratched his head, his voice full of remorse. "Sorry for being late." Joe was shocked, thinking to himself that this wasn't his plan. His eyes widened as he looked back, silently pondering. Then a smile spread across his face as he understood something. He smiled, his eyes filled with determination as he spoke. "Flame spear. If you all want to fight together, I won't stop you." Then he threw the flame spear straight at the giant skeleton soldier, saying, "But if you want to live, if you want to win," Joe seriously proposed, "then listen carefully to what I have to say." Just then, the giant skeleton soldier swung its arm, shattering the ice on its body. It roared, its entire body emitting waves of green energy. Joe shouted from the side, "I'll create an opening." He gathered all his strength, swinging the arm that gripped the flame spear, and commanded loudly, "So, attack with everything you've got." Then Joe forcefully threw the flame spear towards the approaching giant skeleton soldier, which didn't even have time to react before the flame spear rushed at it. Seeing the opportune moment, Joe yelled to the others, "Now!" At that moment, a volley of power-infused arrows sped towards the giant skeleton soldier, creating a massive explosion. The light, a blinding light, forced everyone to shield their eyes, followed by a thick cloud of swirling dust. The giant skeleton cried out in pain. Vaughn saw it slowly starting to regenerate itself and couldn't help but curse. "Damn it." He angrily gritted his teeth, grabbing his own trembling hand and muttering once more. Vaughn tried to move his hand, focusing his mana, telling himself again, "Flame spear." He thought to himself that everyone had risked staying behind to face the danger. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Unsen and Hubert were still rushing toward the battle. Vaughn told himself in his heart, for the duty of a guardian, they were still trying to get to the battle as quickly as possible. Back at the battle, Vaughn looked at the students still trying to destroy the giant skeleton and reminded himself it was for them and for him. Suddenly, the flames around him began to flare up, enveloping his entire body. He thought to himself, "So I have to go even further." A horn grew from Vaughn's forehead. His eyes gradually changed, his red pupils slowly turning yellow. His heart filled with determination. "I have to protect them." Vaughn's entire body was surrounded by fire. He gritted his teeth, his hand clutching the spear. "Flame spear!" he shouted with all his might, and Vaughn's whole body moved, aiming the spear towards the giant skeleton. His eyes widened when he saw the opportunity, and Vaughn immediately threw the flame spear with decisive force. The others saw this, and also controlled their powers, shouting in unison to attack. A massive surge of power enveloped the flame spear as it shot forward rapidly. The flame spear sped towards the giant skeleton, causing it to cry out in terror. The flame spear passed through its body, causing the giant skeleton's entire form to crumble. Unsen rushed toward the ongoing battle, and he saw the examinees fighting a monster, a giant skeleton. Unsen unhappily gritted his teeth. What are those weaklings trying to do? They should have run away. Vermalan Unsen believed that weakness was a fatal flaw. If just one person falls, everyone else will follow. He stood and watched for a long time, without intervening. until a spark of fire appeared in the distance. That spark powerfully shattered Unsen's perception. A flame spear. The flame was stronger than ever, illuminating the entire forest, incredibly blinding. But on that day, Unsen realized that the flame spear had powerfully shattered the giant skeleton's skull. Vaughn panted in exhaustion, and Unsen realized it was precisely because they were weak that when just one person stood up, with the other examinees fighting alongside him, they would all rise together. A powerful explosion erupted, flames shot into the sky, and as the smoke and fire cleared, the giant skeleton fell to the ground, revealing the face of the heretic inside, still alive. He gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes glowing with a strange green magic. It's not over. Following his magic, the broken pieces began to reassemble onto the skeleton's body. It wasn't over yet, but he had no idea what danger was waiting for him. A foot stepped sideways to gain momentum. Unsen gathered magic into his fist, and an enormous amount of power accumulated in the palm of his hand. Overheat. Wei finally felt the terrifying pressure that threatened his life. Unsen punched hard towards Wei, unleashing the magical force in his hand. "Be gone, you evil thing." His power left the examinees gaping in astonishment. Waiting for the smoke and fire to clear, the large cone-shaped area in front of Unsen had been completely leveled. That Wei guy would have been completely obliterated. From behind him, a weak voice called out, "If you were going to come." Rasso's body swayed. About to fall. "You should have come sooner." With that, he fainted, and a swift hand caught him from behind. Hubert suddenly appeared behind him, catching Rasso and praising him. "Well done." Even the difficult Unsen managed a rare, satisfied smile. Right then, the system appeared, announcing the selection judge's approval rating was 10 out of 10. "You have completed the mission. You have received the reward of a mid-grade mana stone." When Rasso opened his eyes, he saw the ceiling lights above him, and a concerned voice asked from the side, "Are you awake? You still look pretty dazed, like you haven't had enough sleep." Rasso suddenly sat up, startled. "Are the other candidates okay?" Hubert reassured him. "Thanks to you, they're all safe and sound." He breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a relief." Professor Hubert adjusted his glasses. "Everyone is saying the same thing. If it weren't for you, Rasso, they all would have lost their lives." He smiled humbly, a bit embarrassed. "Ah, they helped me too." The professor smiled gently. "But aren't you curious about the results of the test?" Rasso was slow to realize. "Oh, that's right. The selection test," Hubert explained. "Actually, there were a lot of issues. From the moment the heretics attacked the test area, the mission became meaningless. In this situation, cooperation was more important than competition. Therefore, all the selection judges came to a conclusion. In this selection test, the person who deserves the highest score, he announced the result, is you." Rasso was stunned with surprise, a feeling of joy creeping into his heart. He thought to himself, "The highest score in the tower's selection test?" Rasso bowed his head. "Thank you, sir." In his heart, he felt relieved. He could finally graduate from the academy. Hubert continued, "As for the heretics, an investigation has been launched to find out who was behind everything. Soon, they will get to the root of the problem." Then, Rasso said, "Actually, there's still one more heretic." The professor was startled. Wasn't there only one? The remaining heretic had fled when he saw the situation turn sour. Savi escaped, holding a grudge. "I will make you pay for this humiliation. You rookie from the tower." Unsen pushed the door open, carrying a bundle. "It seems I've lost his trail," Rasso said cheerfully. "You're here, senior?" Unsen nodded slightly. "Let me see how you're doing." Hubert, afraid Unsen might cause trouble for him, cautiously suggested he should rest for a while but was stopped by him. "Professor," he smiled brightly to reassure him, "I'm fine." That evening, on the training grounds, Rasso stood facing Unsen. He looked more refreshed than his usual annoyed expression when fighting heretics. "You must have been bored," Unsen stated the reason, "having to fight those weaklings." Rasso didn't respond to this comment. He clenched his fist and continued, "I believe weakness itself is a flaw, and that thought of mine has never changed." At this point, Rasso interjected, "I agree with you. But..." He looked up to share his own thoughts. "The weak exist so that the strong can become stronger and protect them. And the weak, because the strong have protected them, will also strive to improve themselves." Rasso concluded, "So no one gets left behind, and we will all move forward together." Hearing this, Unsen frowned slightly, his thoughts unreadable. Then he smirked. "Not a bad answer." He tossed the bundle in his hand to him. "Open it." Rasso caught it, feeling suspicious. He opened the package, revealing a cloak with a red rose pattern, identical in design to the one on Unsen's shoulders. The fire tower's cloak. Unsen nodded with a knowing smile. Don't celebrate just yet. He explained that, to join the fire tower, he still had to pass one more test. Jaso was confused, wondering to himself, but, isn't the entrance exam already over? Unsen narrowed his eyes and explained. You could consider it an ancient tradition. He used magic to draw a circle at his feet. Unsen laid out the rules. Try to make me leave this circle. You can use any magic you want. He waved his hand confidently. If you can make me move out of this circle, you win. But if you fail, you'll have to pay a fitting price. Jaso looked up at him. Placing one hand behind his back, he secretly gathered magic. Don't regret this later. Jaso held his hand out in front, as if he hadn't just been doing something behind his back. He gave a knowing smile. You're the one who said I could use. Jaso's fighting spirit flared as crimson fire magic flowed around his body. Any kind of magic I want. The mansion suddenly began to shake violently. This even startled Hubert, who was walking down the hallway, making him jump in alarm. At that very moment, Unsen was bracing himself against the attack that caused the powerful tremor. Furthermore, his feet were being pushed back. This made him chuckle to himself. I'm covered in armor of at least 5th-tier magic. He never expected to be pushed back by someone so young. And yet I'm still being pushed back? Just then, Hubert ran over and shouted, Senior, what are you doing? He angrily scolded Unsen. I can't believe you're pushing Jaso so hard, when his body hasn't even fully recovered. Feeling a bit guilty for being caught red-handed, Unsen awkwardly made an excuse. This is a long-standing tradition of our fire tower. However, Hubert bluntly stated that it seemed more like the actions of a childish brat. His pride wounded, Unsen retorted loudly. What do you mean, childish? I'm doing this to instill some discipline in him before he has to live with everyone else. Of course, Hubert didn't back down and argued. If he still needs you to teach him discipline, then perhaps the pillars of the academy have all gone corrupt. He then sighed helplessly and turned to apologize to Jaso. I'll apologize on his behalf. Of course, Jaso didn't mind and replied with a smile. I'm fine. Just then, Unsen spoke up. By the way, you're the first person to pass this trial since I created it. He never imagined someone could actually pass his brutal test, and that person was Jaso. The magic the boy used also astonished him, utilizing a primordial magic artifact. On top of the explosion from before, it was so powerful that it made him lose his footing and step back. There was something else Unsen hadn't anticipated. He never expected the boy could also summon a spirit. At this point, he could only exclaim, Honestly, I'm thoroughly impressed. After hearing this, Hubert asked in surprise, Jaso summoned a spirit? Jaso then introduced the little spirit in his hand. Yes. Its name is Pepper. Both Unsen and Hubert stared intently at Pepper, who let out an innocent little chirp. The two old men sighed in resignation. It is pretty cute. The next day, on the podium, Jaso stood representing the graduating students and read his speech aloud. And finally, Jaso, Monday. He sent a bright smile to his friends. Sincere congratulations. I hope that you will all be guided by the light of mana. As soon as he finished reading, a round of congratulatory applause erupted from below. The early morning sun shone through the rows of trees. Hubert praised Joe's speech. That graduation speech was fitting for the top student. These words made Joe reply happily. Thank you, Professor. You're no longer a student. From now on, you can call me Senior. Following his words, he quickly changed his form of address. Yes, Senior. Then he asked Han, do you have a place to stay in the capital yet? He honestly answered, I was thinking of finding a small room on the outskirts of the capital. Suddenly, Hubert suggested, there's no need. Stay at my place. Anyway, I can't go home until my contract with the academy is over. His offer made Joe ask in surprise, Is that really okay? He casually replied, Of course, I'm the one offering it to you. At this moment, he remembered the time Darius offered to buy him a house. I can't believe I haven't even used the luxury apartment I bought from the Tower Master. Moreover, she had reminded him, the market price of this place is quite expensive. Thinking about that, a sense of unease rose within him. Why does this feel so familiar? A moment later, in his room, Vell was busy packing his things, and Pepper was also helping him. Just then, the system sent a notification. Congratulations on graduating from the academy. Special gifts are being sent. Reward, high-grade mana stone. This notification, along with the scroll in his hand, made him exclaim in surprise, This is? He opened the scroll and found a map similar to the last one. Another notification appeared. Mission 1. Find the location marked on the map and resolve the related quest. Seeing the place on the map, he smiled smugly, saying there was no way he wouldn't recognize this place. According to preliminary information, it's a forbidden island, a place where ordinary people are not allowed to set foot, Sin Island. This is a place that's easy to enter but hard to leave, filled with demonic beasts, an extremely dangerous place. To get there, I would need to at least reach the level of a 6th circle mage. Remembering this information, Vell had something he was quite curious about. I'm extremely curious about how this sudden opportunity came to me. He couldn't understand its purpose. He recalled that day, that person stabbed him while uttering a confusing sentence. I never thought the horn of the Forgotten King would be carved onto your body. This made him wonder, does it simply want me to become stronger? Remembering the feeling of that horn piercing his stomach, he wondered if there was another purpose for making him stronger. That horn had granted him unexpected power. With this power, back in the present, Vell sat on the bed and told himself he still didn't know anything. He picked up Pepper and said, "But I have to get stronger, because after all, I still have many things to protect." Later, he was sitting in a carriage speeding down the road, and from inside, a voice asked, "Is this your first time in the capital?" He politely replied, "No, I've been there before." Hearing this, Unen suddenly remembered something. "Ah, right. This kid is from the demon clan. I almost forgot." Suddenly, Joe spoke up. "Senior, there's something I'd like to ask you." Unen casually replied, "What is it?" Vell recalled the mission that Professor Hubert had mentioned before. He wanted to know one thing. Was it related to those heretics? Right? The reason you're asking is because you think there's no way the professor could have shown up right when they attacked. Your intelligence makes Unen laugh and offer praise. You're sharp, so he honestly confirms it. That's right, Hubert's mission was to track the heretical council. However, there's one thing I'm not clear on, and I'm not even sure if calling them a council is correct. This group worships a severed head. Hearing this, Jaso eagerly offers, "I want to help with that mission too." Unen hears this and teases him with a laugh. "What? You want to hunt down heretics?" He might be joking on the outside, but inside he's still wary of Jaso, finding it hard to tell if he's lying. In his judgment, the boy has incredibly honest eyes. After a moment of silent thought, he agrees loudly. "All right. A man's gotta have big dreams. I'll report this to the Tower Master." Seeing that he agreed, Jaso exclaims happily, "Thank you, sir." Before he could even be happy for a few seconds, the man adds one word. "But." Unen laughs and states his condition, "Only if you agree to learn my magic before we reach the capital." His condition makes Jaso sigh in resignation. He really loves making bets, doesn't he? Unen then quickly demonstrates the magic he's so proud of. Its name is Overheat. He explains it's a one-shot kill type of magic. According to Unen's introduction, Overheat is a one-hit kill skill that's used by concentrating mana for just a brief moment. Fearing Jaso wouldn't understand, he even gives a specific example. You can imagine it's like using a slingshot. You compress the mana and then release it. After saying that, he waves his hand to disperse the magical energy, then asks with a smile, "Think you can do it?" A while later, the two of them stop at a spot, and Jaso begins to practice the method Unen taught him. He trains day and night on the road, and it seems he has mastered the skill. One fine day, a thunderous explosion echoes near a cliff. Jaso easily unleashes an attack that pierces through the mountainside. This makes Unen extremely satisfied, truly exceeding my expectations. He's a bit in disbelief at Jaso's ability. I can't believe he managed to fuse Overheat with his own original magic. I've never met anyone this talented before. Just then, Jaso raises his trembling hand and complains in disappointment, "My hand is still shaking too much." However, Unen gently places a hand on his shoulder and advises, "You already know how to use it." But he points out a few drawbacks when using this skill. Overheat requires concentrating mana at a single point, so you have to be careful about counterattacks after using it. Hearing this, Jaso voices an opinion. "In that case, it's very risky if I use this move against strong opponents." Unen knew he would say that, and replies with a smile, "Not always. Remember, the best defense is a good offense." On the day the two of them arrived in the capital, Unen's advice still lingered in Jaso's mind. As I said, you never know when someone stronger than you will appear. He also carefully instructed. However, the strong always tend to look down on the weak. That's the moment they lower their guard. At the same time, Alan was helping Melv down from the carriage. "Please step down slowly." While doing so, he noticed a figure across the way. That figure was none other than Jaso. He also recognized him. It was him. Unen's final reminder was that when the time comes, the trick he had hidden would be the deciding factor. A moment later, he went to thank Dariat in person. "Thank you. It's only thanks to you, Tower Master, that I've reached the position I'm in today." Dariat replied cheerfully. "Congratulations on joining the Fire Tower." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Hey," she said, looking towards Melville and Alan. then said, "You're lucky you came just in time for a visit from the master of the Spear Tower." The true identities of those two are Alan Pett, a mage from the Spear Tower, and Hemingway Melville, the master of the Spear Tower. Just then Melville spoke up. "I was just wondering why you chose today of all days to meet with me." His eyes fell on Jaro, and he sighed, saying, "So it was to show off the student you took in during your twilight years, huh?" Dariat made no attempt to hide it, and replied proudly. Of course, she even boasted that this boy, despite his young age, is already a hero who took down a heretic. Saying this, she showed her annoyance at Melville's condescending attitude, and spoke her mind. "Is there something wrong with me bragging about my student? Your complaints are really starting to annoy me." As for Jaro, his gaze was fixed forward. He recognized Melville's disciple, Alan Pett, who in a few years would earn the title of the youngest 6th-level mage, an extraordinary genius. He recalled a memory from his past. In his past life, the man had helped him a great deal. He never expected they would meet again like this. After a moment of silence, Melville finally spoke up. "Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's nothing to brag about." At this point, it was his turn to brag about his own disciple. If you just look at it objectively, you'd see Alan's skills are superior. Seeing the two of them, about to start comparing again, Unin sighed helplessly. There they go again. Good grief. And so the battle began. Dariat, burning with anger, said, "Oh, did you forget that this student of mine is younger?" Melville shot right back without missing a beat. "Before making my judgment, I already factored that in." Her mana flared, clashing with his, and she even let out a laugh, saying that if you really factored that in, you must be so clever. He didn't hesitate to fire back. "Well then, teach your little boy properly, then you can try to argue with me. Are you afraid to lose?" Seeing that his master was about to start a real fight, Alan quickly placed his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He stepped forward with a smile to mediate. "Our tower master isn't normally like this, but every time he meets you, he shows this childish side of himself." These words made Melville roar in frustration. "What did you say?" But Alan remained perfectly calm and said, "You must be reminiscing about your younger days, sir." This comment made Melville even more furious. What is this scoundrel spouting nonsense for? Just then, he leaned in and whispered in his master's ear, "Tower Master, don't you have a visit to the royal palace today?" Reminded of his schedule, Melville finally calmed down and said, That's right." After calming his master down, Alan approached Jaro and said, "I would like to apologize for our rudeness." He extended his hand for a handshake. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Junior." Knowing that he was apologizing for his master's temper, Jaro quickly said it was no problem. But then he suddenly hesitated and spoke up. "But," he stated frankly, "I'm actually a little disappointed." In a calm voice, he said, "I wanted to show my magic to the two of you." His words left Unin slightly startled, thinking to himself in surprise, "Just look at this kid." Well now, this kid. As for Melville, he seemed to absolutely love So's attitude, laughing heartily and saying, "How gutsy." Then his tone suddenly dropped. "I'm curious," he said, as he suddenly unleashed his magical power and asked, "I wonder where that confidence of yours comes from." So wasn't the least bit afraid of his magic. On the contrary, he was actually savoring it. "Is this the mana of the Blue Tower's master? It feels like I'm drowning in the ocean." This reaction from the boy left him both pleased and intrigued. "I never thought something could surprise me at my age." Just then, Melv stood up and called out to the master of the fire tower. He made a proposition. "How about we make a wager?" This offer piqued Dariat's interest. "A wager, you say?" At that very moment, a bet was struck concerning So and Alan. 5 years. Within 5 years, if your disciple, he laid out the terms of the gamble, manages to catch up to my disciple's level, the prize he put on the line was a priceless treasure. I will give you one of my mythical relics. Naturally, this ignited Dariat's competitive spirit. She let out an, "Oh." As for So, the moment he heard what the prize was, he was utterly astonished. A mythical relic. From what he knew, it was a relic from the Age of Myths. Artifacts that have survived since the forgotten Age of Myths. From what I've heard, even the weakest of these relics contains an amount of mana approaching that of the 7th circle. Just then, Dariat suddenly countered with a different time frame. 3 years. The shortened period startled Melv, who exclaimed, "What?" Dariat didn't hesitate to go all in on this bet. "If my disciple cannot catch up to yours in 3 years, then I will give you my mythical relic, old man." Her high-stakes play made Melv chuckle. "It's not too late to take back your words, you know." However, she paid him no mind and said smugly, "You'd better start preparing your relic." Seeing that things were settled, Melv saw no reason to stay longer and turned to leave. "Let's go." That's enough of a friendly greeting for one day. Before leaving, Alan politely bowed to Dariat. Then we shall take our leave, Master of the Fire Tower. A moment later, as the master and disciple pair were walking down the stairs, Alan asked worriedly, Sir, putting up a mythical relic as a wager like that, is it really all right? Melv answered nonchalantly. Of course not. His response made Alan exclaim in shock. What? Paying no mind to his bewilderment, the master instead reminded him leisurely, so you'd better give it your all. Since things had come to this, Alan had no choice but to play along. Very well, I will properly fulfill my role as his senior. After that conversation, the two said no more. Melv's gaze drifted out the window as he thought to himself, the Vaemon clan. Meanwhile, upstairs, Unsen was helplessly scolding. So, it's only the first day, and you're already causing trouble. Is Alan a friend of yours? So felt guilty from the scolding, and could only reply, I'm sorry. Right now, Melv is very interested in you, and he's wondering if resurrection is possible. Dariat lifted her teacup and asked, Unsen told me, you want to help track the cultists? So confirmed honestly, yes ma'am. His certainty prompted Dariat to quickly share some news. What perfect timing, my informant just sent me a report. She then revealed some rather shocking information. They found traces of the cultists who attacked the academy. At the same time, she also provided information on where the attacker was hiding, located in the neutral city of Sudra. Furthermore, this criminal was trying to slip away, attempting to escape on his own. When Jackson heard this, he had to admit that Sudra, a haven for criminals, was a good place for him to hide. At that moment, Darius said in a serious tone that since he had faced the criminal before, it would be easier for him to track the guy down compared to others. At this point, her voice suddenly lowered as she warned, You know, kid, that guy has probably already set a trap. Then she asked, Do you still want to take the risk? Right then, Jackson suddenly stood at attention. He saluted in a perfect manner and declared, I will fulfill my duty as a protector of this kingdom. His declaration made Darius sigh and say, All right then, you can set off tomorrow. Before letting him leave, she also didn't forget to remind him, I'll have a teleportation gate ready for you. Don't forget to bring your gear. Her permission to participate in this operation made him feel more relieved than ever. It was a good thing she allowed it, as this was the first step to preventing Professor Hubert's death. A short while later, on a crowded street, a carriage moved slowly along the road. Jackson, sitting inside, was stunned by what he had received. He couldn't believe they gave him 2 high-grade potions. In his past life, they were so expensive he couldn't even afford to look at them. At the same time, he knew very well why he was receiving so many good items. She had allowed him to take on the mission, but she must still be worried because he was just a rookie. Just as he was looking out the carriage window, he suddenly saw something. A magnificent building made him remember something. This is. So he quickly shouted to the coachman, Let me out for a moment. What business could he have at the Lofrium Museum's fantasy room? I forgot. Right now, Jackson was standing in front of a withered heart, placed in a glass case, thinking to himself, The source of my regression started from here. Then he spoke to the inanimate object, Long time no see. Questions always swirled in his mind. I kept wondering why a miracle happened to me, and now I have the answer. He clenched his fist and spoke with determination to grow stronger and protect even more people. At that very moment, the withered heart suddenly reacted. The system appeared with a new message, announcing a quest to protect the heart. Protect the Dragon King's heart, which is stored at the Endian Museum in the capital. The reward was unknown. It also announced the Dragonification quest. Awaken the dragon's power through one's will. The rewards were a mid-grade monostone and a mana core. Looking at the rewards he would receive after the quest, Jackson couldn't help but exclaim, So they're generous with their quests too, huh? As for the first reward, in his opinion, first was the Dragon King's heart, which meant he would have to perform in a way that was worthy of the items bestowed by the royal family. It would be difficult, but not impossible. However, when he got to the second notification, he felt a bit uneasy. But what is dragonification? He immediately went into deep thought. Seeing that Jackson still didn't quite understand the term, the system popped up to provide an explanation for dragonification. Instantly, he felt an abundant source of mana within him, causing him to exclaim in astonishment. At this moment, he was feeling a source of mana he had never possessed before. I've never felt like this. At all. In that moment of crisis, he felt his magic being enhanced. Just then, Russell suddenly saw something. It turned out he could see his evolved self in the reflection of the glass case. The transformation made him exclaim, Is that really me? Time passed until sunset, and Vole had returned to his room. He sat on his bed and thought to himself, It seems this power manifested during the ordeal by fire. He recalled the moment the system announced, "You have fully absorbed the horn of the Forgotten King. Mana essence exceeding the absorption limit will be stored as a foundation." Remembering these things, he troubledly stroked Pepper's head and confided in it. "I wish I could control these feelings at will," he thought silently, believing he could unleash even more power by combining his heat form with dragonification. The damage would probably be nearly as critical as a level 6. However, that was just a thought, as Russell knew he was facing a difficulty. "The problem is, I have no way to tame it, since the power only manifests when I'm in danger." While he was deep in thought, Pepper seemed to have an idea. "I don't have time to train because I still have missions. And even if I did, normal training methods wouldn't work." Suddenly, Pepper bit hard on Russell's pants and pulled forcefully, as if trying to drag him somewhere. No matter what it did, he remained listless like a zombie, wondering, "What should I do?" Seeing him lamenting like this, Pepper got a little annoyed. "No matter how hard I focus, I can't replicate that feeling of panic from before." Seeing him complain endlessly, it got annoyed and breathed fire right in his face. Then it screeched a lecture at him. Vell understood exactly what Pepper meant and exclaimed, "You mean you can help me?" Seeing that he understood its intention, it chirped happily a few times. Following its lead, he quickly sat up straight, and it climbed onto his head. Next, Russell gradually entered a meditative state, and a moment later, he appeared somewhere else. He quickly realized where this place was. "This is the spiritual realm where I first met Pepper." Now he realized why Pepper had brought him here. That's right. Time flows differently here than it does outside. This might be the ideal place to train my magic, but I don't have anyone to spar with. While Russell was looking around bewildered, he suddenly sensed a figure behind him. As soon as he turned around, he was a bit startled to see a giant dragon. Looking closely, the dragon seemed familiar, so he hesitantly called out Pepper's name. Hearing him call its name, Pepper happily lowered its head to let him pet it. He exclaimed helplessly, "So it was you." Then Russell said a bit awkwardly, "Thank you for helping me, but fighting you is a bit." Before he could finish, a horde of monsters suddenly appeared around him to spar with. This made him nod and say, "I guess I was worried for nothing." Looking at the training monsters advancing towards him, Russell flashed a very interested smile. He stretched his limbs to prepare for an intense training session. "Well then, please help me out." In a tavern crowded with people, two subordinates asked, "Chief, the heretics have already left the capital city. Should we pursue them?" The leader of the Fire Mage Scouts quickly reminded everyone, "Everyone, get ready to move out." Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the innkeeper, "Jackson, please report to the fire tower that something is up." Jackson raised his hand, signaled his understanding, and replied, "All right, everyone, be careful." Hearing this, the leader of the Fire Mage spies smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry," he mentioned Ro. "So a member personally trained by Daria must be on their way to help. I can't let him take all the glory for himself." After saying that, he swished his cloak and left with a majestic posture. Fearlessly, he firmly told his comrades, "Let's go." 3 days later, at that same tavern, a communication orb delivered some news that made Jackson extremely anxious. "The god of the fire tower, he has to get here quickly." So, this time, the news is bad. Sudra sent an urgent report that the dispatched fire tower spy had gone missing. The next morning on the streets, the townspeople seemed surprised by something they saw. What is it? It turns out they were noticing Ro and curiously wondering why a kid like him was in Sudra. He was currently in the neutral city of Sudra, strolling through the city and thinking to himself, "If it weren't for the space gate in the Imperial City, it would have taken a while to get to Sudra, a whole week." Besides that, there was another matter. But thanks to his training in the spirit realm where time stands still, that place made him feel like he was losing his concept of time. It felt like it took him a whole month to get here. Also in that place, the fire magic within Ro exploded violently. Thanks to that, he finally reached the level he desired. And of course, he succeeded with enhancement magic like dragonification. The system sent a series of notifications. "You have obtained the power of a dragon through your own efforts. Dragon bones will represent your proficiency in the dragonification process. Your understanding of the fire attribute will increase exponentially." Despite gaining this power, Ro still struggled with some things. He could destroy monsters, but there were still too many problems to solve. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. The monster that looked like a bird attacked him with a powerful magic blast. Just as he was about to fight back, the fire spear in his hand suddenly vanished, so he took the full force of that attack. After getting his butt kicked, Ro realized the first problem was that the duration was too short. After being beaten to a pulp, he cursed in frustration. Damn it, it only lasts for 15 seconds? After cursing, he tried to get up, but another problem arose. The second was the backlash from using it. This backlash, while he was thinking about the second difficult problem, someone suddenly dared to block his path. Just like overheat, when I use this skill, I lose my ability to defend myself. A thug appeared out of nowhere and brazenly blocked his way. Moreover, he spoke in a sleazy voice, asking, "Hey kid, are you lost? If you want, I can show you the way." While the thug was trying to lure Ro, he was planning to ignore him, but he suddenly remembered something. Ah, so that's it. A little later at a tavern in the city, the bald guy who had dared to block Ro's path earlier was now all bruised up, smiling as he led him to this place. This place was the Yellow Wyvern. He and his underling even cordially saw him inside, wishing him a pleasant visit. Looking at these two, Ro felt a bit of disdain, a bunch of jobless bums. Then he sighed helplessly and said, "Get lost." A moment later, he stepped inside, and the tavern's manager greeted him as soon as he saw him. "Welcome, valued customer." Then he asked, "What would you like to have?" Ro casually ordered a drink, a 37-year-old red rake cocktail, mixed with 12-year-old brick. Straight up. A guy nearby heard his order and immediately scoffed. "You psycho. Are you trying to make a cocktail that's over 70% alcohol?" Despite being teasing him, but he couldn't refute it for a reason. Drinking that stuff is actually deadly. Ordering this drink is the Fire Tower's secret code. Jackson himself had already realized his identity. He never expected the young man to actually be a member of the Fire Tower. He placed the glass on the table with a hint of confusion. Isn't he a bit too young? But since the act had started, he had to play his part and said, "Here's your drink." Suddenly, around Joe, a protective circle appeared. Jackson then explained that it was soundproofing magic. "The other guests can't hear our conversation." He leisurely poured a drink while introducing himself. "I am Jackson, a mage from the Red Tower dispatched here. I work undercover as the manager in Wien." As a courtesy, Joe revealed his own identity and suggested, "I am Joe Remen from the Fire Tower. Let's talk somewhere else." A moment later, in a quiet corner of the tavern, Joe's astonished voice rang out. "So the Fire Tower spy went missing 3 days ago?" Jackson sadly nodded in confirmation. "Yes. Moreover, he told us about the last time we were in contact. He revealed the spy's last known location. The spy team was heading to the desert ruins." Hearing this, Joe wondered if they had fallen into a trap there. Jackson denied it, saying they weren't the type to act rashly and fall for a simple trap. At this point, Joe asked directly, "Do you have a map to the desert ruins?" This question of his surprised Jackson, who exclaimed, "A map?" Joe quickly explained, "I need to find and rescue them." However, he sighed wearily and said, "That's not a place you can go to alone. The ruins where the expedition team went missing is very close to the Empire's border and is also quite dangerous." Jackson's attitude made Joe realize that this man didn't seem to trust him. So, while Jackson was rambling on about how he should wait for reinforcements, Joe suddenly unleashed a terrifying amount of magical power to pressure him. Then, he asked in a low voice, "I can set out first, can't I?" His magical power truly made Jackson break out in a cold sweat. I heard he recently reached the 4th circle, but he realized he had completely misjudged him. But this magic is at least at the 5th circle, not to mention he can control it freely and skillfully. Afterward, Joe retracted his magical power. Jackson coughed a few times and said, "Perhaps I was a bit hasty." Only then did he agree to hand over the map. "I'll tell you the way there." This attitude of his greatly pleased Joe. Meanwhile, inside an ancient castle, a subordinate wearing a hood with his face wrapped in bandages knelt respectfully on the ground and reported, "As you commanded, we have left a trail." Hearing this, his master said with amusement, "Excellent. I can already smell the blood of our pursuers." The scorching sun beat down on the desolate land. Joe held a water flask and continuously poured it into his mouth, grumbling to himself, "I should have practiced more ice-type magic." He poured water over his head, frustrated with the weather. "Damn it, it's too hot here." Joe looked at the ancient, crumbling palace before him and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Either way, this place is much larger than I thought." He quickly ran a lap around it to survey the terrain. After observing the entire palace, Joe calculated to himself that there were many paths leading inside. He began thinking about his next course of action. If his mission was just to find the disciples, he could just destroy these ruins and force them to reveal themselves. Vu stopped running and stood still. He thought for another moment, but because they might have captured the spy inside, he couldn't do that. Remembering his mission, Vu said helplessly, basically, he would have to go in. He spoke with serious annoyance. They've probably set traps everywhere. Vu channeled power into his legs, resolutely saying. With that, he easily leaped onto the tall, broken stone pillars, intending to enter from above. Vu looked down from his suspended position, thinking smugly, I'll enter in the most unexpected way. From the rooftop, he boldly free-falled downwards. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a small whirlwind held him in midair. Vu wondered in amazement. Wind? He gently placed his feet down on the rug in the middle of the room. Vu looked around cautiously, sighing in relief. Luckily, there are no traps. He turned his head to look at the giant wall inlaid with a massive painting, whispering to himself, a mural, a dragon. Looking closely at the painting, he could see a warrior fighting alongside a dragon. Vu thought in surprise, and a black-haired warrior. He looked to the opposite side where the wall was broken, unable to help but wonder, who was their opponent? A strange, deep, unsettling voice echoed, making one's hair stand on end. How astonishing! Vu turned his head to scan his surroundings, thinking, there he is. From two doorways, a legion of skeleton soldiers suddenly appeared, surrounding him, as that deep voice rang out again. I didn't expect that guy from the academy to be the one chasing me. The mindless skeleton soldiers staggered forward under control, their every step making a clanking sound. The other guy said excitedly, since you've come here on your own, I don't have to bother searching for you anymore. Facing them, Vu remained calm as he listened. To show his gratitude, Savi flashed a creepy smile. Speaking smugly, I should grant you death. Vu replied with a confident attitude, taunting. For someone talking so big, you sure ran pretty far, didn't you? He became enraged, his eyes glowing as he used his power, cursing through gritted teeth. You arrogant brat! Savi commanded the legion of skeleton soldiers to charge forward frantically, screaming in a rage. Die! Vu cautiously observed the enemy, thinking to himself. There are even corpses of elite soldiers who died on the battlefield. They're much stronger than last night. He stood in a hidden corner, looking out, laughing excitedly, thinking, this place will be your grave. Vu lightly stomped his foot on the ground, and immediately a red wall of fire erupted, surrounding Vu and separating him from the skeleton soldiers. Savi spoke out, doubtfully, that magic again? Vu smirked, confidently replying, not quite. I bet it'll be different this time. Vu raised his hand high and began to chant. He remembered his own efforts during training, telling himself, I haven't just been practicing dragonification, you know. Vu focused the energy around his body, enhancing his power, thinking, I'll enhance the existing firewall magic and add a directional spell to it. He seriously poured all his strength into a wave of fire aimed at the legion of skeleton soldiers. The wall of fire began to glow, and just a few seconds later, it erupted violently like a giant torch. That flame gradually spread out towards the skeleton soldiers. They panicked, letting out terrified screams at the approaching threat. The fierce flames violently swallowed everything, incinerating the entire legion. Faced with Vu's immense power, Savi stood in the shadows, observing the situation, where the flames were raging. He stared at the spectacular scene, his eyes widening in astonishment, and gasped in horror. My army isn't that easy to deal with. At that moment, Raxus had pinpointed Savi's location, approaching with the menacing aura of a death god. He strode forward and said, there you are. From behind a gate, Savi was shocked to realize his own mistake. Savi wondered in confusion. How could he have possibly figured out the truth about my magic in the middle of that fire? He must have used clairvoyance. Savi turned, intending to escape. Damn it! But his thoughts were cut short by the deathly sound of Raxus's voice. Too late. He had somehow already circled around and appeared right in front of him, raising a fist with a smirk, thinking of running away. With a single blow, Raxus shattered the entire barrier wall, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Savi was punched and sent flying into the middle of the room. He collapsed to the ground, coughing violently before spitting out a mouthful of blood and cursing. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in frustration, blaming himself. Is this all I'm capable of? Raxus calmly approached Savi, stood imposingly before him, and made an offer. Surrender, and we can both get out of this mess. What do you say? Despite his state, Savi managed a vile smirk at Raxus's calmness, struggling to open his mouth. I can't do that. He struggled to his feet, his body trembling as he said, this soul is no longer my own, and if that wasn't enough, I even sold out my own family. Savi screamed like a madman. I've already given up everything I ever had. Suddenly, two figures dropped from the ceiling. It was Alay and Bet, leaping down from above. Their eyes flashed with killing intent as they unleashed magic aimed directly at Raxus. Sensing the danger, he turned with heightened vigilance, to face the hostility of the two newcomers. The attack struck, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Alay and Bet stood protectively in front of the heavily injured Savvy. She spoke excitedly. Well, look what we have here, you lowly stalker. He looked down with disdain and said, you must be the bait, huh? And to think your opponent was some nobody. Truly pathetic. Bet didn't pull any punches, openly mocking his wretched state. That look of a drowned rat really suits you. At that moment, Savvy spoke up, grabbing their attention. He roared in anger. He is our target, the disciple of the master of the fire tower. Upon hearing this, Alay's eyes widened in astonishment. Bet furiously gritted her teeth and asked, you mean that bastard Darius? As their conversation was taking place, a small whirlwind stirred in the center of the room. Raxus dropped his defensive barrier, his expression darkening as he spoke in a grim voice. You filthy scumbags. Like you, he shouted, an angry warning. You'd best not speak my master's name. The system interface appeared, announcing a quest to fight the cultists. Capture at least one of the 3 cultists, or kill them all. The reward was intermediate mana stones. In the tense atmosphere, Alay let out a sound of interest, crossing his arms over his chest, and said smugly, a guy like you would be better off dead. Bet put on a twisted expression and exclaimed, so true, right? But a disciple of that bastard won't go down that easily. Every word she uttered seemed to unlock another level of Raxus's rage. I'm going to kill you, turn your corpse into a puppet, and make it dance in front of the fire tower. Alay started to use his power, giving an order. Savvy, block the entrance. He quickly responded, got it. A second later, at the entrance, countless white skeletons appeared, completely blocking the exit. Bet broke into an excited grin and exclaimed, now this is getting fun. Raxus stood his ground, thinking to himself, so instead of hiding and summoning the undead, they're launching a full frontal assault. Huh? The aura emanating from the two in front of him made him raise his guard, thinking they were completely different from any opponent he had ever faced. Bet impatiently urged, aren't you going to attack? If not, we're coming for you. Giat so cut her off, suggesting, let me ask you something, he asked, seriously. What did you do to the scouts who came before me? I asked doubtfully. Scouts? Bet lost her temper and attacked, shouting angrily, don't try to trick me to stall for time. Giat so gracefully dodged the claws lunging at him, thinking to himself, do these guys not know about those scouts? I took advantage of the opening and joined the fight. He forcefully whipped at the boy. Giat so watched the whip heading towards him, calmly watching it descend. Just seconds before the blow landed, he quickly jumped aside to dodge it. Or are they just pretending not to know? Gyatso's gaze became resolute. Either way, I'll find out. Watching his movements, Bet frantically attacked while questioning, are you trying to run, you bastard? Gyatso began to use Magic to summon, calling forth a flame spear to fight the evil cult head-on. Gyatso powerfully swung the spear down, unleashing a wave of power and easily dispelling her magic. Bet thought in astonishment, he blocked that attack? A voice rang out, it's the spear. Savvy, standing behind them, yelled out, angrily reminding them, the spear that crushed the giant skeleton monster. She laughed maniacally with excitement, saying, this is getting more and more interesting. Bet raised her hand high, beginning to focus her mana. A powerful energy erupted, creating a giant illusion as 2 massive hands began to clasp together. She began to chant the command, summoning her weapon. A dense, murderous aura spread with the appearance of the demon claw spear. Her face twisted into a perverse expression as she said, let's see which one is sharper. Giat so still maintained a calm expression, looking straight at her. Losing her patience, Bet directly attacked with her spear. Beside her, hurriedly tried to stop her. Bet, don't act on your own. She ignored his advice, confidently saying, it'd be a disgrace to be afraid of a kid like him. He seriously faced Bet without a hint of fear. The 2 spear tips clashed, creating a flash of blinding light. 2 opposing forces collided, generating an invisible pressure. Very quickly, the spear belonging to Bet was shattered. Gyatso's spear tip swiftly sent one of her arms flying. In a few short seconds, the series of events that had just occurred left Bet's mind in a stupor. Under the blinding light shining down from the ceiling, a scream of pain began to ring out. She screamed in fear, not believing her eyes. My arm! Immediately after, standing at a distance, mercilessly swung a whip at Bet's neck, sending her to the other side. Blood splattered onto Gyatso's face, to his astonishment. He swung the whip, annoyed, and said, this idiot, I told you not to act on your own. I gripped the whip in his hand and spoke in praise, disciple of the fire tower. I am your enemy, but I must still acknowledge you. He unleashed a power even greater than Bet's. Gyatso listened with a serious expression as he said, therefore, from this moment on, I created a powerful whirlwind that made him step back, saying seriously, I will do my utmost to tear you to shreds. I used the nightmare tail magic. The whirlwind successfully pushed Gyatso back. The whirlwind grew larger and larger, its area of effect expanding. He looked at the calm face of the boy as he faced his attack and said contemptuously, it doesn't matter how skilled you are. Attacking from this angle. Can you even block this? In the moment Alay was distracted, a flame silently traveled up his whip and erupted. That's when he snapped his head around, his eyes wide with shock. Vaso took advantage of the opening and appeared in front of Alay, greeting him with a smile. He gasped in shock, flash step. Alay quickly grabbed the wrist of the hand about to strike him. The clear difference in strength made his effort completely futile, and Vaso easily landed a critical blow to his stomach. Alay cried out in pain, and in the ancient-looking space, the continuous sounds of relentless punches echoed. Savi stared blankly at the scene before him, speechless. He watched Vaso furiously punching Alay in the face, and couldn't help but think in astonishment, what is happening? Devastated, Savi collapsed to his knees, unwilling to accept it, asking himself, are we losing again? He sat on the ground, clutching his head and trembling, his heart filled with fear. I'm going to die for sure. No, I won't even get a peaceful death. Savi looked towards Bet's body and cursed under his breath, those damn teammates, after all that boasting as if they were so great. But then, he suddenly saw an orb, a solitary red orb lying next to her. Savi's pupils trembled as he exclaimed in shock, that's an artifact. Alay, beaten by Vaso until he was vomiting blood, collapsed on the ground. He resentfully lifted his head, gritted his teeth, and said, stop playing around and just kill me. Vaso cut him off. Shut up. Vaso grabbed Alay by the hair and lifted him up, his intimidating aura pressing down. And answer my question now, he asked with a stern face. Where are the spies? Alay contemptuously spat out a mouthful of blood. With a look of defiance, he answered, you keep rambling on about those damn spies. What the hell are you even talking about? Vaso's eyes were probing, silently assessing him. Does he really not know? At that moment, Alay seized the opening, thinking, he's let his guard down anymore. He summoned a small dagger in his hand, secretly planning a sneak attack. This is my chance. The very next second, a tentacle shot out of nowhere like a flash of lightning, wrapping tightly around Alay and making him choke out a cry. Vaso warily turned his head towards the attacker, and was immediately horrified. Savi was holding the crimson object, reverently lifting it high, frantically repeating, this I offer. This I offer. My life, my lifespan, and my entire existence, Vaso exclaimed in alarm. A sacrificial charm. Alay, who was being constricted, was also terrified. Is this a giant hell monster? The tentacle quickly dragged him away, causing Alay to curse in anger. Damn it! The crazed Savi screamed. The lives of others, the lifespans of others, and the deaths of others too. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent as he, having lost all reason, yelled, I will offer all of it to you. Savi allowed the tentacles to pull everything towards himself, still shouting with a reverent posture, let me become a part of your power and destroy them all. Countless sharp, white bones sprouted from his body. They immediately pierced through Alay's body, then absorbed him. A roar echoed. A deep, guttural sound reverberated, and a figure, massive figure appeared, the abomination's offspring. It unleashed power from its body, letting out a deafening roar. Vaso, overwhelmed by that power, had to retreat cautiously. He thought, how does it have so much mana? The system displayed a notification, Quest, the war against the cultists. The quest has been updated. All cultists have been eliminated. Destroy the abomination. Reward, 3 intermediate mana stones. Its purple eyes slowly came into focus. Abomination looked down. It looked at its massive body, growling as it began to speak. What? Abomination opened its disgusting mouth, roaring in displeasure. How dare you turn me into this mess? It angrily gathered energy in its palm, and right after, that arm immediately transformed into a demon's claw. Abomination furiously cursed, you bastard, I'll tear you to shreds right here. Vo watched in astonishment as the attack headed towards him. He remembered B when she fought him, wondering in amazement, is that the magic of the girl from before? The immense source of power shot directly towards Vo's position. He stood frozen, watching in horror as death drew ever closer. The moment the attack hit, the target area immediately erupted in a horrific explosion. destroying an entire grand, ancient palace. The rubble shook violently, as if something was trying to break free. A pillar of fire burst out from the dense layer of rock and earth. Vo, holding a fire spear, emerged from the wreckage. He breathed a sigh of relief. That damn bastard. Lucky I managed to escape just in time. Vo landed safely, unable to stop himself from exclaiming. This idiot looked at the pile of shattered bricks and stones piled up like a mountain, and he questioned with dissatisfaction. I can't believe he can't even control his own power, and ended up burying himself. Wait, that pile of rubble began to shake violently again. Vo's face darkened as he thought in alarm. What? Abomination burst out forcefully from the ruins, roaring defiantly. A series of chains appeared, and it angrily whipped them towards Vo, saying, "Die." Abomination's face was filled with madness as it spoke excitedly. "I will devour you down to the very marrow of your bones." An explosion went off behind it. Vo cautiously observed the situation through the hazy smoke, wondering to himself, is that right? In the thick smoke and fire, everything around was obscured. Thanks to that significant commotion, Abomination detected his location. It turned its head and said, "Ah, there you are." Behind it, several tentacles had coiled up, forming a solid shield for it. Abomination spoke smugly, "Those attacks of yours have no effect on me." Vo gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. He's right. His defensive ability is absurdly strong. Looking at the inescapable trap before him, he quickly calculated, I need to think of another solution. It swung its chains at him again, saying contemptuously, "You can rack your brains all you want, but it's useless." Vo channeled power into his legs and moved rapidly. He thought to himself, now he would fall back, avoiding the attack from Abomination, telling himself, I need to buy some more time. Watching him move continuously, it said with amusement, "That's right. Just run and tremble in despair before my overwhelming power." Vo took a breath, regaining his composure, and looked up, thinking, nonsense. He raised his hand to use summoning magic, calculating to himself, this is just the beginning. Vo called out, "Pepper." A small fire dragon appeared. He gently requested, "Lend me a hand, will you?" Pepper happily agreed, letting out a cry, and a flame erupted in Vo's hand. He thought with determination, "All right, let's begin." Vo flicked his hand, and the blazing red flame immediately shot towards Abomination. It didn't flinch, just stood still watching the flame that was rushing towards its position. Another explosion occurred in this barren landscape. Abomination, in its defensive stance, was still standing firm after taking his attack head-on. It opened its eyes and began to mock him. "You fool! Do you think that kind of magic this spell can hurt me?" Looking at the desolate scene before it, the Abomination exclaimed in shock, "You! Where are you hiding?" Vo smirked mysteriously and said, "Right here." Pepper took advantage of its distraction, attacking from the side and catching the Abomination completely off guard. A fierce flame erupted, quickly engulfing it. He teleported in a flash up above, watching the Abomination writhing in pain. It cursed angrily, "You damn fly." In the sky, dark clouds crackling with lightning began to appear. Vo looked down from above and started calculating. Now I've got its attention. He began to freefall, thinking seriously. For the next part, Vo used magic to summon a flaming spear, silently determined to use its overwhelming piercing power for this attack. Meanwhile, Pepper was nimbly dodging the Abomination's attacks. Just then, it noticed that Vo had started to make his move. Pepper quickly jumped out of the attack range. The Abomination's vision was obscured, completely unaware of what was about to happen, and it was still screaming madly, "Vo, you gatekeeper. Stop playing games and face me." From high above, he aimed the spear straight at its head and dove down, confidently replying, "As you wish." The collision created a terrifying shockwave. Vo's body tensed up as if he had hit a steel plate. The Abomination sneered contemptuously, "This is useless." He quickly cut it off. "I know." Vo used magic to summon his lightning to envelop his body, then smiled smugly and said, "So now comes the real attack." In the sky, thick with dark clouds, a mace shrouded in immense power appeared. He left the flaming spear stuck in the Abomination's head as a conduit, while he himself quickly leaped away from the danger zone. Immediately after, the giant mace in the sky came crashing down. An attack that hammered down like a nail, driving the flaming mace into the Abomination's head, followed by a high-voltage current that surged through its body. Yet another explosion erupted right in the desolate desert forest. The shockwave created a small whirlwind, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A large crater was blasted into the ground. Vo landed softly, not too far away. He panted as he looked at the devastation before him and asked, "Is it over?" As the dust settled, He was shocked to see the abomination's legs still standing firm. But when he got a clear look at its body, now only a bare skeleton remained. That skeleton was also starting to crack and crumble. The system's notification rang out. The battle has ended. You will now receive your reward. Immediately, an exhausted Vell collapsed onto the ground, letting his body go limp. Pepper appeared, climbing onto his shoulder and nuzzling his cheek. Vell smiled in praise. Good job, Pepper. The abomination's skeleton suddenly cracked, and its head fell off. It tumbled down the slope. The skull came to a stop right at Vell's feet, startling him. Immediately after, a deep, hollow voice echoed from the skull. Raymond. It seems Darius has raised an extraordinary child in his final years. Who would have thought this kid would be a gatekeeper? He exclaimed silently in shock. The skull is talking? It began to float, speaking strange words. I wonder if this child will be more interesting than his father. This immediately caused Vell's eyes to widen in horror. He angrily grabbed the skull and shouted, Who are you? It just mocked his pain, saying, Sooner or later, you will find out. And also how your father lived during his final years. After saying that, it began to shatter into pieces. In Vatso's hand, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and constant thunder and lightning signaled a bad omen with their terrifying sound. His appearance was quite terrifying. Rain began to fall, drop by drop, and Vatso collapsed in pain, gritting his teeth in anger. His heart ached as if it were being torn apart, and refusing to accept it, he screamed out a question. Answer me. Who the hell are you, you bastard? Vatso angrily roared. Who are you? The skull just chuckled mockingly in response. You'll find out sooner or later, you will, and you'll also see what your father looked like in his final years. Hearing this, his face darkened, and his eyes widened as he stared at it speaking, looking quite fierce. After it spoke, the skull shattered right in Vatso's hand. The rain grew heavier, falling drop by drop, and he collapsed, gritting his teeth and enduring the pain. Pepper rubbed against Vatso, letting out a comforting cry. The scene of destruction and the loud sound of the rain made the sight even more heartbreaking. In the middle of the vast desert, he sat there in pain, lost in a myriad of thoughts. From a distance, a pair of binoculars had been watching everything. Hasley announced through the binoculars, The battle is over. He told his comrades to send the report. The scene shifts to the 2nd Legion, the 12th Desert, the Imperial Army. Legion Commander Monate, feeling the heat, fanned himself vigorously while reading the report. He impatiently reread the report, a battle between someone who was likely an anti-mage and a disciple. The victory went to the mage. Judging by his power, the mage's level. Monate angrily clenched his fist and slammed it on the table, shouting, He has to be over level 5? He exploded, calling out, Hey! Strategist Bonner replied with a start, Yes, Legion Commander. Monate slammed his hand on the table, clutching the report and loudly demanding, How could a mage this powerful be near our position without you knowing about it? He lowered his head and answered awkwardly, I apologize. But there were no reports of a high-level mage from Andy Mion. Another person spoke up to salvage the situation. Ah, perhaps he's a new mage. There are rumors that the Fire Tower has a new young member. Bonner forced a smile and agreed. If that's the case, he must have just graduated. Why would we need to investigate him? As long as they don't come near us, there's nothing to worry about. This dismissive answer only worsened Monate's mood. He shot up furiously, cursing without restraint. You idiots, that new graduate is already over level 5. That means in the future, he might be able to stand against all of End. Monate slumped helplessly into his chair, rubbing his forehead with a sigh. The atmosphere in the meeting room fell silent. He covered his face, groaning wearily. Damn it, I really don't want to do this. A cunning glint appeared in Monate's eyes as he said, But there's no other way than to call him. The scene shifts to a place where the scorching sun looks like it could burn everything. Vatso sat on a sand dune, frantically drinking water. He raised a hand to wipe his face, his mind a tangled mess. I can't stop thinking about it. Remembering the mysterious skull, he wondered, did that disciple really kill my father? Vatso shook his head, trying to push away the distraction, silently reminding himself, Wait, I need to focus on the mission first. I have to find the scouts. He glanced cautiously behind him, thinking, especially since a flickering light in the distance, reflecting the sunlight, was giving away someone's position. Vatso raised his guard, thinking he was being followed. A group of people in white cloaks stood on a rocky outcrop, using binoculars to watch him. Vatso guessed they must be Imperial scouts. He stood up, brushing himself off. Sand off himself, he calculated. Since they haven't attacked me, their mission must just be surveillance. Suddenly, Something caught Vell's attention. In the middle of the vast sea of sand, a faint figure appeared in the distance. He wondered, is that a person? Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from where the figure stood, and Vell quickly used his power to dodge. A cut appeared on his face, spraying blood, as a massive sword slash easily cut through the peaks of several sand dunes around Vell's position. He had just nimbly leaped aside, tumbling to the ground. Vell looked up in amazement and exclaimed, Aura! The system displayed a notification for a major incident mission. You have encountered an opponent of a level you have never seen before. Escape this opponent without injury. Reward: 5 mid-grade mana stones. Condition: escape. He thought in a panic, it can't be. Watching the person approach, Vell couldn't help but be wary of him. Spanzoom's footsteps slowed. He rested his blade on his shoulder, tilting his head to size Vell up. Vell silently wondered, is that Spanzoom? Spanzoom put on a cheerful expression and spoke, I was aiming for your neck. Looking at the energy radiating from the boy, he narrowed his eyes and said, so, the report about someone above level 5 was correct. Vell gritted his teeth, thinking defensively, an assassin from the Empire. The killing intent radiating from Spanzoom was incredibly dense, striking fear into others. He grimly recalled the disciple of the Swordmaster, Cry. But the most fitting word to describe Spanzoom was, he laughed with a twisted excitement, saying, cutting you down is going to be so much fun. Vell grimly sized up the crazed killer, Spanzoom. The man responded with excitement. Oh, so you know my name. Spanzoom condensed power into his blade, calmly stating, how fortunate. Vell gritted his teeth in silence, his nerves stretched to the breaking point. The man carried the aura of a Grim Reaper delivering a verdict. Now then, you can accept the immense pain you're about to endure. A name that brought back haunting, blood-soaked memories of death wearing a cloak of brutality. The mad killer, the brilliant red glow from Spanzoom's sword was still seared into his memory. That blood-red aura, I remember it clearly. Just for accidentally bumping into him on the road, he had mercilessly tortured and slaughtered an entire group of mercenaries. I was almost killed myself, but then, a figure suddenly swooped down from the sky. That person landed between Vell and Spanzoom. Their eyes were sharp, cold, and filled with danger. But in the face of this, the man Spanzoom showed no fear, instead breaking into a savage grin. The power flowing from the two of them clashed, just like the current situation. At that time, before everyone's eyes, someone was imprisoned inside a massive block of ice, something even a near archmage would find incredibly difficult to deal with. Even Len Fei, who had already stepped into the ranks of mages, would have had a very difficult time defeating him. Every single word spoken about Spanzoom was filled with caution. In short, he was an incredibly powerful enemy. These words were like a final bell, shattering the last of their patience. Well then, let's begin. Spanzoom launched a powerful attack toward his target, the Blood Wave. Immediately after, an arm rose as if to block the attack. Vell created a shield to protect himself, but it seemed the shield had no effect on the trajectory of the attack as the Blood Wave rushed forward. A single, decisive blow shattered his defense. Astonishment was clear in Vell's eyes. As he used his speed and agility to dodge the attack, a massive explosion erupted, and luckily, he had dodged just in time. It seemed Spanzoom considered those shields mere child's play and dispatched them quickly. How could he be strong enough to shatter 5 layers of shields? Russell's heart was filled with doubt, wondering how Face could have defeated him. Seeing him lost in thought, Spanzoom's eyes showed a look of eager anticipation. The ability. Joe's defense is decent, but not strong enough. Stacking multiple layers of shields? A good move. But the magic concentration for creating those shields is too low. As he finished speaking, he swung his sword, and a terrifying, brilliant red light flared up. A strange term was spoken, touching upon a blind spot in Joe's understanding. Concentration. That X-shaped slash hurtled toward him. Summoning his weapon, Joe used it to block Spanzoom's attack. Seeing that, the man looked quite surprised. In Spanzoom's voice, there was a faint chuckle, revealing his intrigue at discovering a secret hidden beneath that ordinary exterior. What's this? He was like a hunter who had found interesting prey, speaking with words full of sarcasm and desire. You're hiding quite a few interesting things, aren't you? And without a care, he prepared for his next counterattack. Thanks for the compliment. There was still a certain power in every word he spoke. How will you block this? The attack launched forward with terrifying speed. Spanzoom mused as he watched it. It kept its form even after being thrown. To counter it, he used the same old technique, but it was stronger and more dangerous. 2 attacks, 2 torrents of power, crashed into each other. The man was thrilled as if this were a rare and wonderful form of entertainment. Indeed, it is. Fighting a mage. By this time, Joe had appeared behind Spanzum without him noticing. How interesting. He tightly gripped, the weapon in his hand, slashing down decisively and without hesitation. But perhaps Russell never expected that as his weapon descended, the figure of Spanzum had vanished. Taunting words, sharp as daggers, were thrown out, evoking an unspeakable humiliation. You also know how to run like a rat. Russell's eyes widened in panic, unable to believe what he was seeing, as blood splattered into the air. The battle made the man ecstatic, as if he'd been freed from a boredom that had lasted for ages. How long has it been since I've had this much fun, anyway? Joe's figure appeared before Spanzum. The attack had left its mark on him. The words seemed like a concerned inquiry, but they were dripping with sarcasm. Are you hurt? Spanzum paused, giving his opponent some time, like a cat toying with a mouse before finishing the game. All right, I'll wait for you. That's why the layer of aura covering his body made the attack, unable to penetrate that cold, steel-like flesh. He reinforced his body with aura? Joe's mind was now in turmoil. His mage's body was no match for the man's. Spanzum flashed a sarcastic smile. I can't believe that. The wound I gave you has already stopped bleeding. He spoke sarcastically, implying the entire mage organization was just as stubborn. Are the other guys at the fire tower this stubborn too? Or is that a requirement for joining your fire tower? That seemed to strike a nerve with Joe, startling him. The question made the atmosphere suffocating. Joe probed curiously. What do you mean by that? Instead of answering, Spanzum broke into a crazed smile. Recent memories surfaced in his mind. The guy I met a few days ago was just as stubborn. As Spanzum spoke, the trembling of that soldier was still evident in his words. A scout team went missing. Hearing this, the expression on Joe's face turned indescribably grim, as if he had heard something unbelievable. So you're the one who killed them? The man just shrugged and smiled as if to say so. That was normal. Vell clenched his hand into a fist, a thought flashing through his mind to locate the scout team. After he had planned to escape after a brief fight, but a system window appeared in his mind. You have encountered an opponent of an unprecedented level. Escape from this opponent unharmed. The reward for completion. Reward: 5 medium-grade mana stones. Condition: escape. A powerful surge of energy erupted from Russell's body. His entire body was now brimming with a fiery aura, as if he had been reborn. His mind was torn by the choice. This was no time to think about the future. Spanzum narrowed his eyes, as if a new game had just begun. Were you hiding your strength when you fought me, huh? Spanzum's deep voice carried a deadly tone. Let's see how relaxed you can be when your body is. His gaze was like that of a predator about to devour its prey, promising the pain of being torn to shreds. Just then, on Russell's hand, a ring-like object radiating blue energy appeared. His key artifact still couldn't be reactivated. The cloud ring hadn't recharged yet. In the end, there was only one option left. Spanzum raised the sword in his hand, preparing to strike. He decisively unleashed a series of attacks. Bloodwing, Raging Torrent. Those strikes flew toward Russell with terrifying power. But instead of dodging, he faced them head-on. Each blow appeared before Russell's eyes. A profound aura surged, dragon power activated, and a massive fireball materialized. Dragonification. Spanzum froze when he saw his attacks had no effect on Russell. He had pierced right through his own attack. The powerful fireball shot forward, destroying everything in its path. From within that fireball, Vell leaped out, his eyes glowing with a resilient golden light. He counted every passing second in his head. The weapon in his hand was ready to strike. 14 seconds left. Vell gripped the weapon tightly, his hand decisively clenching the blazing spear, Primal Flame Spear. A sense of danger crept in, but Spanzum wasn't afraid, and instead cracked a smile. This should be. Vell leaped high into the air. He raised his spear, preparing to counter, attack. This is a little dangerous. The power from the fireball was immense. Flames flared up in intense waves. Russell landed, surrounded by a cloud of smoke and dust. Though he still held his weapon, the atmosphere had changed drastically. Spanzum appeared from nowhere behind him, his terrifying voice echoing. I don't know what kind of trick you used. He swung his sword at Russell, but it was blocked. Spanzum's sharp senses forced every opponent who fought him to be cautious. But I'm certain you've temporarily boosted your strength. The countdown continued in Russell's mind, each second passing like a drop of blood in a life-or-death battle. 9 seconds. He swung his weapon to counter, attack Spanzum. Vell's hand tightened on the flame spear, which swept out in a brilliant arc, tearing through space as fire erupted violently below, incinerating all obstacles. Time was running out like the final thread of life. 6 seconds. Sarcasm dripped from Spanzoom's words. If that's still not enough, then your power is truly useless. He leaped into the air, a wicked smile lacing his voice. Time to end this. Spanzoom gathered a terrifying amount of power into the sword in his hand. His attacks were unleashed one after another. Bloodwing annihilation. He then used that power to dive down from the sky. Vo, gripping his blazing spear, his fierce gaze looked as if it could incinerate the enemy with his final ounce of will. The weapon was engulfed in flames, shining brilliantly in Joel's hands as it clashed with Spanzoom's sword in mid-air. The two streams of power fused together, carrying with them embers and killing intent. Each man showcased his unique abilities. The spear slammed down, onto the ground, causing it to crack open. A violent explosion of fire erupted, incinerating everything in an instant, a blinding light, filling the space. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, the figures of the two men gradually reappeared. By this point, Joel was completely exhausted, his body collapsing to its knees, surrounded by a desolate landscape, with only dying embers remaining. Time was running out, with only a moment left. 2 seconds. Spanzoom's mocking voice rang out, as if giving his prey a little more of a chance to struggle. Are you done yet? Joel's eyes were still burning brightly. He wasn't finished. Everything was riding on this one fleeting second. He mustered his last bit of strength to strike, much to the man's astonishment. One more second, and the final magic formation revealed the 6th magic circle. Under Joel's power, he began to make the ground blaze, creating a powerful, spreading shockwave. The flames swept across the ground like a sea of fire, a figure standing tall amidst the sky. Spanzoom could only stare, stunned by what he saw before him. The sea of fire erupted, swallowing everything. In its path, a brilliant orange-red light tearing through the sky. Bubbles of fire boiled beneath the crimson sky. Waves of fire surged, burning everything to ash in a furious rage. Fusion. The thought surfaced in Joel's mind as he recalled the ancient book, Fusion, understanding its mechanics. But with his current power, casting it was still an impossible feat. He knew its principles. The flames just kept burning brighter. A surge of power erupted as if it wanted to slice space in half. But because it requires a 6th magic circle, I can't use this high-level magic, Joel used. The abilities he could manage as a thought formed, starting from small embers. Lava, like a scorching cataclysm, spread throughout the area, submerging the entire space in a sea of fire. This magic would cover the entire area in lava. Just then, the sudden sound of flapping wings was heard. It turned out to be Pepper, appearing to save Joel from the lava cataclysm. Just in time. Thanks, Pepper. It was choked with a mix of anger and panic, both furious and scared, as it tried to pull him up. As the sun began to set, Pepper dropped Joel off in a place not far away. Suddenly, behind him, the footsteps of someone appeared. Joel turned his head to the sound of violent coughing. It was Spanzoom. The man still had enough skill to escape from that sea of blazing lava. Joel raised his fist toward the man in a threatening gesture. His voice rang out, coldly. A moment ago it was Spanzoom, but now he was the one saying the words. Any last words? The man froze for a few seconds, thinking for a moment, a faint smile on his lips, accompanied by a mocking tone. How amusing, isn't it? Every single word Spanzoom spoke seemed intended to get inside Joel's head. They push you onto the battlefield in the name of defending the homeland, but they don't tell you how to escape this situation. There was always something bitterly sarcastic in his voice. You have to kill one person after another. The path of a guardian is truly a bloody one. Spanzoom uttered a venomous line. And now, I welcome you to that path. He looked up, but he still smiled until the very end, then could no longer resist, and collapsed completely. Night had fallen, with Russell standing frozen before the fallen Spanzoom. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The reward for the victor. Notification. You have completed the mission beyond the requirements. You will receive 8 mana stones of intermediate grade. Elsewhere, in a room, a blue light enveloped something. Within that blue light was the silhouette of a cloaked figure talking to Jackson. According to rumors, Spanzoom, a knight of the Empire, was operating in secret in the desert. The person's words continued, causing him to pause slightly. The disappearance of the scouts is likely related to him. What he had just heard from that person's mouth made his entire body Jackson tense up. Damn it, if this is true, then the disciple of the fire tower is also in danger. As he was worrying about Joe, the door burst open. No matter how skilled he is, if he fights Spanzoom, he The figure of the person who just entered approached the spot where the mysterious figure was talking with Jackson. That person came and placed a sword on the table in front of Jackson. The person who had been talking to him was shocked to see the sword. "Isn't this the sword of Spanzom?" The voice of the person who brought the sword rang out. "I'll take a red rake or a brick." It turned out that person was Joe. He flashed a friendly smile. "Please get me a glass of water." Seeing Joe return safely made the worry in Jackson disappear. "All right, you can have whatever you want to drink." The scene shifts to the silhouette of Jackson, standing next to an orb emitting a mystical turquoise light. On that orb was the notification from defeating Spanzom. Sudra reports from the Fire Tower Scout, the warrior on duty. Veldu has killed the heretics in Spanzom. A rumor began to spread. Camelot, the capital of Andy Russell Duimon, the last heir of the Joymon family, which had fallen into decline. The rumor spread far and wide that he had defeated the abomination, the magical beast of the heretics, and he had also taken down Spanzom, a knight of the Empire. Despite having only recently joined the Fire Tower, this rumor was hard to believe. It was met with many mixed reactions. After passing through the gate, Russell was a bit stunned. The presence of his masters made him so happy that he shouted out loud, "Master!" Darius patted Russell's head, treating him like a child, and said cheerfully, "Kid, thank you for coming back alive." Some felt relieved, while as for Melville, he was doing something mysterious. Melville's voice was somewhat teasing. "Oh my, this bet is going to be difficult." Meanwhile, from the expression on Alan's face, you could tell he was very pleased with Russell. "This junior is even better than I thought." Someone's competitive spirit was stirred amidst the gloomy mountains, where the entire sky was covered in white snow. A cold voice rang out. "The death of Spanzom." It seemed this person was not at all satisfied with what they received. "Is that all you wanted to tell me?" Others felt anger and hatred. The Grand Swordmaster of the Cry Hill Empire. His underlings trembled with every word they spoke. "Yes, sir." Although everyone had different emotions, Hugh raised the sword in his hand with a cold gaze and a face that showed no trace of fear. A blood debt must be paid in blood, a disciple's life for a disciple's life. But they all had one thing in common. Hugh's eyes suddenly turned fierce. His eyes glowed with a powerful blue light. Swiftly, he executed a decisive slash. Everything caught in the wave of power from the sword was shattered to pieces, creating a massive explosion in the middle of this snowy mountain forest. The Vauduimon had left a strong impression on them. Hugh's rage was revealed in his fierce words, "Daria Snow White, I will collect this debt at any cost." Inside the waiting carriage, a voice spoke up. "So you mean what Dariat said was serious? Are those heretics involved in your father's death?" The calmness in the reply from Jack made Dariat pause for a moment. "Yes, that's right." She then recounted some things he ought to know. Many records were lost during the war. The tragic and desolate scenes caused by the war appeared in Dariat's words. It's very difficult to find out exactly what happened back then. To be more precise, finding the culprit won't be easy. Jack, as calm as ever, replied succinctly, "I'm well aware of that." Before he could finish speaking, a warm hand took his. "But we can be sure of one thing." Before Jack's eyes was the kind face of Dariat and the sincerity in her voice. "If we continue to track those heretics, we'll be able to find the truth." "You think so too, don't you?" What made him feel happiest right now was her solidarity, and the fact that she wouldn't let him be alone. "The Fire Tower and I will always be by your side to help you." "Thank you." Jack's face was completely different from before. He felt more at ease after Dariat's comforting words. The sound of a horseman signaled to them, "We've arrived." As they stepped out of the carriage, Dariat gave Jack a few more words of advice. "So I hope that for today you can set your worries and suspicions aside." She led him to an ancient mansion, ready to broaden his horizons. A host of noble ladies and other high-status individuals were gathered here. The Magic Tower Council. A magic council comprised of the masters of over 20 magic towers that exist in Indian. Jack walked with Dariat into this luxurious party. 2 months ago, thanks to his feat of defeating Spanum, Jack was able to attend this event as his master's aide, even though he was just a newcomer to the tower. A guest's introduction of him rang out. "Oh, so this is that talented disciple. It's an honor to meet you." Jack smiled cheerfully. "Thank you." Suddenly, a voice called out, "It's been a while, Senior." Footsteps drew closer to where Dariat and Jack were talking. "We'll talk later." Nicolo's appearance made Dariat extremely happy. "It really has been a long time, hasn't it?" "Master of the Gold Tower." She introduced him to Jack. "This is Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of the Tower Council meeting today." Since it was their first time meeting, Jack was a bit flustered, but his politeness still showed through his bow. "Greetings, sir." Niccolo, despite his somewhat fierce appearance, had a different personality. "No need to be so formal, kid. You're the one who took down that damn brat's disciple. His words mentioned someone that made Jack curious. Damn brat? Dariat cleared up his confusion. I mean Cry Hill, the Empire's swordmaster. The one named Spanum that you killed was his disciple. Niccolo had a long scar on his face, which made his facial expressions a bit strange. Well, you have no idea how refreshing it was to hear that news. Jack noticed something unusual about one of Niccolo's eyes. His eyes. While they were in the middle of a conversation, Melville's voice cut in. Don't bring up old wounds anymore, and go prepare for the presentation. Didn't you say there was something important to discuss today? Flower Tower Master, Gold Tower Master, I trust you're both well? The newcomer's appearance surprised many people. The Spear Tower Master, Dariat, began to taunt Melville with a mocking tone. You seem jealous that my disciple is being praised by everyone. Not to be outdone, he retorted to Dariat. Do you think I'm as petty as you? Seeing the two of them bicker like this every time they met made Niccolo want to leave. Well then, I'll go and prepare. Niccolo's reaction left Joe a bit bewildered. Gold Tower Master, they're at it again. Even so, Melville still reminded Dariat of a few things. Speaking of which, you haven't forgotten our bet about the holy relic from the Age of Gods, have you? Of course not. Just as he was about to continue, a hand from behind rested on his shoulder. You see, my dear Alan has. Alan calmly replied to Melville. Let's go to our seats, master. Being dragged away by Alan, Melville struggled angrily, but to no avail. Hey, you brat, I'm still talking. This punk, let me go. Seeing this amusing scene lifted Joe's spirits a little. Shortly after, an announcement echoed through the grand hall. Let us now begin. This session of the Magic Tower Council. Illusory images materialized before everyone. The main topic of this meeting was the ruins currently being excavated at Mount Kyo Vun. From their discussion, it was clear what they were concerned about. It appeared that these ruins dated back to the mythical era, and there were no signs that anything inside had been looted, Niccolo announced to everyone. In other words, there is a very high probability that a holy relic is still perfectly preserved inside. Joe contemplated what Niccolo had just said. A holy relic from the mythical era, Dariat added. Could we find a holy relic that could shake the modern world? Without any hesitation or argument, Niccolo got straight to the point. Therefore, we need your assistance to secure the ruins. He then mentioned the names Sir Alan Page, of the Spear Tower, and Sir Joe Duan of the Fire Tower. I wish to entrust this matter to the two of you. This selection pleased everyone present with Niccolo's decision. That's an excellent idea. Indeed, he has already proven his abilities. Hearing everyone's praise, Dariat beamed with pride. Of course, don't you see, whose disciple he is? Just when everything seemed settled, a voice rang out. I object. Dariat's eyes filled with suspicion. It was Geron and Brain. Geron, a mage from the Red Tower, and Brain Chogi, the master of the Red Tower. Their appearance made Niccolo suspicious as well. Red Tower Master. He immediately questioned the objection. May I ask why? Brain glanced in a certain direction and said, Alex Demon. That name took many by surprise. He casually continued, It's because his father lost. Voices of protest rose from the crowd as Brain spoke that name. How can the son be blamed for his father's loss? That's right, the war with the Empire was a long time ago. He cast a threatening glare over the crowd. Even so, that defeat cost the kingdom its greatest, the most talented and elite soldier, when he deserted the battle without permission. Those words silenced the opposition of everyone in the grand hall. Just then, Darius shouted in Joe's defense, That's just speculation. There are no records from that time at all. Brain calmly replied, You're mistaken. That brief answer caused silence to fall over the room. I was there. Looks of astonishment appeared on both Darius's and Joe's faces, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. A contemptuous smile crept across his face. I saw him flee with my own two eyes. Those very words sparked doubt in Joe's heart about his own father. Did my father really run away? Brain said with a deeply sarcastic tone. Take responsibility. Before he could even think, Joe shouted angrily. I mean, take responsibility for insulting the Duan family. Seeing this, Darius stepped forward to stop him. Kid, now is not the time. Joe still seemed to want to say something, but Brain sighed and said calmly, As if the honor of a fallen family matters so much, Joe Duan. You should consider yourself lucky that your master is Darius. As he was speaking so arrogantly, a figure entered from behind. Otherwise, I would have cut out your tongue and made an example of you for all the other arrogant fools. You insolent archmage. The person's voice rang out, every word seemingly mocking Brain. Master of the Red Tower. Every time I see you, you seem more arrogant. One might mistake you for the king. You know? The sight of the newcomer stunned all the guests present. Hackett walked in like a true leader, calm yet sharp. Princess Hackett, Hackett Ratmus. The princess! The call rang out. Everyone bowed before her. Greetings to the princess. Even someone as arrogant as Brain had to lower himself and bow. Greetings, your highness. Why is the princess here? Hackett approached and smiled. I heard everything from outside. The master of the Red Tower was right. Hearing what she said, Brain looked up in confusion. Ma'am? Hackett spoke while glancing toward Joe. If a man owes a debt, he must repay it. He knew she was referring to him, and fell into thought. At this point, Darius, sensing the situation was not good, began to speak. However, Your Highness. Before she could finish her sentence, Hackett cut her off. But her next words surprised everyone in the hall. But you must give a man a chance to repay his debt, mustn't you? Just like that. Every word she uttered left everyone stunned. For this mission, I order the Spear Tower and the Fire Tower to be on defense. Furthermore, Hackett also ordered those who intended to object, like Brain, to provide support alongside the Red Tower. Hackett's gaze was now serious and resolute. Despite this, Brain forced a smile, his voice dark. Your Highness, it is not such a simple matter. Hackett then continued to give orders to Niccolo, Gold Tower Master. Yes, Your Highness. She raised her voice. Who is the largest sponsor for the excavation in this mission? Niccolo bowed his head respectfully and replied, It is you, Your Highness. Having heard what she wanted to hear, Hackett looked toward Brain as if that was the answer she was giving him. Well, then I believe the matter is settled. Isn't it? Then, the sound of footsteps departing echoed in the grand hall. Brain's expression was ugly, but he still managed a calculating smile. Afterward, Niccolo resumed the meeting. Now then, the next items on the agenda for the excavation plan. This mission. Vell had deeply impressed Hack with what she had just done. Night had fallen, and the moon was high in the sky. The sound of wheels echoed in the silent air. Ben still hadn't given up on his ambitions for himself. This is my chance to crush the Daymoon family. I can't believe the princess interfered. Suddenly, Geron sensed that something was wrong, and he immediately leaped onto the roof of the carriage with a glowing red sword in hand. The carriage was blocked by someone in front and had to stop abruptly. The wheels screeched against the road, sending up a cloud of dust. Ben stepped down from the carriage nonchalantly. I see you have no manners. It turned out the person blocking their path was her, Daria. Daria just smiled faintly and uttered, Don't you think the same applies to you? Just then, the sword in Geron's hand was pressed right against the neck of Daria. His eyes were filled with hostility and caution as he looked at her. Daria wasn't scared at all and tilted her head casually. You think that's enough? Geron's eyes looked extremely wary. Ben's voice rang out, shattering Geron's defensive stance. Lower your weapon. He bowed his head and sheathed his weapon. Ben seemed to have already understood Daria's character, so he spoke bluntly. Considering our relationship, it seems you didn't come here to apologize, so just say what you want. A name escaped her lips, Alex Daymoon. This made him suspicious. Daria asked about him. You witnessed his death, didn't you? Ben replied softly. I didn't see it clearly. But before he could finish, Daria cut him off. What a shame. She had probably wanted to know the truth for a long time, which is why she came to find him. I'm trying to investigate it, and I thought I could ask you about it, Ben said, with a roguish tone. Daria, I can't believe you'd go this far. What's your relationship with that dead Daymoon guy? Countering his provocation, Daria didn't hesitate. It's the responsibility of a master to their disciple. Daria was angered by his lack of respect. A disciple's problem is also the master's problem. I'm simply helping my disciple resolve an issue, she continued, no matter who it is. From beneath Daria's staff, a cage of purple light appeared. It just spread throughout the surrounding air. For some unknown reason, Ben made a surprising decision, turning the carriage around and heading to the Grand Duke's mansion. It was as if he wanted to confirm something. There are some things I want to check. The scene shifts to the dark mansion, devoid of any light. The eye on the skull hanging over the door lit up. There, Vell was still suspicious about what had happened. Her father's death in the war was beyond doubt, but with Ben in front of her, a thought emerged. Why is this man still spouting nonsense? His voice rang out. The Daymoon family has a duty to repay its debt to the Empire. Ben continued to insult the Daymoon family. But how would a young Empire feel if we entrusted this important mission to the Daymoon family? He just kept on talking. If Vell takes charge of the defense as she is now, the Red Tower will not provide any support. But the murmurs of the crowd followed. Vell is a promising disciple. The master of the Red Tower is a bit. Niccolo, watching from above, seemed worried. He had persuaded the crowd with just a few words, Niccolo mused, as expected of the master of the Red Tower. I didn't think about his backing, this would be a matter of course. Then he recalled something from the past. Grand Duke Bism, including the appearance of Ben. He is known as the king's uncle, and also the most powerful man on the continent, Archduke Ben Trelorgi. Niccolo was still struggling with his own decision. To oppose him meant opposing the Archduke's faction. Then his gaze fell upon Melville. The only people here who could confront him were. Melville's voice rang out. How absurd. Dariette could no longer remain calm. She gripped her staff in anger. Kid, stay out of this. I'll handle it. Jasso was still lost in thought. It was the two of them. Suddenly, his voice rang out, slightly surprising Dariette, who was standing beside him. I want to ask the master of the Red Tower a few things. Having his name called, Ben was a bit startled, and said with a less than humble tone, Will you take responsibility for what you just said? Outside the castle, twilight was beginning to fall. A deep voice spoke up. You're leaving tomorrow, right? From inside, Dariette said sternly. But how can you perform your duties well when you're so distracted? Looking down from above, Jasso was struggling to grip his weapon. She kept provoking him. I bet what that old man said is still bothering you, isn't it? He bowed his head and replied, No, master. Dariette stared at Jasso's disheveled appearance and frowned. Thousands of scrutinizing eyes were focused on Jasso. She thought to herself, the same people who praised the boy as a disciple suddenly turned around and slandered his late father as a coward. How could he not be shaken? Dariette landed on the ground and walked towards Jasso. Kid. Then she stood in front of Jasso and reminded him, the truth will always come out. You just focus on walking your own path. After hearing that, he immediately tightened his grip on the hilt of the weapon in his hand, continuing on his path. Then, with a determined expression, he shouted, Master, please instruct me again. She stared at him, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Dariette looked at him, thinking, Of course, that path won't be easy, but you must walk it. It was dark now. The neighborhood had grown quiet. Her thoughts continued to echo. Children must step out of their parents' shadows on their own. In the bustling crowd, Haketh wore a hood as if to hide her identity. She slowly turned to look, even though that shadow, the towering castle, loomed large no matter what. 3 days later, at Mount Kiovan, Jasso stepped out from the teleportation gate, slowly walking out, looking at the desolate, cold scenery, completely covered in frost. He exclaimed, So this is Mount Kiovan for real. Afterwards, Jasso and his subordinates began to shiver uncontrollably from the cold. Unable to bear it, Jasso snapped his fingers and summoned his power. Then, his entire body was enveloped in a warm aura. The people carrying goods were also surprised and whispered to each other. The air suddenly got warmer. Haketh, whose face was red from the cold, also felt warmer thanks to his warm aura. Suddenly, a person approached and greeted him cheerfully. Excuse me, are you Jasso of the fire tower? Jasso calmly replied, Yes, that's right. Then the man extended his hand and cheerfully guided him. We've been waiting for you. Please, this way. Jasso immediately followed. Suddenly, his surroundings caught his attention. Looking at the emblem on the black flag, he thought, the Imperial Gold Tower. Then Jasso glanced at the yellow flags, the Eternal Gold Tower. Looking to another side, the Chaos Gold Tower. Jasso concluded to himself, so all the Earth-based magic experts have gathered here. Suddenly, the guide stopped and asked Joel, Impressive scale, isn't it? The two of them finally arrived. Looking at the magnificent ice architecture before them, Joel exclaimed, They even made this whole place out of magic crystal. Looking at his reflection in the ice, Joel was as excited as if it were a mirror. The guide agreed. Yes, that's why they call the ruins the Mirror Palace. An old man saw him and cheerfully shook his hand, introducing himself. Welcome. I am Spiegel from the Golden Tower. In charge of this expedition, Joel also replied cheerfully, Hello, Elder Spiegel. I am Joel Duimon from the Fire Tower. Recalling the image of the talented man in his youth, Joel marveled inwardly. A talented man who was originally a commoner became an elder of the Royal Road's Golden Tower. He was also an archaeologist and explorer who had excavated more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. Then he smiled confidently, thinking that perhaps the man could answer his questions. Alan, from a distance, was adjusting his glasses as he approached and spoke. There you are, Sir Joel. Seeing him, Joel was pleased and said, Sir Alan, so you came as well. The two shook hands politely. A pleasure to meet you. They continued to talk very cheerfully with each other. A hard-working genius. Huh? That's almost like cheating. Well, I want to protect the holy relics from the age of the gods. Pulling his hand back, Alan resumed his familiar habit of adjusting his glasses. Now then, if only the guards of the Red Tower would arrive, we could discuss our movements and tasks together. Spiegel stood in a corner watching the two talk cheerfully while thinking. It's reassuring to have the kingdom's disciples protecting the excavation site. Looking towards the gate that was sealed shut, he wondered, but what kind of problem could possibly occur in musty ruins like these that would require sending all this manpower? Suddenly, Spiegel broke out in a cold sweat, hesitating. He thought to himself that it seemed a bit excessive, but then, earth and rock exploded in the distance. The crowd shouted, "What's happening?" From beneath the ground, a giant monster appeared. He backed away in fear. A crystal golem. Alan tried to protect everyone. Everyone. Get to safety. Quickly. This monster was made of giant, sharp blocks of ice. It roared in anger and launched crystals toward them. One by one, people were impaled by the crystals and screamed in pain. Spiegel gritted his teeth in anger. The shields can't even withstand a single blow. Then he channeled energy into the ground. A barrier of earth and rock was quickly erected. The sharp crystal attacks still kept coming relentlessly. He shouted a suggestion. "Everyone, raise earth walls to block the attacks, quickly." Hayate was currently helping a seriously injured person, her mouth constantly encouraging them, "Hang in there." Suddenly, a sound startled her. From behind, a crystal hand was rapidly reaching out to grab Hayate. It was followed by thousands of powerful shots. She secretly used magic to prepare a defense. Suddenly, Joel appeared out of nowhere, quickly using his power to block it. Joel initiated the Origin Fire Spear. Hayate looked at him in surprise. Before he could even retract his power, he turned to ask Hayate worriedly, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, something caught Joel's attention. Looking at her long hair, he was stunned. Purple hair, don't tell me. Then, he couldn't help but shout, "Princess." This word made Hayate grit her teeth in anger. While Joel was distracted, the monster quickly moved in. Suddenly, Alan stood muttering something, "Origin Ice Arrow," followed by a series of powerful beams that shot forward forcefully. The rushing power created a massive explosion, but the monster was still able to stand firm afterward. Its body was a little broken, but it was still basically very healthy. Alan sighed in frustration. "I tried to destroy its body completely, but its body is too tough." Then the monster created another strong tremor on the ground. Vo now began to channel his primal energy. Then he quickly jumped down to block in front of Alan. He still had his eyes shut tight in fear. Vo gripped his sword tightly to build momentum, then swung down powerfully, shattering the earth and rock. Blood flame soared. The dust and debris slowly settled, and only then did Alan dare to open his eyes, as a figure slowly approached. The person spoke amidst the surprise of Heck and Joe. "Looks like I'm not too late, am I?" Then he introduced himself. "I'm Jaron from the Red Tower." Vo just watched in silence, as did Alan. 3 days ago, a very dapper-looking Jaron was suddenly addressed. Alex Demon B sat on the table and said in a low voice, "Daria has started investigating his death. Any theories?" From beneath the ground, a ghostly voice echoed. "Theories?" The voice continued. "Theories, you say?" Then Karen looked up at Ben and asked, "Don't you remember why you killed him?" Hearing this, his face was covered by a dark shadow, filled with anger. Then the guy continued to provoke him. "Are you afraid of getting caught?" Ben clenched his fist firmly. "There's no way that's happening." Then he turned and sighed. "I'm just disappointed." He raised his voice to blame Karen. "If you had dealt with Joe Dumont during the selection, Daria wouldn't have had any chance to be suspicious." Hearing this, the guy quickly explained, "That's because I received false information that Joe Dumont was a weak kid." Ben angrily shouted, "Are you trying to say it's my fault now?" At that moment, a figure appeared, as the smoke cleared, and a deep voice rang out, "Did you call me here just to watch you two argue?" Bism Radam. The old man sat imposingly on the chair. Ben immediately turned and bowed respectfully. "My greetings, Your Grace, the Grand Duke." Bism asked calmly, "My nephew caused some trouble, didn't he?" He agreed. "Yes, initially, it was expected that only a few members of the protection team would be there." Seeing him rambling, the old man raised his hand to stop him. "Focus on the main issue. How do we take over those ruins?" Bism turned to Jaron and gestured, and he immediately approached respectfully. "My disciple here, Jaron, will join the protection team." They began to plan. If Jaron creates a side path through the protective barrier of the Golden Tower, then the old man continued, "The cultists who pass through that path will ambush the group of protection mages. As you know, for our plan to succeed." Bism stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then he made his proposal. "We need to subdue the Tower Master who is currently protecting the king in order to eliminate the Tower Masters safely and without causing damage." Recalling the figures of two incredibly powerful people, he continued, "We need that thing inside the ruins. So, what needs to be done now is… Bism looked at the box in his hand, which was constantly emitting a murderous aura, his eyes revealing his cruelty. Don't we need at least one ace up our sleeve for this important mission, right? Shifting to another location, Vo was shouting at the person inside the tent. Just a little bit. He grabbed Heck's hand and tried to persuade her. Please give up, princess. It's too difficult. She just put a finger to her lips and gestured. Please keep this a secret, Heck said in a stern, commanding tone. My presence here is top secret information. Must be kept secret. No one can know. She immediately composed herself and casually continued. You, Russo, just need to pretend you didn't see me and let this go. Of course, it might be hard for you to understand. Then Hecate prepared to put her hood back on to hide her identity from everyone. You must really love the ruins and artifacts inside, right? Vaughn smiled and expressed. If I were you, I would be very disappointed not to be able to witness those ruins and artifacts for myself. Then, he looked at her reassuringly. If you're determined to go there, you have nothing to worry about, since I'm here. If you have any requests, Hecate retorted. That's not a good idea. Both the king and the nobles, they all wouldn't let me go to a place like this alone. Therefore, you must keep my secret. Then she wondered. And you, as a knight, don't you feel worried about me, a princess, being in a place like this? Recalling that surge of magic, he exclaimed. In just a brief moment, I witnessed the princess's power. Then, he explained further, ordinary knights wouldn't be a match for your extraordinary power, so there's no need to worry about you at all. Hecate blushed angrily. Extraordinary power. Then she forcefully flicked the innocent boy's forehead. She turned and left Russo with a huge bump on his forehead. Anyway, I'm heading out. You stay here and do your best to fulfill your role. Hecate turned away, smiling hopefully. He's not bad, even though he's just a rookie. After a moment of daze, Vaughn realized he should have asked her to pretend she didn't see the dragon's heart. Spiglum was casting a spell and then shouted to everyone, "Everyone, keep working together." Right after that, Vaughn quickly appeared. Sorry for being late. He looked ahead. Vaughn saw his comrades lined up, casting spells. He exclaimed in astonishment. Magic isn't working either. What the hell is going on? Alan lowered his head slightly and spoke. Spatial collapse is one of the most powerful barriers. Everyone's attacks were trying to break the barrier. However, the barrier was too thick, and everyone was knocked back. Spiglum helplessly slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it, even though we found the gate to the ruins, why of all things did it have to be a spatial collapse? In the distance, Geron was leaning against the cave wall, watching the struggling group. He thought to himself that he should send a report to the Archduke. A while later, the entire group retreated to their tents. Spiglum couldn't help but shout, What? There's a way to destroy that barrier? Alan, standing beside him, said, With the holy relic from the Age of Gods that the Mages Guild possesses, we can concentrate our power and break through it, Spiglum replied happily. But I doubt they'd be willing to lend it. That's why I was planning to take action myself. Then he tightly gripped Alan's hand. Spiglum said excitedly, If you can solve it, I promise, on behalf of the Golden Tower, to repay you. Alan smiled and replied, Yes, I'll do my best. The scene changes to a different place. At this time, Alan arranged to meet Geron and Joe to ask for their help. Although I don't want to, I have to rely on you. Vaughn nodded and said, Rely on us? No need. Everything will be fine. Meanwhile, Geron stared at the other two and thought, with Alan Pet gone, there's only one combat mage left here. Suddenly, Russo turned to him and said, Sir Geron, I want to discuss switching shifts with you for tonight. Geron looked at him with murderous eyes. I'll go, first. Then he turned and left. I'm tired, so I'll be leaving first. Busso looked at Geron and thought, what a wicked smile. The scene shifts to outside the base, where two mages were sitting by a campfire on guard duty. Suddenly, one of them saw something suspicious. Seeing a very suspicious group of people dressed in black, they immediately stood up and shouted, Who's there? Stop, this area is under the management of the Gold Tower. As soon as the words were out, the two mages were finished off by the strange group. Suddenly, Geron appeared among these strangers. He approached the barrier and destroyed it. Geron said, There's a change of plans. The barrier gradually opened, revealing a collapsing space that protected the ruins. With the barrier open, the group of strangers casually walked in. Geron crossed his arms and said, We're here to retrieve the holy relic that can destroy it. He continued, Alen Pet has arrived at the Blue Tower. A guy in a black mask named Karen looked up, stretched, and said, The smell of burning flesh, how fragrant, Geron calmly said. To threaten him, we just need to take Spiggle M hostage. Karen didn't think so. What about the one called the Disciple? Of the fire tower? Capturing Buso wouldn't be a good idea, he said coldly. Kill him, I will not forgive any mistakes. This time, a man in armor appeared in front of Jaron. He stared at him and said, You complain a lot for someone who's just watching. Jaron, not pleased, glared back at him with a murderous look. Seeing that things were getting tense, Karen immediately stepped in to intervene. Hey, he continued, we're on the same side. Don't do this. Karen glanced at Jaron and uttered an insult. Well, the beloved bastard son. His words made Jaron furious. He's Master Ben's. He can't get hurt. Provoked, Jaron raised his hand to attack Karen. The man immediately cast a spell to block the attack. He roared, What did you just say? Karen spoke up. Can't I even joke around here? Then he tilted his head and said, Lighten up a little. While this group was having a minor clash, the disciples had finished drawing a bright red magic circle. Arms began to rise from the circle. Then, a hideous monster crawled up from the ground. Karen said coldly, Although there's no way it would happen, but he continued, If things go south, don't forget about the thing that the Archduke gave you. Jaron recalled something from the past. Ben stood before him and said, Remember, he said seriously, After this mission is over, you will live like a ghost from that day forward. The Archduke sat on his throne. Ben ordered that not a single survivor should return from the punitive expedition. Jaron bowed his head slightly and said, But if something goes wrong? Then, he looked up and asked, Can I use the Archduke's item? Ben narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. Then he approached and said, You want to? Ben placed a hand on Jaron's shoulder and asked, You think I'd approve? He burst out laughing. I simply believe that you will not fail, no matter what. Back in the present, in front of Jaron was a massive explosion. He stood there and muttered, Of course, just as father wishes. A dark aura enveloped Jaron. I will become a ghost. He put on a cold expression and said, A ghost that spreads fear and despair. Late at night in the camp tent, Spiegel M suddenly exclaimed, What? He looked worriedly at Buso and said, You want to know about a species of dragon with many horns? Spiegel M asked him, Why all of a sudden? Buso said honestly, I saw a painting at the mission site, and its strange appearance caught my eye. He rested his chin on his hand, looked at him, and said, Really? I can't give you a precise answer either. Ro bowed his head slightly and replied, Is that so? Suddenly, Spiegel M spoke up, But I'm thinking of the Holy Dragon King. When Ro heard this name, he couldn't help but wonder, The Holy Dragon King, does such a creature exist? He rubbed his chin, turned his head to the side, and said, Because there aren't many historical records about it. I don't know many clues either, Spiegel M continued. But it said that it was raised to be able to deal with something. He was talking about some evil force, when suddenly a small red dragon appeared above Ro's head and bit him. He softly exclaimed, Pepper. Seeing Pepper, Spiegel M said excitedly, You can summon spirits too? Then, Pepper darted away. It stood in front of the tent flap and hissed, warning something outside. Ro looked at it, confused. What? Immediately, a force pushed against the flap from the outside. Very quickly, a monster aggressively charged in. Both Ro and Spiegel M were completely surprised by this situation. The humanoid monster looked incredibly grotesque, its entire body emanating a powerful flame. It used its power to engulf everything in a sea of fire. People in the camp screamed in terror. It's an ambush. An armored figure appeared, blocking a group of mages who were trying to escape. The mages cast spells, trying to subdue him. It's an enemy, let's work together to take them down. The attack turned into sharp spikes aimed at him. Thick smoke billowed up. His hand casually brushed the smoke away. The armored figure said contemptuously, What pathetic skills. The mages were stunned. What? He took that hit and is completely unharmed? Immediately, the armored figure raised his mace, then slammed it down on the ground. He released a huge magical force. The mages were trapped and couldn't escape, while Karen casually went to find his prey. 2 battle mages appeared in front of him. Then they shouted and cast a spell. Earth Arrow! Karen stood there nonchalantly, not even bothering to dodge. How annoying. He conjured a magic circle to block the attack. Who would have thought this circle was a teleportation spell? It appeared behind the mages. Karen used a trick. He turned their own attack against them, teleporting it behind the 2 mages to strike them. One of them turned around and exclaimed, What's happening? But unfortunately for them, they couldn't react in time. Their deaths were inevitable. Karen stood there looking at the 2 fallen mages. Then he looked up at the sky and wondered, Where's that old geezer Spiegel M? In another part of the camp, where the strangers had broken in, Ro had quickly put up a barrier, so he and Spiegel M were still safe and sound. He immediately asked, "Are you all right?" Needless to say, Spiegel M was furious at this moment. What kind of lunatics would dare attack the excavation site? Ro looked down at what was at his feet, a corpse. Then he said with a firm tone, "The only ones who use corpses as weapons are them." Spiegel M said with some suspicion, "Could it be the followers of the evil cult?" "Yes, Elder," Ro replied. Then he turned to him and said, "I'm sorry, I have to protect someone important. You should leave quickly. I'll meet you outside the ruins." Spiegel M let out a bewildered sound. "Huh?" he asked in confusion. "Is there someone more important than me?" Somewhere else in the camp, Hecate was fighting. She decisively swung her axe to attack. Then Hecate swung again, wiping out the monsters. She looked down at their corpses and thought to herself, where did these things suddenly come from? Next, Hecate turned to call everyone. The people in the back, "It's safe now, this way." The group immediately ran towards her, but they suddenly stopped, and fearfully glanced to one side. Hecate looked in that direction and exclaimed, "What?" The armored man appeared, blocking the group of mages from her. Hecate didn't hesitate to raise her hammer and charge at the opponent. This one full power blow will take them down. She got a running start and leaped high into the air. Right after that, Hecate brought her hammer down right on his neck. Following the momentum, she slid down and landed in front of him. Hecate glanced back, bewildered, and wondered, "With that much force, it's still fine?" The armored man asked her, "Who are you?" She quickly stood up, and although her body was trembling, her hands still gripped the hammer tightly. Hecate was furious, thinking it would be great if she had a decent sword. She looked at the group of mages, standing behind her, and regained her composure. "No, I can't lose heart." She stared intently with a serious expression at her opponent. "I am Hecate Ratmos, Princess of the Andi Kingdom." Hecate bravely cast a spell to envelop herself. "I will protect my people." Seeing this, the armored man swung his mace, thinking this was quite interesting anyway. Suddenly, a flame flew past her and shot straight towards the enemy. Vaso had arrived. He attacked the armored man with fire. Vaso turned the fire into a spear and knocked him far away. He looked at Hecate worriedly. "Are you all right, Princess? Reinforcements are on their way." She shyly scolded him. "Why are you calling me that so weirdly?" The armored man, standing in the distance, called out, "You with the fire spear." He approached, seething with killing intent. "You must be a disciple of the fire tower." Vaso stared at the armored man with an unwavering expression. Then he turned to Hecate and said, "I'll handle this. You take everyone to the entrance of the ruins. First, we'll regroup with the elder there." Spiegel immediately helped the injured mage to safety, assisting the others. "To leave?" Hecate asked Vaso with some concern. "Are you sure you can handle this on your own?" He turned his head and replied confidently, "You said you'd give me a chance to repay my debt." She pursed her lips and gave a slight smile. Then Hecate turned and left with the other mages. "I'll leave it to you then." The armored man placed a hand on his head and sighed. "I'd have more fun if you all attacked at once, you know." Vaso, full of fighting spirit, said, "This is a fight between the two of us." The armored man started to get serious. He looked intently at him. Suddenly, Pepper spat fire, making him exclaim, "What?" As a result, the armored man was hit by a massive explosion. He watched Vaso unleash his move and thought to himself, "So much heat, and a flame spear." At this moment, Vaso had created a fire spear, adding explosion magic to it. Flame spear, explode. Vaso raised his spear and charged. "Forward," he shouted. "Your cheap tricks won't work on me." The armored man was no slouch either. He took a defensive stance, ready to receive the attack. Vaso raised his spear high and yelled, "Are they really tricks?" The spear struck precisely on his head. The armored man stood frozen on the spot, unable to react. Right after that, he unleashed a massive flame from the spear to incinerate him. On another front, a group of mages was fleeing. They suddenly stopped because they saw a figure standing in their way. Someone recognized this person and shouted, "Sir Geron!" A mage stepped forward and asked him, "Are you injured? Where have you been?" The enemy just attacked, but what answered them was a fatal slash. Geron coldly and mercilessly struck them down with his sword. He looked at them with unbelievably cruel eyes, furthermore. Then Geron approached and looked down into the chasm, where the camp was engulfed in flames. His eyes widened as he thought of a name, Spiegel. Geron couldn't help but wonder, "Are you planning to reorganize the formation inside the ruins?" Suddenly, Hayate sensed something and immediately turned to look behind her. Jaron was surprised to see her, Princess Hayate. Right after that, a cataclysmic explosion reached where he was standing. Then Jaron looked to the side, and in the distance, there was a dark shadow that flashed by. The armored man took a defensive stance and tried to absorb the full damage from Vell. He let out a breath, while Jaron looked at him in surprise. The cursed refined black iron actually shattered. Then, the armored man's faceplate cracked open, and Vell taunted. "Finally showing your face. Huh. But why the long face?" The armored man gritted his teeth. That arrogant bastard. He flew into a rage, his whole body radiating dark energy. "Don't underestimate me." Vell looked at the armored man with a hint of fear. That aura, he could see that inside this armored man, there were two hearts. He thought, I can't believe I have to use the knight's heart implanted in my body to deal with this guy. The armored man screamed and charged at him. "I'll tear you to pieces." His attack speed was incredibly fast, forcing Vell to scramble to dodge. So fast. The armored man, holding a mace, stared intently at him. Vell smiled faintly, thinking he was much faster than the other guy. Afterward, Vell stopped and took a stance to unleash a move. He immediately accelerated and rushed to attack him. The attack from Vell aimed precisely at the armored man. Flaming spear absolute slash. He was hit by the blow and immediately coughed violently. Then the armored man fell, and Vell raised his spear in front of him and said, "It's over." Suddenly, a blue vortex appeared in front of Vell. This vortex radiated a wave of power like rushing water towards him. It quickly extinguished Vell's flames and pushed him away. There were wooden pillars floating on the water that had just appeared. Vell struggled to regain his balance. He looked towards the whirlpool and wondered, what just happened? Suddenly, he looked down at the ground, and Vell immediately thought of someone. It was him. It turned out Karen had used water to save the armored man's life. He teased. "The water pressure from the deep sea comes in handy, doesn't it?" The armored man said angrily. "Shut up." Vell created a spear with his hand and stared at his opponent. "This time I won't let you get away." Then he unleashed his move. Flaming spear full gale. Vell held up his spear and thought, this attack. He immediately launched it towards his opponent. How can he possibly dodge this? Karen immediately unleashed a move in response. "I just had a great idea." Right after that, he created a giant water shield. Vell froze on the spot. His flames were contained by the shield, and the other mages were also stunned. Huh. Hayate turned her head to look at Vell. Before everyone was the sight of the seemingly unstoppable flaming spear being blocked by Karen's shield. Spigel was astonished, and even Hayate couldn't believe it. Vell looked completely panicked at this moment. "No, it's impossible," he screamed. "This can't be happening." The flaming spear continued to push against the water shield with its immense power. A massive explosion sent earth and rocks flying, and dust filled the air. Vell stood frozen in the middle of the battlefield, and suddenly his eyes widened in horror as he cried out, "No!" Vell looked around in a panic. "Princess! Elder!" A hand rose from the rubble, calling to him. "Here!" Vell saw Spigel struggling to get out from under the debris. He cried out, "Elder!" Vell knelt down. "Are you all right, sir?" the old man asked in return. "Where are the others?" Vell simply shook his head. He then lowered his head. "I'm sorry." In the distance, a fire erupted. Vell and Spiegel M both turned around at once towards the flames. To their surprise, it was Jaron who had saved Hest and was carrying her out. Vell saw this and cried out, "Princess!" Spiegel M was equally surprised. "Princess Hest!" Vell immediately rushed to Hest's side. "Thank goodness. You're all right," he happily said to Jaron. "Sir Jaron, thank you for rescuing the princess." The man offered a forced smile in response to his gratitude. But behind that smile, Jaron took advantage of Vell's distraction and placed his sword against the boy's stomach. Then, he immediately sliced across Vell's torso. The boy collapsed, coughing up fresh blood. Spiegel M cried out in horror, "Young Master Vell!" Pepper immediately lunged at Jaron to avenge its master. Fortunately for him, a water barrier materialized and blocked Pepper's attack. Just then, a voice rang out, making Jaron turn around. "You're always getting in my way." Karen and his cronies used a portal to teleport to this location. The man clenched his fist and hissed, "You damn pest." Losing blood, Vell began to feel dizzy. "Pepper, I don't have any strength left in my body." Jaron turned to Karen and asked, "I thought I told you about using Spiegel M as a hostage?" The man retorted, "Well, you could have just played the part of the hostage, couldn't you?" Spiegel M was absolutely furious, and attacked him. "Jaron, how dare you betray us?" The armored man threw his mace at the old man and yelled, "Shut your mouth, old man." The powerful attack quickly struck Spiegel M down. He was wounded in the back and lay sprawled on the ground. As for Karen, he turned and asked, Anyway, who is that wench? Geron glanced down at the unconscious girl and said, Princess Hest. If we rescue her, we can control the entire kingdom of Andy. He shot Karen a dirty look. Because of your foolish actions, everything was almost for nothing. The other man argued, as long as she isn't dead, it's fine, isn't it? Suddenly, Vo's voice interrupted them. I can't let that happen. He slowly stood up, trying to muster his strength. You won't get your way. Immediately, the armored man stepped forward to confront him. I'll take care of this guy. Vo gritted his teeth through the pain and prepared to counterattack. Then he cast a spell on the ring he was wearing. Mist ring. Summon fog. The armored man swung his mace right at Vo. This is payback for last time, kid. Mist billowed out from the ring, making Karen a bit surprised. Fog? Confident in his victory, the armored man slammed his mace down. Die! Vo's eyes widened as he yelled, Dragon form! The armored man was caught by surprise. Vo unleashed a giant flame, knocking him back. Karen stared at him. Impossible. Was that fog just to block our sight? Behind the curtain of fog, Vo unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the armored man and his lackeys, causing them to cry out in pain. The fog started to dissipate, revealing the minions sprawled on the ground. Karen cast a water barrier around himself, so that's why the other guy was defeated. I can sense them without needing to see. Right after, a series of barriers were erected. The sudden spike in mana is beyond my comprehension. However, a pair of fiery eyes was staring right at him. Karen thought in terror, what the hell is that? While he was distracted, Vo thrust his spear directly at Karen. He poured all his strength into the attack. The man suddenly started laughing. You look just like a monster, and he continued to stab the guy with his spear. In a corner, Geron laid Hackett on the ground. Russell thought to himself, if he abandoned the survivors, the mission would fail. Then he shouted, Twin cursed bloodfire swords. Geron leaped in, wielding twin swords. Come at me, Russell. He gritted his teeth. His dragonification was about to wear off. For this final blow, Russell combined his two swords into a double-headed spear. With overwhelming power, Geron dove down from the sky. Russell held his spear at the ready to pierce him. I'll bet everything on this one strike. The two clashed, causing an earth-shattering explosion. After this blow, Russell collapsed to his knees. He coughed violently, his body seemingly having reached its limit. On the other side, Geron was scorched, standing still like a statue. A huge hole was gouged out of his chest, and his condition was critical. Then Geron fell, and in the distance, a flash of light appeared. Russell cautiously turned to look at that light. Then, a voice startled him. Damn it! So he finally went down. Russell looked at Karen, who glanced at him. Don't tell me you thought he was the only one who could fight you. How simple-minded. Karen's words stunned him a bit, and this guy also has a similar ability to you, you know? As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed a hand behind him. The creature that was about to appear had a pair of horns on its head, and its tail was revealed. Karen said, You possess power comparable to a dragon. Gradually, its wings unfurled, and Russell cautiously watched the thing appearing before him. In front of him was Geron, who had transformed into a monster. Karen introduced, the heart of the Chimera. Russell stared intently at Geron, who had become a beast. The heart of the Chimera, he thought. Its magical power is immeasurably strong. Immediately after, Geron raised his hand, and then he clenched his fist. The unlucky one caught in the attack was Karen. He struggled to break free from the magic tightening around his neck. Geron growled. Did you deliberately hide your strength to force me to use this heart? Karen explained. You did it voluntarily. Then he stared intently at Geron. Karen continued. Didn't the heart of the Chimera help you instantly level up countless magic circles? Besides, he paused for a moment then said, I also didn't tell you to fight that guy only to end up losing. Geron waved his hand, releasing him. Fine. I agree that I misunderstood the mission. Then he immediately raised his hand. Russell, it's time to end this. Instantly, a surge of power rushed forward as if to crush his heart. Geron grabbed Russell by the neck. You've done very well up until now. Then he raised his hand, creating a massive wave of power. But unfortunately, you won't be able to protect anything anymore. This wave of power slammed into the barrier. It's over, Russell. His attack was strong enough to make the barrier shatter, revealing what it was protecting. Karen shielded himself from Geron's power and thought, breaking even a spatial barrier? You're pretty good. Russell, using his firepower, threw a punch at his face and screamed, It's not over yet, you bastard. This attack managed to graze Geron slightly. He chuckled. Yeah, I'm reconsidering it. Geron immediately kicked Russell, sending him flying. I'll give you a worthy death. His body slammed into the barrier. Then Russell was gradually sucked into the space within the barrier, inside the spatial rift. Geron, on the outside, laughed and said, "Go ahead and slowly enjoy the agony of having your soul torn apart. Carry with you the shame of a incompetent for all of infinite time." The scene shifts to a hospital room, where he flails his arms as if he just woke up from a nightmare. Seeing this, a nurse worriedly calls out to him, "Are you awake?" Vaso looks down at his hands, panting heavily. The nurse continues, "You're in Camelot Hospital." He tries to sit up and get out of bed. "A hospital? What about the battle at the ruins?" the nurse asks in confusion. "Huh? What on earth are you talking about?" Vaso frantically grabs the nurse's shoulders. "The princess. Are the princess and everyone else okay?" Immediately after, a male orderly rushes over. "Patient, please calm down." The nurse looks into Vaso's eyes and tries to explain. "While cleaning at the Lubrium Museum, you suddenly had a seizure and were brought to the hospital." He is so shocked his eyes widen. What? Then Vaso shouts, "Pepper, Pepper." He looks all around for Pepper, despite the nurse trying to stop him. "Pepper, where are you? Have I returned to the time before I regressed?" Vaso reconsiders. No, something must have happened. Just then, a golden ring flies towards him. It quickly binds Vaso tightly. The head nurse appears and says, "You've made enough noise. You're a patient, so please calm down so we can take you back to your bed." She invites him to her office to talk. According to the nurse, he fainted at the museum and experienced severe hallucinations upon waking. Vaso says, "Seriously, I've never had hallucinations before." She replies to him, "I see, I understand." The head nurse walks to the window and says, "I deeply sympathize with what you've shared." Then she asks Vaso, "Have you ever heard of the dream-eating tree?" The head nurse continues, "It uses the most beautiful hallucinations as a trap, then lets people starve to death under its roots, and uses their bodies as nutrients." He asks her, slightly annoyed, "What does that have to do with me?" The head nurse taps her finger on the window pane and says, "That day, pollen from the dream-eating tree on display at the museum leaked into the air. Besides you, there were many others," she continues, "who also experienced similar hallucinations." He looks at her in confusion. "Huh? You're saying you're the head nurse?" She returns to her desk and fills out some paperwork. The main point is that the museum will cover all hospital fees for the patients. Vaso is stunned. Was it all just a hallucination? The head nurse places her hand on the stack of papers and says, "This is the medical report. You can request compensation from the museum's management." Then, she leans in close to Vaso and says in a dangerous tone, "This is when you should wake up." Vaso bewilderedly asks himself, "It was all just a dream." No, Lady Dariat will definitely know about this. Night falls at the fire tower, and Vaso walks dazedly to the tower's entrance, thinking no dream could be this real. Immediately, a guard shouts, "Wait a minute, please stop." He bows his head and says quietly, "I'm here to see Lady Dariat. If she's my master, she'll definitely recognize me." The guard looks at Vaso with contempt. "Who do you think you are?" He looks up at the tall tower and prays silently. "Please, tell me it all wasn't a dream, please." He says in desperation, "My name is Vaso. Monday I was once a disciple of Lady Dariat." The guards look at each other and ask, "A disciple of Dariat? I've never heard that name before." One guard gets angry and shouts, "I knew you were crazy. Get out of here." Vaso clenches his fists. Then he rushes into the tower. "Please let me. Just a moment. Please let me see her." The guard got annoyed and raised his hand to hit him. This madman is really something. Vell was knocked to the ground. He tried to get up and mumbled a name. Master Dari. Dari, who happened to be passing by in her carriage, noticed the commotion and looked down to ask the guard, "What's going on?" The guard bowed and replied, "Master of the tower, this young man keeps claiming to be your disciple," she exclaimed in surprise. "My disciple?" Dari looked down at the disheveled Vell and asked a devastating question. "Do I know you?" Her question left him stunned. Vell's eyes widened before he slowly lowered his head. Seeing his ragged state, Dari let out a soft sigh. The guard quickly reminded her, "We should get going now." The carriage then slowly entered the tower. In a room inside the tower, Vell placed his hand on the glass, protecting a treasure chest, and thought, "Does that mean everything was really caused by the nightmare tree's pollen?" Then he punched the glass. "This is absurd." The glass cracked. "If this is really a dream, then wake me up before I go this far. There's no way this can be real." Behind the glass, a red stone was revealed. His actions were immediately spotted by the guards. A guard quickly pinned Vell to the ground and loudly asked, "Who are you?" The other guards rushed in, telling each other to drag him out. Vell, unwilling to give up, shouted, "There's no way this can be real." Afterward, he tried to prove that his life wasn't a dream, but it was all in vain. A few years passed, and Vell continued to fight against this reality in desperation, but the passing years wore down his will. Under a bridge somewhere, someone handed him a newspaper to read. Vell held it in his hands and read it carefully. Many years went by, and Vell was now a middle-aged man with a beard, living like someone at the bottom of society. He read the newspaper, The Youngest Master of the Magic Tower. The paper featured a picture of Alan. In the end, there was no way. Vell pondered for a moment, thinking that someone like him never had a chance from the beginning. The scene shifts to Walker Hill Academy. Vell was now working as a janitor, sweeping the school grounds. He never expected to return to this place. Vell had emptied his mind and given up on his ambitions, and eventually, he just let himself go. Vell paused for a moment, thinking that a life like this wasn't so bad after all. To be honest, this was probably the most suitable job for the person he was now. Suddenly, he heard someone passing by. Vell tiptoed closer, hiding behind a wall. A group of students was ganging up on someone. "Who do you think you are, acting like that? Know your place. Just because we talked to you, you think you're our equal?" He decided to turn and walk away. "This has nothing to do with me. It's best if I just ignore it." The one being bullied was Speaker. "No matter what you all say," he declared defiantly, "I will become a mage." The blonde-haired guy chuckled. "Why this crippled bastard?" His words caught Vell's attention. Having a condition with constricted mana vessels in his body and still running his mouth like that? The blonde guy ordered his lackeys to hold the victim. "Furthermore, remember the crime your family committed. He used fire magic. Intending to strike him, I'll leave you with a mark you'll never forget." The blonde-haired guy pushed his flaming finger close to the victim's face. Speaker resigned himself to his fate. Squeezing his eyes shut, he suddenly heard the sound of someone getting beaten up, and slowly peeked open his eyes to see the bullies from before getting thrashed. They were knocked out cold on the ground. Spear looked up and saw Vaux sweeping the courtyard. He mumbled, "Why is this place so dirty?" Spear looked at Vaux with eyes full of admiration. A moment later, Vaux sighed while eating some bread. "What a pain." Vaux looked at Spear sitting next to him and asked, "Why are you following me, kid?" He held up his book and answered innocently, "I'm just reading a book. This place is quiet, so it's good for concentrating." Vaux sensed someone was watching him, and immediately glanced in their direction. His sharp glare made the onlookers, the same bullies who had picked on Spear, turn pale with fear. After warning them off, he let out a sigh and then asked, "You have a mana stricture, don't you?" He continued, "I knew someone, just like you, who also attended this academy." Spear asked curiously, "What? What happened to that person?" Vaux threw his loaf of bread to the ground and said irritably, "He was expelled because he couldn't overcome his own limits. Like a piece of trash destined to become a failure," he continued. "He couldn't even achieve his own goal. For a mage, a mana stricture is no different from a death sentence." Vaux's eyes widened as he said, "Sometimes, knowing when to give up is also a form of courage." Spear cut him off. "I can't do that." He stood up and said with a smile, "I can't give up on my dream." Then Spear left, leaving Vaux speechless and deep in thought. Then, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, you!" A bald staff member waved him over. Vaux walked over and asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" He replied, "Be careful." The bald man warned him not to associate with that kid. "If something happens, you could get into serious trouble." Vaux, confused, asked back, "I don't quite understand what you mean." The bald man immediately said, "He's the son of the traitor that the Red Tower cast out, a fallen family." The scene shifts to a very gloomy room, where a group of cultists are gathered. The world of the guardian gods is coming to an end. Advance to Walker Hill Academy. The skull placed in the middle of the room shouted and announced, "Let our return begin." On a beautiful morning at the academy, someone was using a small gem to practice magic. Just a little more. Spear, in pain, used his other hand to grip the hand that was practicing magic. Vaux approached and asked him, "Why don't you give up on becoming a mage?" He asked curiously, "What's your reason for continuing?" Spear lowered his head slightly and replied, "It's because I made a promise." His words made Vaux think about his own mother. Just then, the sound of a group of people's footsteps approached. It was the blonde guy and his lackeys. "So you're here. Last time was just a fluke. But don't even think about running away this time." Vaux gathered his mana and told Spear, "Watch closely." He said seriously, "This is the only way you can become a mage." The blonde guy was shocked by Vaux's power. "What?" He clenched his hand into a fist and immediately threw a punch at his enemy. The scene changes to winter at the academy. Vaux was watching Spear run to build up his stamina. A mage could overexert their weak body when using magic. He yelled, "Run faster! If you don't know how to keep your distance, You'll easily lose your life in battle. After that, the two of them started sparring hand to hand. Magic can move faster, with a strong and well-trained body. Unlike those who are already fully developed physically, the effects of magic are amplified when used by a child who is still immature and learning. Vell lightly strikes him on the neck. However, his growth rate is really slow. Spear collapses, gasping for breath, panting heavily. Seeing this, Vell says, "You promised to try hard. However, is this all you've got?" He quickly gathers his spirits once again. "Please help me." Many days later, Spear is casting a combat magic attack spell. He unleashes an ice arrow. His opponent is immediately defeated. At the Academy's competition, the judge announces the name of the winner. Spear is victorious. The students watching can't help but gossip. That kid with the small monoflow due to a blockage actually won. The skill gap between them was huge. That's amazing. The defeated blonde-haired guy grits his teeth and says, "You bastard, just you wait." Spear then looks up at the stands as if searching for someone. He thinks of and silently thanks Zoe. "Thanks to you, I've become a two-circle mage." In a corner of the stands, Vell is standing with his arms crossed, watching Spear and smiling slightly. Suddenly, someone calls his name. Vell. A man with a noble appearance says to him in a contemptuous voice, "Long time no see, huh? You insect." Vell recognizes this person, Coma Frederic. The scene changes to a dark, dusty warehouse. He's been beaten to a pulp by Com's men. "Sorry about this," the bald-headed staff member says in a pitying tone. "He already told you not to cause any more trouble, didn't he?" Com raises his voice, "Because that is my son, and you've bothered him far too many times." Vell remembers the blonde-haired guy who was just defeated by Spear, and he smirks contemptuously and says, "So that was your son. It's no surprise you're both such scumbags." He bows his head down and says, "It seems you don't realize the situation you're in, do you? If I use dark magic connections, I can easily get rid of you." Com threatens him. "Not just you, but that kid you've taken an interest in too." Hearing this, Vell scoffs and then bursts out laughing, as if he heard something incredibly funny. Vell says mockingly, "Ah, taken an interest in that kid?" He continues, "I just wanted to awaken that kid's potential for fun." That night, Vell is packing his bags. He remembers what Com said to him. "This is an order. Leave the academy immediately, if you don't want to die." He hesitates for a moment and thinks about Spear. Vell carries his luggage out of the academy gate, but he is spotted by Spear. "Where are you going?" Vell stops for a moment, then replies, "I'm leaving this place." He asks, "Why? Why are you leaving?" Vell grips his luggage tightly, then he just starts running. Spear runs faster and blocks Vell's path. "Didn't you hear me? Stop right now." He looks surprised when he sees his face. Noticing Vell's injured face, he asks, "Huh? Your face?" He replies in a low voice, "What do you expect from someone like me?" Then he says something hurtful to Spear. "Did you think I was your tutor or something?" Vell walks past him, bumping his shoulder. He finishes with one last sentence, "Stop being delusional." These words from Vell make him cry. The scene changes to Com, who seems to be talking to someone. "That's why I crave money and power. Everything becomes easy when you're rich and powerful." Suddenly, Com is startled. Outside the academy, a group of people in black are using restraining magic. "What's going on?" Com grits his teeth and says, "How dare you stand in the way of a Frederic?" Immediately after, there's a massive explosion. A massive explosion erupted. Vo, who had already gone some distance, stopped in his tracks because of the blast. As flames slowly began to rise, he quickly went to the scene of the explosion and discovered all the buildings were being engulfed in flames. Vo panicked when he realized where the explosion had occurred, the academy. From within the raging flames at the academy, a deep voice echoed. Today's attack was led by a figure wearing a full-body cloak, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. He sat atop a pile of corpses and gave an order, also announcing the return of our cult. Our cult. Go. He calmly watched his subordinates slaughter everyone in sight, and slowly spoke, his voice etching deep fear and despair. The cruelty in his every word mingled with the whooshing sounds of his subordinates' weapons as they massacred everyone, letting them taste the stench of blood. The academy's professors were clearly wary of this man's subordinate. Without a moment's hesitation, his subordinate used an ice arrow spell to finish off the school's professors. Meanwhile, the stranger's subordinate was now flashing a bloodthirsty smile. He looked toward Speaker and exclaimed, "There's still a little mouse left alive over there." A moment later, Vo rushed back to the academy. He hid behind a stone pillar, looking toward Speaker and realizing the situation had been discovered. Just then, the stranger's subordinate approached Speaker and exclaimed with amusement, "You're quite interesting." The sight made Ja so worry, wondering, why isn't he running away? Suddenly, the subordinate asked Speaker, Aren't you afraid to die? Hearing this, he laughed and replied, I've bought enough time for the others to escape, so that's good enough. At the same time, Joso's eyes widened in utter shock. I can feel that immense mana is terrifying. He noticed the professors' bodies on the ground and understood clearly. Even the professors couldn't deal with him. Suddenly, he recalled a long-forgotten memory from his past life. After becoming a guardian, I'll definitely be able to get even stronger, to protect more people. Whenever the opportunity arose, I would appear. However, life isn't like a dream, and when I wake from it, I'm just a weakling. What can I possibly do? In his mind, there was only one option in this situation, to run away. That's right, there's no reason to sacrifice myself. At that very moment, that subordinate raised his voice to mock Speaker. You weak bastard, you should know your place, shouldn't you? Without a hint of fear, Speaker calmly replied, More than anyone, I know I can't win. The next words he spoke made Joso hesitate, but protecting the people. In his powerful silhouette at that moment, there was a faint glimpse of Joso's own image. It is the duty of a guardian. And his words seemed to have awakened something inside of So, just then, the subordinate prepared to send Speaker on his way. That naivety of yours will get you killed. Suddenly, a sword plunged straight into the man's side. The one responsible was none other than Joso. Annoyed by the interruption, the subordinate gathered mana into his other hand, then mercilessly struck So, sending him flying backward. Next, he pulled the blade from his side and angrily cursed, You damn insects, how dare you? Suddenly, someone was preparing to use a Tier 3 ice magic arrow. The attack struck the subordinate head-on. The attacker was Speaker, who was panting heavily from exhaustion. Seizing the opportunity, Vell quickly grabbed his weapon, charged at the subordinate, and finally delivered a fatal blow. The battle ended with the victory going to Speaker and So. Speaker saw that he was in pain. Seeing him collapsed on the ground, he rushed over and called out loudly for Russell. Before he could ask anything, Russell beat him to it. Are you okay? Speaker, however, was so worried about his wound that he exclaimed, You're going to bleed out. However, even though, no matter how exhausted he was at the moment, he was focused only on warning him, You have to go, hurry up, the others are on their way. Being urged to leave, Speaker shouted, But I can't go alone. Suddenly, Russell placed a hand on his shoulder and asked in a serious tone, Are you trying to make me into a useless master who can't even protect his own disciple? His words stunned Speaker, who focused on that one word, disciple, while Russell continued to urge him on. You have to get out of here alive. A smile appeared on his lips along with the declaration for him to become a guardian. Promise me. One more thing, won't you? At this, Speaker burst into tears and affirmed, I promise I will become a guardian, master. Afterwards, Russell watched him leave, thinking to himself that he was already won. He slowly got to his feet, and deep down, he had to admit, You're like a lost dream of mine, like the courage I once abandoned. And, for that very reason. That's why I hate you. He then called out to the figures still there. That's enough. Watching Speaker run away with tears in his eyes, glancing back at him, Russell could only think to himself, and it's also the reason I like you. Just then, one of the enemies frantically unleashed his power and bellowed, You piece of trash, even using second circle magic on you is a waste. Far from being afraid, Russell simply thought to himself, It's because of you that I can truly live. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air. With his intellect, he had realized long ago that one can only learn magic by understanding the hierarchy of magic circles. Instantly, he used Blink, and suddenly appeared next to a cloaked figure. Without mercy, he moved to finish the man off, but his target managed to cast a spell just in time, and then, an explosion erupted, along with Russell's final thought, You have to live, Speaker. A moment later, in a place filled with beautiful constellations, a voice called out to him, It is time for you to go. He dazedly looked down at himself and wondered, Where am I? The Mirror Lord stood leisurely behind him and said, So you're finally awake? Then he asked, How was that world? Joe calmly replied, I lost the dream I had always pursued. But I also found that dream again and protected it. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened in shock when he saw someone. It was Speaker. His presence caused him to panic and ask urgently, Speaker, you didn't get away? He then rushed over to him, but was suddenly stopped by some kind of barrier. This made him even more confused as he stammered. In the end, Joe seemed disappointed in himself as he said, I couldn't protect anything at all. But then, the Mirror Lord said, No, you are mistaken. He called out his full name, Joe Mon, inheritor of the dragon's power. Only then did Joe remember, and asked, Who are you? The Mirror Lord placed his hand on the barrier and said nonchalantly, I am the master of this cruel world. He turned to look at Joe and continued, Ah, those people also call me by another name. A name was spoken, startling Joe. Mirror Lord. After regaining his composure, Joe uttered the name, Mirror Lord. The Mirror Lord, meanwhile, calmly touched the barrier and explained, That's right, this place allows you to see the deepest fear within you. He glanced over at Gyatso and said, For you, that is your worth. His words made Gyatso waver a bit. Then he continued, The reason you obtained that power was on the day Gyatso was revived and realized that he was still just a mediocre third-rate mage. Combined with the rumors that were spread, I saw him run away with my own eyes. All of that together made Qin Dian ask Gyatso a single question, Are you worthy of the power you possess? You surely had an answer for yourself. Vu once resolutely said that I can become even stronger and protect more people. Qin Dian saw this and remembered it well. The reason for you is to become a guardian who can protect everyone. After a moment of silence, Vu slowly stood up and asked, So are you saying that was all just a test for me? Qin Dian didn't hesitate to admit, That's right. You have overcome the fear within your own mind. Furthermore, he believed you proved that even without power, you can still protect others. It's because of your choices, your determination, and your courage. Now Speaker's body was gradually fading away, but he still had a faint smile on his lips as he affirmed, I will not forget our promise. Seeing him like that, Vu smiled in satisfaction and called out, Speaker. Suddenly, the barrier shattered along with Qin Dian's voice. What's in front of you is not an illusion. It's what you are protecting and will spend your whole life protecting. At this moment, he joyfully thought to himself, I have finally fulfilled my oath. My successor. He slowly removed his mask and told himself, It's time. Suddenly, Speaker emitted a brilliant golden light, while Qin Dian silently declared his departure, along with a dazzling light. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification about receiving the blood dragon, reconfiguring the body. You have received the first golden mask. Elsewhere, Geron wore an emotionless expression and remarked in a cold voice, Impressive. The current situation was quite unstable for the human side. Geron looked at Alan and asked, Your name is Alan Pet, isn't it? Alan paid him no mind and just quietly muttered an apology to the princess. After saying that, he weakly collapsed to his knees. Just then, Karen spoke up. I heard you're a genius. He praised Alan for his performance in the recent battle. You understood the situation of the battle as soon as you joined and acted very rationally, even though you had very little information. He recalled the moment when he used a move to save Het and exclaimed, Who would have guessed you'd use that artifact as bait to save the princess? At that time, he was even able to trap Geron on one side to buy some time. However, things are different now. However, those efforts were all for nothing. Just then, Karen watched Geron fly towards the citadel and asked, Hey, if you're done, then I'll clean up this leftover trash. The current situation was that Alan could only watch helplessly as Geron flew towards the citadel. Geron observed for a moment and then muttered, First, that magic barrier. Then he summoned a giant machine. Spiegel recognized it instantly and shouted in panic, That's a relic from the Age of the Gods. Hearing this, Heiket anxiously gritted his teeth and wondered, Is there nothing we can do? As for Geron, he activated the machine while thinking to himself. After finding that item, a resolute thought formed in his mind. I will not give it to humanity, and I will show the world myself. His conviction was similar to Ben's madness. What I do will prove it. He just wanted to prove that he was better. Then he immediately shouted, Break it. And so the machine crashed straight into the citadel's barrier. A loud boom resounded. Without stopping, Geron continued to control the machine to violently smash the barrier. And then, not long after, instead of the barrier breaking, the machine was utterly destroyed. This left Geron completely stunned. Even the three of them, Geron, Hit, and Spigman, were so surprised they shared the same thought. A holy relic from the Age of the Gods had no effect. A startled shout rang out. It's stuck inside the magic barrier. Suddenly, Alan pointed out that someone was on the other side. Sure enough, a faint magical light appeared from behind the thick cloud of dust. The one who created that light and destroyed the holy relic was none other than Joe. Ken jumped the moment he saw him, unable to believe his eyes. Geron himself was so shocked he screamed, That mask, no way. Suddenly, Joe lunged towards Karen. The man didn't hesitate and immediately took a fighting stance. Then, two powerful streams of magic clashed, but it seemed Joe's magic was slightly stronger, forcing Karen to struggle to block it while cursing through gritted teeth. Damn it! While he was distracted, Joe doubled the power of his magic. In the end, he blasted him with an attack that forced him to retreat far away. Not stopping there, he suddenly flashed forward. The battle unfolding before his eyes made Geron exclaim, "I can't believe he could tear a portal in half." At that moment, Joe was busy freeing Hecate and Spigman from their bonds. Furthermore, he was saying something. However, the two of them couldn't really understand him. Spigman asked blankly, "What are you saying?" Seeing that they couldn't understand him, Joe quickly took off his mask, smiled, and said, "I'm glad you're all safe." The moment they saw his face, Hecate was so astonished she loudly called out his name. "Relon," Spigman asked in confusion. "Why are you here?" In contrast to their astonishment, Alan breathed a sigh of relief. "Princess, I didn't think this battle would be easy, but now he's here." At that moment, Hecate gently reached out to touch Relon's face, unable to believe he was still alive. But before she could touch him, he stopped her. From behind them, Geron rose into the air. The dangerous aura he emitted made Relon frown and say, "We'll talk later." Meanwhile, Relon's appearance made Geron speak unhappily. "That little rat is really starting to annoy me." His killing intent flared as he declared, "Coming back here won't change a thing. I'll kill you and take back that artifact." A magical aura appeared in the snow-white landscape. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, followed by a piercing clang. It was Relon, who had raised his weapon to block Geron's frenzied attack. "This mask belongs to me," he roared, but Relon paid no attention to his words. He just asked, "Ben is behind all of this, isn't he?" Of course, Geron didn't answer, but instead screamed, "Shut up." After yelling those words, he violently knocked Relon away. Suddenly, Relon appeared behind his back and roared, "Stop and admit it," he aggressively declared. "You're just Ben's shadow," and then slashed towards Geron, but he swiftly dodged it. It's unclear how, but he then leaped over several mountains before landing steadily on the ground, only to find Relon facing him. In a hoarse voice, he declared, assertively, "The truth is simple. I am Geron, the dawn of destruction." He then launched a powerful attack toward Geo, then roared, "I am not his shadow." Another earth-shattering explosion erupted, unleashing terrifying magic. A thick cloud of dust and smoke obscured the view. Surprisingly, Geo was able to withstand that attack. Suddenly, he quickly moved forward, leaving the chaotic aftermath of the explosion behind. Geron's voice rang out, "If you had that mask, then," he gloated, "you would become my shadow." His madness erupted, for power is the ultimate truth. He glanced toward Geo and shouted, "You know that as well as I do." After a moment of silence, Geo removed his mask and began to speak, saying that power isn't the most important thing. Just then, the system sent a notification that the mask supports cognitive processes and creates the mark of the blood dragon. The second dragon transformation is ready. Do you wish to use the mask? Receiving this notification, he put the mask back on without a second thought and commanded, "Of course, I'll use it." Instantly, a powerful surge of magic enveloped him. He was now in his second dragon transformation state. His power increased exponentially, combined with his declaration, "Courage is what matters most." When Geron heard this, he found it ridiculous and repeated, "Courage?" Then, he flew into a rage and screamed. That's the kind of nonsense someone who has never fallen into darkness would say. His stubbornness left Geo at a loss for words. But then, he finally spoke up to admit something. "No, you're wrong. I have also fallen into darkness." His voice was grim, but the difference is, and here his voice grew firm, "I always strive towards the light." After saying that, he summoned a magic spear with piercing power. Of course, Geo's words didn't register with Geron in the slightest, and they only made him more contemptuous. "Nonsense." He lunged forward, roaring, "Then prove it." As he attacked Geo, he furiously ground his teeth. "Prove that the light you chase is real." Faced with such a ferocious assault, Geo didn't hesitate to strike back. Yet another massive explosion erupted. After the blast, the two fighters leaped back, creating a large distance between them. Suddenly, Geron felt a sharp pain and realized one of his arms had been crippled. This was so unbelievable that he muttered to himself, "I even possess the heart of a chimera." He couldn't believe he was losing and asked himself, "So why?" Despair and resentment consumed his mind as he stared at Geo. "I still can't reach him. Why?" Just then, Geo's voice rang out, "Give up." Hearing his voice was enough to drive Geron mad. "Shut up." Refusing to back down, he sprouted several more arms and roared defiantly, "I cannot lose." but it seemed that, due to using too much magic, he had gravely injured himself and coughed up blood. At that moment, the system sent another notification to Geo. Notification. 10 seconds remaining in dragon transformation state. Glancing at the message, he spoke slowly. The same goes for me. I can't afford to lose. After he spoke, the tip of his spear was poised for combat. A powerful aura of magic radiated from the weapon. Instantly, Geron, brimming with killing intent, charged at Geo, intending to finish him off. Die. Without a shred of fear, he remained, calmly, and faced the attack. An explosive fire spell was unleashed, striking Geron head-on. Geron himself never expected to be overwhelmed so quickly, like that. But Geo's power didn't stop there. It radiated outwards, causing everything in the vicinity to detonate. Then, the sun began to rise. At this moment, only So was left standing firm. He was still unharmed after the battle. Unlike him, Geron was struggling and coughing up blood. Even though he had lost the entire lower half of his body, his determination hadn't wavered. Not yet. He used the last of his strength to whisper, "Not yet." After saying those words, he collapsed. His entire body began to fade away as he called out the name Chimera in his heart. Watching himself slowly turn to dust, Geron could only feel disappointed in himself. I wanted to become a dragon, but in the end, I couldn't do it. In his final moments, he helplessly asked himself, was this also fate? Suddenly, an explosion occurred, and the volcano unexpectedly erupted right after Geron took his last breath. While So was standing there, lost in thought, someone suddenly shouted his name, Somon. The three of them, Alan, Hest, and Alan, walked towards him step by step. They waved at him joyfully. He responded with a smile on his face. Suddenly, something slammed right into his back. Realizing that the one who did it was his pet dragon, he hugged it and exclaimed, "Perp, you're safe." Sensing that the danger had passed, So sighed in relief. "Thank God." Hest smiled at him and said, "Let's go home." After the storm comes the calm. They happily laughed and talked with each other. Leaving the devastation of the battle behind, they decided to return home, back to Andesion. In the Andesian kingdom, at the Supreme Court, the judge loudly read the declaration. The Red Robe Mage conspired with heretics, threatening the security of the kingdom. The judge sternly named those who would be punished. His master, the Tower Master of the Red Tower, is also responsible for this. He then called the defendant, Brain, to step forward. Brain is the master of the Red Tower, and he gave Brain a chance to defend himself. Does the defendant have anything to say in his defense? Brain frankly admitted everything. No, it was my irresponsibility for not noticing it. Just as he was spouting off that the sins of the student are the responsibility of the teacher, of the Tower Master, I will take responsibility. Suddenly, a hand was raised, interrupting him. Your Honor, Bismarck stood up and requested to speak. May I say a few words? Bismarck, the Grand Duke of the Empire. Before speaking, he casually glanced over everyone. He used his gaze to warn the royals and nobles present in the court. Under his threatening gaze, no one dared to move or whisper. They could only remain silent in fear and listen to his opinion. Although the verdict is not wrong, the truth is that the Master of the Red Tower has also made great contributions to the nation's interests. He suggested a reduced sentence for Brain, so how about we reduce it to 6 months in prison? The judge didn't even think twice and immediately nodded. This made Brain so smug that he smirked. This decision also made someone in the court so uncomfortable that she clenched her fists. That person was none other than Dariat. The current situation made her realize that they had planned everything. Dariat, the White Snowmaster of the Fire Tower. Next, she glanced at someone. It turned out she was looking towards the person with the highest authority in the empire, who was standing on a high platform. That person was none other than the king of this kingdom, Alfonso. Seeing him remain silent, she grew impatient and wondered. The Grand Duke is constantly challenging the authority of the royal family. What is the king thinking? Meanwhile, someone was trying on new clothes. Spigman stood beside him, showering him with praise. Clothes make the man. That outfit looks great on you. While the group was admiring the outfit, someone suddenly approached and spoke, said, So, everyone is here. The moment they saw who arrived, the three of them respectfully bowed to the princess. Hackett gave a gentle smile and replied, Please rise. I should be the one greeting you all. Hackett Rodham, the princess. Surprisingly, she bowed to all three of them. To my benefactors, I offer my sincere thanks. Furthermore, she unexpectedly called out Joe's name. Especially you, Mr. Joe. This made him reply in a daze. Yes. However, she said nothing more and turned away, to leave, even giving a sly wink. See you later. Then the door slammed shut. Both Alan and Spigman looked at Joe, with an expression that seemed to understand everything, while he dazedly repeated his own name. Joe, after a moment of confusion, forced himself to calm down and focus. He was determined about one thing: this was an opportunity to imprint the Duimon family in everyone's minds. A moment later, all three of them, Joe, Alan, and Spigman, knelt in unison before the Emperor of the Alfonso Empire. The meeting today is to honor the knights for their contributions. After acknowledging the achievements made, I will bestow rewards for each individual's contribution. He placed the ceremonial sword on Spigman's shoulder first. Spigman, a mage from the Gold Tower, has resisted the threat of the heretics to the kingdom's safety. He bestowed a reward upon Spigman. Therefore, you are awarded 200 gold coins and 2 mana enhancement pills. Overjoyed to receive the reward, Spigman replied loudly, "As you command, Your Majesty." The next person was none other than Alan. Alan Pett, the second son of Count Pett, and a mage of the Blue Tower. You have bravely fought against the heretics to achieve this feat. He also bestowed a reward upon him. You are granted the Morgan-wrought Medal of Dawn and the title of Baron. Alan joyfully accepted his reward. As you command, Your Majesty. Of course, this time it was Joe's turn, and finally, Joe Dumont raised his head, hearing Alfonso call his name. Joe quickly looked up. The Emperor unexpectedly mentioned his father. In the past, your father fled from the battlefield, causing great harm to the kingdom. The words he spoke made Break flash a smug smile, so it's natural for people to doubt the loyalty of the Dumont family. Even Joe himself felt a bit of shame hearing this. But then Alfonso suddenly commanded, "So prove it today." These words from him left Joe stunned, and he exclaimed, "Yes." He was referring to what Darius had once said. The master of the fire tower said, "You have the potential to become a 5-circle mage." Darius looked at Joe with satisfaction and thought to himself, the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light. While Break was astonished by the words Alfonso uttered. With this achievement, no one can doubt you anymore. At this moment, Darius realized Emperor Alfonso's intention. So the Emperor's intention is to turn Joe Dumont into a hero in front of everyone. He had a plan to weaken the Grand Duke's faction. At this moment, Joe was manifesting his magic circles. According to what he knew, a 1-circle spell reveals a person's element. But what he was displaying right now had something different for those who know nothing about magic. This is a spell that shows the best spectacle. Melv, after seeing his magic circles, exclaimed in surprise, 5 circles. While they were marveling at his power, there was someone looking at him with a puzzled expression. Such rapid growth. Even Nicolo had to praise Joe's strength. Amazing. Amelia remained silent, offering no comment. At this point, Alfonso, after witnessing Joe's ability, spoke up, saying, "I thought your father was a withered flower." He even ended with an exclamation. Who would have thought he was hiding a beautiful seed like this? Hearing this, Joel replied, "Your praise is too kind, Your Majesty." Then he loudly declared, "Listen up, knights. Regarding the special case of the Duimon family, I grant him the title of Count, along with an A-rank military merit medal. Furthermore, he also granted Joel authority. I permit you to collect taxes from 10,000 households near the city." Receiving his reward, he respectfully replied, "As you command, Your Majesty." After that reward was bestowed, all the nobles cheered in unison for him, "Long lie Duimon, long lie Duimon." Suddenly, Alphonse placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he unexpectedly and gently helped him to his feet. His warmth left him a bit bewildered. Then he said sincerely, "Thank you for saving my daughter's life. These words are not from a king, but from a father. I want to repay you. Is there anything you desire?" Seeing him make an offer, Joel hesitated to speak. I. A moment later, in his room, he sat on his bed and thought to himself that he had been worried about obtaining it, but everything went smoothly. In front of him was something that looked very distorted. The dragon's heart. It looked a bit ugly. Although he commented that it was ugly, he still hoped it would work well. But when he infused mana into it, it would return to its true form. I hope I can do this. Instantly, he quickly channeled mana into it. The magic began to radiate. Suddenly, Joel felt a strange change. The dragon's heart abruptly turned a shade of blue and then shattered, releasing a surge of mana. Something gradually emerged from that mana. The appearance of this thing left Joel quite astonished. Just then, the system sent a notification that the dragon's heart had returned to its true form. You have obtained the Horn of the Forgotten King, Lei Xing. At that moment, Joel was closing his eyes, sensing the streams of mana surrounding him. That mana was radiating from the dragon's heart. Joel recalled the last time he absorbed the fire essence. These two events compared to each other made him exclaim that it was still more pleasant than absorbing the fire essence. He then checked the power he had just absorbed and was a bit amazed. The power of lightning is incredible, even without full absorption. The level 5 magic circle is also complete. At that very moment, the system sent another message. Notification. You have reached maximum absorption of the Horn of the Forgotten King. Lei Xing announced that mana exceeding the absorption limit will be converted into potential. Notification. Intermediate Lightning Element Mastery has reached its limit and evolved into high-level Lightning Element Mastery. Suddenly, everything in Joel's room was scorched and knocked to the ground. There was also a loud cry. It turned out to be Pepper pouncing towards him. Seeing it suddenly become so huge, he was startled and shouted Pepper's name. As if understanding what happened, he asked, "Were you also affected by the lightning power?" Pepper nodded in confirmation, then it suddenly flew up, stamping its feet hard on the garden ground to launch itself. Seeing this, Joel worriedly called out, "Pepper!" Hearing him call its name, Pepper quickly landed on the windowsill. Then it pointed to itself as if signaling something, and understanding what it was implying, he asked, "You want me to get on?" Before he could even process it, it suddenly placed its claws on his shoulders and snatched him up, flying high into the air. Being suddenly grabbed like that, he was a bit scared and gasped, "Up, wait." But then he saw something that made him exclaim in admiration. It turned out Pepper was taking him on a tour of the starry night sky. This act made him marvel. Pepper had not only gotten bigger, but its flying skills had also improved immensely. He spoke softly to it, "You're bigger now, so you're easier to spot. But so what? Shouldn't I be worried?" Suddenly, the fire magic on its body enveloped him, like a pair of large fire wings embracing him, and surprisingly, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Seeing the things on his back, Russell asked cheerfully, "A pair of flexible wings made of spirit fire. Should I call them soul wings?" He began to mentally list what he now had in his arsenal. Thunder Essence, mid-tier mana for a 5th level magic circle, and now, soul wings. A surge of confidence rose deep within him. With this power, it felt like he could face any opponent without fear. The next day, at Dariat's office, Hubert asked in a serious tone, "Tower Master, I hear you have a mission for me." Dariat coldly assigned the mission to him. "You are to escort Count Kimberly, the envoy from the Kingdom of Ken." According to the information she had, although their national power was quite weak, they remained neutral due to their abundant mana production. Furthermore, she was also well aware that Marquis Yoriokoman of the Great Power Faction had tried to drag the Empire into the matter, rather than let Ken fall into the hands of the Empire. That's why she was certain that Count Kimberly would see that cooperating with them was the better option. After receiving the mission from Dariat, Hubert let out a sigh. As he stepped out of the mansion, he lamented, "The Kingdom of Ken. This mission is not going to be easy." Just then, someone suddenly called his name, Hubert. Seeing it was Russell, he greeted him cheerfully. "It's been a while, Russell." Russell also ran over warmly and replied, "Yes, I'm glad to see you're still healthy, sir." Then he suddenly asked, "Are you heading to the Kingdom of Ken?" This question surprised Hubert, who asked back, "How did you know?" Russell announced loudly, "Let me go with you." The Tower Master already gave her permission. The reason he made this offer was because, as he recalled, the memory of this event was still etched in his mind. Professor Hubert would lose his life on this mission. At the same time, the system sent a mission notification, "Survive the danger with Hubert," with a mission completion reward of a high-grade enhancement stone and 5 mid-grade mana stones. Because of the mission and also for Hubert's sake, Russell was determined. There was no reason to stop his teacher. He had to go with him. A short while later, the two of them left the capital together. Hubert landed lightly on a tree branch and asked curiously, "We're almost there, and having you along does put me more at ease, but why did you come along?" Russell, soaring on his wings, replied in a serious tone, "I want to gain a new achievement. I've also never done a mission with you before, so that's why." Additionally, he used the agility from his wings to volunteer. "I'll go on ahead to scout things out." As he flew ahead to scout, he silently speculated that if the mission failed, Hubert would die, and the Empire would intervene in Ken's internal affairs, which meant there was a high probability the Empire was involved in his death. His eyes glanced at his system window, thinking that his own mission was very clear. Suddenly, a clang rang out as two swords clashed. While flying, Russell happened to see a battle between two factions taking place below. A thought appeared in his mind. He had to eliminate the threat from the Empire. No sooner said than done. He quickly unleashed his magic power, and easily resolved, dealt with the small fry below, with a single thought, and prevented Hubert's death. At that moment, from inside the carriage and seeing Joel's abilities, he was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, a 5-star mage? Who is he? Just then, Joel slowly landed on the ground. Pepper got off of him, and then he smiled politely and introduced himself. You must be Count Kimberly, right? I am Joel Doyman, a mage from the Fire Tower, here to escort you. Kimberly realized who he was and exclaimed with great joy. So, you're Joel. Thank you so much. As soon as I left the castle, there were people following me. Just then, Joel suddenly sensed something, so he quickly told Kimberly, please wait a moment. From a distance, he could detect a formidable presence of magical energy. I can feel it from deep within the forest. That spiritual energy makes me wary. His power level must be at least on par with Spanzoom, or even higher. At that very moment, one of Kimberly's guards was fighting the person with that powerful magical energy, and said, the Count probably hasn't gone far. He then loudly ordered his subordinates, we have to buy more time. They responded in unison. It seems their stubbornness made the powerful magic user crack a smile of amusement. Next, he easily swung his sword and dealt with the people surrounding him. Joel recognized him instantly. Just then, a shocking explosion occurred, and only one person was left standing. It was none other than the one with the powerful, magical energy. Joel knew who he was, the one who killed Hubert, the swordmaster of the Cry Hill Empire. A figure shot out from the forest. Hubert quickly landed in front of Joel and Kimberly. He then introduced himself, saying, seeing that you are safe makes me very happy. I am Hubert, a tower master of the Fire Tower. Kimberly bowed in response. I am Kimberly. Thanks to him, I survived. At this moment, Hubert's gaze fell upon the corpse at his feet, and he said in a serious tone, I've figured it out. This was the work of the Imperial Army. His words made Kimberly ask in alarm. The Imperial Army? Joel then interjected. It seems they didn't intend to hide their identities, which means they thought it was unnecessary. Your words slightly spooked Kimberly, or perhaps the situation was too urgent for them to care. As he was saying this, he suddenly glanced at someone and asked, Isn't that right? He addressed the cloaked person sitting in the carriage, Your Highness. Immediately, the carriage door opened. Camilla stepped out and praised his sharp senses, while also introducing herself. You are indeed as outstanding as the rumors say. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Princess Camilla of the Ken Kingdom. A moment later, two figures were seen dashing through the forest, accompanied by an explanation. Marquis Comanche is consolidating power by having his son marry the princess. Kimberly was on Hubert's back and recounted all the events in detail. With the Empire's backing, who knows how ruthless he will become. He saw Hubert rushing so fast and wondered, but we've already shaken them off. Why are you in such a hurry? Hubert replied grimly. Right from the moment you left the castle, they were in pursuit. There must be a guild behind them. Joel himself was also carrying the princess in his arms while speeding away. However, he felt that something was wrong. We've come quite a distance, and there are no signs of pursuit. But what is this suspicious feeling? Suddenly, he sensed a surge of magical, a terrifying force was approaching. So, he quickly shouted a warning. Everyone, get down. Just as everyone ducked, a blast of spiritual energy shot past their heads. Zoe and Hubert were suddenly caught by someone's magic, stopping them in their tracks. It was a powerful spell that trapped them with no way out. Knowing they had no choice but to fight, Hubert put Kimberly down and said, Run, leave this to us. Zoe also put Camilla down and warned, He's here. As Camilla and the other girl ran, Hubert and Zoe stayed behind to face the tough opponent. The moment Hubert saw the man, he was shocked. He knew who this was, a monster in human form, the great sword master of the Empire. Hill stared at the two of them and uttered, Black hair, red eyes. Hubert silently spoke his name, M. Cryle Hill. The man's gaze fixed on Joe and he asked, You must be Joe Dumont? At that moment, the system sent a notification, announcing a quest to survive and escape the danger with Hubert. The reward for completion was a high-grade monostone with a ×3 bonus, and a mid-grade monostone with a ×5 bonus. In that instant, Joe felt the imminent danger. The killing intent radiating from his gaze alone was insane. Hill's eyes, full of hatred, looked at him and declared, I will make you pay for taking my disciple's life. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed his creamy sword technique. I won't just stand here and die. Hubert placed his hand on the ground and activated his earth tremor technique. Joe's eyes were filled with determination, not backing down. He also began to act, using dual casting magic. A shield was erected to block Hill's sword strike. The rocks and debris from the earth tremor forced the man to retreat. However, he wasn't the type to just dodge. Instead, he directly slashed through everything. Rocks flew everywhere with each swing of his sword. Hubert watched him with a wary gaze. Seeing that the time was right, he suddenly clenched his fist. At the same time, Hill was restrained by several stone pillars. Seizing the opportunity, Hubert shouted for Roussel. Hearing his name called, Joe quickly dashed towards Hill. An explosion occurred right after, but Joe retreated unharmed from the blast. From within the thick cloud of dust and smoke, a scornful voice rang out. Did you only learn cheap tricks? Hill emerged without a scratch, having used his sword as a shield, and said contemptuously, Is that all you learned from that bastard? This situation made Joe wonder, did he use his aura as a shield? At that moment, Hill plunged his sword into the ground, then said smugly, Let me show you something interesting. He executed his fusia sword technique, and suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, and pierced straight through Hubert's abdomen, causing Joe to cry out in horror, Hubert. Hill then kindly introduced his weapon, a sword made from a dragon bone, blackened with the blood of 10 mages. He then picked up the sword he had stuck in the ground earlier, charged at Joe and yelled, Perfect for fighting a mage like you. Seeing the dire situation, Joe quickly used his wings and carried Hubert away to dodge. He flew high into the air while Hill stood below, remarking, Not bad. At that moment, he noticed the stones on the ground created by Hill's previous technique. They were explosive stones. And of course, the man hadn't stopped and continued his attack. Try dodging this. While evading the man's attacks, Joe formulated a plan, thinking that those stones would explode with terrifying destructive power upon strong impact. That should be enough to distract him. No sooner said than done. He quickly placed Hubert to one side and thanked his dragon friend for the help. Thanks, Pepper. Hill, annoyed by Joe's constant dodging, asked irritably, Are you going to stalling for your comrades because you know you can't beat me? Jiao Suo didn't even bother to answer him. He just turned to instruct Hubert, Professor Hubert, when I give the signal, you must run and regroup with the princess and the count. I'll buy some time for you. Hearing this, Hubert was adamant, I can't just abandon you and run away. However, the boy smiled and replied confidently, Trust me, I will definitely come back. Seeing the two of them having a heart-to-heart, Xiu angrily asked, Are you two done talking yet? Jiao Suo then focused all his mana. He used the lightning chain technique. An explosion quickly erupted, and seeing his chance, he shouted a signal to Hubert. Run! He had already calculated that the fire core stone would give Hubert enough time to escape. Even so, he still had to anticipate Xiu's power, knowing he couldn't underestimate the man. So he simultaneously used 2 Cloud Blade Storm techniques. At this moment, Jiao Suo was in his second stage dragon transformation. He was determined to give it his all. He quickly summoned his magic spear, the 9th form. He was resolved to win this battle, as he unleashed a barrage of magic spears down on Xiu with this attack. Far away, Hubert was using his own magic to protect himself and Camilla from the aftershock of the magic spear attack. An earth-shattering explosion occurred as the technique was used. Jiao Suo himself had reverted to his original state. The situation seemed unfavorable as he realized, What's going on, it seems. Xiu's deep voice still echoed, Are you done for? The man was indeed slightly scratched after the magic spear attack, but all in all, he was unharmed. Moreover, he was furious as he declared, Don't think I'll let you die so easily. Seeing the man still alive and kicking, Jiao Suo cursed angrily in his mind. Damn it, he withstood that attack? Suddenly, the bone dragon sword in the man's hand began to act up, causing him to cry out in pain and curse, What the hell is this? Damn sword! From within the sword, an angry voice questioned Xiu, How dare you harm the Dragon King with the bone dragon? That voice felt quite familiar to Jiao Suo. It was a voice he had heard before the heart dragon. While the voice inside the sword was exclaiming how ridiculous it was, Jiao Suo realized who was inside the sword. Could it be the Holy Dragon King? The appearance of the Holy Dragon King made Jiao Suo exclaim in astonishment, its identity, the Holy Dragon King. It then spoke in a stern voice, I will grant you power, but only for a limited time. It wanted him to punish those who dared to use its name for their vile deeds, the power to punish the filthy people who dared to insult the name of the Dragon King. Then, it began to fade away, causing Jiao Suo to hastily call out to it, Holy Dragon King, I have something to ask you. Understanding what he wanted to ask, the Holy Dragon King gave him a directive, Find the Dragon Clan, they will help you connect with me. You will become the master and the hope of the remaining dragons in this world. The Holy Dragon King's mana enveloped him. His hands clenched into fists as he thought to himself that he didn't understand what the Dragon King meant. Although he still didn't grasp the Holy Dragon King's meaning, he was still determined to test this power right now. Back to Xiu, one of his arms had been ravaged by the Holy Dragon's mana, causing him to scream in agony. Without any hesitation, he chopped off his own arm. This obviously caused him excruciating pain. Seeing his chance, Zhao Suo lunged forward to attack him with the overheat core technique, flaming long spear. Suddenly, from the stump of Hu In's freshly severed arm, he was able to regenerate it, blocking Jue Suo's attack and angrily gritting his teeth. He said, "You're seriously underestimating me." His voice rang out ominously, startling Jue Suo a bit. "You thought you'd have the advantage just because I lost an arm." He looked intently at him and exclaimed resentfully, "That fiery gaze is just like your old man's. All you people from the Duimon clan are the same." His words made Jue Suo notice a key point, so he quickly asked, "You know my father?" The man frankly admitted, "Yes." Then Hu In said, "I've always wanted to gouge those eyes out. It's a shame some others interfered." This statement made Jue Suo want to retort angrily, "Are you saying?" But before he could finish, the man appeared behind him and revealed a crucial piece of information. "Fool, why would you think the Empire was behind your father's death?" After saying that, he slashed at him, but Jue Suo quickly dodged. Not stopping there, he continued to swing his sword, and Jue Suo still managed to evade it. Just as Jue Suo's feet touched the ground, something suddenly shot up from below and pierced straight through his side. This sudden turn of events made him cry out in shock. Hu In, however, was very calm as he looked down on his abilities. "How sad. You couldn't even dodge that. This fight is so boring." Then he suddenly clenched his fist. Instantly, a series of explosions went off, but luckily, Jue Suo was quick enough to escape. While he was fleeing, Hu In suddenly appeared in front of him and declared, "It's all crystal clear now." As soon as he saw him, Jue Suo quickly activated a protective barrier. However, the man's mana was so powerful it slammed him straight into the ground, causing a massive shockwave. After flattening him, he landed on the ground and bluntly criticized him. "A half-baked talent like you actually has the confidence to fight me." Watching Jue Suo struggle to sit up, Hu In sneered without hesitation. "What a pathetic sight." Saying this, he suddenly unleashed his spiritual power. Without paying a price, there's no way you could awaken at this age and gain this power. Next, he raised his sword high and casually remarked, "For a little brat like you." The moment he brought his sword down heavily and shouted, "It's too soon." Jue Suo, who was on the ground, immediately dashed away. He used all his strength to evade Hu In's attack. The current situation had put him on the defensive more than ever. I have to admit it, deep down, he had to acknowledge Hu In's skill. He is an abnormally strong opponent. Just then, Hu In rushed after Jue Suo. Seeing him charge, Jue Suo quickly got into a fighting stance and then unleashed a magic attack. However, this attack didn't trouble the man, as he easily swung his sword and cut through his spell. The situation made Jue Suo worry and wonder, "Is there no other way? Am I going to lose?" As soon as he thought this, he defiantly declared, "No, I can't give up." Not giving up, he once again summoned his magic, then used a gravity spell on Hu In. With determination, "I'll show you." Hu In was hit by the gravity spell and was quickly forced to his knees, while Jue Suo was filled with the resolve to show him his power as a mage. While his gravity spell enveloped the man, an explosion attack was suddenly unleashed with the intent of incinerating him. The aftermath of the explosion was Jue Suo collapsing backward in exhaustion. He panted heavily from fatigue, but then, something happened that made him stare wide-eyed in astonishment. From within the flames, a figure emerged. Even though that figure was charred, it could still stand firm and take powerful steps. Suddenly, with a loud crash, despite being burned to a crisp, it still easily lifted Rado up. The man furiously questioned him, "Trying to trick me with these cheap tricks." It seemed that he didn't want to drag this out any longer, and just wanted to finish him off. "I'll end you." In this moment of life and death, he himself had to admit it. Yes, the man was right. At that very moment, Rado used 2 consecutive skills, the Cloud Ring, to summon lightning directly onto himself. Despite being struck by lightning, he seemed to have realized that to move forward, he had to be willing to give up everything, even the body he inhabited. This action made Hu stare wide-eyed in utter astonishment. Right then, Rado delivered a devastating kick to the man. After being struck directly by lightning, the power inside him seemed to have increased a bit. By using the electric current to stimulate his body, his speed would skyrocket. At this point, he had brought out every card he had to fight the man. This was the trump card he had hidden until now. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed towards the man with a swift spear strike. Hu himself didn't expect him to still have the strength to fight him. At that moment, one of his spears pierced through the man, but he himself was also injured, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The one who fell was not the man, but him. Meanwhile, the man casually healed himself while laughing and offering praise to him. Truly, a monster. After saying that, Hu forcefully slammed Rado's head into the ground. Knowing he couldn't win now, he still held on to hope. Please, just one last time. Just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out, and a powerful surge of magic sent the man flying. You're still just a monster. Cry Hill. Severely injured by this person, the man sat dazed on the ground and uttered, "You." But this person bluntly insulted him. How does it feel, having to crawl on the ground like a lowly insect? Just as the man was about to say something more, "You." He was ultimately cut off by Niccolo. Give up. He mercilessly blew Hu to pieces, leaving nothing but a pool of red blood on the ground where his body used to be. Niccolo stood there pensively for a moment. He himself hadn't expected that Rado alone could gravely injure Hu and hold out until reinforcements arrived. It was unbelievable that he alone could push Cry to this point. He looked at the boy, lying collapsed on the ground, and couldn't help but praise him. Well done, Vell. Your efforts have changed Andy and Kian. At this moment, he could affirm one thing. No one would doubt the boy's strength anymore. Just then, Joel was trying to open his eyes, and upon seeing the person before him, he let out a small cry. Then, he smiled and called out, Hubert. At the same time, Niccolo called him the rise of a hero. 10 days later, in a room, Joel, despite being injured, was diligently practicing magic, even with the help of the abundant flow of magic into a mage's body. I still haven't reached that level. So this is how big the power gap between us is. He recalled that day, when he finally held out for reinforcements. If Niccolo hadn't appeared in time, he knew that if he couldn't wait, he would have died. After that battle, he understood that he thought he had gotten stronger, but the road ahead was still very long. At this moment, he remembered the Holy Dragon King. But what does this sentence mean? The Holy Dragon King had left a message. A final message for you. Find the dragons, they will connect us. This message left him somewhat at a loss. How? How am I supposed to find dragons now? Joe wondered to himself. Everyone knows dragons are extinct. Are there still any left? A little later, Hubert came to visit and check on him. He asked if it could have been someone other than the Empire. Joe immediately confirmed, with certainty. Yes, he recounted to him the words that Hugh had said. That person asked me why I thought the Empire was behind my father's death. Hearing this, he grew thoughtful and warned him, it's possible he was provoking you, but being cautious won't hurt. We will secretly investigate this matter at the Tower of Harmony. Seeing him helping again. With this, he couldn't help but exclaim happily, Thank you, teacher. Hubert then said. The Tower Master was very worried. I'm so glad you returned safely. Suddenly, he handed something to Joe. Here, take this. Looking at the thing in his hand, he asked curiously, What is this? He explained, It's an invitation to the royal banquet. On the day of the banquet, a tired voice was heard amidst the crowd of lavishly dressed nobles. Is it because I only ever wear loose clothes? Joe felt a bit uncomfortable in the splendid attire. I can't get used to these kinds of clothes, at all. Just then, someone called out loudly, Youngest! Dariat approached him and began a joyful, non-stop speech. You seem to be all right, thank God. You've accomplished another great feat this time. As your teacher and the Tower Master, nothing could make me happier than this. While the two were having a heart-to-heart chat, someone else approached to greet them. Master of the Fire Tower, long time no see. Recognizing the newcomer, Dariat politely inquired, Jillian, how have you been? You actually showed up. Jillian replied to her, but his eyes were fixed on Joe. I couldn't bear not meeting the disciple at the center of all these rumors in person. The appearance of this man made Joe unable to believe his eyes. It can't be. Jillian? He then asked, Are you Jillian? Person? Seeing that Joe knew who he was, he seemed quite pleased and remarked, It's good that you know me, that makes things easier. From what he knew, the weapon master Jillian Person could use 18 different types of weapons, and he was a transcendent level aura master. Joe was a bit surprised that Jillian wanted to talk to him. I can't believe someone like that would approach me. At that moment, Jillian asked, You're the one who gave that punk Cry a hard time, right? He replied humbly. I was just lucky. However, Jillian argued that if you have good skills, luck will also be on your side. Speaking of Hugh's death, he looked extremely satisfied. It's great that the bastard was eliminated. Both he and his disciples are all trash. This attitude of his made Joe secretly think, This is the first time I've heard such harsh words from someone who isn't a mercenary in the palace. Dariat, who had been silent until now, laughed in agreement with Jillian. That's right, you're correct. Then, Jillian suddenly touched Joe's bicep and assessed it. Are you practicing spearmanship? Your muscles are very firm. Joe answered honestly. I've only learned the basics. Suddenly, he grabbed his hand and said, the basics are very important, but to break through, you need proper training. He placed a ring in his hand and instructed, when you feel the time is right, you should bring this ring to me. His recent actions made him wonder, may I ask why you're being so good to me? Dude didn't answer directly, instead joking with a helpless sigh from Dariat. What do you mean? Just think of it as me helping a promising young sprout grow. Seeing him act like that, she just scoffed internally. You're truly a fearsome warrior, dressed up as a nobleman. At that moment, Rosso was joyfully affirming, I will most certainly come to see you. Just then, a loud announcement echoed as the brilliant son, the ruler of Andi, Alfonso, along with Heek, entered to the cry of, His Majesty, the Emperor. The two of them walked proudly amidst the respectful bows of everyone present. Heek's eyes darted back and forth as if she were searching for someone. The moment she saw that person, she broke into a sweet smile. The person who made her smile was none other than Joe. A moment later, Alfonso called out to Rodion Hubert. He praised the two of them, with Niccolo nodding in agreement. Down below, you two have made great contributions regarding the alliance with Kien and our recent victory. Now, it was time for the reward ceremony. Sir Hubert was rewarded with 500 gold coins and 100 horses. I grant you the right to tax 1,000 households in the southern region of Andi. Upon receiving his reward, Hubert replied respectfully, I thank you for your decree, Your Majesty. Then, Alfonso turned to Joe. As for Sir Joe, 3,000 gold coins. And the reward he bestowed upon Joe was so immense, it left him slightly astonished. 3 cities in the western region of Andi shall be granted to you, and along with them, you are also bestowed the title of Count. The moment he finished speaking, someone immediately brought forward the deeds for those 3 cities. Here are the relevant documents with the names and locations of the 3 cities you will govern. He accepted the documents and replied respectfully, I thank you for your decree, Your Majesty. In his heart, he was currently overcome with happiness. He was finally overjoyed with the fruits of his labor, a new territory. I've taken another step on the path to rebuilding my family. After the rewards had been conferred, Alfonso raised his wine glass and declared, the ceremony is now concluded. Let the banquet continue. He cheerfully raised his glass. It is time for everyone to fully enjoy this great victory. By now, everyone was enjoying the banquet. They danced together and chatted animatedly. Heek, however, sat quietly in her seat of honor. Her handmaiden approached and asked, Princess, what are you thinking about? She gestured to one side of the hall and replied, there, over there. She watched Rosso, who was surrounded by a flock of noble ladies, and remarked, Count Rosso is quite popular, isn't he? He needs to learn how to say no when he's uncomfortable. What should I do? Her handmaiden suddenly suggested, how about asking him for a dance? She didn't immediately agree with the suggestion, saying only, let's just wait and see for now. Heek mused knowingly. When dealing with a younger man, they say one shouldn't be too pushy. Isn't it the responsibility of the older one to be patient and wait? Her words left her close handmaiden bewildered, asking, Your Highness, where did you learn something like that? As for Rosso, he was trying to escape from the noble ladies surrounding him. Excuse me. They watched the direction he was heading and began to murmur, Is the Count coming this way? Suddenly, he extended his hand forward and called out respectfully, Princess, Your Highness. He was actually asking Heek to dance with him. If you wouldn't mind, may I have this dance? Heiket didn't refuse at all, instead turning to her personal handmaiden and saying smugly, See, I told you so. A moment later, the two of them danced hand in hand, and in the middle of the dance, Heiket suddenly spoke up. Sir Jasal, is there something you'd like to ask me? He didn't hesitate to ask. The other day, you said you would keep an eye on me. May I ask why you said that? Heiket smiled and replied hesitantly, That's because your talent is too exceptional for your age, and for a second reason. Suddenly, she gently touched Jasal's face and said in a soft voice, Your face. This action of hers made him blush and exclaim, Huh? Meanwhile, she flirted with him without any hesitation. A man with a handsome face like yours is someone I'm very fond of. Heiket bluntly complimented Jasal's looks. Your face is handsome, exactly my type. Her honest and unashamed forwardness made Jasal so embarrassed that he blurted out, My lady, you're flattering me too much. Suddenly, she wrapped her arm around his waist and asked suggestively, I don't know if you're aware? At this moment, she was like a sly man flirting with the one he desires. But women don't say such things to a man they're not interested in. Furthermore, she smiled brightly and said, And I'm not one of those people who expects the other person to reciprocate immediately. I just hope that you will return my feelings. A while later, Jasal sat by the fountain, flustered, and thought back on Heiket's confession. I already knew what her personality was like, but I never expected her to say something so flowery to me. He was well aware of her status as Hasmos, the king's only blood relative, the woman closest to the throne. The benefits if he were to marry her were something he could foresee. Considering her family background, accepting her feelings would be the best choice. However, he was still a bit confused. I still don't know what my own feelings for her are. Just then, someone approached Jasal. Seeing that it was Alan, he immediately greeted him. Ah, Alan. He smiled and spoke. Please forgive me for interrupting. Hearing this, he just said casually, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment. Seeing that, he didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. That's good then. In that case, I've come here to make a proposal to you, Count Jasal. His words made him a bit curious, and he blurted out, a proposal? As for him, he uttered 2 words, the bet. The next thing Alan said was with an extremely cold expression, I hope it will end soon. This left Jasal feeling bewildered. The next day, Dariat was holding something in her hand, and coldly demanded, I was wondering why that old man sent all these letters. Let's end this bet. Alan had also instructed last night, inform the tower masters. Jasal recalled his words and couldn't help but remark, I was expecting this, but it's happening sooner than I thought. Back with Dariat, she spoke up and asked, what do you think, youngest? He said while looking at the system window. Originally, the bet was supposed to last for 3 years. The system displayed a new notification, quest, reach Alan Page's level within 3 years. Completion reward, ancient relic of the Master of Spearmanship, 1 high-grade consumable mana stone. After reading the panel, he continued, I don't think there's a need to wait any longer. Dariat had no objections and agreed with him. All right, then let's go to that place together. A moment later, in an arena powered by a 6th level spell, there's a fighting stage equipped with a magic shield that can even withstand the blow of an experienced aura swordsman. Vell is currently there, feeling quite nervous. In his previous life, he could only become a 2nd level mage, so he never thought there would be a day he would come to this fighting stage. Just then, Darius was warming up and shouted, let's get started right now. Melv was doing the same thing, smiling as he replied, let's see how much longer you can keep up that tough act. Then, he announced, this is a shield created by the 2 masters of the magic tower using protective magic. A shield formed around the arena. From within the shield, his excited voice rang out, so you don't have to worry about destroying the surroundings. Feel free to go all out. On the stage now, only Alan and Vell remained. Looking at Alan, Vell felt no inferiority, and was certain that even though he was a genius who had been given the title Mage of Mages, the skill gap between them was no longer that wide. There was one thing he had learned from experience, and the most important thing when fighting an opponent of the same level, was distance. His gaze grew resolute with the intention of meeting Alan's cold stare head-on. Now, Vell took the initiative and charged at Alan, aiming to close the distance between them. Let's go! This situation forced Alan to go on high alert, thinking, I feel like my opponent is a knight or a swordsman, not a fellow mage like me. It shows he's confident in his own firepower and stamina. Despite being on guard, the firepower of the fire tower was ferocious, likely surpassing the firepower of the blue tower, but he himself didn't hesitate to engage, using his Ice Rain spell. His attack left Vell feeling incredibly satisfied as he exclaimed, as expected of Alan, his spellcasting speed is terrifyingly fast. Even so, he wasn't afraid to face him one-on-one with his own spell. However, he unleashed his Fire Rain spell. The 2 streams of hot and cold magic collided, and flames erupted everywhere, but Darius remained perfectly calm, enjoying the match. Melv was quite impressed with Vell's ability. He immediately imitated Alan's spellcasting method. That's quite impressive. On the smoke-filled dusty stage, Vell burst out from the smoke. He now had the upper hand. This time, it's my turn to attack. The next spell he unleashed was Fire Lightning. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, but fortunately, Alan had quickly retreated. Of course, Vell wouldn't give him a moment's respite. Ugh, so you're not going to let me get close until this fight is over, right? In that case, I'll have to block your escape route first. He unleashed another bombardment spell, and instantly, an earthquake caused the ground beneath Alan's feet to explode. At this moment, Vell was more than confident. In this situation, even if it's you, Alan, it'll be hard to maintain your distance from me. He was planning to create another massive explosion with the aim of continuing to pressure him like this. Let's go. However, before he could act, the air suddenly filled with a biting cold. Alan whispered, Freeze. The moment he uttered the next word, the ground was instantly covered in ice and snow. Ice! The ground was now completely covered in ice by Alan. This move made Vell feel incredibly intrigued. He had frozen the ground to stop the earthquake. He looked toward him and acknowledged, "What a monster." At the same time, he spoke in a cold voice, "Russell, let's end it here." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack. Russell quickly erected a fire shield. As he was concentrating on creating the fire, he suddenly felt Alan's ice had already enveloped him. When did he do this? How am I supposed to move? What Alan used was called ice stasis. Darius knew exactly what it was and asked Melville, with a sinister smile, "Someone taught him the secret art of the Blue Tower, huh?" Melville calmly replied. "In the future, Alan will become the master of the Blue Tower, so this is only natural, isn't it?" At that moment, Alan called out to Russell. He said coldly, "Honestly, you've improved tremendously. I wanted to see what else you could do, but," he declared confidently, "the Tower Master is waiting, so I have to stop here. We'll fight again next time." Then, he used a massive amount of mana to attack Russell, intending to end the match quickly. Seeing that mana hurtling toward him, he wasn't scared at all, and even lamented, "I really didn't want to reveal my true self." A moment later, a powerful tremor appeared in the arena, shaking everything, even outside the arena. Russell now seemed to have entered his dragonification state. He flash-stepped toward Alan. He himself sensed the danger but couldn't do anything. What's happening? That ferocious, insane aura. My muscles can't move. From the stands, Darius uttered 2 words. "Dragon fear." Melville exclaimed with delight. "It's not for nothing that I said his case is one of talent beyond his years." Looking at Russell in his dragonification state, he asked curiously, "So he's truly a descendant of the Dragon Clan?" Darius himself couldn't believe Russell's dragonification state and exclaimed, "Impossible. I'm certain that Kid's parents were both ordinary people." Hearing this, Melville said, "Then there's only one answer." On the arena floor, Russell was unleashing the power of his fire dragon. Seeing him like this, Melville guessed that among the ancestors of the Du Mon family, there was a high-ranking member of the Dragon Clan. At this point, Alan had flown up from the ground. He could feel the mana from Russell, a magic powerful enough to make his whole body tremble. Even though he knew he couldn't underestimate his mana, he still wanted to fight to the end. "You're not the only one hiding their strength." Russell then looked at the icy power enveloping him and recognized the divine beast's domain. At this level, it could even freeze an entire army. Of course, he wasn't intimidated, and intended to clash head-on. "If I break this magic, I'll win." As for Alan, it seemed he didn't want to wait any longer, and was ready to make his move. "Let's end it here." A wave of ice magic rushed toward Russell. Chilling winds blew through every strand of Russell's hair, making him feel the cold. A chill that froze not only mana but time itself. He gripped his spear tightly, intending to do something. Suddenly, he sliced the ice magic in half, something that would have been very difficult if not for his experience fighting Cry Hill, to break this spell. This left Alan utterly shocked, exclaiming, "What?" At that very moment, Russell leaped high into the air. Alan saw him preparing to attack but couldn't do anything. "Too fast. I can't use flash step in time. I need to block it quickly, or else." And then, a deafening explosion erupted. Alan lay on the ground, trembling as the spear was pointed right at his face. It seemed Joe had won this match. Not angry at all for losing, Alan sighed helplessly, and thought to himself, "Just as I expected. It ended up like this." He looked at Joe and exclaimed, "I lose." At that moment, the system displayed a notification. "Quest complete. You will receive a high-grade mana stone. A relic from the Age of the Gods will be transferred through Hemingway." The match ended, and Darius turned around. She seemed to be preparing to leave. But before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Melville, "You have to prepare the relic from the Age of the Gods, right?" The old man was taunted by her, and he angrily replied, "I admit I lost this bet. All right?" Of course, he would hand over what he promised if Joe won. "As the master of the Tower of Commerce, of course I'll keep my word. I just didn't expect to lose. This is the relic from the Age of the Gods, as promised." Seeing him actually take out the item, Darius said with satisfaction, "I didn't think you'd actually bring it out. Old man, are you putting everything on the line this time?" A moment later, in the carriage, Joe inspected the treasure he had just obtained, Arch's sewing kit. According to the information he had, it was a relic from the Age of the Gods that mimicked the goddess Arch's ability to cut and sew space. It also included a knife that could cut through space-time, and a dagger that could cut through space. As if with prior intent, he channeled his mana into these 2 items. Additionally, By channeling mana into the thread connecting the dagger and the needle, he realized it had another effect when used to sew space. It also had a function that could connect a tangible space with a space captured by the dagger. This treasure made Joe extremely satisfied, as even the ability to cut space was already extraordinary. Could they be combined? If used well, it could be very useful for ambushes or defense. Just then, the coachman announced loudly, "We've arrived, sir." He announced they were at Autumn Moon Castle. Inside the castle, weapons were displayed everywhere, and the castle's master seemed quite pleased to see Joe here. "Oh, you've arrived, Russell. Thank you for visiting." Julian spoke up. "I heard you defeated Alan." Joe humbly replied, "It was just luck. Rumors spread so fast." Then he looked around and asked, "Is this your workplace?" Hearing this, Julian replied, "That's right. Why do you ask?" He didn't hesitate to say, "Because this place is filled with weapons, it looks more like a training room." Hearing that, Julian smiled and explained, "It wasn't like this at first, but through constant training, they just piled up over time." His hand touched a spear on the rack as he asked, "I heard you use a spear, is that right?" Joe quickly replied, "Yes." After he spoke, the man unexpectedly handed him a spear and told him to take it. This action made him wonder, "Why are you suddenly giving me this?" Julian replied with a smile while doing some light stretches. In order to guide someone properly, the most important thing is to know their skill level. So let's warm up. Show me what you've got. Hearing these words, Joe suddenly remembered the letter he had received from him, an invitation from Sir Julian. Now he finally understood. So this was the reason he suddenly sent me an invitation. Since he was already here, he didn't mind having a match. It was fine. This was a good opportunity to be taught by a weapons master. Moreover, he was also a little expectant. If he could take this chance to improve his spearmanship, it would be a great help for the future. Julian. Seeing such spirit, he exclaimed, "Good eyes. I'll let you go first." Hearing that he could go first, he immediately charged forward and shouted, "Then I won't refuse." The sounds of a fierce fight echoed through the old castle. Joe was sent flying. It seemed he was getting beaten badly by Julian. "Even though I'm not using magic, I can't believe he can defeat me so easily." He looked at the man's fierce expression and couldn't help but marvel, truly a weapons master. At that moment, the man asked, "How was that?" Then he bluntly assessed his spearmanship. "Your eyesight and flexible thinking are very good, but you don't seem to have any talent for spearmanship." However, he had to praise him for being self-taught. For you to have learned this much on your own is very impressive. At this point, he gave a mysterious smirk and thought to himself, "This kid." He himself found Joe quite interesting. As for Joe, he had no idea he was being highly praised and was just wondering to himself if he should just use magic. Suddenly, Jillian asked, "You didn't expect me to teach you for free, did you?" He made an offer, "I'll train you for 1 week, and in return, you have to fight against our knights." This offer made Joe think, fighting the knights wasn't a bad deal, but just fighting wouldn't be fair. He naturally agreed, but with a condition. "All right, it's a deal. I have one condition." This made Jillian quite curious. A condition? Later, in the training grounds, the summoned knights were buzzing amongst themselves. "What's going on? It's rare to see all the knights gathered." "I heard it's because Sir Joe is visiting." They gossiped about Joe. "Isn't Joe the mage, the one who blew off Cryhill's arm? Rumor has it he has horns on his head and breathes fire." While they were gossiping nonsensically, "Is this a circus or what?" Suddenly, someone quickly shushed them. "Shh! Be quiet. The Lord is here." Immediately, the knights spoke in unison. "Greetings, my lord." Jillian didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Everyone's gathered. From today on, you will all fight 2 matches against young Joe here." His announcement left the knights bewildered and confused. The first match will be with magic and aura, the second will not. At this, they started murmuring again. "We're going to fight without magic or aura? Wouldn't that be a clear disadvantage for Sir Joe?" Actually, this type of training was Joe's suggestion. The purpose of this training is to improve skills rather than experience, so it's better not to use magic. Then, he stepped forward to greet everyone. "I'm Joe. I look forward to learning from all of you. So, shall we begin now?" At that moment, a knight stepped forward to fight Joe. He coldly introduced himself. "I am Rohakin, a 4th grade knight. To be able to cross swords with a hero such as yourself, here is a great honor for me." Joe replied with a smile. "Let's begin." Hearing this, Rohakin said in a low voice. Then, his sharp, wary eyes stared intently at Joe. Suddenly, he rushed towards him, and this speed made Joe exclaim, "He's fast." As the two clashed, Joe was somewhat impressed by Rohakin's ability. Such a perfect stance, it's like something straight out of a swordsmanship manual. A fourth-grade knight can be this skilled? As expected of a knight trained by Sir Gillian. Even so, Joe also without hesitation. But with a thud, Rohakin was knocked flat on his back, the tip of a spear pointed at his face. Joe asked, "Do you want to continue?" Rohakin conceded, "No. I accept my defeat." After the match, the knights were once again buzzing with astonishment at Joe's abilities. Did everyone see his footwork? So that's why he wanted to use a spear instead of magic for a reason. Hearing the chatter, Jan thought to himself, they are all openly surprised. He knew full well, it's natural for their pride to be hurt after losing to a mage, especially in a match based on martial skill like this. He recalled the condition Joe had mentioned before sparring with the knights. "I will spar with the knights, but please allow me to fight them without using magic." At first, he thought this proposal was something he only accepted because it seemed interesting. But who would have thought that very proposal would ignite the knights' fighting spirit like that? And yet, it turned into a huge motivator for everyone. Just then, a swordsman stepped forward and expressed his desire to fight him. "Would you mind if I sparred with you, sir?" This offer from Vincent left everyone astonished. "I can't believe Sir Vincent wants to fight him. He's a second-class knight. Does this mean he thinks that even a third-class knight can't handle Sir Joe?" Joe looked at him, assessing. A second-class knight is strong enough to rival a vice-captain of the Knight Order. And of course, he was happy to fight him. "Thank you for this opportunity, sir." Moreover, he was greatly looking forward to what would surely be a wonderful experience. Time passed until evening. Inside the castle, laughter and conversation echoed. "I can't believe you managed to fight to a draw against Sir Vincenton. It seems I've underestimated you." Joe, walking behind Julian, replied humbly, "I was just lucky." Hearing him say that, Julian exclaimed, "Lucky again, huh?" Suddenly, he asked, "If you had used magic back there, do you think Vin would have had a chance to beat you?" This question was difficult for him to answer. Well, he thought, is he not going to confirm it? Well, even if Vincent were a first-class knight, the result would still be the same. Of course, Joe didn't deny what he said. He's not wrong, after all. I'm already a 5-circle mage, which puts me on par with a master-class knight. At that moment, the two of them stood before an iron door, and Julian reminded him in a serious tone, "Don't underestimate yourself too much. They say excessive self-deprecation can lead to arrogance." Hearing this, Joe replied, "I will keep that in mind." Just then, as he opened the gate, he said, "Now is the time for me to show you your gift." Behind the gate was a library filled with books. Julian explained that these are all the books I collected from all over the continent in my youth. He pointed out to Joe where to find the books he needed. The spearmanship books are on the left. Joe looked around and exclaimed, "This is amazing." Meanwhile, he told Joe to pick a book to study. So, he quickly started looking for the book he needed. "If I look too carefully, it'll take too much time. For now, I should focus on finding a direction for my spearmanship." A while later, Joe brought the books he needed to Julian. Seeing this, he asked, "Have you chosen a book on spearmanship already?" He presented 2 books and said, "I'm torn between these 2. As soon as he saw the covers of those 2 books, he recognized them as the 6th Division's Heaven-Shattering Spear Technique and La Mancha. He said that they were both excellent spear techniques. He then explained the first one. The 6th Division's Heaven-Shattering Spear Technique is more difficult to learn, but once mastered, it can become one of the most powerful spear techniques. As for the second one, La Mancha is a refined spear technique, so being able to use it without any wasted movements is a huge advantage. With that said, Gillen offered his recommendation. However, I'd advise you to choose the 6th Division's Heaven-Shattering Spear Technique. Hearing this, the boy hesitantly spoke up, "I'll choose." He chose the opposite of Gillen's recommendation, this one. Seeing this, the man wasn't too surprised and simply asked, "La Mancha?" Vashon then explained, "As a mage, I think a refined spear technique that can be used flexibly depending on the situation would suit me better than a purely powerful one." Hearing this, Gillen thought to himself, so he chose based on rationality instead of raw power? The way a mage thinks is truly different. Of course, he supported Vashon's decision. "I respect your choice, so you should go ahead and conquer La Mancha." Seeing him actually give him the book, Vashon was a bit bewildered that he would hand over such a text without any hesitation. "I feel this every time we meet. He's truly a generous person." As if understanding his thoughts, Gillen reminded him, "Don't forget that you have to spar with the knights." Hearing that, Vashon remembered, "Oh right, it wasn't free." Time passed and winter arrived. On the familiar road, Bon pulled the carriage. Vashon sat inside, holding his weapon and swinging it back and forth, practicing his swings, slashes, thrusts, and blocks. He closed his eyes, training by himself, combining the basic moves to create a flow. In the middle of his practice, he suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes and said to himself, "I'm stuck here again." He put his weapon into his coat's inner pocket and thought, "It's been a year and a half since I received La Mancha from Sir Gillen. Just memorizing the forms was an achievement in itself." Vashan knew what he needed to do to improve his spearmanship, but to perfect this technique, I need to grasp its true meaning. Doing so will require absolute concentration, but there are too many external distractions. Just then, a system notification appeared. Quest: become a six-circle mage. Overcome the wall you are currently facing and become a true six-circle mage. Rewards: 1 highest grade consumable mana stone, some high-grade consumable mana stones, and 5 mid-grade consumable mana stones. N low-grade consumable mana stones, and 20 completion rewards for the 6th magic circle. After reading the notification, Vashan thought with a serious expression, "Becoming a six-circle mage is a matter of training and enlightenment. There's no quick fix for it." He then recalled the words of the Holy Dragon King, "Their existence will connect me to you. You will become the master and the hope for the dragons remaining in this world." Since hearing those words, he had begun searching for places where dragons might be. And how am I supposed to find traces of dragons now? Well, I've already checked the ancient records and found 4 places where I might find a trace of them. He had already visited the first 2. I've checked 2 places but found nothing. Only the last 2 remain, the Red Mountain Range and Kurin Island. Those were the places he hadn't searched yet, both of them. Vashan considered his options. Kurin seems more plausible, but exploring it at my current level was too dangerous. So he decided to postpone his trip to Kurin Island until he became a six-circle mage, and for now, he would head to the Red Mountain Range and explore the area. This time, he would explore the world underground. In fact, he had already spoken to Darius about this, and she had asked him, "Are you planning to go underground?" He answered frankly and firmly, "Yes." Hearing this, she reminded him that the underground is the dwelling place of the DF race. Humans can't enter that place easily. Of course, Joel had anticipated this, I know. Seeing that he had thought it all through, she could only ponder for a moment. She suggested, "If you must go, go ask why. I mean the master of the White Magic Tower." Hearing this, Joel asked, "The master of the White Magic Tower?" Darius replied, "Yes, she is a half-blood. With half-elf blood, perhaps she'll know something." Back in the present, Joel had arrived at his destination. He stared at the castle and thought to himself, the DF are a part of the elf race, so what she said makes sense. Just then, he sensed someone was rushing towards him, so he quickly turned around, on guard. At the same time, Darius was at her residence and suddenly remembered something. "Oh, that's right, I forgot to tell Joel. I wonder if they've met yet?" Back with Joel, Unsen appeared out of nowhere and hugged him. His appearance made Joel exclaim in surprise, "Sir Unsen?" As for Unsen, he was quite happy to see him again. "Long time no see, Junior?" A moment later, as he was walking with him, Joel asked curiously, "So you also registered to research the underground world?" He casually replied, "I thought I would be very lonely since this isn't a popular research location. But with you here, it won't be boring." Then, Joel wondered about something else. "Have you ever met the master of the White Tower?" Unsen replied. "Of course." Joel asked again, "What kind of person is she?" Unsen pondered for a moment and replied, "How should I put it?" As Joel followed him to meet the master of the White Tower, he heard him say mysteriously, "She's like a cute person, but she's also quite eccentric. Ah, well, you'll understand when you meet her." As soon as they stepped into a luxurious room, Joel was quite startled just by standing at the doorway. What kind of room is this? Looking at all the decorations inside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so cute." At that moment, the person sitting on the chair spoke a greeting, "Welcome." While Unsen bowed to this person, Joel was so surprised that he froze. Emilia was the master of the White Tower. The little girl looked at Joel and asked, "You must be Joel, right?" Emilia Merwin, the master of the White Tower. The person hugging a giant rabbit while sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room was none other than Emilia Merwin, the master of the White Tower, the one who controls the spirit of the wind. Joel glanced around the room and wondered to himself if she was truly a half-breed of the elf and human races. From her, he could sense a rather pure amount of mana. That was something that could only be felt from elves with pure souls. At that moment, Unsen, who was beside him, was extremely amused, laughing loudly in admiration. "The White Tower Master is truly brilliant. She can remember the names of all important people, So this young man here must be quite important. As soon as he finished speaking, Amelia immediately rode her stuffed rabbit, flying up to continue. Compared to that, you could say, the little girl flew in front of Joel, evaluating him. You have many miraculous points, don't you? Amelia said as she got closer to him. Especially, I can sense on you a rather powerful magical energy. Being approached so closely by the little girl, he cried out in surprise, Tower Master. However, the little girl ignored his cry and continued to ponder. Ah, so I understand now. Amelia looked up, flashing a gentle smile, and stated her conclusion. So you've formed a soul contract with a spirit, haven't you? Having been seen through by her, Vell was a bit stunned. Yes, it's just as you said, Tower Master. He appeared calm on the outside, but in his heart, a flicker of worry surfaced as he mumbled that no one had ever known about his contract with a spirit. Just then, Amelia suddenly made an offer. So, would you like me to summon the spirit you've made a contract with? Vell, confused, quickly asked. May I ask why you would do that? Seeing how dense he was, the little girl explained, with a hint of helplessness. The underworld you intend to enter is a place that one cannot enter by normal means. Basically, you need a special method. When you want to go there, you must be lucky enough to find a hidden spatial gate, or you need a meticulously detailed map that clearly marks the location, so that the spatial gate you're looking for can appear. Hearing this, Vell seemed to understand the problem and continued to probe further, but I don't have any of those things right now. So, do you mean I'll need to awaken the power of the spirit soul to get there? Amelia looked at his hand, which was radiating power, and replied, You've understood part of it. Right after that, from the flames of power radiating from Vell, the tiny dragon Pepper suddenly appeared, startling Amelia so much she froze and exclaimed, Oh my goodness, a creature. And then, a second later, she threw her arms around it, full of delight and with a bright smile. Hey, you're just too cute. And it's a variant spirit beast, too. The soul power of this spirit beast is at the intermediate level too. What's your name, little one? The scene changes. At that same moment, in another magnificent and splendid castle beneath the starry night sky. In his room, Bism was trimming a bonsai tree. Suddenly, his trimming movements paused for a moment for some reason. Bism calmly sensed the presence beside him and spoke up, inquiringly. I know you're different from Hypnos. You know how to conduct yourself properly. You wouldn't disturb me if it weren't important. Now, tell me what business brings you here at this hour. He softly called the name of the one who had just appeared in his room, Karen. The man casually replied to Bism, It's just about the transaction. Hypnos, your person in charge of transactions, is busy, so I had to come here in his place. Hearing that, the old man had no choice but to drop the matter and accept the item from Karen, remarking quietly, I see. To think it's already been 5 years. The item the man handed Bism was an apple with a slightly different color than a normal one. Karen watched as the old man slowly brought the apple to his lips to savor it, muttering, That's right. It's time for you to use that. As soon as Bism absorbed the apple, a surge of life force was instantly released, enveloping him. Bism felt the change in his body and, filled with hope, said, I understand now. If I can continuously find items as good as this, then achieving immortality in the future won't be difficult. However, its side effects are still quite numerous, so there are still many limitations. Having said that, he suddenly remembered something and asked Karen, by the way, do you know about my disciples of Daria's group reached Blood Mountain Gorge yet? He calmly replied, I always pay attention to matters concerning people who are burned to death. I know you're worried about something related to that. That gorge is adjacent to the Amazon forest. Based on Bism's question, Karen voiced his speculation about him. You must be worried that the child will cause some kind of trouble. That's what you're worried about, isn't it? Bism wearily rubbed his neck and replied to him, That's right. It's also troublesome. I'm very worried about that. Karen immediately reassured him, You shouldn't overthink it. The place where it will be conducted is in the heart of the mountain, quite a distance from the forest. Without directions, it's impossible to find that location. However, a moment later, he added, with a worried expression, But still, the situation is quite complicated, since people are heading there, so anything could happen. Hearing this, Bism grew a little suspicious. What? What do you mean? But Karen didn't answer his question, already eager to leave. All right, just try not to worry. I'll leave it at that for now. Because besides this, I still have a lot of other work to do. Before leaving, he couldn't help but scoff internally. Man, talking to these evil god cultists is such a pain. After his conversation with Karen, Bism turned back to his bonsai tree, daydreaming about a few things. All right, in the future, if I can ascend to the throne, I will. But he couldn't even finish the thought before he swallowed his words, a look of surprise on his face. Huh? Bism looked at his bonsai, which had become a dead tree, and muttered with a wry smile. In any case, you'd better hurry things up. The scene shifts to a barren desert, where a horse-drawn carriage is speeding forward, filled with the sound of conversation. It's a good thing you're here. Thanks to your guidance, I've reached the underworld as planned. As the person finished speaking, a flashback showed Amelia cradling Pepper in her arms. Thanks to this spirit beast, it can sense the dwarves' spiritual energy in the earth. That's how he'll be able to find the way to the underworld. Ending the flashback, Vell patted little Pepper, who was lying on his lap, and replied to Unsen, I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to Pepper here. Just as he finished speaking, a sound from outside the carriage caught Unsen's attention. He looked at the scenery, at the houses built into the cliffside, and said, It looks like we've arrived. Blood Mountain Gorge. From inside the carriage, Vell looked out the window and marveled to himself. Even from the carriage and this far from the mountains, I can feel an incredibly mystical power flowing through every inch of soil and rock here. With Pepper playfully bothering him, he felt a mix of satisfaction and anticipation. This land is truly rich in spiritual energy. Here, if I'm lucky, I might find a clue about the dragons. And Unsen, as if reading his mind, suggested, I think we should head to the gorge and get straight to business without wasting any time in this city. What do you think? And of course, without a second thought, Vell immediately agreed with him. All right, I think so too. A short while later, the two of them arrived at a clearing in the gorge and stood facing each other. Vell was the first to speak, saying, Shall we begin? V then tossed Pepper into the air to give it an order. Pepper, use your senses to find the dwarf's aura here. Following his command, it shot up into the sky, its eyes glowing with a dazzling light as it sensed for the aura. On the ground below, Unsen watched Pepper fly in a zigzag pattern with some doubt. He wondered if, from such a high altitude, the little guy could actually sense the dwarf's aura deep underground. Joe calmly reassured him, Don't worry, I'm sure it can sense it. Suddenly, Unsen noticed something and exclaimed, Huh, what's that? They watched in alarm as a flock of birds chaotically chased after Pepper. A flock of eagles? It looks like they're about to attack Pepper. Just as Unsen was summoning his magic, preparing to cast a spell to deal with those eagles, Joe stepped forward and stopped him. Sir, don't be hasty, he asked, a bit confused. What do you mean? Those eagles are no joke. They're clearly trying to attack Pepper. But as soon as he finished speaking, the eagles were suddenly attacked by Pepper instead. Witnessing this, Unsen was a bit stunned, while Joe said proudly, But it's okay. Pepper knows how to take them down. Back to little Pepper, it took a breath so deep that its belly swelled up like it had swallowed a whole chicken. And then, it exhaled forcefully, spewing a massive flame that incinerated the eagles, turning them into roasted birds. After that, it danced around joyfully. The two of them could only look at it and chuckle awkwardly. A fire dragon is really something else. Just then, Pepper's eyes suddenly spotted something. Joe watched it continuously, squawk loudly and deduced. It seems like it's free to search for the dwarves' trail now. A moment later, he and Unsen went, following Pepper's lead through a canyon filled with holes. Seeing them, he assessed with some surprise, looking across the canyon. There are over 300 caves. Unsen frowned slightly, stating with a serious tone, Even though I've investigated this area before, I never thought there were this many. This makes finding the entrance to the underworld even more difficult. They kept walking until Pepper pointed to one of the caves. Oh, it looks like it found the place. At that moment, Unsen immediately conjured a small orb. He quickly threw it inside the cave to scout ahead. Watching the orb continuously roll forward, he said, This doesn't seem to be an ordinary cave. Joe also noticed something strange about the cave, and added, There are no stalactites here, nor is there any cool air, just oppressive heat. Joe looked into the deep, dark scenery inside and thought to himself, This cave is definitely man-made. With that, Joe gently stroked his chin, speculating on the situation. So, this could be the entrance. Or maybe they deliberately made it to mislead anyone looking for the underworld. Even so, we still need to check it out to confirm everything. Seeing his expression, Unsen approached with some amusement, patting his head reassuringly. Why are you so serious? Just relax, but if there are traps, it will be a huge pain. Hearing his words, Joe's mood lightened a bit, and he gave a gentle smile. He then flashed a confident, dashing grin, and decided, It's fine. Since we've made it this far, we have to go in and see what the dwarves have prepared for us. The scene shifts to inside the cave, where the loud sound of something large moving causes vibrations. The entire cave shook. Unen hurriedly ran forward, cursing in annoyance. Damn it. How many traps did they set? Raso, chasing after him, quickly replied. 15 so far. Hearing that, Unen angrily shouted, Those show-offs! At that moment, Raso, running behind him, was also a bit confused because things weren't going as he thought, assuming those traps could be easily destroyed with magic. Unexpectedly, there were mana-suppressing magic tools all over the cave. There was no other way. I'll have to use my dragon form. Just as Raso was about to act on his intention, a strange, invisible thread suddenly brushed across his mind. This is mana. With that thought, Raso instinctively stopped running and thought, even though it's faint, I can definitely feel mana. Unen, running ahead, saw him stop and called out in confusion, Raso, what are you dawdling for? He didn't answer him but instead released a large amount of magic, summoning a fire. Spear, silently speculating. If that's the case, the mana-suppressing devices would be scattered throughout the cave, not just here. There's only one reason. Immediately after, Raso swung his spear forward a few times. After his attack, the wall beside them immediately collapsed. And stared blankly at what was before him and exclaimed, What is this? Raso smiled proudly and boasted, I think I've found it. He looked at the gate radiating mana in front of him and exclaimed, The path to the underworld, a teleportation gate. As he said this, Raso recalled the feeling of sensing mana earlier, silently confirming that, no matter how excellent the dwarves' technology was, they couldn't travel through space without using mana. Therefore, there were no mana-suppressing devices in the area of the teleportation gate. Unen, completely satisfied, placed a hand on Raso's shoulder and praised him. You did well. A teleportation gate built by dwarves, this is definitely worth putting in the report. A moment later, the normally stable teleportation gate suddenly fluctuated. Unen and Raso carefully stepped through the gate to enter the other side. Before them now was a world without sunlight, but it was bathed in the mystical blue glow of mana from the pillars in the middle of the town. This was the underworld. Raso carefully walked down the path leading into the town, assessing it with some surprise. He thought this place would be small since it was just an underground city, but he didn't expect it to be as vast as the capital, Endian. While he was distracted, a voice rang out, catching his attention. It's been a long time since a human came here. In front of him were the dwarves Miji and Jinjin. Miji was the first to speak, praising him. It's not easy for a human to find the teleportation gate. Jinjin quickly followed up, asking, Did someone from our clan give you a map? Or did you make a pact with a spirit? Miji, not waiting for Raso's answer, quickly cut in, saying, In any case, since you've come here, we will treat you as a guest. They were so enthusiastic that as soon as one finished speaking, the other would continue. If you plan to enter the city, follow us. Let me show you the way. Miji and Jinjin laughed and encouraged him in a friendly manner. Get excited. The city is much more interesting than this place. Little did they know that inside Raso's heart, his feelings were unclear as he silently exclaimed, They're dwarves. He broke into a delighted, bright smile, cheering in his heart. This is amazing. And so, Jinjin acted as a guide, leading him on a tour and introducing, Look at the glowing stones on the ceiling. Miji quickly chimed in, presenting, They've been there for 100 years, but they still shine like stars, don't they? Following that was a series of introductions for Joe. Miji spoke first, presenting the Midrin armor, and Jinjin followed up. This backrest was aged from bedrock. Watching the two of them, one speaking and the other gesturing, he muttered helplessly, This sounds less like a tour and more like they're just showing off. Suddenly, a large, rough, familiar hand landed on Vell's shoulder. All right now. It was Unen, who had just now made an appearance. He reminded the boy, Even though we came together, our research goals are different, right? His eyes clearly said, I want to see the dwarves' training methods, but Vell didn't catch on. So he asked quizzically, That's right, but what's this about? And without a moment's hesitation, Unen immediately took off after Jinjin. Let's split up from here on out. Vell panicked and quickly called after Unen. Let me come with you. But the man didn't listen and simply bid him farewell. See you back here in 3 weeks. As Vell stood there dumbfounded, Miji clapped him on the back from behind and asked, Where do you think you're going? Without waiting for an answer, he simply started dragging Vell along. Come on, we have so much more to show you. Dragged along against his will, Vell forced a smile and replied, I'm really looking forward to it. Suddenly, he spotted something. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Is that?" Before him stood a majestic statue of a fire dragon. Well now, with that in mind, Vell decided to strike up a conversation with Miji. "Mr. Miji, I've heard a legend that the underworld is protected by two dragons. Is that true?" Hearing him mention the story, Miji immediately let him go and revealed, "It's a magnificent tale. The white dragon, ruler of iron and wind, granted us the iron blessing, while the fire dragon, ruler of fire, bestowed upon us the fire blessing." From Miji's story, Vell began to understand the origin of what he was seeing. So that's why there are statues of those two dragons here. But Miji wasn't finished, continuing to reveal another interesting tidbit. "When the fire dragon granted us its power, they say it once resided here thousands of years ago." Hearing this, a spark of hope ignited within Vell. He thought, if that dragon was truly here, there must be a trace of its soul left. Acting on this thought, he immediately began to probe Miji for information. "Are outsiders allowed to enter the shrine?" The dwarf replied without hesitation. "I was planning on taking you there last, but the order doesn't matter. Follow me." On the path they took, aside from the light of the glowing stones, there was also the sound and the reddish glow emanating from the iron forges. Miji led Vell through the forge district, continuing his tour guide spiel. "You know, the weapons sold in the underworld are on a completely different level than the ones sold at ordinary forges. Mia's favorite weapon, as well as the one used by the famous Beast King Kurin, were forged by our ancestors." As Vell listened and looked around, he remarked, "But it looks like it's not just dwarves here." Miji quickly added. Glancing at the non-dwarves, he explained, "Most of the elves live in the forest. They only come here to trade or buy materials." Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out, catching Vell's attention. "Benefactor." He looked toward the person who had called him and, realizing it was an acquaintance, exclaimed in surprise, "Lady Yo." She approached him with a radiant smile and said, "I'm so happy to see you again, benefactor." Just as Yo finished speaking, another person at her side stepped forward. "So you're the young man who helped Yo?" the man asked cheerfully, extending a hand in greeting as he introduced himself. "I am Stan, elder of the White Wax Tree clan." Vell quickly shook his hand and replied, "I'm Vell, Jodu Mon, from the Fire Magic Tower." As their hands touched, Scan's eyes filled with interest. He exclaimed inwardly, "I heard you helped Yo, so I was curious about what kind of person you are." He sensed the flow of mana in Joe's body, and quietly marveled, "It feels like I'm standing in front of a volcano. I never thought a human could possess such pure mana." After finishing his greeting with Scan, he immediately turned his attention to Ilo beside him. "Lady Yo, why did you come here?" Hearing Joe ask her, she was a bit surprised and flustered, replying, "We came to buy weapons." Hearing her answer, he felt it was a bit strange. The peace-loving elf tribe buying weapons. Thinking that, he immediately asked the question directly, "Did something happen in your tribe?" Hearing this, Ilo sighed for a moment, hesitating slightly before saying. She then revealed some shocking information that made him and Scan immediately look worried. "The battle between the monsters in the Great Forest and the Amazons is very fierce." After speaking, Ilo, full of heartache, blamed herself. "If my blood were normal, then this wouldn't have happened." Scan hurriedly hugged her to comfort her. "It's not your fault, don't worry too much." Hearing this conversation between them, Joe seemed to understand the issue he had been told about, carrying the blood of the Azure Dragon. An image of her from that time appeared in his memory, gently holding his hand and revealing, "Yes, actually, I have the bloodline of the Azure Dragon." Returning to the present, Joe, full of anticipation and curiosity, asked her, "Lady Yo, in the White Wax Tree tribe, are there any dragons or any legends related to them?" However, her answer extinguished his hope. "I'm sorry, I don't know anything other than the fact that I inherited dragon blood." Joe quickly forced a smile and replied, "It's okay." After saying that, Yo suddenly remembered something and asked him, "Benefactor, how long will you be staying in the underworld? Because if there are any records in the courier tribe, I would like to pass them on to you." Joe immediately gave a bright, polite smile and answered, "Thank you very much for your concern. I will probably be here for about 3 weeks." After finishing his conversation with Ilo, he and Miji continued on to the foot of the fire dragon statue. This was the fire dragon's shrine. Joe looked up at the giant statue, silently assessing it. It doesn't look very special. Let's see what the white dragon's shrine is like. After seeing the fire dragon, they moved on to the white dragon. Miji crossed his arms and said proudly, "The size and location of the white dragon's and fire dragon's shrines are exactly the same." Joe looked up at the white dragon statue, agreeing with him and adding, "The only difference is the color." He gazed intently at the statue, not paying attention to anything else. "This stone statue is the final stop. Seeing Joe like this, Miji quickly left a remark and then left. I'll wait for you at the gate, so feel free to look around. He immediately called after him, replying, yes. After he left, Joe approached the stone pedestal at the foot of the statue and tried touching it. Is there anything special here? As soon as his hand touched the pedestal, a mysterious flow of mana immediately wrapped around his hand. Joe looked at the magic circle that appeared on the back of his hand and exclaimed in surprise, the stone statue is reacting. Immediately after, the white dragon's eye suddenly emitted a beam of blinding light. Its deep, steady, and mysterious voice immediately rang out, and an immense surge of power was instantly released. I have waited a long time. It is fortunate that you have arrived before my life ends. The light emanating from the white dragon grew larger and more blinding. With every word it uttered, please come here, progenitor of the dragon race, master of our kind. That immense amount of mana enveloped the bewildered Vat. So, as he listened to the words directed at him, the origin of the dragon species. You are the master of our dragon clan. He looked at the magic compass on the back of his hand, which was pointing in one direction, its voice faint as if it could fade away at any moment. And so, Vat channeled mana into his heels and shouted to accelerate. He immediately shot forward at an incredible speed in the direction the arrow was pointing. At his speed, Vat was like a shooting star streaking across the sky, muttering, this creature seems like it's on the verge of death. The direction he was heading was a teleportation gate. Vatso didn't hesitate and charged straight into it. I'm sure this can't be wrong. After passing through the portal, he returned to the gorge of Blood Mountain and increased his speed even more, urging himself, I have to hurry. Vatso flew forward while watching the arrow on his compass point the way. The needle was indicating he was closing in on the target. To gain more speed, he kicked off a large rock in the gorge. Immediately after, Vatso launched himself into the sky like a rocket, exclaiming, I'm getting close to that dragon. Upon reaching a certain altitude, facing the bright sun, he began to look around, searching for what he was looking for. After a moment of searching, Vatso noticed a house in the middle of the gorge and shouted, found it. He then quickly landed near the house, assessing it with some curiosity. Is this a dragon's house? Why is it so small? Or is it just to hide its identity? With that, Vatso gently pushed open the main door. As soon as he saw what was inside, he smirked slightly. Just as I thought. Surprisingly, behind the door of what seemed to be a house was a dark space, completely different from the bright sunlight of the Bloodfire Gorge. Vatso exclaimed with interest. Just as I guessed. He then carefully stepped deeper inside, heading towards another door. Vatso looked at the massive door before him and wondered, is that the entrance? As soon as he finished his thought, that mysterious voice echoed again, causing Vatso's eyes to widen in surprise. You have arrived? Before him now was a blinding streak of light, and that voice was coming from it, master of our dragon clan. And when the light faded, a supermassive dragon instantly appeared before him, introducing itself. I am the white dragon, Shin Vetter. Welcome. It was extremely weak, lying on the ground, expressing with regret. I wish I could speak with you longer, but I don't have much time left. Hearing this, a confused Vatso asked, what do you mean? Shin Vetter looked straight at him with its deep eyes and replied, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That is what I mean. It is time for me to return to my ancestors. Hearing these words from the dragon, Vatso felt a bit of admiration, thinking to himself, he's about to die, yet his voice is so calm. The dragon clan is truly on another level. I can't even begin to comprehend it. While he was slightly distracted, Shin Vetter suddenly materialized a small horn, saying, this power I received from my previous master. With that, it controlled the horn to fly towards Vat. So, handing it over with great respect, now, I pass it on to you. Immediately, the system displayed a notification about inheriting the power of the white dragon Shin Vetter, the horn of the wind god. Seeing this notification, he was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, so this horn gives me the power of wind and fire? Although he had received a precious item like this, but Vo was still a bit skeptical and disbelieving. So, this is the horn of the wind god? It's truly strange indeed. But Silver's voice rang out again, pulling him out of his thoughts. Will you accept the power from this horn? Vo had no reason to refuse and replied, thank you. He clenched his fists, filled with excitement and overflowing with joy. He exclaimed, this horn has given me a much deeper understanding of magic. Compared to my previous training, I can say I've advanced to a whole new level. When I reach the 6th circle of magic, I'll surely be able to use these spells more effectively. Just then, Silver's body suddenly began to change. An immense surge of magical power appeared, lifting it into the air. Just as I thought. Right? After receiving such a massive amount of power, you remain as calm as if nothing happened. Master, you are truly the awaited power of the Dragon Clan. Everything is set in motion. I hope you can continue my will and save the Dragon Clan. Seeing this, Vo, who was bracing himself against being blown away, cried out in alarm. I still have so many questions. But before he could say anything else, Silver turned to dust and blew away. It didn't forget to leave behind a message for him. Though my physical body has vanished, my mission is not yet over. My power will follow you and protect you, my master. Later, when you meet the child with the blood of the Dragon Clan, only then will my power come to an end. Hearing this, Vo muttered in a daze, mixed with confusion. A child with the blood of the Dragon Clan? The spiritual energy remaining from Silver then flew through the Bloodfire Gorge. It passed through the teleportation gate, arriving in the underworld, until its spiritual energy flew in front of Ilo, who was gazing at the view from her window. She reached out and caught that faint thread, a little curious. What's this? With just this small action from Ilo, that spiritual energy from Silver immediately entered her body. In the pitch-black space of the underground city, the location of Ilo's room began to glow in the darkness. At the same time, Vo had just returned from the gorge, stepping through the teleportation gate back to the underworld. He was a little tired, rubbing his forehead and letting out a sigh. Vo lamented with some regret. I can't believe he disappeared so quickly. I didn't even get to ask anything. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing who it was, Vo called out in surprise, Lady Ilo, but her state at that moment seemed strange. She reached up, pulled down her hood, and reintroduced herself. Ilo of the Divine Tree Clan. Suddenly, Vo's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had seen something terrifying. He looked at the glowing halo around Ilo's head and cried out in alarm, Lady Ilo, on your head. But she paid it no mind and instead knelt down to perform a strange greeting. Greetings, Dragon Emperor. As soon as Ilo repeated those words, her body suddenly swayed. Dragon Emperor Vo watched her faint and fall to the ground, crying out in a panic. Lady Ilo, what's wrong? Wake up. Scene change. Everything returns to the cramped living spaces of the underworld. He was now in his room, looking at the person on the bed, trying to sort out his thoughts. So, the white dragon was referring to Lady Ilo? Vo tried to sense the power radiating from her and surmised. It seems Lady Ilo's power hasn't fully awakened yet. A moment later, Ilo slowly opened her eyes and woke up. He rushed to her side and asked, You're awake? Seeing him, Ilo was startled and immediately shot up, exclaiming, Benefactor. Hearing this from her, Vatso became even more certain. She must be fully awake now, no longer calling me the Dragon Emperor. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Second lineage of the Dragon Clan. An elf with the blood of the Dragon Clan has awakened, but she cannot yet wield her power, nor has she fully awakened her Dragon Clan bloodline. When she awakens her power, she will realize the mission she is destined to fulfill. Seeing this flood of information, he was a bit confused and pondered. What is all this? It took a few seconds for Vatso to react and grasp the situation. So when she awakens, does that mean she'll have to serve under me, the Dragon Emperor? That would be a little hard for her to accept. While he was lost in his thoughts, Ilo spoke up, asking, By the way, why am I in this inn? Vatso quickly came up with an excuse. Ah, you fainted right after you met me, so I brought you here. After saying that, he silently reminded himself that he didn't need to tell her everything he knew just yet. Hearing this answer, Ilo's respect for Vatso grew, and she said, It's a good thing my benefactor found me then. Thank you so much. As she spoke, she reached up to touch the new things on her head. Could it be because of these horns that I fainted? Ilo lowered her head slightly, recalling what had happened. Before I passed out, I vaguely saw a white light flying towards me. It feels like the blood of the Dragon Clan is flowing through me now. Hearing this, Vatso realized what it was, and thought to himself, The silver light, it must be the white dragon's soul. After finishing her story, Ilo quickly got out of bed to bid him farewell. My companion will worry if they can't find me, so I must be going now. She bowed respectfully with a beautiful, bright smile. I'll see you again, benefactor. Before leaving, Ilo didn't forget to offer Vatso a blessing, hoping his path would be protected by the forest god. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. He was now wandering down a bustling street, lost in his thoughts. I found a trace of the white dragon in a short amount of time. Now I have plenty of time to spend here. After walking for a while, Vatso looked up at something and made a decision. I'll take this opportunity while I'm here. What he was looking at was the sign for the shop belonging to the duo, Miji and Jinjin. I need to find out a few more things. At that moment, inside the duo's shop, The blacksmith's forge was roaring with intense flames, heating the metal within. Once the iron bar was red hot, it was moved to the next stage, hammering and shaping it into its desired form. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forge, the duo Miji and Jinjin were receiving their esteemed guest, Vatso. Human, what brings you here? He didn't hesitate, answering them immediately. I came because I have something to show you two. Hearing this, they grew curious. It seems you want something appraised, huh? As Vatso reached into his dimensional storage to retrieve the item, he replied, something like that. Could you two take a look at this? Immediately after, he pulled a red, magic radiating stone from his storage. Upon seeing it, Miji exclaimed with interest, it's a pure magic stone. He gave the stone a once-over and assessed. It seems it doesn't contain mana, rather, the mana has condensed itself into the form of a stone. Jin looked at its color thoughtfully and agreed. It really does. It looks quite a bit like a dragon heart. Upon hearing those words, Vatso's heart skipped a beat, and he uttered, a dragon heart, just as he was still. After his initial shock, Jin took the stone and examined it. But it was strange. The purity was too high for it to be the heart of a low-level dragon, but wasn't it a bit small for a high-level one? And with this curiosity, Miji immediately snatched the stone and suggested, hey, can you just leave it here and come back later? Jin chimed in from the side. We promise we won't do anything to harm it. I swear on iron and fire. Hearing their sudden request, Vell was a bit hesitant and slightly suspicious, but he had no reason to refuse. With that thought, he immediately agreed. All right then, I'll leave it here. Upon receiving his consent, Miji was so overjoyed that he danced with Jin. Great, Jin. Jin seemed to have already planned out the next step. We need to consult the Encyclopedia of Dragons right now. Seeing the two of them like this, Vell made a helpless comparison. They're like mages, who just got a research grant. After his meeting with them, he proceeded to another, larger location with a spiral staircase. From inside, a voice greeted him. So, you're the one Miji mentioned. Welcome to the Grand Library. I am Ja So. He followed the librarian deeper into the Grand Library, taking it all in. This is really strange. A library underground. Hearing Vell's thought, the wise librarian immediately added, valuable knowledge must be stored deep within the earth. With that, he took out an item and handed it over, saying, normally, this isn't allowed, but because you have a recommendation from a master, we'll grant you access to Vault number 3. Take this pass. The masters among the many dwarves, they are considered the best of the best. They swear in the name of fire and iron. It's often said that, out of 1,000, very few earn the title. Vell never thought those two, the brothers Miji, were actually masters. Thinking about it, he forced a smile and replied to the librarian, thank you. A moment later, Vell moved to another, more ornate room and muttered in awe. Even though it's an underground library, it's quite spacious. He carefully sat down at a long table and observed. It seems very different from the libraries on the surface of the earth. After that, Vell began flipping through books, searching for the information he needed. I have 19 days left until I have to return to the fire tower. I must overcome the 6-circle magic barrier within that time. However, after searching for a while, he could only find disappointment. What? This isn't easy at all. Vell left the library dejected and returned to the underground town, wondering to himself, is breaking through that barrier still so difficult? Seeing him return, Miji greeted him enthusiastically. Human, you're back? Vell nodded slightly in response. Yes, today is the day I depart. I came to get the thing I left here and to say goodbye. Hearing this, Miji was a bit surprised and exclaimed in disbelief. What? You're leaving already? Jin protested, quickly pleading. Can't you stay a few more days? There's a hot spring nearby. Seeing their expressions, Vell seemed to realize something and gave a strained smile. It seems they still haven't figured out what the magic stone is. Just as he thought, Miji lamented with great frustration. Actually, I'm sorry, we still haven't discovered anything special. Jin quickly chimed in, trying to salvage the situation. Of course, that doesn't mean we haven't found anything at all, he said, handing over the stone while explaining. According to what we've discovered, this magic stone wasn't created naturally, it's artificial. Hearing this, Vell stared at the stone in disbelief. What reason do you two have for reaching that conclusion? Jin quickly replied while Miji was flipping through a book. A similar alchemical reaction had appeared. When he found the right page, he quickly showed it to him. Read this while you listen. Based on the contents of this book, we've drawn a few conclusions. We think this is a magnum opus, but it has been modified in some places. Vell immediately took the book, carefully reading the contents inside. Magnum opus, a term in alchemy, means masterpiece. After reading, he took the stone back, looking at it and silently confirming that the two of them had confirmed this stone was as valuable as a philosopher's stone. At that moment, Miji spoke up, regretfully, "If only we knew what it was extracted from. We've only been able to find out that much information." "Sorry." Vell quickly shook his head politely. "No, you two have been a great help." He respectfully thanked them. "Thank you so much. Thanks to you two, I now know how wonderful it is underground." Miji, full of pride, quickly changed his tone and replied, "Feel free to come here anytime, you're always welcome." Hearing this, Jin Jane, who was beside him, didn't need to think twice to agree. That's right. After bidding them farewell, Vell quickly returned to the portal tunnel. Given the situation, it seems the material used to create this magic stone is a dragon's heart. He looked at the portal before him and quietly mused, a dragon's heart. If other mages heard about this, they would be very surprised. Suddenly, Vell noticed something and glanced around anxiously. Hasn't he arrived yet? Just as he was looking for someone, a familiar voice immediately rang out. "Hey kid!" Hearing his name called, Vell was a bit startled. "Hey!" He saw the slightly different body of Unsen and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you're so muscular." The man struck a few poses to show off his brawny physique, then asked with concern, "Have you been waiting long?" Vell seemed to notice something on Unsen's body and asked, "No, but what are you wearing?" The man proudly introduced it. "This cream is the dwarves' secret to building muscle. When I get back, I plan to adjust it to be suitable for humans." Unsen, looking extremely pleased, revealed, "I'm making one for you too, so just you wait." Vell managed a forced smile in response, "Yes sir." At that moment, as they stepped through the portal back to the rift, Unsen noticed his expression and showed concern. "You look worried. Did the research not go well?" Vell quickly answered him, "That's not it. Actually, I achieved what I wanted." Hearing that, Unsen let out a knowing hum. "Then there's only one thing that could be bothering you." When he heard what the man said next, Vell was a bit startled and paused for a moment. "The six-circle magic barrier, right?" He rubbed the back of his neck, sighed softly, and replied, "Setting a goal that I can't reach is a bit frustrating." Seeing him like this, Unsen became a little pensive. People often say that if there are 100 mages, there are 100 ways to achieve enlightenment. Enlightenment is a very tricky issue. Even well-intentioned advice can be harmful. That's why there's an unwritten rule not to help. But some basic advice won't hurt. With that thought, he called out to Vell. "Hey," he suddenly asked him a strange question. "Have I ever told you that I can lift over 1,600 pounds? Vell, confused, asked back. "This is the first I'm hearing of it." "So what?" Unsen followed him out of the cave and began to speak. "At first, I couldn't lift it like that either." He slowly recalled the time he trained relentlessly with battle ropes, but he kept pushing himself, even enduring the force of a waterfall. After a period of training in all sorts of disciplines, Unsen challenged himself to return to his weightlifting, with his iron will and effort. Recalling that moment, he exclaimed proudly, "Then one day, I suddenly could do it." Unsen's every word was incredibly inspiring and moving, and I believe enlightenment in magic is the same. If you practice every day, then one day, you'll naturally achieve it. Hearing this, Jadu's heart felt enlightened, filled with hope. At some point, he found himself looking at Unsen's majestic back and thought to himself, "That's right, I shouldn't rush. I've grown so much compared to 1 month ago." Suddenly, the old man called out, with an exclamation, "Ah, look, the sun is setting." He watched the fiery red sunset before him with a sense of ease. "Every time I see this view, I think the sunsets at Red Mountain are truly beautiful." Jadu looked at the stunning scenery before him and thought, "The horizon fades with the sunset." His eyes gazed deeply ahead. He let out a cry, and, piece by piece, memories flooded Jadu's mind, as if shattering a barrier of ice before him, and he mumbled, to himself, "Everything I've learned and experienced is also divided into segments. It's as if behind that barrier, there's an even greater knowledge waiting for me to discover." And then, a blinding light appeared, enveloping the entire space. Ripples spread out like the surface of water being touched, along with the voice of its master. "This place." Jadu looked at the scene, inside his own mind with curiosity. Am I inside my own thoughts? Everything I've learned and seen is manifested here. Weaving through the lush green canopy, he saw a sunset like the one at the canyon and whispered, "It's like there's something over there." This urged Jadu to reach out, using his fire magic. A fiery sunset. If I add the formula, the image of the sunset. Immediately, he raised his hand high. Jadu's eyes narrowed slightly, his brow furrowing as he stared at the target ahead. He used Jodu Mon's signature move, the blazing red sun, creating a ball of immense fire. Just then, Unsen grabbed his arm, stopping him and warning, "Casting a spell like that is no different than playing with fire." He pulled Jadu's hand aside, questioning loudly, "Are you trying to burn down this entire canyon? Or what?" To prevent a bigger incident, Unsen quickly cast his own magic, Sleep. Immediately after, he caught the now sleeping boy, blaming himself a little. Even though I was the one who mentioned enlightenment, I never expected the kid to achieve this much. Nevertheless, Unsen still felt a bit of pride and let out a small smile. This is going to shake the entire world of alchemy. He looked at the radiant aura above Jadu's head and praised softly, the birth of the youngest six-circle mage ever. While the boy was fast asleep, oblivious to everything, a system notification window popped up. Notification: you have reached the level of six-circle magic. Reward: high-grade magic stone, high-grade magic stone, mid-grade magic stone, and low-grade magic stone. Scene change. On a beautiful morning, the bright sunlight shone directly on the salt tower. Beneath the vast blue sky with its gently drifting clouds, inside the salt tower, Vaughn was sitting dazedly in the middle of the room. He was staring intently at his right hand. Vaughn recalled the image of himself creating a giant fireball from that very hand. With that thought, he immediately clenched his fist in excitement, exclaiming, "I've finally reached the sixth circle." Following that, Vaughn summoned a small magic circle from his other hand to feel his own power. Indeed, the mana flowing through his body was much stronger. It was completely different from when I had 5 circles. As he thought, he recalled the reward notification that had been added then. Furthermore, it seemed the golden mask was received for a second time for this level up to the 6th circle. Thinking this, Vaughn immediately took out the mask he had received. He recalled the feeling of using it and assessed it. It was completely different from the previous offensive attribute magic. This time, it was a spell to dispel debuffs along with a power enhancement. Thinking this, Vaughn stored the mask back in his inventory space. Fighting the dark mage will be simpler then. Just then, Darius opened the door and entered his room, asking, "Han, you're back? So how did it go in the underworld?" Suddenly her expression changed, and she quickly exclaimed in surprise, "You've broken through the wall to reach the next level?" Vaughn immediately stood up, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. "Yes, I learned a lot while I was out." Hearing his answer, Darius slowly walked forward, thinking to herself, he was just at the 5th circle a moment ago, and now he's already at the 6th circle. It seems I've underestimated his talent. I thought it would take him a couple more years to be able to level up. She took Vaughn's hand, full of pride and praise. He's so talented. With that thought, Darius spoke up to praise him. "You truly are my disciple." Vaughn quickly replied respectfully, "I'll be needing more of your help in the future, Master." At that moment, her mind was filled with confidence, and she smirked slightly. "If my husband finds out about this, he'll surely be surprised." Suddenly, Darius held her hand out in front of Vaughn, startling him. Now she began to channel her mana, challenging him to see what his abilities were like after leveling up. In no time, the scenery around the two of them changed to a fighting arena with towering walls. Looking at the surroundings, Vaughn spoke with a hint of nostalgia. "This place reminds me of the ruins I explored before. Back then, just facing one giant was exhausting." Hearing his words, she began to emit her mana, surmising, "Are you saying you can now deal with this dungeon more easily?" Unbeknownst to him, a lollipop had appeared in Darius's mouth, and she was filled with excitement. "If that's the case, should I raise the difficulty level?" No sooner said than done. She immediately summoned infernal dwarves to attack Vaughn. Seeing this, he cried out in alarm, "Ah, that's not what I meant at all." But the infernal dwarves had already been summoned, and they quickly surrounded Vaughn. He tilted his head up slightly, silently assessing the situation. "I estimate the difficulty here has increased quite a bit." While Vaughn was distracted, Darius spoke up, "You're surprised a bit too early. The real challenge is yet to come." She used a balanced transformation spell to summon a giant fireball. From within that fireball emerged a horde of stone men, larger than the dwarves, and the flames surrounding him blazed even higher as the stone men landed. Those giant stone men were the dwarf kings, Hellfire. Vo tried to withstand the heat blowing towards him, gritting his teeth. If it had come to this, then he would act. He quickly unleashed his power, preparing to counterattack, thinking he had to do something. Darius saw this action of his, and smirked with a smile. Interesting. Vo was now summoning a giant fireball, just like the one he had created at the Blood Mountain Gorge, telling himself he just had to unleash all his power. The more Darius watched, the more filled with anticipation she became, exclaiming, "All right, then, unleash whatever magic you've got." His eyes were extremely confident now, and he broke into a bright smile. "Master, this magic is..." As Vo spoke the words in his heart, he threw the giant fireball at the horde of monsters surrounding him in front. "It's what I've come to understand." The monsters stared blankly at the flash of fire that was gradually brightening before them. From a tiny speck of light, it gradually expanded to its maximum, illuminating the entire area as if to blow all the monsters away. A moment later, the brilliant light gradually faded, leaving only the crackling sound of flames in the air. Vo looked at the desolate scene before him and quietly remarked that the destructive power was immense. If this battle had been real, there would have been so much destruction. Darius crossed the ruined battlefield and approached him with praise, not expecting. "You could have understood so much after leveling up. To be honest, what you've demonstrated here was quite surprising to me. Tell me about it." Vo immediately recounted everything to her without hesitation. "It's a magic spell that demonstrates the transformation of fire magic." Hearing this, Darius became intrigued. "So, it's a transformation from its original properties?" As she said that, a thought arose in her mind. He has understood the heart of fire. This is also a crucial step for mages who want to achieve great things later on. Furthermore, he hasn't even perfected this magic yet, and its attack power has already reached such a formidable level. If this spell is perfected later on, what will it become? Vo, standing opposite her, was unaware of her thoughts and could only smile foolishly. "It's truly something to look forward to. I will keep an eye on what you show me from now on." The practice match ended, and the scene changed to another, brighter room, filled with sunlight. Vo was meditating on his bed, muttering something, casting speed, mastery of elemental magic. What he was muttering were the things Darius had said. "Everything has reached the standard for primordial magic. Now I can officially register to join the Mage Association." Remembering her words, he cheered excitedly in his heart. "This means I've gained recognition from my master. So, the next thing to do is..." Vo immediately summoned Sinver's horn and the pile of dragon heartstones. "Luckily, I managed to get this." He reached out and took Sinver's horn, deciding, "Now I need to finish absorbing this before the break. This will take some time," he thought. With that, Vo gripped the horn tightly in his hand and began to release his power. All right. He took the horn and plunged it straight into his body to absorb it. "Let's give it a try." Time flew by, and the sky outside the flame tower changed from dusk to the next morning, and then from night to the morning after that. Time passed. Several days passed, and in Vo's room, notifications continuously rang out. Absorbing the dragon god's horn has achieved a new level of wind attribute power. Mana has greatly increased, and latent power has been enhanced. After the wind attribute was greatly strengthened, his understanding of the wind attribute was already immense. After absorbing the dragon horn, he landed, standing straight on the ground. Zior slowly opened his eyes, feeling his body and silently assessing it. "So, I've greatly enhanced my wind attribute. With this, the spells I cast in the future will be more powerful. Because I've absorbed this wind attribute, my body feels much lighter now, much lighter." With that thought, he immediately rose onto his tiptoes. Then, Zior threw a quick punch forward. A single punch from him seemed to tear through the wind as it shot out. Lass was completely surprised, unable to believe his eyes. The speed of his punch was just too fast. If he were to cast magic spells, how much faster would they be? "With just my physical strength alone, I can already deal with second-class knights." Just then, a knock on the door suddenly interrupted him. "Someone is requesting to see you, sir." "See you." Just from hearing the servant's announcement, Zior already knew who it was. "Is it her? The one who said she would see me after I returned." Scene change. The surroundings have shifted from his room to a more beautiful one. The sound of conversation echoed in the room. "So, you've been to the underworld?" Zior, now dressed in an extremely elegant outfit, replied to the person opposite him. "That's right." The familiar girl in front of him gently stroked her hair, expressing herself. "I'm very curious about what insights you gained there, which is why I was so eager to see you right away." Hearing this, Zior quickly told her about a few things that appeared in the underworld. There were many caves, many dwarves, but he was cut off before he could finish. "Those are exactly the things I had anticipated." As soon as she finished speaking, the system suddenly appeared. Seeing what was on the system, Zior was a bit speechless. The system screen showed a quest notification. "Answer, according to the princess's wishes." Princess Hiket Radam has been waiting for your answer for a long time. Therefore, you must answer her quickly. Reward: intermediate grade mana stone. Attribute magic ring. According to the notification, on the system, she was full of anticipation as she called to him. Sir Zior, did you think of me while you were traveling? Hearing the question and seeing the quest, he complained with some dissatisfaction. What the hell? There's this kind of quest too? Heket asked. During your entire trip, was there any moment you thought of me? Zior was embarrassed, covering his mouth with his hand, hesitantly replied, Princess, you jest. Heket leisurely enjoyed her tea. Your reaction puts me at ease. Many times you show no emotion, so teasing you is the only fun I have. Heket sat opposite Zior, and she said, at least my efforts weren't in vain. He was bewildered. Efforts? Heket smiled brightly and explained, even though I tease you, I'm not that kind of person. I don't demand an immediate response. But remember, Zior recalled the past. Ever since the night of the last ball, he had always thought about Heket. He tormented himself over his thoughtless actions. At that time, Zior had used the excuse of being busy with revenge to push her away. Zior sat silently, saying nothing, but deep down he felt he was truly terrible. What a coward. It's no wonder this has now turned into a quest. His quest appeared. Notification. Quest. Respond to the princess's sincere feelings. Princess Hiket Radam has been waiting for your answer for a very long time. It's time to let her know your thoughts. Reward: intermediate grade magic stone, a pair of Eros and Psyche rings. Suddenly, Hiket realized it was late. Oh my, it's already this late. Before leaving, she, confessing her feelings to Jackson, when I'm with you, it's like time stands still. Hiket confessed with a hint of sadness. I'm a little disappointed that I haven't gotten an answer from you today. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Hiket. Forgive me, princess. Could you spare me a few more moments? Jackson also began to pour out his own feelings. Princess, just as you said, I'm nothing more than a stiff block of wood, so I can only say this. Then he opened the ring box and proposed to Hiket. I very much look forward to a future where we can walk side by side. In the romantic atmosphere, Hiket was truly surprised. She smiled brightly with an incredibly happy expression. That's just like you. Not a bit of romance in you at all. Hiket reached out and took the ring, and yet, strangely enough, the dry words you speak, I find them so sweet. Jackson's face was just as overjoyed. Just like you, I also look forward to the future, where we walk side by side, Hiket said while looking at the ring on her hand. You'd better prepare yourself. The two held hands and exchanged sweet words. For making me wait, I'm going to tease you for the rest of our lives. The scene changes to the engagement ceremony, where the people preparing for the wedding were busy and shouting, be careful, do you know how much that bottle of wine costs? Where's the pork that was supposed to be delivered today? Today is the princess's engagement ceremony. I won't allow any mistakes to happen. An envoy appeared, riding on the back of an elephant. Everyone was incredibly surprised. Look, it's an elephant. Someone even recognized that it was the envoy from Kel. How? Incredibly wasteful. Sage Kasa Golden Sun said, this is an opportunity to introduce the young mage, barely in his 20s, who has reached the 6th circle, to the people. Crown Prince Serion Golden Sun looked at him. The two of them talked as they walked through the wedding preparations. Kasa asked him, do you believe that? I see this more as a plan to form an alliance against the Empire. Serion replied, it must be, otherwise they wouldn't have invited so many nations. The streets were filled with people watching the wedding. Kasa, still, continued to speak. However, whether that young mage is outstanding enough for us to form an alliance with Andy Mian is another matter entirely. Serion spoke again. We're just here to evaluate. Do you really need to talk so much? He turned back. To remind him, that's enough idle chatter. Let's proceed with the ceremony. He also had another thought. I want to see the face of this person named Jackson. While a male servant was helping Jackson put on his wedding attire, he asked in bewilderment, 4 suits for the banquet and a cloak? Alan, are engagement ceremonies always this complicated? Alan closed his book and began to explain. Today isn't just an engagement ceremony. Alan elaborated on the wedding. Today is also an occasion for envoys from neighboring, non-allied nations to gather. His Majesty doesn't seem to want the engagement to be just a celebratory event, alone. Jackson seemed to understand everything. It seems he wants to achieve a political goal through this engagement ceremony. Alan replied, of course, it's not just to consolidate the royal family's power, but also to show off Andy's prestige. Jackson thought, to show off Andy's prestige? So I'm the card they want to show off. Jackson looked tired. Then my responsibility is quite heavy. Alan began to comfort him. I'm sure you'll do well. Alan took the opportunity to pounce. Since you're thinking that way, why don't we study the code of conduct? Jackson collapsed in defeat. Oh no, scene change. Arriving at the incredibly grand wedding venue, the guests began to appear. Everyone was cheerful and excited to attend. Please welcome the bride, the first heir to the royal throne of Andy, a bride of supreme beauty. Haket walked down the aisle. The groom was no less handsome. Next, please welcome the groom, Count Soduimon, to enter the hall. He walked to the door of the wedding ceremony, so strode in confidently, countless rumors about him echoing in his ears. Is that the guy who's said to have power rivaling a tower master? He doesn't look as strong as the rumors say, huh? Sirion, standing to the side, smiled brightly and reminded them. You could go verify it yourself instead of grumbling down there, couldn't you? A guest wondered. How would we verify it? He cleared his throat and snapped his fingers. Like this, for example. As soon as he gave the signal, countless ferocious snakes suddenly charged directly at Haket screamed in fear. Vell wasn't afraid and even comforted Haket in return. My love, please don't worry. He smirked. It seemed the opportunity So had been waiting for had finally arrived. Now all he had to do was seize it. He had been wondering how to show off, but since the stage was set, why not put on a show? Then, So unleashed his power, annihilating all the snakes. Everyone was stunned by his strength. Oh, that's a 1, 2, 3, 6-layered reflection magic circle. He's truly a 6th-level mage. He pointed a finger to the sky and smiled with satisfaction. The more spectacular the festival, the more fun it is, right? So's power stood out in the middle of the wedding venue. Sirion couldn't believe his eyes. He thought, huh? Sirion was forced to admit it. To think that he was hiding such power. He's even stronger than the rumors said. So radiantly asked his fiancée, Haket, shall we continue now? At the same time, deep in the dark green forest, Hypnos was thinking, the disciple of the one about to be burned at the stake is engaged to a member of the Andy royal family. So, what does this mean? Another mage with near Tower Master level skills has joined the royal family? Just then, a monster was lurking behind him. As the monster was about to pounce on Hypnos, he turned his head to look. What was that sound? Hypnos didn't find the monster frightening. It was nothing special, just a little mouse daring to bare its fangs and claws. Scene change. BMK looked gloomy and had no good intentions. Congratulations. Anyway, congratulations. Having a royal family member so powerful is truly reassuring. I never dreamed of having such a member in my own family. They are all just a bunch of filthy creatures, wanting to fight for power. The old man said this while imagining Alfonso in heat. After Hypnos successfully chained up the huge monster, he spoke to someone. How's the progress of the excavation in the Great Forest coming along? The other side replied, it will honestly take at least another year, and even when it's done, we're not sure we can restore many keystones. Hypnos asked, is the power of the keystones still guaranteed? The other side replied again, the keystone of Tartarus is used to seal the giants, the ones who once tried to take over this continent. A magical blue stone appeared. Just a few of them are enough to imprison an 8th-level mage. Hypnos spoke while looking around the forest. The problem is the Tartarus seal. If we tamper with it, the monsters in the Great Forest will lose control. Suddenly, he had an idea. That's good news, isn't it? Suppose we attract the attention of the rampaging monsters. We could speed up the plan by weakening Andy's military forces. Hypnos thought of the scenario in his head and smiled cunning. Joyfully watching your own subjects die. You're a perfect fit for a tyrant. Of course, all of this was thanks to the efforts of later generations to slander and erase history, including the story of the savior of humanity, who defeated the giants. Shifting to another of his flashbacks, a black-haired hero from another world joined forces with a dragon to seal the giants, which was one of that hero's most glorious achievements. A story, forbidden from being passed down to future generations. As Hypnos recalled this, he remembered Giole's image, and come to think of it, the disciple of the one about to be burned at the stake also had black hair. An image of a grown-up Giola appeared in his mind, along with that abnormally rapid increase in strength. Could it be that he inherited the bloodline of the savior of humanity? While Giole and Hecate were happily walking down the aisle together, Hypnos was still scheming. Even so, thousands of years have passed, so he can't have inherited the power perfectly. He smirked sinisterly. Well, just in case, I should probably threaten him a little. Inside the incredibly magnificent castle, nobles all surrounded Giole to get acquainted. Congratulations, Count Duan. I've come from the distant south. I'm here from the Na Union. The Walker Hugh Academy you enrolled in is within our territory. He forced a smile, thinking to himself, nobles and lords from other regions and nations have all come. It looks like I'll be stuck at this party for 3 days. Suddenly, someone called his name from a distance, startling Giole, and making him look back. Count Giole d'Uomon. It was a man dressed quite elegantly and neatly. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. Sarion, Prince of the Golden Sand Dunes, greets you. I'm delighted. About your wedding. It's an event that will be spoken of for centuries. He vaguely remembered this person. From a memory Giole recalled. It was a man dressed formally and elegantly, standing among a crowd of people in splendid, dazzling attire. He feigned a cheerful expression, and shook Sarion's hand. He put it gently. Thank you for the gift, but please, something else next time. Giole thought, I'm not a big fan of snakes. He also replied cheerfully, I'll keep that in mind. Pulling his hand back, Giole kept the smile on his face. He gestured and asked, So, are you satisfied with this party? Sarion seemed displeased, thinking to himself, most people would get angry when told something like that about their gift, no matter how tolerant they are. But then he replied very politely, as the Prince of the Golden Sand Dunes, I very much want to form an alliance with Andion. Does that answer your question? The Golden Sand Dunes is one of the most prosperous nations on the continent. An alliance with them would be a great help in the battle against the Empire. With that said, Sirion sighed, placing a hand on his hip as he continued. But more than a national alliance, I want to invest in Count d'Uomon as a person. He continued to smile cheerfully, although Giole's expression has now become extremely strained. I'm better at investing than politics, so please become the youngest 8-circle mage. In his heart, Giole was a bit disdainful, a prince who's also a merchant, how fitting. Then Giole cheerfully shook Sarion's hand. I hope we can work together. He also replied joyfully, Me too. Here's to our long-lasting friendship. A long time later, in another quiet place, Giole's weary voice rang out. The party's finally over. He sprawled out on the soft bed, stretching out in complete comfort. What a long 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice rang out. No wonder you're tired. Hecate smiled as she slowly walked in, holding a stack of papers in her hand. You've never experienced about this. He was surprised to see her. Rosso quickly ran over to help with the stack of papers, asking what all this was. Hecate replied that it was work documents. A lot of tasks had piled up because of the wedding. She calmly sat down on the sofa. I wanted to take it to the room, but then, Hecate rested her chin on her hand and smiled brightly. It was as if a radiant aura surrounded her. It seems my fiancé really wanted to see me. Hearing this, Rosso blushed shyly and said, You're teasing me again. Meanwhile, Hecate, sitting beside him, laughed gleefully. Suddenly, Rosso pulled a letter with a red seal from the pile of papers, asking, What's this? It's a bit different from the others. She immediately turned to explain that it was for him. After reading the contents of the letter, Rosso guessed, Is this a permit for outside research? Hecate continued. I thought you wanted to go soon, but you seemed hesitant, so I went ahead and did it for you. Then she asked worriedly, Did I overstep my authority? He smiled brightly to reassure her. Not at all. Then, Rosso happily and gently embraced Hecate. Thank you. Both of their cheeks unconsciously turned red with shyness. As Hecate looked on with pride, Rosso said softly, I'm so happy over something so small. I'm really glad you did it. Hecate gently raised her hand to stroke his soft, silky hair. And perhaps because the wedding ceremony ended smoothly, I am starting to feel tired after all those days of partying. As soon as she finished speaking, she proactively moved closer and lifted his chin. He felt a little shy. Should I turn off the lights? Hearing those words, Rosso's face turned red in bewilderment. She stared intently at his handsome face and suggested, What do you think? He was delighted. That's great. With that, the two of them actually went to the bed, getting into a seductive position, with Hecate on top and Rosso on the bottom. Rosso gently brushed his beloved's hair aside. I also think so. Then, the two shared a passionate kiss. The afternoon sun cast the silhouette of a man and a woman intertwined together in an incredibly romantic scene. Elsewhere, in the Union City, oh my God, I already told you there's no one. The scene shifts to inside a large office filled with many books. At the desk, a person angrily slammed his fist on the table and demanded, Don't tell me there's no one here. If I can't find someone here, where else am I supposed to look? The manager regretfully informed him, We have some 3-circle mages. But the other person retorted, But you people know we need at least a 4-circle mage to stop the pirates. They were so busy arguing, they didn't notice someone behind them, wearing a concealing black cloak, had quietly pushed the door open and entered. That person spoke up, interrupting the argument. A four-circle one? This statement successfully caught his attention. He asked in bewilderment. That's right. Who are you? The mysterious person slowly presented a small card. The man wondered, an identification card? It had all the information written on it. Name: Ridman Louis. Age 38. Occupation: freelancer. Reading it carefully, this was exactly what he needed. A four-circle mage. Waiting for them to finish reading, the person took the card back and slowly removed their hood. Allow me to introduce myself. The hood was taken down to reveal a bright face. Lass had successfully disguised himself as a completely different person. My name is Ridmani, and I am looking for a mission to Kurin Island. The scene changes to a ship cutting through the waves, setting sail for the open sea. The sound of waves lapped against the side of the ship. Dozens of seagulls were flying around. Everything was peaceful so far. At the top of the mast was a flag that was blue with the symbol of a white dove. Rosso stood outside with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Why haven't I run into trouble yet? When we get to Kurin Island? That's great. Suddenly a man standing behind him called out, "Hey, Ridman." The call made him turn his head instinctively. Kaz quickly approached, his body twice as large, holding a glass of liquor, with many other glasses floating around him. Kaz cheerfully put an arm around his shoulder and coaxed him. Don't just sit there by yourself. Come have a drink with us, Aiden quickly retorted. Drinking while on a mission? The man laughed loudly. It's fine. We're not going to get drunk. While Aiden felt it wasn't right, he suggested they please lower their voices. Kaz Naaman, a four-circle mage, and Aiden, a three-circle mage. He still burst out laughing proudly. You think this is normal beer? This is beer chilled by my magic. Aiden finally had to give in to Kaz's wishes. All right, I'll drink it, just put it down. After saying that, he used his power to push the remaining glass towards Joe. Ridman, what about you? His face showed a bit of dislike. However, Joe still took it and didn't forget to offer a compliment. Cold beer is always good. Kaz was very pleased to hear him say that. That's more like it. He then immediately tilted the glass and took a gulp amidst Kaz's hearty laughter. Joe thought to himself, I never expected to meet him here. According to Joe's memories, he had achieved a record-high score at the academy by increasing the effectiveness of potions by 20%. In his past life, he was sponsored by Grand Duke Bism, and at that time, the Duke forced him to hand over all his research results to the Empire. Then he thought to himself with great determination, but this time, I'll stop that from happening. Joe raised his glass with a bright smile. Aiden, a toast? He timidly raised his glass. Yes. Kaz remained silent, staring at him. Suddenly, one of them looked at his wrist with curiosity, causing Joe to widen his eyes in surprise. By the way, Kaz, I can feel a flow of mana from your bracelet. Is that an artifact? Kaz calmly raised the bracelet and explained, yes, it helps me keep my mind steady. Then he laughed loudly again, changing the subject. All right, you guys have finished your drinks. Let's start round 2. Just as he finished speaking, people on the ship shouted a warning. Pirates. Pirates are coming. Joe was also extremely surprised. From his ship's side, a series of ships were swarming to surround them. 5 ships were approaching. The person who had hired the mages was extremely panicked, urging, Hurry up, where are the mages? Suddenly, Kaz flashed a very strange smile. What's the point of bringing these fools? As soon as he said that, Joe and Aiden fell down one after another. He continued to spread his arms and laugh loudly. You fools. They didn't think the beer was drugged. Seeing this, the man was stunned and shouted loudly, Aiden, Sir Ridman. The mage hirer was now bewildered, with a hint of uncertain panic. Don't tell me you're in league with the pirates? At this moment, Kaz began to reveal his true nature. You should have checked my background more carefully. Then Kaz started making threats. I won't waste any more words. If you don't want to die, steer the ship to our location now. Suddenly, the ring on Joe's hand glowed strangely. Kaz, still oblivious, laid out his condition. I'll spare your lives if you cooperate. But he didn't notice that a strange speck of light had appeared in the middle of the sky. From high above, a terrifyingly powerful bolt of lightning struck straight down into the sea, creating massive waves. Heavenly thunder hammer. The ship shook violently, and Kaz panicked, shouting, What the hell? Joe calmly stood up and said, Sorry. Then he continued to use his power, making the ring glow. Joe smiled meaningfully. Did I scare you? Joe smiled mockingly. Are you very surprised, Kaz? He was stunned to see that he wasn't affected by his power. How can you cast that kind of magic? Ridman remained calm. What's so strange? Looking at the ring emitting lightning from his hand, the man understood. Are you using an artifact? Ridman found that reason plausible, thinking to himself, That makes sense. I'm pretending to be a fourth circle mage, so using magic that's too powerful would be, which is why I need the excuse of an artifact's support. Without another word, he immediately used his power to finish him off. From below, a furious flame began to rise. Since you know that much, then this raging flame will spread and surround all of you. Endure this fire magic. The man at this point desperately begged, please spare me. The mage's employer saw the entire scene and was completely shocked. So, Cece was a spy for the pirates? But Ridman, how did you know that? On the ground, Cece was surrounded by a pile of ashes, no longer in human form, groaning in pain. From the moment he drank that beer, Ridman had a feeling that something was wrong. A blue aura was constantly emanating from his bracelet. I noticed it by looking at the artifact he was wearing. He calmly explained, when you wear that artifact, it has a feature that makes the user's magic radiate outwards. It seems he wanted to signal the location of our ship to his pirate comrades. The mage's employer looked ahead and shouted in panic, it's the pirates! As soon as he finished speaking, a series of pirate ships dropped anchor next to the ship where Ridman was standing. They're attacking. The man kept stroking his chin, thinking, even if he's a fourth circle mage, now there are just too many pirate ships. He might not be able to handle them. Ridman's reassuring voice rang out. It's fine. Ridman continued. Leave it to me. I'll be gone for a moment. I'm counting on you to handle things here. The man was surprised to hear that. Huh? Where are you planning to go? The flames from before flared up again, surrounding him. Ridman smiled brightly at the man. I'm just going to take care of a little business. With that, Ridman quickly used his power to fly straight into the air. Power began to radiate from his hands. I need to end this quickly. Then, sparks shot out from around him like fireworks, gradually spreading out into a meteor shower. A moment later, only the wreckage of the pirate ships remained on the sea's surface. The sea became calm again. The fiery sunset also began to descend. Aiden groggily opened his eyes, when suddenly a voice rang out. Are you awake? Aiden, having just woken up, frantically asked, huh? What about the pirates? As soon as Ridman finished speaking, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest. Aiden clutched his chest in discomfort. Ridman's voice calmly rang in his ear. It's okay. Just get some rest. I brought you in here. You're tired, so you don't need to worry about anything, Aiden said sheepishly. I tried my best, but I wasn't strong enough. Ridman turned to reassure him. It's really okay. With that, he held up the papers in his hand and asked, did you write this? Aiden was shocked. Those are my documents. How did you? Ridman slowly stood up and explained, I just happened to see them. Is this research on how to increase the effectiveness of resurrection potions? He remarked with admiration. That's certainly novel. Hearing this, Aiden's face brightened up a bit, and he asked excitedly, you think so? Ridman stood happily by his bed and agreed. That's right. I want to help you with this topic, if that's okay. Aiden was a bit hesitant. I appreciate the offer of help. But, Aiden said a bit shyly and explained, you've read it. That research requires too many potent ingredients. Therefore, the research costs are too high. Vatsal was unconcerned. To him, money was fleeting. I have money, so you don't need to worry. As he said this, Vatsal took out a token from his clothes, assuring him that if he showed it to the Yan Tower, they would support his research. He thought to himself, my master will surely recognize how important this research is. Upon reading the words on it, Aiden's eyes began to sparkle. A member of the Yan Tower, a mage. Then, when he read the name, he jumped in shock, and his hair seemed to stand on end. Aiden was filled with astonishment, mixed with a hint of admiration. Vatsal? I can't believe I'm meeting someone so famous, he asked in surprise. Then what's with your appearance? Seeing this, Vatsal smiled and explained, I'm just in disguise. Only then did Aiden calm down. I see. He sat pensively, his hands clasped together. It's true. Until now, you're the first person to recognize the value of my research. He felt incredibly grateful for that. Aiden placed a hand on his chest and said honorably, I am Aiden. I will do as you command. A moment later, at the bow of the ship, Vatsal was holding a map. Directly ahead, a lush island was looming into view. That's Kurin Island, but as he compared it to the map, he mumbled that something was different. On the parchment were drawings of the route, highlighted by a red path leading to a treasure. Previously, there was a dot on the map, but now the dot had vanished, and a line of text had appeared in its place. A river of fire flows on a glacier. Travel upstream toward the source of the fire river. Vatsal stared intently, analyzing it. What could this mean? The text had just appeared. It seemed a new clue was revealed upon approaching Kurin Island. The clue from the map echoed in his mind. A river of fire flows on a glacier. Before long, the ship had docked. The sailors' voices rang out, preparing to drop anchor. The man who hired the mages repeatedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thanks to you two, the ship arrived here safely. Thank you both so much. Aiden kept waving his hands dismissively. I didn't do anything, it was all Vatzel. Vatzel didn't pay it much mind, just smiling brightly in silence, thinking to himself to just let the man be. With that, the man presented a bag filled to the brim with gold bars, which gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. This is your reward and payment for your services. Please accept it. Vatzel's eyes lit up at the sight of the gold, and he quickly reached out to accept it, much to Aiden's amazement. With his other hand, he shook the man's hand repeatedly. Thank you, and I wish you success on your future voyages. Aiden thought sadly to himself, I still want to stay by his side and learn more. But as he was lost in thought, a voice called out from across from him. Hey Aiden. He jumped, his eyes wide, turning to Vatzel and replying, Yes? Vatzel then reverted to his true form, and said with a meaningful smile, You should go to the Yan Tower, okay? Aiden was overjoyed. Yes sir. Walking along the road, there was hardly a single soul in sight. Vatzel remarked, It's true that humans are a rare sight in the land of the beastmen. He scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, It looks like I need to head deeper inside. Suddenly, a figure flashed by from above as quick as lightning. Vatzel was puzzled. Is that? Looking closer, he guessed to himself, The monkey tribe? Don't move so fast. Suddenly, the monkey from before stopped to observe him. Down below, Vatzel was still trying to get his bearings. Where am I? Looking ahead, he sighed. All right, I need to go into a tavern and ask for some information. From behind the counter, a talking goat greeted him warmly. Are you traveling alone, sir? Vatzel straightforwardly placed down 1 gold coin and ordered, I'll have a cold beer. The bartender was stunned by his wealth and immediately refused. That 1 gold coin, that's too much. Vatzel kept his smile and continued, All right, just take it. I still have some information to ask about. That was all he needed to hear. The manager was just waiting for that. He immediately reached out to take it. Please, ask away. He had just pushed the mug of beer towards Vatzel when he asked, I wonder if there's a river of fire around here, the man explained in surprise. A river of fire? There are only a few places with lava flows. Vatzel raised the mug to his lips, wondering, many places? Then he imagined a beautiful scene. This island was originally formed from volcanic lava, after all. The manager placed his hands on his hips and smiled, looking knowledgeable. Of course, the lava flows in those places aren't very strong. Hearing this, Vatzel was satisfied and asked further, Is that so? What about a river of fire flowing on a glacier? Do you know about that? Perhaps this question wasn't in his script, so he became flustered. Then he bowed politely. That's a bit too difficult for me. Vatzel waved his hand sympathetically. It's all right. Vatzel pushed the door open to go outside, sighing with a bit of disappointment. I guess I'll have to find this out on my own. With that, he looked towards the city gate. The sunlight of the day was incredibly bright. All right, since I'm here, I need to get straight to the main issue. The scene changes to a few minutes later. Vatzel was now following a trail into the forest. After walking for a while, he was blocked by a large boulder. He stood there, stroking his chin and staring straight ahead. Huh? Suddenly, from the nearby canopy, a monkey's hand appeared as a cheerful voice spoke up. Sir, do you need a guide? Following that, a member of the ape tribe jumped down with a friendly smile, his sparkling eyes gesturing with his hand as he offered, For 1 hour, it's 2 silver coins, and I'll take you anywhere. Vatzel looked down in surprise, thinking to himself, They seem quite aggressive. The guy just stood there with his hands clasped, forcing a smile, trying to persuade Vatzel. The canopies around the two of them were, at some point, filled with 1,000 pairs of terrifying red eyes watching them. The scene changes to a moment later. In the peaceful forest, the confident voice of the ape tribe member echoed, Among the races living on the coast, no race is more well-connected than us, the ape tribe. While leading the way, he also spread his arms wide as if to reinforce his trustworthiness. Doesn't that prove that we know this area best? Vatzel, walking slowly behind, replied, Oh, that does sound reliable. But where are you planning to take me? The question made the ape tribe member freeze for a moment. Then he turned back to look at Vatzel, clasping his hands together with a fake smile. That depends on your wishes, sir. He had just turned his back and taken one more step when Vatzel's quick rebuttal made him stop again. This is rather strange. I have no memory of ever telling you my destination. Am I right? Then his eyes slowly moved up to the canopies above, and for 2 silver coins, Vatzel had long since seen all the hidden figures and exposed them. It seems there are far too many guides. The ape tribe member, seeing that he had known all along, was stunned and took a few steps back. "Oh, since when did you know?" Vatsol calmly replied. "From the moment you first approached me." He was surprised. "Huh? Then why?" Vatsol said nonchalantly. "Because I need servants. What else?" The statement made the tribesman of the ape tribe grind his teeth in anger. His attitude changed, his face twisting into a grotesque smile as he spoke. "I was planning that if you gave me what you have, I would spare your life. But I've changed my mind." With that, the ape tribe member shouted loudly for his comrades. "Skin him alive." Of course, for Vatsol, this kind of thing wasn't even worth his attention. Vatsol smiled confidently. "You guys, you think I walked into this trap without knowing a thing? Then you're dead wrong." Seeing thousands of powerful magic beams erupting from Resso's hands, he stammered in fear. "Wide-range magic, everyone stop." But it was all too late. Resso taunted. "This is going to hurt a little bit." As soon as he finished speaking, a blindingly powerful shockwave erupted. A moment later, only the elfkin from before was left alive. All the surrounding elfkin were burned to a crisp, leaving him terrified, his legs unable to support him. He couldn't believe it. Were they all wiped out just like that? Then suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he looked back to look. Resso was gathering his power again, and he spoke in a soft yet menacing tone. "You all must be very tired, right?" The flow of magic wasn't weakening at all. "I'm a bit curious." Then Resso placed a hand on his shoulder, a demonic smile on his face that made the elfkin freeze in place. "I'm sure you'll answer me obediently, won't you?" With just a few basic scare tactics, in the end they finally submitted to Resso. The elfkin spoke up. "The place where lava erupts, you mean?" He sat on a nearby dry tree stump and replied, "That's right, the place where a river of fire rages over a glacial river." The elfkin sat on the ground humbly before him. The elfkin from earlier spoke for them. He reluctantly revealed, "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of a place like that." Resso began to lose his patience and questioned him. "So you were lying when you said you knew Kurin best?" The elfkin quickly denied it. "No, not at all. There really isn't any place like that on the outskirts of the island." Resso didn't stop there and continued his questioning. "If it's not on the outskirts of the island, does that mean it's in the interior?" Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, the elfkin bowed his head and confessed, "To be honest, I don't know what's inside the island at all." He expected Resso to punish him, but Resso just stood up and started walking forward. "In that case, I'll have to go deeper into the island." The elfkin was surprised. "Huh? Really?" Resso put his hands on his hips and turned to ask, "What is it? Is there a problem?" The elfkin looked up timidly. "I know you're very strong, but..." He then continued with a warning. "The ones inside the island are truly on another level. They're extremely aggressive, and on top of that, if they find out a human has set foot inside the island, they will attack immediately." Despite the warning, Resso couldn't turn back. Much later, after night had fallen, Resso was alone, sitting by a fire to keep warm. He thought to himself, "I was clearly warned about this." But suddenly a powerful voice shattered Resso's train of thought. "So this is the outsider who's been causing a stir on our island?" They stared intently at Resso, sizing him up. "He's smaller than I thought." Seeing them, Resso thought, "Isn't this happening a little too quickly?" The three beastmen before him were incredibly muscular, with heads like buffaloes and two massive horns. Resso thought, "What an intense encounter. Is this the instinct of beastmen who only pursue power?" However, his expression remained completely unfazed, and he calmly asked, "You're here to test your strength against me, right?" One of the beastmen spoke up, "So you already knew why we came here?" "Apologies, but it's in our nature." Without any more pleasantries, he immediately took a fighting stance. "Well then, if you're ready, come at me." Seeing this, Resso also excitedly summoned his magic. "Let's begin." As the beastman charged, he wondered, "Are you always this carefree, huh? Let's see if your strength backs it up." As Resso gathered his power, he surmised that simple magic wouldn't be enough. He wouldn't be able to stop that attack, because I'm condensing as much mana as possible. With that thought, Joe aimed his hand at the man. He prepared to attack. Then, a powerful stream of magic surged toward the beastman. "Shockwave gun!" The beastman remained completely confident. "Not bad, but when it comes to strength, I won't lose to anyone here in Kurin." As soon as he made contact with the shockwave, he realized something was wrong, but continued to boast. For example, magic of only this level. His feet started to slide backward. "My strength." Before he could finish his sentence, the beastman took a direct hit. Then, carried by the force of the blast, he was thrown backward. The other two beastmen who witnessed the whole scene were utterly shocked. He sent the leader flying in just one hit? This human mage is incredibly strong. At that moment, The two of them stepped forward to challenge him. You'll fight me this time. No, fight me first. Seeing this, Joe gave a speechless smile and waved his hand. Suddenly, from a distance, the Beastman leader's powerful voice rang out. So noisy. Both of you, back off. His eyes seemed to be coated with a red, reflective layer as he spoke in a stern voice. He's not an opponent you two can handle. Joe thought to himself. He's not injured at all? The power of my attack was definitely strong enough to break bones. He stared intently at that compact body, analyzing it. So, his body is optimized for combat. If he knew how to handle aura, he could probably become a Superman. No, maybe even more than that. Joe gave a wry smile and asked, Do you want to continue fighting? The Beastman leader sighed and replied, Of course. But then he looked away, making an excuse to avoid it. I'd really like to, but it seems my body is aching all over. Then he extended his hand to shake Joe's. Surrendering, he said. I lost. You're very strong. After their battle, the two finally had time to sit down and talk with each other. The Beastman leader asked, But what brings you to the island? As far as I know, humans only operate on the outskirts of the island. Joe replied, I'm looking for a place where a river of fire flows upon a glacier. Since the Beastman leader lived on the outskirts, Joe asked, Do you happen to know of such a place? The leader was stumped. In my 80 years of life, this is the first time I've ever heard of such a place. Joe smiled and said, Is that so? But inwardly, he couldn't accept it. There was no way it would be this easy to find. Everything in the underworld had gone far too smoothly. After pondering for a moment, the Beastman leader finally revealed, It's possible you might find a clue if you go to the New Land. Joe looked up and asked, The New Land? What's that? In the leader's memory, it was a place with a massive volcano, always on the verge of erupting. Streams of hot lava constantly flowed out, incinerating everything around it. The New Land means the sacred land where the gods reside. I cannot go there, as I am not worthy. But I think other than that place, it's difficult to pinpoint the location you're describing. Hearing this, Joe fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, there were some records about Fenia, the first Beast King, who was a dragon hybrid. He had plenty of combat experience, so he understood the basics, and because he had obtained evidence from the altar in the underworld, he felt it was worth exploring. The next day, Joe continued his exploration, muttering to himself as he walked. Where is that place? The New Land. From out of nowhere, a massive explosion shook the very earth. Looking at the defeated monster before him, Joe sighed wearily. Have I really fought 17 times today alone? The Beastman leader had also said that if he wanted to enter the New Land, he had to gain the recognition of the Grand Masters or the Great Elders. That recognition, of course, came through proving his strength. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he wondered. Just because of that one sentence, I've been doing this for half a month. But isn't this enough to get a bite on the line? Just as he finished that thought, a voice suddenly rang out. You're the human from another place that's been in the rumors, aren't you? He was slightly surprised as others surrounded him. The lead beastman simply made a suggestion. Follow me. Someone is looking for you. Looking at the cord, Vatso made an internal guess. Is that cord a symbol of a Grand Master? Vatso immediately asked the person in front of him directly, Who is it, a Grand Master or a Great Elder? He replied that it was Lord Mia. Vatso was stunned. Beast King Nuya? Then Vatso clenched his fist and smiled with delight. I had anticipated that someone at the Grand Master or Great Elder level would come for me, but I never expected the Beast King herself to seek me out. This is a much bigger fish than I ever anticipated. In another place, the atmosphere was somewhat hazy and mysterious, and the sound of whispers could be heard. You all must have heard the story about the outsider causing a ruckus on the island recently, right? The other replied, Yes, Beast King. I heard that the gatekeeping general of the White Snake tribe and the leader of the Lion tribe were also attacked. Resting her chin on her hand, she smiled, revealing her beastly teeth. She said excitedly, Even those on the verge of reaching the Grand Master realm were attacked? I want to meet him once to see what he's like. The other beastmen from the Cheetah tribe bowed respectfully and assured her, The Cheetah tribe will drag him here to kneel before you. Hearing this, Nuya immediately stopped them. No, there's no need for that. Just move him here quietly, he asked in a serious, suggestive tone. You mean that kid? She replied magnanimously. That's right. Just bring him here as a guest of me, the Beast King. The golden cheetah standing there silently assessed. He doesn't look special at all. Not like the rumors said. The leader of the Cheetah tribe spoke up. When can you depart? Vatso said cheerfully. We can leave right away. The other one was still wondering to himself. It's clear that the ones who were attacked before were just too careless. Why is she treating this guy like a guest? Suddenly, he lost his composure. his face contorting as if he was about to do something. What on earth is the Beast King planning? Before he could make a move, a voice rang out. Stop! He is a guest of the Beast King. The leader of the cheetah tribe turned and threatened fiercely. If your fighting instincts are senselessly taking over, then stay out of this. If you do, I won't hold you accountable. Vatso was now standing in the middle of a group of beastmen from the cheetah tribe. The leader spoke. No matter how battle-crazed I get, I'm not so inhumane as to lay a hand on a guest of the Beast King. Then he turned away, sighed, and said, That's a relief. That's right. Isn't a single match all we need? Suddenly, a golden cheetah lunged towards Vatso and called out, Hey, buddy. Hearing this, he turned around in surprise. The leader of the Black Panther tribe was immediately annoyed when he heard him speak up. He ignored it and continued sternly, Because we are quite busy, we'll definitely have to pick up the pace. Are you okay with that? Vatso said excitedly. I'll give it a try. Hearing that, he replied, his voice carrying a hint of playfulness. Very well. Without another word, he immediately dashed off. His speed was so fast it created a long trail of wind from the ground. Then try to catch me. The golden cheetah just kept dashing away, from one place to another. He ran while thinking smugly to himself, I have to show this human kid the fundamental differences between us. Suddenly, Vasho appeared out of nowhere, easily matching the golden cheetah's speed, and spoke calmly. Well now, the golden cheetah looked back and was utterly stunned to see him keeping up so easily. Vasho teased him, Pretty fast, aren't you? He couldn't help but think, Impossible, is he keeping up with my maximum speed? The boy behind him was still incredibly excited. If you're thinking of slowing down for my sake, don't bother. Then Vasho narrowed his eyes and added, I'm still going very slow. A short while later, they arrived at another location in the forest. A beastman exclaimed, You're quite something, for a human to keep up with me and not even be out of breath? Then, all of them stopped at a certain spot. The other golden cheetahs were panting as they asked, Among all humans, are you the toughest one? Vasho, showing no signs of fatigue, rubbed his chin. Let's see. In my kingdom alone, there are about 30 people. He continued. If we're talking the entire territory, there are probably about 100. The golden cheetah lost all his previous arrogance. Hearing Vasho's words struck him like lightning, causing his ears to droop in fear and disbelief. There are that many? Suddenly, Vasho's expression turned serious. More importantly, a city this large actually exists inside the forest? He recalled the view of the city from above, almost all of it built from leaves and wood, yet it was incredibly sturdy and strangely beautiful. He marveled to himself. So, this is the capital of the beastmen. Next, they led Vasho to a place that looked like a giant tent and introduced it. This is the residence of the Beast King. With a look of astonishment, he thought to himself. He continued his thought. These are people whose strength is at least at the 4th circle or higher. These must be the masters of Karina. Vasho looked slightly bewildered. The density of the auras was astounding. It felt like wading through a swamp. Suddenly, streams of blazing red power appeared and surrounded Vasho's body. He smirked confidently. As expected, they've surpassed the 6th circle of magic. The wild boar beastman beside him was stunned. Good heavens. He stomped his foot, making the ground tremble. Is he dispelling the auras that the White Sun Masters are projecting? Suddenly, an angry voice boomed from somewhere. You rascals! Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? The Beast King emerged from within, smiling magnanimously as she introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you, young human. I am the Beast King, Mia. Your Majesty. Vasho was slightly intimidated, staring at Mia as he assessed her. Truly worthy of the title Beast King. Her power level is incredible, not the least bit inferior to my master. But then Vasho thought, I never expected the Beast King to be a woman. Seeing him just standing there stunned, she called out loudly, What are you staring at? Vasho quickly and respectfully bowed his head. I am a disciple of the Yan Tower and a count of the Empire. My name is Vasho, and I greet the King of the Beastmen. I am not well versed in the etiquette of the Beastmen tribe, so I ask for your understanding. Hearing this, she seemed pleased, and turned away smugly. It's fine. There's no need to worry about formalities. Vasho felt a bit more at ease. So that's the kind of person she is? Then Mia sat imposingly on her powerful throne, and from on high, she looked down and questioned him. So, human from a distant continent, what business brings you to Karina? Vasho looked up from below with a respectful expression, a place where a river of fire churns atop a river of ice. I am searching for that place. Suddenly, the beastmen, everyone around was stunned. He looked at the crowd and thought, judging by this reaction, my guess was right. Clearly, these people, know about that place. With that, Wu stated his thought. I believe it exists in the place you all call the New Land. The mysterious figures lurking in the shadows had their eyes glow a fiery red. They angrily shouted, "How impudent and disrespectful! How dare an outsider speak of the sacred land?" Seeing this, Mua immediately cut them off. Silence. I know you. Supervisors are alarmed, but then her eyes filled with killing intent as she swept her gaze over them. Can't you see that I'm speaking right now? None of the people from before dared to make a peep. They could only bow their heads and listen. Then, she acknowledged, although, it's true that such a place exists in the New Land, as you said. Why do you want to go there? Wu still refused to say. I have my own reasons. Mua rested her chin on her hand, looking down with a weary expression. The ambition of you mainland mages to research the mystical and the unknown is truly intense. He saw that she didn't seem angry and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, her rejection isn't too strong. Things might be resolved smoothly. Suddenly, she spoke again. But what should we do? Then she continued to explain. You must have figured it out from the supervisor's reactions, right? But there has never been a precedent for this. Seeing Mua's agreement, someone chimed in. That's right. The New Land is the land where our ancestors resided. How can an outsider with no warrior status in the New Land want to enter and leave that place? Impossible. Mua saw them, acting out of line again, and threatened in a low voice. Shut up. Can't you see I'm handling this? Wu timidly spoke up. Your Highness. Then he continued. Is it that there's no precedent for outsiders to enter and leave, or is there a rule that forbids outsiders from entering and leaving? She was a little surprised, mixed with a bit of hope, that he could understand so clearly. I didn't expect him to grasp the essence of the matter like this. His understanding and strength are on par with a great shaman. He could surely help the Beastmen tribe develop quite a bit. She was starting to become more interested in him. Mua smiled smugly. Go on. He continued to express his thoughts. Just a moment ago, an elder said, you cannot enter or leave the New Land if you are not a warrior. Doesn't that sentence mean that even an outsider can enter and leave the New Land if they are recognized as a warrior? The Boar Man heard this and crossed his arms and laughed with a hint of contempt. The supervisors also began to whisper, the warrior's trial. An outsider wants to take on the warrior's trial? Seeing that she was starting to waver, Mua laughed loudly. You, human kid, you really intend to take on the warrior's trial? Wu was a bit hesitant, but still clenched his fist. In determination, if I want to enter the New Land legally, this is the only way. Then he placed a hand on his chest, his eyes brimming with hope. Of course. In a remote place surrounded by powerful streams of mana, a voice rang out, explaining, the rules of the trial are simple. You just have to endure in this ravine for 10 days without being provided any food or drink. You must find everything necessary for survival. And images of beastmen with formidable strength appeared. Every day, you must face 5 great shamans and defeat them. Looking behind him, Wu silently assessed. So, they're going to evaluate my combat skills, mental fortitude, and survival abilities. And again, the energy flowed through the ravine. Wu thought again. Even though it's just a faint trace in the wind, I can still feel an unusual, sinister aura. I'll have to be careful. I need to be careful not to get distracted. Mia crossed her arms and looked up sternly. Now is the time to enter the ravine. A clear announcement rang out. The warrior's trial officially begins now. As soon as the announcement ended, Vaughn moved quickly. Without hesitation, he jumped straight down. A moment later, he landed successfully. As soon as Vaughn landed, he had to cover his nose, looking around as he thought, the sinister aura is much stronger than I expected. The serpent Fenrir was bitten to death by the first Beast King. Is this ravine where the corpse of Jormungandr was thrown? Soon, he was surrounded by a swarm of snakes. They all hissed menacingly in unison. One opened its mouth, preparing to attack Vaughn. Vaughn cried out in alarm, Pepper! As soon as he spoke, a very cute-looking dragon appeared. A fireball appeared from its mouth. Then, a stream of power erupted, powerfully annihilating all the snakes. He watched the flames flow like a relentless river, smiling excitedly. We're having snake meat tonight. Hearing this, Pepper also chirped in excited agreement. The scene shifts to outside the cliff, where streaks of crimson magic are still relentlessly emanating, and whispers and murmurs fill the air. It's the final stage, yet his spiritual power is still that strong. His actual strength is also incredible. Vaughn stood amidst the flames. Because of this, the surrounding snakes couldn't do anything to him. The magical fire hasn't gone out for 5 days. Everyone continued to watch patiently from above. A few people started to exclaim in admiration. facing 2 grand mages without a single scratch. Truly talented. Mia tightened her grip on her spear and said, "This won't do." Then she smiled brightly. "How can I resist something so delicious?" As soon as she finished speaking, Mia immediately jumped down, to everyone's astonishment. Beast King. She landed forcefully, creating a super strong gust of wind that sent dirt and rocks flying, forcing Vaughn to shield himself with his arm. "Isn't this a bit much?" The dust settled, revealing Mia's figure, and he was surprised. "The Beast King is stepping in herself?" She replied with a smile still on her lips. "Seeing your strength gets my blood boiling." Then Mia proudly pointed to her own muscular body and said, "This body is also a warrior of the Beastmen." Then she held out her hand and proposed, "So let's have a duel, Southern hero." Mia looked at Vaughn smugly. "Since I have some shame and a conscience, if you can withstand 5 of my attacks, then I'll consider you to have passed the warrior's trial." Vaughn looked confused. 5 attacks will probably take the whole day. Of course, compared to the Beast King, the Grand Mages would be easier to deal with. But he looked at her a bit nervously, because even though this isn't exactly an atmosphere for mutual understanding, Vaughn also began to transform. If that's the case, then he radiated a powerful magical aura. "I'll give it my all." Vaughn's power source was so strong that even the beastmen on the cliff's edge were affected. They were stunned. "What is this? This aura? Isn't that guy human?" Mia was also a little surprised. Then she looked at Vaughn and asked, "Is that your full power?" Then she crouched down, planting her feet firmly on the ground, her muscle groups bulging powerfully. "Good, very good. I'm excited to enjoy it." Vaughn tensed up, as Mia, in just a flash, had appeared right in front of him at close range, the strong gust of wind forcing him to struggle to stay on his feet. Mia smiled smugly and swung her blade at Vaughn. The moment the blade made contact, it was blocked by a barrier he created. In just 3 seconds, the barrier shattered into smithereens. Jia marveled. She truly was a Superman among supermen. Just blocking her attack was hard enough, let alone facing her head-on. The attack threw him off balance, sending him flying backward. Jia then created another giant magical vortex, first trying to stop her movement with cold air and the gathering streams of magic that grew larger. Jia was just trying to buy time. Then it started to veer towards Mia. She laughed excitedly as she placed her hand on a slab of earth. "Interesting, very interesting." Then she powerfully flung the slab of earth up, blocking Jia's stream of power. He stood to the side in awe. "This is insane. Shattering the ground and blocking it with just arm strength?" Mia was still full of energy. "That was very interesting. So I'll adjust for this round." Jia thought wearily. "Does she mean we have to fight 3 more times?" he exclaimed. "You're crazy." The moment he finished speaking, Mia charged forward to attack. She used her insane strength to punch the weapon in his hand, catching Jia by surprise. Jia gritted his teeth and called out, "Pepper." As soon as he said it, it immediately appeared. Pepper quickly unleashed a powerful stream of fire towards Mia. However, she still easily closed the distance and kicked him away. The powerful kick sent Jia flying straight into the opposite wall, creating a large crack. A strange blue streak of light appeared behind Mia. Jia had also returned to his original cool appearance. In his hand, he held a weapon that constantly radiated powerful magic. From the streak of light next to Mia, something incredibly sharp shot down, startling her. Mia still smiled brightly and raised her hand, then used her strength to punch it hard. It was a pair of hammers. Mia's powerful blow sent them flying into the sky. As the hammers fell, she caught them and smiled. "You are worthy of me using these." Then Mia leaped powerfully, raising the hammers to attack Jia. He once again used his power to block her. They once again formed a circle of fire, just like the power from before. Suddenly, Mia's feet touched the ground, and she continued to swing the hammers back to gain momentum. Jia raised his spear again, creating multiple streaks of fire that wrapped around it. In just a moment, the fiery vortex grew larger and larger, overwhelming everything, and leaving Mia slightly stunned. Then, a massive explosion occurred. When the flames dissipated, only shattered earth remained around the cliff face. Jia had unleashed all his power and returned to his original state. He sat down, panting heavily. Mia slowly approached. "Ah, I wanted to play some more, but I guess that's not possible in this situation, is it?" Then she knelt in front of Jia, smiling. "Anyway, it was very interesting Then Mia enthusiastically announced, "I'll let you pass." After hearing that, Jia gently passed out. A while later, Jia had been brought back to the camp to recover. His body was wrapped in bandages. He suddenly woke up, gasping for air. Suddenly, Pepper appeared right beside him, surprising Jia a little. "Pepper?" From the doorway, Mia's voice rang out. That little guy hasn't gotten tired of sticking by your side. Seeing her, he sat up and replied, "Ah, you're here, Beast King." With one hand, she gently unwrapped the bandages on her body, while holding out the other. A series of dark thoughts raced through Jaso's mind. So quickly held Pepper up to shield his face, shouting, "What are you doing?" She remained calm and teased, "I was going to show you. What else? These are the hot marks you left on me." Then Mia grabbed Pepper, who was covering Jaso's face. He was still blushing and stammering, "No, so I." Then she forcefully pulled it away. "Look," startled Rutso, making him scream out loud. After opening his eyes, he finally calmed down. "That?" Gwen recalled the explanation. "I didn't expect you to make the setting sun explode with your spear. If I had dodged just a moment later, the burn would have been bigger. Your final attack must have passed." Rutso smiled shyly at the bewildered gaze of Mia. He thought to himself, "No. Isn't it a bit heartless to say I passed after leaving a wound like this?" Suddenly, Mia worriedly placed her hand on his forehead to check. "But why is your face so red? It doesn't seem like a fever, could it be?" Then she laughed heartily, amused. "You want to mate with me?" Rutso gave a dumbfounded reply. "Huh?" She licked her lips greedily. "If that's the case, should I call you a male instead of a foreigner? I wonder?" After saying that, she moved even closer to Rutso. He was flustered. "Your Majesty, Beast King, please calm down and listen to me for a moment." However, Mia ignored his words and continued, "If it's your seed, I'm even more determined to accept it." Seeing Rutso's confusion, she smiled and repeated, "If it's your seed, I approve. I'm ready to accept it." He coyly pulled a corner of the blanket to cover his precious body, thinking that it would be a good offer if he needed to expand his lineage for generations. But for now, Rutso didn't hesitate to put his hand out to stop her. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty." But that action surprised Mia a little, as she remembered the happy moments between him and, then Rutso revealed, "I already have a fiancé." Hearing that, Nguyen understood and immediately got off the bed. "In that case, I will retract my intention. I won't marry someone who is already betrothed." But Mia continued to smile and tease Rutso. "But don't let your guard down. I have no intention of wasting my meal." Rutso shyly got to the point. "Now can I go to the Holy Land with you?" She turned and explained, "Actually, after witnessing your power yesterday, I already believed you. You're going to become an object of envy in this kingdom." Rutso asked, "So when will you agree to let me go?" Looking at Rutso's wound-covered body, she gave a time frame. "First, your body has to fully recover. The doctor said it would be 2 months at the earliest." Sometime later, in a corner of the forest, the clear blue sky and the sound of a waterfall created a picturesque scene. A voice rang out, "How ridiculous." Nguyen, being carried in Rutso's arms, asked, "How can you be jumping around like this after only 3 weeks? Are you a monster?" He politely turned to praise her. "You tore the ground apart with your bare hands, so what are you talking about?" The overloaded mage's body had recovered thanks to the Beast King. While flying high above, he let out a question. "Thank you for giving me time to recover, but aren't you busy? You are the Beast King, after all." She didn't seem bothered at all, laughing loudly. "Humans and us beasts have different ways of thinking, so why should I care?" Suddenly, she pointed down to the clear blue lake beside them, shouting, "Down here! Come down the cliff with me." Rutso didn't hesitate and immediately dove down. However, Nguyen suggested, "Don't go into the lake, just skim across the water's surface." After doing so, he asked again, "What do I do next?" Nguyen excitedly pointed toward the source of the cool, flowing water and suggested, "Fly into that cave." Rutso immediately obeyed, taking in the view inside, was immediately captivated. "I never expected this, to find such a mystical space inside a cave." Then, Gyatso carried her and landed on a rocky patch in the corner of the cave. Rain spoke while pointing towards the source. "Can you see it? The pools both inside and outside the cave are formed by that waterfall. It's called the Waterfall of the Divine Land, and that energy rift is the entrance to the waterfall. When you get inside, remember to go against the current," she continued. "Then you will see what you want. Your physical body will remain here." Gyatso flew up, surrounded by mystical streams of power. He didn't hesitate and shot straight into the place Rain had indicated. He teleported from one place to another, and after a while, Gyatso finally found the exit. Looking at the majestic scenery before him, Gyatso exclaimed, "Is this what they call the sacred land, a holy ground, where the gods of the beastmen reside?" Gyat so slowly landed on a riverbank and said, "Behind the waterfall is a river of enormous size, a lake created from the pure water of the gods." Then he moved along the current, remarking, "But is this what I'm looking for? It's huge, but it looks quite ordinary." After a moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual, wondering, "The water is split into two colors?" Pushing that thought aside, he told himself, "The quest I received is to reach the end of the river of fire. Let's keep going." When he arrived, Gyatso felt the warm temperature of the lake before him and exclaimed, "I never thought the source of a river would be a volcano." Then Gyatso continued to look around, thinking, "Let's see what's here." According to the quest's hint, this setting seems to be correct. Suddenly, a small movement in the middle of the hot lake caught Gyatso's attention. He stared at it gleefully. "I think I've found it." Without further hesitation, he immediately jumped into the deep water, and as he dove down, Gyatso speculated, "Air bubbles are rising, which proves there's something at the bottom of the lake." Gyatso's eyes darted around, searching. It's highly likely that's the true source of the river. From a small hole, air bubbles were slowly drifting out of it, making Gyatso even more certain. This is it. Inside, ocean blue rocks appeared, illuminating a vast space within. From the lake's surface, bubbles rose ceaselessly. Then Gyatso powerfully shot up out of the water, gasping for air. He dragged his soaking wet body forward, step by heavy step. "This must be the right place. It's so dark I can't see a thing." Pepper, however, was still full of energy, chirping happily. A streak of light appeared like a guide, making the two of them follow it curiously. Tiny particles of light gently landed on the nose of a certain mystical creature. It immediately stood up, creating a formidable source of power that forced Pepper and Gyatso outside to quickly shield themselves. From beside it, a strange flame appeared and spoke. "Fire Dragon Exnia. It is a shame that you accept a human as your master, but the heir has finally arrived." The voice continued to echo, "Please forgive this humble servant, my dear Exnia." Then the flame grew even more intense. "Lord Brahmasa, I have guarded this place for many years so that I could pass on the magic to my successor." Gyatso's hand unconsciously began to tremble. He thought to himself, "Even though I haven't touched it, I can still feel it. But at my current level, can I even take this thing?" Beside Gyatso, a faint system window suddenly appeared, announcing, "The impure thoughts of the beast king Fenia has reacted to the divine Lord Brahmas. Fenia's thoughts have been formed. Purify the thoughts of the beast, King Fenia. Reward the ultimate divine artifact of the god Brahmas." So exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Suddenly from mid-air, Fenia gradually appeared, then he suddenly let out a powerful roar, and he exclaimed, "Even though it's just a thought, it's already making me tremble," and he gritted his teeth to calm himself down. "That's a demonic beast. No, it must be a holy beast-class creature." Suddenly, the voice from before rang out again, "Please take this." From mid-air, the flame from before took the shape of something like a weapon that continuously radiated warmth. That voice rang out again, "Please take this." That flame shone directly into So's surprised eyes. Without any more hesitation, he immediately grabbed it. As if it had found its rightful owner, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the weapon and enveloped So's body. This is. Suddenly So was teleported to another dimension. He looked in surprise at the people in armor, drawing their bows and shooting on the battlefield. So looked down, wondering why he was suddenly seeing these things. The voice from before rang out, "Damn giants." A girl in black attire stepped forward powerfully to face the giants. Grasa declared with grim determination, "Today I will definitely annihilate all of you." A giant, one-eyed monster charged forward in anger. "Danger!" Suddenly something startled him. Suddenly, she turned to him and smiled. Is she smiling at me? Can she see me? Then suddenly a loud explosion erupted. The scales on her gauntlets looked like they were carved from black stone, and those horns too. Looking at the scales and her face after she unleashed her power, So silently understood, "Now I understand this woman's identity." She spoke, "To the divinity of the 6 gods who have abandoned this tiny earth, I have created this with the horns I painstakingly collected." He also thought to himself her name, "O dragon god King Brahmas." The woman's figure charged forward powerfully. This will make him be reborn as a new soul. It possesses enough power to kill a god. This will show you what you need to do. Then a powerful flame shot down. The blazing red spear from before plunged straight into the beast, incinerating it. The intense flame made So instinctively step back. He was confused. Even if it's a thought form, it can still take down the first-generation Beast King in a single blow. Is its power equivalent to an 8th circle spell? No, it must be a 9th circle spell. After that battle, Fania appeared in a human form. He slowly opened his amber eyes. "Great Dragon Master, this humble one who inherited the blood of dragons, I beseech you, From within his hand, Fenia had something glowing brightly. Pass this on to my children. Then he offered it to So. He asked vaguely. This? After taking it, Fenia began to explain. That is both a treasure and the shackles of the Beastmen tribe. So looked strangely at the object in his hand. Suddenly, streams of blue light wrapped around his body. Master of Dragons, I hope you will watch over the shackles I have bestowed upon the children. So could clearly see the streams of power continuously radiating from the stone. I can feel that this power is not mana, nor is it divine power. It must be something special that only applies to beastmen. The system window appeared again with a notification. Purified. Purified Fenrir's contaminated thought form, awarding it to Bram. Suddenly, the weapon of Brahmas from before appeared in front of Jackson again. Suddenly, his body also began to react violently to it, emitting an intense heat, as if all the mana in his body was being burned away. He silently braced himself against the waves of pain. With his level of understanding of the fire attribute that he had trained, there was no reason for it to be this painful. A moment later, he was completely engulfed by a blazing red flame and lifted into the air. Jackson's mind was still screaming. The thing stirring his mana now was a high-level ritual and spirit language, approaching the 9th circle of magic. If he couldn't perceive and understand it correctly through direct observation, his brain would explode. He braced himself, enduring each agonizing blow. The system appeared. Brahmastra has expanded your brain. Your understanding of Brahmas has increased. Brahmastra is rebuilding your brain. Brahm is rebuilding your brain. Your understanding of Brahmas has increased. After a while, Jackson gradually sank into his subconscious, where everything was incredibly surreal. Intersecting streams of light created a scene of an explosion. A long while later, everything fell silent, with only the sound of Pepper trying to wake Jackson up. It uncomfortably nuzzled its head against Jackson, worried. Suddenly, the dragon's voice rang out, comforting it. Don't worry. The young master is just tired and fainted. He'll wake up soon enough. Originally, my child was supposed to welcome the young master, but fate did not allow it. So, little one, if you are willing, would you like to inherit this power? Hearing this, Pepper's ears drooped in fear. The dragon tried to persuade it again. There's no need to be surprised. Although you are a spirit, you are also a mutation. Streams of power surrounded a strange egg. If you inherit even a little of the dragon factor, it should be possible. Pepper innocently widened its eyes, listening intently as it spoke. I hope you will become the new fire dragon and accompany the young master. Furthermore, I sincerely hope you will carry on the dragon's bloodline. At this moment, Jackson also woke up. He uncomfortably clutched his head and wondered, how long was I out? Seeing Pepper happily munching on something, Jackson asked in surprise, Pepper, what are you eating right now? With its mouth full of food, it happily turned to look at him. Seeing its excited expression, Jackson thought to himself, I don't know. I guess it'll eat anything that's edible, huh? Suddenly, around Pepper, a fire erupted. Pepper, he shouted in alarm, about to intervene when a notification window popped up. The spirit Pepper is absorbing the nutrients contained within the fire dragon's eggshell and has completed all preparations for evolution. Then, that flame fiercely enveloped it. The quest panel stated that to accept the absorbed power and evolve into a second-generation dragon would require a very long time. Suddenly, a voice that Jackson could understand came from Pepper's mouth. It rubbed its eyes and said, I'm sleepy. I want to sleep. Jackson was astonished. This is Pepper's telepathy, the system announced. The spirit, Pepper, is entering a state of hibernation. Then it squeezed its eyes shut and said, See you later, my master. After that, it gradually disappeared into the flames. Jackson tried to call out to Pepper. Jackson was sad and regretful. Pepper has gone into hibernation? If I had known this would happen, I would have played with it more often. Outside, Mia was still waiting. Hey, you're finally out. Jackson quickly jumped out to stand beside her. Jackson looked at Mia, puzzled. What's wrong? She voiced her speculation. In the span of 5 days, your eyes have become brighter and deeper. You must have obtained something quite incredible, haven't you? Suddenly, he turned and made an offer. Could you please take a look at this for me? Suddenly, Mia's expression turned grim. She looked intently at the stone that was constantly radiating immense power. Then Mia angrily demanded, Where is that thing? How did you get it? From now on, you will explain everything to me in detail. Got it, cub? Russell's body flinched involuntarily. He thought to himself that she definitely wasn't using her full power when they fought. She smiled knowingly. What's this? You withstood our power struggle from this distance? Then she crossed her arms and continued. I wanted to play around a little longer, but right now, the moon power stone is more important. Mia started asking questions. Alright, Cub, do you know why we beastmen are bound to live on Curran Island? Russell scratched his head, guessing, so that the few remaining beastmen can protect each other? As soon as he finished, she yelled, nonsense. Then she recalled the long-eared folk and the underground dwellers who also lived on the continent. Then Mia crossed her arms and argued seriously. Do you think we, who are stronger than them, would be stuck here for a reason like that? Then she pointed directly at the item Russell was holding, revealing, that is an artifact of Lord Fenrir, the first Beast King. We stay in this place to find the very thing you're holding. After hearing that, he wondered. So this is what the shackles meant? He recalled the words Fenrir once told the dragon's master, I hope you will watch over the shackles I have bestowed upon my children. Then Russell asked Mia, what is it about this item that makes you depend on it so completely? She recalled a werewolf legend, and then asked Russell, you've surely heard of beastification, haven't you? He replied, yes. It draws out the wild nature etched into one's blood and awakens their combat abilities. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he immediately wondered, don't tell me this thing is related to holding the stone, Mia explained. On the night of a full moon, our lunar eclipse beastification can become 3 times stronger than usual. Then, she shifted her gaze to the stone she had been searching for so long and continued. Although the lunar eclipse beastification is a power only permitted on the night of a full moon, if we have this moon power stone, even if there is no full moon, we can use lunar eclipse beastification anywhere, anytime. After that, Mia forcefully tossed it into the air, and the stone ultimately fell back into her hand, to the astonishment of them both. Mia grabbed a lock of her hair and muttered, the moonlight contained within it must be depleted. Besides, more importantly, it's time to talk about that power you mentioned. Then, Mia continued to ask, where did you find this moon power stone? Russell thoughtfully recalled the event, and by now, the two of them had returned to the forest and were moving at lightning speed. Mia wondered, so, you jumped into the sulfur spring, out of curiosity about the source of the red water? She reasoned. I've heard that sorcerers are crazy, but you're on a whole other level of crazy. She asked again. So you're saying Lord Fenrir's remains are in there? Russell replied. Yes, I found the moon power stone in that place. He thought apprehensively. I can't tell her about the tetrasoul body, so I have to be vague. Suddenly, she couldn't help but smile. You mean Lord Fenrir brought the moon power stone with him, right? Russell immediately answered. Yes, Lord Fenrir's remaining will was to pass that on to the beastmen. Hearing this, she joyfully hugged Russell tightly, praising him. You did well, Cub, very well, he cried out in discomfort as she put him in a headlock. After that, Mia rested her chin on Russell's head. I will grant you a great reward, so if there's anything you desire, just say it. Then she started daydreaming. All right. If you want me to accept your seed, I'm ready anytime. Vatsal, helpless against this beastman, exclaimed, no, I'm fine. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Ah. Then Vatsal smiled slyly. There is one thing I want. At the seashore, Vatsal had just been beaten and sent flying. He shut his eyes in frustration, while she continuously shouted, What's wrong? Why are you breathing so heavily already? This body is just getting started. He hung his head in frustration, panting and sighed. Damn it, is fighting for 1 hour a day too much? Muya, with her rippling muscles, walked over with her weapon to encourage him. Come on, try a little harder. If you keep acting so weak, I'll eat you up. Being this pathetic means you probably can't even satisfy the mate you've promised a future to. Vatsal then regained his spirits. He unleashed his power and smiled. You don't need to worry. Then, behind him, weapon-like projectiles appeared, pointing in every direction, excitedly. I still have plenty of strength. Then, they rushed towards Muya in a barrage. At this, Muya exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. Male, that's a very desirable stance. A few hours passed, and on the beach, there was a small crater with dust filling the air. Vatsal sat under a coconut tree, panting heavily. She's no different from a monster. Fighting without acceptance is too much, huh? Muya approached him and asked, What's this? Are you done? She stood with her arms crossed. This is too boring. All right, let's switch things up like before. What do you think? Vatsal replied with a bright smile. I'm currently trying to build my basic foundation, which is why this training is meaningless. Muya pouted and turned to the side. That's your reason, but I don't find it interesting at all. Muya glanced at Vatsal and said, Male, I have a favor to ask of you. Vatsal looked bewildered. A favor? Muya crossed her arms again and said with a smile, Since we've found the moon power stone, I will be leaving the island with the other beastmen within a few years. I hope that you will act as a bridge for me then. Vatsal rubbed his chin and asked, what kind of role are you talking about exactly? If you're asking to split off Andion's territory, that's a bit much. Muya jumped up. Do you think this body would make such a shameless request as that? She scolded him with a blush. I'm just hoping you'll give us a small piece of land to live on. Vatsal turned to the side, smiling and thinking, that's not much different, is it? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Vatsal stood up and asked, Beast Monarch, does what you just said mean you'll become part of Andion? Muya stood opposite him, closed her eyes, and replied, if necessary, I will also bow in respect to your king. In times of territorial disputes or war, we can also provide assistance. Vatsal covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide. The Beast Monarch will bow to Andion and help in wars? That's incredible. Scene changed to inside the Andion royal palace. Alfonso sat on the throne with Hackett standing beside him, and below them were countless people of rank and power. The Minister of Finance asked, the Beastmen of Corrine Island are immigrating? The number of those Beastmen is over 200,000. How can we possibly prepare food and lodging for them? The Minister of Military Affairs analyzed the benefits, but if even half of them are put into battle, that's like gaining 100,000 regular soldiers for free, a number that cannot be underestimated. Vatsal stood to one side, listening to everything, and thought, conflicting opinions, just as I predicted. Suddenly, Alfonso spoke up. Enough. He said before everyone that regardless of the arguments, without clear data, it's just an idealistic debate. Alfonso clasped his hands together, his tone turning serious. Slayer candidate Vodoy Mon, I want to hear your opinion, since you've met them in person, and as commanded. Yes, your majesty. He recounted the past, recalling when he met the chief of the Chao tribe and the great Zen master. Although the beastmen I encountered were more or less very aggressive, their culture isn't that different from ours. Vo's words surprised everyone present. We might need to provide them with territory, but if you consider that we'd be gaining a military force of 100,000, it would actually be beneficial. Julian seemed to agree. He cleared his throat. So, that's how it is. I'll have to recalculate. Then he inquired. So, what is the Beast King Nguyen's combat strength like? Vo spoke from his own experience. By my standards, it's very difficult to judge. But speaking from the perspective of having fought her, he continued with a frown. MC Hill, I think she's at least 3 levels stronger than him. Julian hesitated. She's that strong? Emilia appeared out of nowhere beside Julian. Is that true? The girl looked at the two of them. Emilia asked lazily, isn't it just because you're weak that you misjudged her? Jan spoke up. Calm down, little white tower master. The girl angrily cursed at Julian, while he just smiled brightly to diffuse the situation. An idiot who only knows about weapons is calling me little one? Get out of my way. Jan replied with a laugh. The Beast King Nguyen is a fighter, not a magician. If that's the case, wouldn't it be more appropriate for me, an aura user, to step up? Julian spoke up. Well, then. He then used his power, causing green arrows to appear. Julian pointed, directing those arrows towards Vo. Let's see you take this. And then, thousands of arrows flew towards him. Vo was completely surprised by his true power. He can even shape his aura into hundreds of different weapons, as expected of the weapon master. He thought, if I face this head-on, I'll be broken. Vo began to plan. I won't confront this directly. He fought while thinking of a way to safely disperse the attack. Julian couldn't believe his eyes. He can handle my aura? It seems he's grown stronger since the last time we met. Facing thousands of arrows that could pierce him at any moment, Vo still stood firm. Perhaps he had an epiphany from his spar with the Beast King. Vo bowed his head. Thank you for going easy on me. Julian waved his hand. It's all right. I should be the one thanking you. After that, he placed a hand on his left chest to express his apology to Alfonso. Although I did that to confirm the truth, I sincerely apologize for causing a disturbance, Your Majesty. Considering the Slayer's strength, perhaps we can trust his assessment of the Beast King. Alfonso rested his chin on one hand and said, Now, we just need to grasp the Beast King's true intentions. Is it sincere, or is there another motive? Vo looked down at the necklace he was wearing and replied, It's sincere, Your Majesty. Someone asked about the necklace. What is that? He answered, This is a gift from the Beast King. He recalled Nguyen saying that it was made from her fang, so Vo answered truthfully, the material of the necklace, for reference, is the Beast King's fang. Everyone started whispering about the necklace. How could it be so barbaric? But that also doesn't necessarily mean it's sincere. Some were gossiping, while others surrounded Vo to ask about the necklace. Alfonso signaled for everyone stopped. Alright, since we've grasped the situation to some extent, we'll discuss this matter again later. He announced to everyone. Although this is just the first meeting, if there are no variables, we will have up to 200,000 beastmen, and Joel is the one whom Alfonso holds in high regard. Therefore, I will praise the merits of Count Joldo Monday. He bowed sincerely. Your Majesty, the matter of me having the fortune to meet the beastmen was just luck. In front of Alfonso, he answered very humbly. I had no intention of claiming merit, Your Majesty. However, he still highly recognized his contribution. Even so, a merit is still a merit. As he knelt before Alfonso, he announced loudly to everyone, I bestow upon Joldo Mon the title of Duke of the Morning Star, which holds the meaning of the morning star. In addition, I grant him ownership of one of the items from the royal vault. I hope that in the future you will also become a star that illuminates Andy, just like your title. Joel thought to himself, imagining a scene of gold, silver, and treasures piled high. If it's an item from the royal vault, it must be something of immense value. The job isn't even a success yet, but I've already received such an excessive gift. Otherwise, His Majesty might have some other intention. He covered his mouth to hide his confusion when he heard a voice call out, Young Master? As Joel turned his head, he saw the figure of Dariat. He thought, Master, someone reminded him, the meeting is over, so go to the audience chamber. His Highness probably has something he wants to share with you. Joel saw her bright smile and couldn't help but wonder. When he was alone with Hayket, he eagerly took out the hairpin. This is a jade pin, a piece of jewelry for women, made from a special jade. I heard it's used to tie up and secure long hair. Hayket sat opposite him, crossing her arms and looking at the hairpin. I remember seeing it in a book. They say it also has the effect of neutralizing simple poisons, but she gave a wary look. Why did you buy this? Joel replied cheerfully. Because I thought it would suit you very well, Hayket. Hayket took the pin and held it to her chin. Those words make me happier than the gift itself, she asked Joel. This is an unfamiliar object, so I don't know how to use it. Could you do it for me? He smiled brightly and stood up. Of course. While Joel was helping Hayket, she asked. Come to think of it, during the meeting, you referred to the Beast King as her. Is the Beast King a woman? Then Hayket asked again. So, what is your relationship with her? As soon as he heard that, Joel dropped the hairpin. He tried to explain to Hayket. What relationship? I already told you, we just fought each other. Then she reached for the hairpin with her hand, saying, That's strange. Hayket stood up, causing Joel to instinctively step back, a relationship of just that level. She scoffed, threading the pin onto a necklace. And yet you gave her a necklace? He was terrified. Something's not right. Hayket smiled menacingly. Moreover, you even pulled out her fang and made it into what? Joel broke out in a cold sweat. He instinctively thought, no matter how you look at it, something seems very wrong here. Right now, in the capital, Joel's train of thought suddenly emerged. I didn't expect Hayket to get jealous. His face flushed with embarrassment, feeling a bit wronged but not in a bad mood. The image of Alfonso appeared in Joel's mind. Have you been waiting long for me? This atmosphere? Thinking this, he sighed in relief. It was really fortunate that the king arrived just in time. After that, Joel stared intently at the paper in his hand. Although what the king had said was also shocking, the sight of Alfonso in deep thought appeared. Actually, I've confirmed the reports related to the Doimon family. As he said this, he suddenly became extremely angry, and discovered that a portion of the guard reports about reclaiming the Diamond family's territory had been forged. To be precise, they reclaimed unnecessary territory and pushed you out of your domain. This information immediately stunned Joe. After a moment, Alfonso bowed his head in remorse. I'm sorry, this is clearly my mistake. I must apologize to the Dumont family and to you. Joe was even more surprised. Your Majesty, please don't do that. At the same time, Joe suddenly recalled Hugh's scolding from the past. You fool, why would you think the Empire killed your father? He gritted his teeth and made a deduction. The fact that the documents reported to the king were forged means that within Endymion itself, there were also culprits who killed his father. Perhaps what MC Hill said was true. While he was trembling with rage, a slender hand slowly reached out. It was Heth gently comforting Joe. Thanks to her, his demeanor gradually softened. Then Alfonso sighed and handed Joe a scroll. Although this can't make up for what you've been through all these years, please take it. After pausing for about 2 seconds, he added, It will be useful to you. Back to the present, Joe stood before the museum doors holding a permit to access the 6th basement level of the Vryam Museum. I should probably head to the museum and then stop by the Royal Archives. As soon as he stepped inside, he urgently looked for the 5th basement level of the Jubrium Museum. Although he knew it was the museum's deepest level in reality, below it there was yet another floor. The sixth basement level was where they preserved their original magic and magical theories of the Magic Tower Masters. The symbol on the paper quickly lit up. Only those holding a permit stamped by the king could enter. Immediately after, a magic circle activated and surrounded Joe. He instantly recognized spatial movement magic. Joe's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. This isn't the sixth basement level, but a different dimension? In the blink of an eye, he was transported to a library overflowing with books, a terrifying amount, probably thousands of volumes. While observing his surroundings, Joe analyzed the situation. The time limit is 48 hours. Reading all of these books in that time is impossible. He tried to cast a spell to confirm his suspicion. Since it was a magic-restricted space, he couldn't use image magic to take pictures either. The next second, Joe thought of a more efficient way to search. First, I'll just scan through the titles, because that's the only way to prioritize which books to read. After a while, a particular book caught his eye. The author of The Roar of the Earth Dragon is Van Rushen, so he was the Royal Magic Tower Master 400 years ago. As he skimmed the contents, Joe marveled. This is incredible. His eyes lit up at the fascinating information. Altering the size of a magic circle from the 5th tier to the standard of a 7th tier, Joe quickly visualized the image the book described, gathering mana from the ground and spreading it deep into the earth. If the gathered mana is then unleashed in a fan-shaped pattern, along with a shockwave, then the system suddenly appeared, startling him with a notification. Understanding of Earth attribute magic has increased. Proficiency in high-level Earth attribute has reached plus 99.9, the ultimate limit. Before Vell could even compose himself, the system announced another quest to increase his proficiency with the Earth attribute. Make the high-level understanding of the Earth attribute reach its limit, raising it to the highest level. The reward was a high-grade mana stone, a true dragonoid, and 2 footprints of an Earth dragon. He immediately caught the key point of the quest, the Earth dragon's footprints. In an instant, Vell became more overjoyed than ever. After the Yin dragon and the Fire dragon, it had been very vague, and he didn't know how to find traces of dragons, but he couldn't believe something like this was being given as a reward. Since it was a quest reward, it would be authentic. He hadn't been happy for long when he realized the problem was how to increase his understanding of the Earth attribute to the highest level. Was there no other way but to memorize? After memorizing many books for a while, he came to a conclusion. As expected, just memorizing alone wouldn't increase his proficiency. His proficiency didn't increase. Thinking back, Alfonso had said that when he left the library, he could take one book he wanted. Then, he pondered thoughtfully, what book should I take? Suddenly, something caught Vell's attention. What was that book the statue was holding? He approached the statue and took the book from its hands. What kind of book wasn't on a bookshelf but was instead on a statue? The opening lines of the book appeared. Transcendent Dream, by the Founding Duke. As soon as Vell saw it, he exclaimed in surprise. This, he continued to recall in his mind. The Founding Duke was the title of Lair du Mon, the ancestor of the Jia Mon Due Mon family. Moreover, Transcendent Dream was also the magic that symbolized him. Observing the statue, for a long time, Vell made a guess. This statue seems to depict the ancestor. He respectfully bowed to the statue before him with great sincerity. Perhaps all of this was the ancestor's arrangement. After careful consideration, Vell chose that book and left the library. Just as he stepped outside, Darius's voice rang out. You came out right on time, young master. Her appearance surprised him. Master. Ignoring Vell's surprise, Darius sternly looked at his appearance. It seems you haven't rested at all for 48 hours, have you? I always say that rest is just as important as effort. Now that you're grown up, do you plan on not listening to your master anymore? There isn't a single day you don't overwork yourself. I can't help but nag. Honestly, after complaining for a moment, she noticed the book in his hand. That book. Isn't that Transcendent Dream? Vell was even more surprised. Master, you know of Transcendent Dream? Darius immediately explained the information she knew about this book. Transcendent Dream is about shedding one's human form and being reborn through that very magic itself. It is an unorthodox magic that escapes the boundaries of the world. According to legend, the Founding Duke, amidst a raging storm with relentless, powerful waves, transformed into the form of a massive tsunami, and in the pouring torrential rain, he became lightning. Aside from that novel idea, if it could truly be achieved, Transcendent Dream could be called a magic sufficient to receive high praise. Hearing these words, Vell became even happier with his choice. Even Master rates it. So highly? As expected, the ancestor was a brilliant man. Then, Darius suddenly sighed. Young Master, if you intend to train, in Transcendent Dream, I won't stop you, but you must be careful. Although Transcendent Dream is an 8th circle spell, it is also a magic that transcends its circle. As she spoke, an image of rippling water suddenly appeared. Dariat gave a serious warning, because one wrong move could get him swallowed by the magic. Hearing this, Russell replied firmly, Yes, I'll keep that in mind. After that, she turned and walked away. All right then, time to head to the Royal Archives. On the way, Russell mused curiously. I didn't think the Royal Archives would be outside the city. Seeing his confusion, Dariat slowly explained. The place we're heading to now is the First Treasury. The First Treasury, for reference, holds jewelry, the Second Treasury holds weapons, and the Third Treasury preserves all sorts of treasures. Just as she finished, she announced, We've arrived. In a flash, Dariat took out her staff. From now on, keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully, she said while creating dense magic circles. Because I'm about to show you a rare sight. Russell's eyes widened in amazement. It was incredible, a complex magic circle with dozens, even hundreds of layered decryption formulas all combined into one. He stared at Dariat and thought in awe, if I hadn't come with my master, I probably wouldn't have been able to muster the courage to enter. Instantly, the entrance to the Royal Archives opened. As Dariat led the way inside, she said, Young Master, you can only take one item out of the treasury, just like in a museum. As Russell was replying, the ring on his hand suddenly lit up. Yes, I'll keep. The surge of power emanating from the ring grew stronger and stronger, terrifying him. Keep what in mind? What is happening now? The ring on Russell's hand emitted sparks of lightning, making him think, is the cloudy spirit shooting out lightning on its own? It's never done this before. Unlike when facing an enemy, it felt as if it had met a long-awaited friend. Seeing this, Dariat quickly turned and speculated. Perhaps the other half of your ring is in the archives. He immediately fell into thought. A paired artifact. An artifact is usually a complete item that functions on its own, but there are also special artifacts that only activate their features when paired. Thinking of the image of the two masks, he thought to himself, so it's like my golden mask. He rested his chin on his hand and recalled. Come to think of it, the quest rewards, the dragon-related artifacts, were mostly in this format. The next second, bolts of lightning from Russell's ring shot straight ahead, as if to show him the way, making Dariat curious. So, you're going to show us where your other half is? He replied softly. Yes. Because it keeps pestering me. I'm a little curious. This made her even more curious. What kind of artifact could make this boy so anxious? In the treasury, a beam of light suddenly flashed, illuminating the entire room more clearly than ever. Following the beam of light, Dariat walked over and exclaimed, So this is the cloud orb. This unfamiliar information confused Russell. The cloud orb? She quickly explained. That's right, the cloud orb. It has the special ability to control the weather. He was inwardly astonished. Controlling the weather. The number of mages who could control the weather on the entire continent was only 10. Manipulating the climate like that is very intricate and is classified as a field that cannot be easily trained. Seeing the clear astonishment on Russell's face, Dariat calmly analyzed the pros and cons of this power. Manipulating the climate has clear benefits, but one must also accept risks, such as mana consumption and casting time. Hearing her say that, he instantly recognized the feeling from when he held Bram. If he considered, its performance isn't that of a cloud jade. He stared intently at the ring on his hand, analyzing it more deeply in his mind, and that it might be better to choose a different artifact. But right after that, Vell made a firm decision. I'll choose this one. Without any hesitation, he gently touched the gem in front of him. The next second, Vell was astonished by the sight. Is this being absorbed into the ring? The ring quickly showed a pattern of clouds. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have obtained a wing fragment of the Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon, as the dragon that rules the clouds and climate, is a rare mutation of the Thunder Dragon. Reading the information on the screen, Vell's jaw dropped. A Thunder Dragon mutation? He began to analyze in his mind. The idea that the lightning attribute was derived from the fire attribute is common knowledge in the academic world. Because it's an attribute that goes against the conventional concept of the 5 elements, mages who train in the lightning attribute are considered more noble and recognized. If it's an attribute derived from that lightning attribute, then its value would be incomparable to anything else. Then, Vell closed his eyes and slowly felt the flow of power emanating from the ring. Moreover, The true ability of the Cloud Jade wasn't just controlling the weather, it was much more terrifying. The voice of Darius rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "Young man, have you figured out how to use this item yet?" Vo quickly and eagerly replied. "Yes, I think I have a rough idea." Hearing this affirmation, she spoke up eagerly. "Then let's go outside. I'm really curious to see how powerful a paired artifact will be." Both of them walked outside together, and Vo's announcement rang out. "I'm starting now." A stream of power from the ring on his hand radiated everywhere. Even Vo's feet tensed as he prepared to unleash his move. Just as expected, his figure shot straight into the air like a flash. Seeing this, Darius spoke in a tone of praise. "Flight magic? No. Is that just a simple leap?" It turned out that while she was marveling, Vo had already flown very far away. While looking at the city, he was surprised. "This is incredible. I can fly this high with just a leap? Is it because of this cloud-like mist?" Vo lifted his leg high, a crucial motion. Next, he launched himself even higher. The leap wasn't the end of it. It turned out to be even better than flight magic, faster, and with no need to slow down when changing direction. In just a short time, Vo was already sweating. Of course, the problem was the immense mana consumption, and just like that, he was already tired. Right after that, he swung his arm. "All right, next." On the ground, Darius suddenly wondered to herself, "Is that a thunderbolt?" She watched Vo intently. This level of power should be enough to destroy a small city. While she was still speaking, he had already started to waver in the air. As expected, Vo plummeted from the sky and fell straight into the river below. It was likely because he had run out of mana. The scene changes to the Mage Association. Vo was walking slowly while complaining in his head. "I'm dying. Every single part of my body aches. I should probably temporarily refrain from using Cody linking." He then walked over to a bookshelf. "I've received everything I needed, so I have to start the mission again." At the same time, the system displayed another message. "Increase your understanding of the Earth attribute to the highest level." The next second, Vo took out a book and thought to himself, "The place to master Earth attribute magic in Enden is the Royal Tower. First, I need to find a 6th circle or higher mage belonging to the Imperial Tower." After just a few pages, he suddenly stopped. The scene shifts to Spigman's office. "It's been a while. I hear you've been quite active lately. Haven't you?" Jiole's slow reply echoed. "I should have come to greet you more often. My apologies, Elder Spigman." Hearing this, Spigman laughed heartily and said, "What's with the formalities? They say no news is good news, you know." At that moment, he recalled the image of the man's valiant fighting. It's truly surprising. Just from the time at the Mirror Temple alone, a 5th circle mage has already reached the 6th circle. Then, Spigman curiously asked Jiole, "Did you say you wanted advice on Earth attribute magic?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiole replied, "Yes, because I was deeply impressed by the Earth magic I read about in the 6th floor basement I visited this time." The man's expression was incredibly relaxed. "A request like this is, of course, very welcome. If you're ready, let's start right away." As if he had been waiting for those words, Jiole excitedly pulled out a stack of papers. Seeing this, Spigman broke out in a cold sweat. "In that case, did I do something wrong to you?" Night had fallen at the castle where Bismarck was staying, and the number of people he had bribed had increased greatly. While handling documents, the old man began to mutter to himself, "Weapon production is also proceeding smoothly. I probably don't need to worry about military provisions either." Bismarck quickly fell into thought. "Now all I have to do is wait." Then, he smirked in satisfaction. "The throne of Andy will be Bismarck's." Just then, a nearby door suddenly flew open, and Karen's voice rang out, "Forgive my rudeness for visiting at such a late hour." In just a second, Bismarck had regained his composure. "You, the green gaze, are you Karen?" Karen calmly greeted him. "It seems this is the first time we've greeted each other directly." "Greetings, Grand Duke Bismarck. I am Karen." Ignoring the man acting as if he owned the place, Bismarck rested his chin on his hand and asked probingly, "You're being unusually polite. Did you come this late at night to mock me? Is that it?" Karen immediately denied it. "How could that be? The reason I came to find you, Grand Duke, is for no other reason than..." At this point, he took out a strange item to show the Grand Duke. This object confused the old man. The next second, Karen spoke up to explain, "This is the sample the Grand Duke needs, the keystone of the Wind Demon." Horrifying images flashed continuously through Bismarck's mind. The keystone of the Wind Demon, the seal that has blocked the gate of Tartarus for a long time. Despite this, the old man's face remained impassive, which was definitely not normal. Could this treacherous aura be what was buried in the abyss of Tartarus? But Bismarck didn't hesitate to scoff. so it's just an ordinary stone. While thinking of Dariat and Melville, he analyzed, something of this level can't possibly stop the old monsters of Andy. What you all have promised couldn't have been just an item like this. Hearing that, Karen was immediately shocked. The purple aura that only the royal family of Andean possesses. Even if he was pushed to the border, his bloodline is still royal? A moment later, he began to ask a question. Grand Duke, do you know how many demonic beasts and giants are sealed inside Tartarus? Before Bismarck could answer, Karen quickly explained the battle that the tribes of giants and gods started long ago. Gigantomachy, the gods were victorious after a great war. A long scroll sealed hundreds of magical beasts and giants in Tartarus. In order to seal the giants who possessed power equivalent to a transcendent being, it required just as many pillars. At this, Karen's eyes lit up with confidence. All we need is to unearth 2 of the hundreds of pillars, and we can bind the movements of the Yan Tower Master and the Spear Tower Master. When the speed of excavation improves, we will naturally find the real pillar soon. Hearing this, Bism smirked with a look full of cunning. I was wondering why you brought a sample. So it was to report on your progress, huh? Ken gradually became more serious, as if to prove his loyalty. We will definitely uphold our end of the agreement, so the Grand Duke must also uphold the promise you made to us. The next second, the old man affirmed in a deep voice, of course, if I win the throne, I will help you kill that wench Dariat. Just as the man was turning to leave, the old man added a threat. But remember this well, if you don't uphold your end of the deal, you will have to face my wrath. Karen quickly replied, I will remember it well. As soon as the man left, Bism pondered his words from a moment ago. Joining hands with me to kill Dariat? After about 2 seconds, the old man slowly stepped away from his desk. It turned out Bism had approached a chessboard and snorted coldly with contempt, words that not even a child would believe. Then, the old man picked up a chess piece. But as long as I can ascend to the throne, I don't care about the means. In the blink of an eye, Bism smashed a white piece with the one in his hand. No matter what tricks they use, just as the old man said, the board immediately fell into chaos. Once the hunt is over, the dog is simply boiled and discarded. Scene changed to Spigman. He bowed his head in exhaustion. Russell, are you even sleeping? It was only 2 days ago that I answered your 40 questions, and now there's another pile this big? Then, Spigman looked up with a worried expression on his face. Moreover, every single one was a question that cut right to the heart of the matter. He had simply thought the boy was a genius. But Russell, completely unaware of Spigman's troubled thoughts, spoke up cheerfully. I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time, Elder. In just a short while, he realized that it was through this kind of effort that the boy was able to grow so much. Once he understood, Spigman let out a relieved, hearty laugh. If this isn't hard work, then I'll definitely be left in the dust. Night had fallen, and Joel returned to his room with a stack of materials he had just gathered. After studying them carefully, Joel entered a state of deep contemplation. The Earth Dragon's roar isn't just a simple release of mana, its core magic is the utilization of the Earth's heat. If it has to use heat, then would it be alright to combine it with the fire attribute left within the dispersing Earth attribute? It's best not to set limits on what comes to mind. Fire, wind, lightning, if I can unlock them all. Immediately after, the image of a beautiful, multicolored ancient tree appeared before his eyes. At that moment, the system window popped up. Due to your efforts, your proficiency with the Earth attribute has increased by 1%. Your high-level Earth attribute proficiency has evolved to the highest level. It continued to announce. Quest complete. Reward. 2 high-grade dragon magic stones. Reward. Footprint of the Earth Dragon, holding the reward in his hand. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. This is the footprint of the Earth Dragon. But, he curiously observed the Earth Dragon's footprint, wondering how to use it. Like a curious child, Vell continuously sprinkled the reward on it. Since it was an Earth Dragon's footprint, I thought the reward would be a map like last time, but it's a weapon? As a weapon, its power was too low. After 49 attempts with no results, he continued to observe it. Fortunately, this time, Jasso discovered this pattern. Could it be? To confirm his suspicion, he hastily poured ink onto the Earth Dragon's footprint. As the pattern slowly became clear, Jasso thought to himself that he had been suspicious when he first saw them. As expected, it wasn't an ordinary seal, but an engraved diagram. Were the dots marked on the paper constellations? In that case, this must be considered a celestial chart. Just as he predicted, the system displayed, Quest. Go find the location written on the celestial chart, and enter the Earth Dragon's lair. If you get close enough, a light will guide you. Clear reward. Horn of the Dragon God King. access to the Great Hall of Purification, 5 high-grade Dragonkin magic stones, and 7 low-grade Dragonkin magic stones. Vell smiled with satisfaction. All right. Since a quest was issued, his guess must have been correct. Even so, Vell still had a few other questions. But why an engraved celestial chart? If the purpose was to show the way, a normal map like last time would have been fine. In short, he probably wouldn't know until he reached the Earth Dragon's lair. First, I should confirm the location, right? Vell slowly walked the path guided by the stars. If he just pinpointed the location based on the North Star, after walking for a while, he finally stopped. After observing his surroundings, Vell realized, is this the Nadia Desert? The next morning, in Hecate's office, she slowly asked Vell, I heard from Lord Dariat that you've registered for another research expedition? Fearing she would be angry, Vell apologized in a small voice. I'm sorry, Hecate. Understanding his anxiety, she slowly explained. As I've said before, I am not a woman so petty that I can't understand my man's outside affairs, but I appear this way because I am worried about you. At this point, Hecate's tone softened considerably. So, for my own sake, please provide me with regular updates. As if deeply moved by her understanding, Vell immediately gave Hecate a cherished kiss on the cheek. I definitely will. Though she was blushing shyly, she still said stubbornly, that alone is not enough. True to his word, Vell immediately set off for the desert. As expected, the desert sun was scorching. As he felt the blazing rays, he sighed inwardly. Luckily, Jasso had joined a group of merchants as Hecate suggested, so he was able to ride a camel. And he learned why they had to navigate using a celestial chart, because the height and position of the sand changes every time the wind blows, making it impossible to follow a regular map. Then, and approached to check on Vell. If you're feeling hot, I can give you a cloak. It might look long and hot, but it's actually very cool. He quickly smiled gratefully. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. Suddenly, Vell sensed that something was wrong. What was this vibration? It felt like something massive was moving beneath the sand. Terrified screams erupted from the people around him. It's a ho-ho, they repeatedly warned. If we fight it, we'll be annihilated. Scatter if you don't want to die. Despite their fearful shouts, Vell continued to observe the ho-ho intently, in the Runcat Desert called the Ho-Hu. Seeing this, and urgently said, What are you spacing out for? We have to run, Vell quickly instructed. If you don't want to get hurt, stay close to me. His confident words made the merchant confused. What did you just say? Vell's face was full of confidence. This was the perfect place to test the new magic he had been practicing. He immediately summoned his magic and placed both hands on the ground. Ongloman, the master of the Imperial Tower from 200 years ago, the original magic was left on the 6th basement level. In just a moment, Vell created a massive tremor with this technique. Desertification. Dear flower. Vell's magic created a technique with immense power, and in the blink of an eye, that surge of power had continuously pierced straight through the Ho-Hu. The other merchants were all terrified by the sight. Oh, I really thought I was going to die. They looked at Vell in amazement. Who in the world is that mage? From the Ho-Hu's rotting corpse, a dark black liquid oozed out. That liquid quickly caused one of the camels in the caravan to die a painful death. The nearby merchants cried out in horror, It's poison! There's poison in the blood! Without a moment's hesitation, Vell cast another spell. This time, the surge of his power completely obliterated the Ho-Hu's body, stopping the poison from spreading. Vell slowly stood up. Finally, it's dealt with. To his surprise, and gently approached and introduced herself. I am An Marin, of the CB Merchant Guild. Greetings to the benefactor of our guild. Vell then also replied politely, I am Richard. Her voice was filled with gratitude. Thanks to you, we can continue our business. I would very much like to repay you, so, is there anything you wish for? He thought for a moment before speaking. In that case, could I have a camel? This strangely simple request surprised Anne. A camel? Understanding her confusion, Vell gently explained. Yes, I believe I'll have to travel in a different direction from here. After the Ho-Hu was defeated, the desert sky became clearer than ever. Vell had split from the caravan and was now on his own path. Are those the tracks of a flock of birds over there? From inside his coat, the Yankak Chonmundo suddenly had a slight reaction, which grew stronger and stronger, causing Vell to be astonished. The Yankak Chonmundo. In the blink of an eye, the Yankak Chonmundo emitted a dazzling beam of light, pointing straight ahead. Is this what they meant when they said a path of light would guide the way when I got close? Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed off, following the beam of light. While flying through the air, Vell was deep in thought. as it seemed he was still quite suspicious because the path was surprisingly smooth. Is it really over there? All I see around me is sand, so if that's the case, then as expected. Just as he predicted, Vell clutched his head and guessed, "It's underground again?" Like a flash of lightning, he summoned the technique dig. Vell's figure moved swiftly through the deep darkness. He continuously used the dig spell, dig, dig, dig. After a while of going deep into the earth, Vell's expression grew more and more serious. On the surface where he had entered, there now appeared a deep, gaping hole. As soon as he landed, Vell realized, "Marble? Isn't this supposed to be sand?" Out of habit, he quickly said, "Pepper, light a fire." Then, Vell suddenly scratched his head and lamented, "I forgot. Pepper has fallen asleep." He thought sadly to himself, "Pepper, when will I be able to see you again?" At the same time, Pepper gently replied, "We will meet again soon, my master." Immediately after, Vell took out the Yangkok Chonmundo. "Anyway, it seems this time I've found." Right. The next second, a swarm of scorpions quickly appeared, as if to block his path. Even so, Vell didn't care, the monsters could wait. Instead, he was worried about something else. Vell was worried the ruins would collapse, so without a second thought, he charged in to fight the mana beasts. Although the swarm was large and low level, the types of mana beasts in the ruins were diverse. If they were fully restored, they would have significant research value. Elder Spagel would surely be very happy. With just one move, Vell wiped out the entire swarm of monsters. Wiping his sweat, he made a deduction. It seems there's no other path, so this must be the deepest level. Vell quickly moved forward, thinking the sculpture might be a relic. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a teleportation door. No, not a door, but a gate. A teleportation gate? What are the activation conditions? After observing for a moment, Vell analyzed in his head. It seems the left and right sides are connected, so pushing and pulling isn't the mechanism. A circular hole. His brain was working at full capacity and he figured it out. Wait a minute! Vell's eyes widened in surprise. The Yanka Celestial Chart. He immediately placed the Yankee Celestial Chart into the empty slot in front of him. Vell had been wondering why this one wasn't in the shape of a map, so this was the reason. Instantly, the teleportation gate opened. The blinding light made Vell squint. Next, he opened his eyes and found himself standing in a desert. Did I leave the ruins? It felt a bit different from the desert I passed through before. Surprisingly, an item had appeared in Vell's hand at some point. A compass? It only has one needle? Just then, the system screen appeared. This spatial quest was created by the Dream General to test someone. You must reach the end of this place using the compass, but you cannot use movement magic through the air. The clear reward is the Dragon God King's Purification of the Great Land. 5 high-grade Dragonkin Mana Stones, and 7 low-grade Dragonkin Mana Stones. After reading the quest carefully, Vell realized, am I inside someone's dream? Is that why it feels so different? Anyway, the destination is set, which is convenient. I just need to follow the direction the needle points. Before he could even finish his thought, an incredibly fearsome tornado appeared before him. Its destructive power left Vell gaping in astonishment. Even so, he held onto a sliver of hope and looked at his compass. But his luck ran out as it pointed straight into the storm, making Vell's face turn pale. He slapped his own head as if to console himself. Nothing is ever easy. Steeling himself, Vell bravely stepped into the tornado. All right then, I'll just get through it all. As soon as he stepped into the tornado, Vell was stunned, growing more surprised the more he looked. In just a moment, his expression turned serious again. If the previous trials were a test of qualification, Vell thought to himself, then this must be a test of a mage's aptitude. The next second, he closed his eyes tightly and felt the flow of magic around him, perceiving the subject, observing intuitively, and understanding, expanding his domain to reach the world's truth. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared and hit him hard on the head, causing Vell to grimace in pain. He rubbed his head regretfully. I thought I would be able to break through the wall. But in the end, I ran out of mana. It's a shame, but there's nothing else to do but remember that feeling. Vell silently told himself, if the chance comes again, I absolutely won't let it slip away. Gone. At the same time, the system appeared again, announcing the quest was complete and awarding the reward for infiltrating the lair of the Earth Dragon, granting the purified Earth Horn of the Dragon God King. A moment later, he stepped into the Earth Dragon's lair. He carefully observed his surroundings and realized it was the plaza where he had first discovered the door. The door vanished along with the gate. The system screen displayed information about the purified Earth Horn of the Dragon God King. The moment the horn appeared, His eyes widened in astonishment. The horn of the earth, Jasso thought to himself. As he drew closer, it looked crude, unlike the horns he had seen before. In an instant, he touched the horn. If I absorb this, how much will my mana increase? A strange flow of power surrounded him, catching Jasso by surprise. What is this? His face filled with alarm. Why isn't anything changing? Jasso quickly scanned his body and discovered something unusual. The absorbed mana was blocking his mana flow. Without hesitation, he calmed himself to solve the problem. If it gets completely blocked, I won't be able to do anything. In just a flash, Jasso found a solution. I have to quickly direct the mana to the magic circle. It seemed this was getting more and more difficult. After a while, the flow of power around him vanished, but a strange impurity fell from Jasso's hand. Next, his entire body froze as if it had turned to stone. Instantly, magical sparks appeared and surged over Jasso. The thick, horn-like layer covering his entire body slowly began to crack. Then, the system screen repeatedly popped up, announcing that the purified earth horn of the Dragon God King had been absorbed to its maximum limit. Mana has exceeded the absorption limit and is now enveloped in latent power. Notification: this latent power will awaken and grant you immense strength. Your understanding of the highest grade earth attribute has increased slightly. Back to normal, Jasso looked at the ground curiously. The discharged waste product looks like a layer of horn. Something feels different than before. Not just my muscles, but it's like even my bones have gotten harder. He suddenly recalled the image of Span Zoom and thought, this level is only a fraction of his grip strength. If I use Overload and Wizard Body, will I be similar to the Span Zoom from before? First, I have to get out of this place. There's a spatial gate from the Imperial Tower nearby. Just as he stepped outside, someone called out Jasso's name. Sir Jasso du Monde. Hearing that, he quickly answered, yes. The messenger immediately handed a paper to Jasso. This is a directive from Tower Master Yan and Wang Dao. This sudden information startled him. A directive? The man continued. Yes. It arrived 5 days ago. Jasso opened the paper and read the letter. It said to eliminate the Hydra in the swamps of Count Lenkol's territory. As soon as he finished reading, images of the fearsome monster instantly flashed through his mind. The Hydra had appeared in the western part of the kingdom around this period. Back then, this mission was essentially an execution for Villion. The reason this directive came to me is probably because history has changed. It's the history I returned to after going back 8 years, and since 7 years have passed, there's less than a year of the future I know left. Suddenly, Jasso noticed another piece of information. Sir Alan was on the list of support mages. What an honor. He then spotted another key detail. Alan knows the 5th circle. But why is he still at the 5th circle? I thought he had already broken through the wall to the 6th circle, especially since he reached the 5th circle faster than he did in the past. The scene shifts to a castle where the mages are exchanging greetings. The royal mages have received their orders to eliminate the Hydra from His Majesty the King, and are greeting Count Raniko. Raniko slowly approached and offered a compliment. Sir Alan Pett, the genius mage recognized by the Master of the Azure Tower, you've arrived? I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Alan smiled humbly and replied, I am merely here to assist. The commander of the subjugation is Count Jackson du Monde. The next moment, he replied, ah, the Pioneer Duke, I have heard of him as well. After about 2 seconds, Raniko asked curiously, but which one of you is the Pioneer Duke? He calmly explained. Our starting points were different, so I arrived first. He should be here shortly. So please don't worry. A moment later, Alan suddenly asked a question. Count, do you know where the Hydra's nest is? Without hesitation, the Count immediately answered that it's in the swamp on the other side of the plains. It has built its nest there. He probed further. Has it ever attacked first? Raniko answered decisively. Not yet. This news made Alan sink into worried thought. What should I do? I was supposed to wait for Count Jackson Dumont, but the subjugation could be delayed. Perhaps I should scout ahead. As soon as he made his decision, he spoke up. Count, I have something to discuss. Before Alan could finish his sentence, people started screaming. Hydra! Hydra! Raniko grew panicked at the sight before him. What? It's never attacked first before. What is going on? Without a second thought, he dashed off like the wind. Count, we will confront the Hydra. Please evacuate the civilians. Then, Alan gathered the team of mages and headed toward the battlefield. He observed the situation and formulated a plan. It probably hasn't noticed us yet. We must use this opening to destroy it. The next second, Alan summoned his power and thought to himself. By his standards, he couldn't defeat the Hydra alone right now. Alan's eyes widened as if he had figured out a way to deal with the Hydra. Just as the idea formed in his mind, its terrifying attack left him stunned. But by combining his power with the other mages, this power created a massive explosion, devastating a large area. Alan grew even more fearful of the situation. Seeing the Hydra's murderous eyes, he cursed inwardly. Damn it! Right after that, Alan shouted, "Everyone, get back!" It turned out he had managed to create a barrier spell just in time to block its attack. That dangerous, destructive power could have endangered the civilians if he wasn't careful. Without any more hesitation, Alan charged to the front lines. He had to prevent any casualties. From the distant forest, Joe sensed the Hydra's terrifying power and rushed over. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. It seems Joe had recognized Alan's magic, and he immediately became extremely worried. "Alan!" Inside the castle, Reniko's voice rang out. "The Hydra. What is its status?" June immediately reported the situation. After returning to the swamp, it hasn't made any unusual movements. Sir Alan's attack must have been significant. Hearing this, he asked worriedly, "And what about Sir Alan's condition?" He recalled the recent events as he explained. He was exposed to the Hydra's venomous breath while holding up the barrier. He's enduring it with difficulty, but it's not a good situation. Reniko gave a serious order. "You must save him." Without a moment's hesitation, June affirmed, I'll do my best." Right after that, a gatekeeper rushed over to announce, "The Count has arrived." Seeing his hesitation, Joe noticed the guard's blunder and quickly admonished him in front of the Count. "You need to be serious, don't you?" Ranical asked curiously. "It's fine, but who did you say has arrived?" Then, the trembling and joyful voice of the guard rang out. "It's the new Count, Joe Duimon, who has just arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, from the ground, Joe's feet quickly gathered momentum. The next second, he leaped up to the city wall where Ranical was standing, astonishing him. He thought to himself, black hair and red eyes. This young man must be. Just as Ranical suspected, Vell greeted him politely. "Lord Ranical, it's an honor to meet you. I am Joel Du Monday." Inside Alan's room, he anxiously inquired about the situation. "Lord, when did Sir Alan get like this?" He answered without hiding anything. "Today is the second day." Hearing that, Vell immediately observed Alan's body closely and thought, how can this kind of toxic aura be spread just by breathing? If it were a normal person, they would have probably died instantly. A moment later, he spoke again. "I wonder, does the Hydra have 8 or 9 heads?" While recalling the horrific attack scene of the Hydra, Ranical sadly replied, "It has 5 heads." Vell became even more contemplative. If it has 5 heads, it's probably fully grown by now. Does the Hydra's poison have to be this potent? Right after that, he reached his hand toward Alan's body. "I have to check." Ranical and Joe immediately rushed forward in a panic as if to stop him. "Wait, it's dangerous!" Before they could even warn him, Joel's magical energy burst out, terrifying Yo. Did he just burn away the poison? With just one move, he had seen Joe's true power. This is a mage at the level of a tower master. Ignoring the surprise of Ranical and Joe, he continued his work. "To understand the poison, I must find its source." Vell channeled his power inside Alan's poison-corroded body. "If I remove it, starting from the relatively weaker toxic aura, I found it." More astonishingly, he realized the Hydra's poison took the form of a dragon. This is a dragon. At the same time, the system appeared. Quest notification. The Hydra's secret. Repel the Hydra, the destroyer of Ranical's domain, and bring its secret to light, and answer the question. Reward. Clear. Repel the Hydra. Highest grade magic stone. Answer. The Hydra's 5 secrets. True dragonoid. It seemed this quest made Joe ponder deeply. How is the reward split? I know I have to repel it, but what's the secret all about? His sudden silence confused Ranical. "Sir Rosso, what's wrong?" After regaining his composure, Rosso replied gently, "It's nothing. More importantly, I've found a way to treat Sir Alan." This shocking news stunned him. "Are you telling the truth?" Then, he instructed them firmly, "Yes. During the treatment process, there's a risk of exposure to the toxic aura, so everyone please step outside." Once both Ranical and Joe had left the room, Joe began to act. Although when treating poison, healing magic typically uses antidotes or sacred abilities, he was still a bit worried about this method. With no time to hesitate, Vell immediately grabbed Alan's hand to begin. "What you can do is either burn and eliminate the poison, or push it out of the body. That's how poison is normally treated. But for him, I have to do both at once. Pushing the poison out of the body will face immense resistance, and even if I manage to push it out, there's a risk of being re-poisoned due to its toxicity. Very strong. Even if it takes time, it must be done thoroughly. Fortunately, Alan's body immediately began to recover. The detoxification gradually cleansed him. After removing the impurities, it helped his mana circulate as the process was repeated. This process. Suddenly, he noticed an aura from Sir Alan similar to his own from the past. Did he have an awakening from the detoxification process? Vell was even more delighted to see that Alan had awakened. In any case, following his train of thought, he gradually woke up from his stupor. Seeing this, Vell quickly spoke up. Congratulations on reaching the 6th circle of magic, Sir Alan. While slowly opening his eyes, Alan spoke with immense gratitude. Sir Vell, I owe you my life yet again. I thank you. His excessive reverence made Vell reply shyly. It was nothing. Thanks to you, Sir Alan. The people of the Ranical territory are safe, and as the commander of the subjugation force, I thank you. The scene shifts to Ranical's office, where he is exclaiming with joy, Sir Alan, it's truly a relief that you have made a full recovery. Alan bowed politely. I'm very sorry for worrying you. Ranical quickly became flustered. Worry? Not at all. A moment later, Vell adopted a serious demeanor. My lord, I have something to confirm regarding the Hydra subjugation. Hearing this, Ranical immediately replied, Please, speak. Vell didn't hesitate to make his request. I need information on the capabilities and number of knights who will participate in the subjugation, as well as the monsters around the swamp. He immediately replied as if he already had all the information. There are 30 men who hold the title of knight, and if you include the regular soldiers, it comes to 500 men. Their response time is about 2 seconds. Vell asked another question. How many specialized archers are there? Ranical's tone became regretful. Unfortunately, there are none. With this news, Vell slowly analyzed the situation in his mind. He probably wouldn't hide his military strength in a crisis like this. There's no other way. I'll just have to consider the knights as support forces. Then, Ranical provided him with more information. The swamp area is about 3,700 acres. We can't get a grasp on the exact number and types of individuals, but after the Hydra built its nest, the entire swamp became a den for monsters. At this point, his face filled with sorrow. For an area that size, there must be thousands of monsters. That's the number. But the biggest concern is that the swampy terrain restricts the soldiers' movement. Knowing Ranical's worries, Vell said with great confidence, I have a solution for that, so I hope you can help me prepare, so we can march out in 3 days. He suddenly became more cheerful. Really? While replying with a smile, Vell gently placed a hand on Alan's shoulder as if to comfort him. Yes, I have a very reliable method. This assertion from Vell left Alan utterly bewildered and full of questions. 3 days later, under a beautiful sunset, Ranical's heroic voice rang out, Do you all remember? Last fall, when half the territory was covered in a golden light, the soldiers preparing to march out felt as if they had returned to those peaceful days. I remember that field, those smiles, that peace, very clearly. At this point, his voice suddenly grew heavy with pain. But this year, we will not be given such a gift. No, as long as the Hydra exists, we will never see it a second time. Then, Ranical roared loudly, Our gift, what must we do to the one who has stolen our peace? Hearing this, the soldiers quickly grew excited. We must fight, we must destroy it. Realizing the effect of this speech, Joel thought to himself that he had boosted the soldiers' morale. He spurred his horse forward. Now, it was his turn. With a solemn expression, Joel forcefully introduced himself. I am Joel Domon, commander of the Hydra extermination. Immediately after, he began to introduce the battle plan. From now on, I will explain the extermination strategy to everyone. First, we will divide into 2 teams of knights, whose mission is to protect and support the 3rd and 4th circle mages from behind, creating a path through the monsters alongside the 5th circle mages, and preventing any monsters from escaping. Hearing this, a curious soldier raised a question. Just moving through the swamp is difficult enough, how can we possibly confront the monsters ahead? Joel was extremely confident in his reply. You don't need to worry about that. Over by the swamp, monsters began to appear everywhere. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed before their eyes. It turned out to be the faux Lin sun technique that Joel had already prepared. After the blazing fire, his figure emerged. That great gate, I will take responsibility for opening it. The forest where the monsters resided was completely incinerated by one of Joel's techniques. The soldiers were also awestruck by his power, so incredibly fierce. Could he really handle countless monsters so easily? Is this the power of a 6th-level mage? Then, Joel gently told Sir Alan, Next, I'm counting on you. Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Yes, although I can't freeze an area of that scale all at once." But even in the midst of battle, he still showed no signs of tension, and even joked around, "It's okay, because I'll be counting on you again." Alan also gradually became more relaxed, just like my wicked master. "You're quite shameless." Then, he began to cast his magic. "In any case, I have to follow my master's request, so I'll do my best." Joel's face showed even more excitement at Alan's magic. "Is this that magic from back then?" Just as expected, he unleashed the glacial river attack. With just one move, all the surrounding monsters were frozen solid. In an instant, Raniko loudly commanded, "Use the ice blocks as stepping stones and advance." Following his words, all the soldiers immediately charged straight forward. "All troops, advance." At some point, the ice on the monsters began to melt. A soldier saw this and immediately rushed in, landing a slash. As soon as he was done, he immediately notified the others to cut down the ones that are frozen. Suddenly, a monster broke free from Alan's spell, startling the soldiers. When did that happen? In the blink of an eye, it sent him flying. Fortunately, Joel saw it in time and intervened. The other soldiers saw this and rushed to help. "I'll stop the bleeding. Just hang in there a little longer." At the same time, he thought to himself, the number of monsters isn't decreasing. The soldiers threw themselves back into the fight, driving back the monsters. Meanwhile, Joel was still calculating his next move. If I use a wide area magic spell, our own troops might get caught in it. Without hesitating any longer, he began to gather momentum to enter the most crucial battle. Joel shot forward like a flash of lightning. As expected, I have to eliminate the Hydra first. As he was flying, he suddenly stopped as if he had seen something strange. It turned out Joel had seen a disturbance on the surface of the frozen lake. A giant shadow gradually emerged from beneath the lake. The next second, the Hydra appeared with a terrifying pressure. Vol quickly thought to himself, "This thing. I thought it would attack from the side, since it's so enraged." The Hydra roared continuously and attacked the surrounding soldiers. One soldier was so scared, he couldn't move. "My body won't move." From a distance, Vol grew frustrated, unable to think of a solution. "Damn it. The distance is too great. What should I do?" Fortunately, Alan appeared just in time. Sir Alan, he quickly cast a spell, creating a barrier in front of the Hydra, as if to hold it back. In the blink of an eye, the Hydra destroyed Alan's attack. It didn't stop charging forward aggressively. Even so, Alan didn't give up and continued to attack. "Frost, stop." Seizing this opportunity, Vol began to cast his magic. "All right." Just then, he suddenly heard a voice filled with resentment. "I will not forgive the humans who killed my mother." He was surprised, and thought to himself, "Is this the Hydra's residual thought?" It seemed Vol had realized it was avenging its slain mother. "I wonder why it's causing such a commotion." His eyes widened at this discovery, but I was wrong. At the same time, on a distant hill, the figure of Damien appeared with an eager smirk. While observing the battle, he curiously wondered if he was using the Dragonkin's power of domination to control the Hydra. In a dark tone, he slowly praised, "How interesting." Back to the battlefield where the Hydra was roaring fiercely. Seeing this, Vol summoned his power, "Stop." But strangely, it was completely unaffected. Is the power of domination not working? He analyzed internally. Even if it doesn't submit, it should at least flinch. There wasn't even a sign of that, as if something had blocked it before the power of domination could reach it. There's no other way. I can only restrain it with force. As soon as he finished his thought, from the sky, fire arrows shot straight at the Hydra on Vol's command. It fought back without backing down, but it seemed the Hydra's attack had no effect. At the decisive moment, Vol's fire arrows suddenly changed direction, much to his disbelief. The magic went astray. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, he immediately threw his hand to the sky. Luckily, Vol managed to recall the spell into his cloud ring. It must have been a prized attack. What a shame. However, he remained incredibly optimistic. With this level of mana, that should also be possible. Immediately, Vol prepared for his next attack. Hammer of the Thunder Giant, the strongest of the fifth circle magic spells. He gritted his teeth and unleashed the spell. Next, Vol created an earth-shattering explosion. The power of this attack made Alan exclaim internally, "Truly skilled." He stared intently at Vol and thought, even though we're both sixth circle mages, how can there be such a difference? His attack finally made the Hydra cough up blood continuously. Suddenly, Damien's voice rang out at that moment. If the battle ends like this, it would be a bit of a shame. It turned out he had transferred a bit more magic to the Hydra. The power of the dragon's blood that I shared with you is not just at that level. The sight of the Hydra suddenly becoming more powerful left Vell stunned. Under the authority of the magic, Damien's commanding voice echoed, "Rise, my beast of dominion." Vell's jaw dropped in shock. This thing is very dangerous. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately launched an attack. He absolutely could not let it finish. His spears of fire, Joe continuously attacked, trying to break the protective layer around Hydra. Then, he thought to himself, one more. As soon as he finished the thought, Joe quickly created another massive explosion. Just as expected, the protective power around Hydra gradually faded away, revealing its pained form coughing up blood. Seeing this, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. All right, let's end it like this. Before Joe could make his move, a stream of dark magic from Dulin arrived. With just a glance, Joe recognized the dark magic power. The moment he saw it, he suddenly recalled old memories. It seemed similar to a fleeting glimpse. But it wasn't. It was denser and darker than that and very familiar. Joe froze again, while in the meantime, the dark magic had completely enveloped Hydra. It seemed Alan also realized the situation was about to become even more critical. Joe was still lost in his own thoughts. Then the dark magic gradually spread out and prepared to reach where the soldiers were standing. A moment later, a piercing, cracking sound echoed. It was the layer of dark magic around Hydra that was shattering. Its head, which was bleeding earlier, had been healed. As he looked, Joe counted the number 1, 2, 3, 6. His horrified voice rang out when he saw Hydra's new form, which had grown more heads. A moment later, it spoke with a gloomy, threatening voice. "You filthy humans are hindering my revenge for my mother. I will definitely chew you all up and swallow you whole." Just as Hydra opened its mouths and charged forward, Joe managed to create a barrier to block it. He quickly announced, "Sir Alan, evacuate the troops back." Alan heard this and hastily replied, "I know," as if not wanting to harm the innocent soldiers. He quickly dashed in another direction. The Hydra that was defeated by Unsen in the past had 5 heads. The fact that this one has 6 heads means that history has been changed by some kind of intervention. Whether it was that, the indifferent figure of Dulin watching the show that appeared while the battle was heating up, or something else. Returning to Joe as he was actively launching attacks. Although he landed a hit, he was still lost in wonder. With this level of power, it didn't even have a single scratch. Noticing the soldiers had escaped, Joe continued to ponder. Perhaps everyone has evacuated. He began to unleash his decisive move. Although the Dragonoid transformation won't be detected at this distance, I still have to be careful. Partial Dragonoid transformation. Unaware of Joe's intentions, Hydra angrily attacked again. With the flame spear in his hand, he boldly charged forward. From above, Joe gave it a fiery slash, but strangely, Hydra was completely unharmed. What incredible hidden power. I'm going to suffer for this reckless attack. Seeing this, he acted immediately, pouring all his mana into one go. The flame spear quickly began to glow under Joe's incantation. Surrounded by a flow of magic, his figure became blurry. While Hydra was still confused about what was happening, Joe thrust the flame spear straight into its body. Unfortunately, he was also unconsciously slashed by it. Even so, Joe continued with his plan. "Now, let's end this." He decisively delivered another finishing blow. Laman. This immense power pierced straight through Hydra, completely annihilating it. It roared, loudly in pain and hatred, "I curse you all." As if to intimidate him, Hydra screamed, "I am the familiar of that master. The day that master descends upon this land, you wretched bastards will meet your end." Joe quickly grasped the key point of its words. His Majesty the Beast King. Someone definitely interfered with the Hydra's appearance. From a distant hill, Jalen also suddenly fell into deep thought, muttering to himself while observing him, "No wonder. I found the power so familiar." It seems Jalen had realized something. Is your silhouette that of the Dragon Emperor? The scene shifts to the castle, where a celebratory ball is being held. The scale of this celebratory party is quite large. Alan, in his formal attire, spoke slowly. "I'm very grateful, but just recovering from the damages is already exhausting, so it's really concerning." Beside him, Vo also spoke up. "It seems you're not one for lavish displays, so this level is probably all right, right?" Suddenly, he turned to the side and saw many noble ladies, as if he had guessed something. Vo cheerfully comforted Alan. "Sir Alan, you'll have to suffer a little now." This sudden remark left him bewildered. "Me?" While Alan was still dazedly asking, "What's going on?" the young noble ladies excitedly rushed over. "Sir Alan." The girls continuously introduced themselves while he was frozen stiff. It's a pleasure to meet you, my father, Sir Vo. Alan thought in anguish. Why did you leave me behind? Vo chuckled to himself and thought, the young mages will probably have to go through torture now. But as for me, since I'm engaged to Heat, they won't pay me any mind. The next second, he suddenly remembered. Heat. Come to think of it, Vo hadn't contacted Heat in a long time. Tomorrow, I'll definitely. Before he could think any further, he suddenly froze. Just as expected, Vo looked up and saw the figure of Jay Lin. He didn't even bother to look away and stared intently at him. In just a moment, his entire body felt as if it were enveloped by dark magic. At the same time, he turned and slowly walked away. Vo's eyes widened as he watched Jay Lin's indifferent figure. Just now, the feeling was clearly one that couldn't wait any longer, and he quickly gave chase. Stepping out onto the balcony, Vo spoke up. I have something I want to ask. He quickly posed the question, are you the dragon? In Vo's mind right now were powerful images of dark magic. The aura from just now was the same type he had felt during the battle. If that's the power of a dragon, then it could also force the Hydra's growth. Jay Lin maintained his calm demeanor. Take a guess. As soon as he finished speaking, his black wings gradually emerged from within his cloak. The feathered wings unfurled in the dark night. Immediately after, Jay Lin slowly flew up and continued. For a time, I was also called that. Amidst the sky of 1,000 shining stars, Jay Lin calmly looked down below. At the same time, Vo was also watching him intently. As the two were sizing each other up, a strange breeze suddenly appeared. Jay Lin immediately spoke up to explain, I really wanted to continue our discussion, but a stranger has interrupted us. Without letting him reply, he quickly flew away. I'll see you again soon. Jay Lin's figure faded into the night, leaving Vo stunned in surprise. He suddenly remembered his earlier question. You were once called a dragon by humanity, right? So now, you're no longer a dragon. At that moment, the system appeared. Quest completed. The reward is now appearing. After defeating the Hydra, you have received 5 high-grade awakening magic stones. You have discovered the dark secrets behind the truth of the Hydra. After reading the system's message, Vo fell into deep thought again. So he is the mastermind behind Hydra. What could his goal be? The scene shifts to the dark forest where Jay Lin resides. In the middle of the night, a portal opens. Then, the figure of Jay Lin slowly steps out of the gate. As soon as he steps out, he threatens in a low voice. Now, are you ignoring my words? There is no sound in response. A murderous glint flashes in Jay Lin's eyes. He reaches out his hand and aims straight ahead. Amidst the sound of violent coughing from Hypnos, Jay Lin says grimly, I clearly warned you not to come here. He threatens fiercely. Do you want to die? Hypnos, despite being choked, stubbornly speaks up. There isn't much time. When will you? The man hasn't even finished his sentence when Jay Lin smirks, as if he already knew what was coming next. Right after, he exclaims in a low growl, how absurd. The shadow of a dragon falls from Jay Lin onto the ground. Since when did you think you and I were on the same level? He aggressively questions. Do you think you can order me around? Jay Lin's draconic killing intent becomes overwhelming. Hypnos coughs repeatedly. You're thinking of betraying him, aren't you? This question makes Jay Lin ponder for about 2 seconds. The next moment, he throws the man away like a tiny insect. Afterward, Jay Lin says seriously, I have no interest in his plan. But, as he says this, his tone becomes even more ferocious. Just because half of my body came from him, doesn't mean you people are my masters. Hypnos, still unrepentant, replies, you'll regret this. Like a frightened quail, he immediately flees for his life. In a flash, Jay Lin softly calls out Velmon's name. As the sun begins to rise, he asks himself, do you perhaps have enough strength to win me a little freedom? The scene shifts to the Geneve Palace. My lord, Count Datsumon has arrived. Inside the room, Heat's voice rings out, let him in. Holding a newspaper, she says gently, come here, Lord Datsumon. Heat reads the contents of the newspaper in a steady voice. I am the Count of the Soduman Kingdom. At the same time, Vo is bowing respectfully. Hearing these words, he looks up and immediately blushes upon realizing that Heat is reading the article about him. Vo hastily asks, what is this? She doesn't bother to hide it, and replies, it's a portrait that was drawn very meticulously. Then, Heat comments cheerfully, but the real person is much better. The maid behind her also giggles, indeed. A moment later, Heat puts the newspaper down curiously. Why did you come to see me today? Vo becomes even more hesitant. However, As if afraid of upsetting her, he tries his best to look cheerful. I have a mission, and have to leave the capital for a few days. Heat sighs reproachfully. You're always abandoning me. No matter how many important missions you have, you can't just abandon your little wife, can you? Seeing this, Vo quickly explains, that's not what I meant. I'm planning to go inspect the Sodemon district. In an instant, she becomes serious again. Your district? Is that the place that the king granted you? He quickly replies, that's the one. Realizing she was acting a bit strange, Heat suddenly blushes. Oh my goodness, it's right next door. You don't need to come and ask for my permission. Suddenly, Vo speaks up seriously. He gallantly extends an invitation. Would you like to go with me? While she is blushing beet red, Vo calls out Heat's name. The scene shifts to the capital, West. In the middle of a bustling market, the continuous cries of vendors can be heard. We have fine imported spices, imported directly from the south, the capital's famous honey cakes. We also have our house specialty, dragon candy. Hecate's happy face and cheerful tone seem to light up the whole place. You have a meeting nearby tonight, don't you? Volume replied gently. That's right, but I made a few adjustments to make our outing easier. She gently pulled his hand closer. Before that, we can take a stroll through the city. Just the two of us. Suddenly, Volume froze as if he'd noticed something. He immediately grabbed Hecate and pulled her aside to dodge a carriage rushing forward. Wait a moment. The vendor's cries continued to ring out, despite the dangerous situation that had just occurred. Ladies and gentlemen. Next, Volume glanced towards the nearby shadow guards. Of course, when the princess goes out, the guards have to follow. Meanwhile, an oblivious Hecate said, It's okay. He clumsily tried to hide the soldiers in the distance. Volume allowed them to secretly protect Hecate, but this was just too obvious. Volume still asked gently, Are you okay? As if to reassure him, Hecate immediately replied, I'm fine. She shyly changed the subject. So, where are we going now? Hearing this, Vol enthusiastically suggested, If you're up for it, let's take a walk through Westel Academy. The next second, Hecate gently tugged on his sleeve in agreement. Whatever you want. I'm fine with it. Were either of us former students at Westel? As he walked her down the path, he explained, No, we weren't. Over there is the statue of Lord Nicolo. All right, scene changed to the ancient forest. From the branch of an ancient tree, Wind's voice rang out, This is far enough. Begin observation. The elves under his command immediately obeyed. Understood. While waiting, Wind thought worriedly, Lately, the monsters have suddenly become unusually Damn it. Right after, a soldier appeared and called out, Captain, he urgently inquired about the situation. What's the status? The soldier recalled what he had just seen and reported, a layer of fog, a thick one is passing through here. I've never encountered a fog this dense before. We've asked the lesser spirits of the forest, but none of them know where this fog came from. Just from that description, Wind knew what it was, the rain fog, something that can create illusions and stimulate the primal fears of spirits. This feeling, it's unmistakable. Everyone, retreat now. As soon as he finished speaking, other soldiers screamed in fear. We're dead. We're under attack. The monsters are here. From the tree branch, Wind urgently shouted, They're here. Everyone, evacuate the village now. Amidst the smoke and fire of battle, he didn't forget to yell out the order. Prioritize the children and women. Everyone, protect each other. Despite this, the desperate cries of the elves in the village continued to echo. Help. It turns out Hypnos was the mastermind behind all this. He laughed loudly as if extremely pleased. This brutal scene is truly magnificent. Then, Hypnos gave a chilling smile. Soon, Tartarus will open. Those little monsters are just the beginning. Soon, these ceiling pillars will all shatter. After that, the real monsters will pour out. Monsters comparable to the destructive titans. He exclaimed with excitement. The view from Ender is a sight to behold. In just a few more moments, this entire kingdom will be engulfed in a sea of flames. Amidst the fierce battle, Hypnos roared with glee. How interesting! This is so exciting. By then, the sunset was casting its rays down to the capital city of West. While standing on a high balcony enjoying the view with Hecate, Voss thought to himself, Is it almost time? He smiled, but his mind was in turmoil. This is a huge milestone in my life. Images from the past kept flashing before his eyes. Humanity's degeneration was drawing ever closer. The knowledge about humanity's ancient stone pedestal that I accidentally overheard from the future will help humanity now. What should I do now? What kind of future should I aim for now? A moment later, Hecate gently turned and asked, Honey, what are you thinking about that's making you so pensive? Not wanting to worry her, Voss smiled and replied, I was just thinking about the path I've chosen. wondering if I can do better in the future. Hearing this, Heket rested her chin on her hand and asked in return, "Do you know why the king granted you this city?" This sudden question made him hesitate for a moment. He didn't really pay attention to it. Then, she gently explained, "In today's society, wealth and power are very important, but the true essence of core strength lies in people. This academy will gradually nurture future generations of leaders for the kingdom. The king wants to guide your future." As she said this, Heket slowly touched Vass's face as if to comfort him. "Are you worried about the future?" she affirmed. "Don't worry. I will always be by your side." Heket's words calmed him down a lot. Heket, under the beautiful sunset, the two of them shared a sweet and understanding kiss of love. Just then, the hurried footsteps of a messenger rang out. He rushed in front of Vass and Heket. "Baron Vass Duimon, the royal family has issued a decree for you." He became even more curious and immediately opened the letter. What urgent news could there be at this hour? As soon as he finished reading, Vass's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing his surprised expression, Heket came closer and asked, "What does the letter say, honey?" Vass's tone became more serious than ever. "All mages of master level and above or light mages of the 6th circle must return to the palace immediately. Has the war started?" "Heket, something serious is happening at the palace. We have to go back there right away. I'll prepare a carriage for you." Heket immediately refused decisively. "No, don't worry about me. Hurry back to the palace." Vass worriedly gripped her hand. "But how can I leave you behind with the responsibility of a princess?" Heket explained solemnly. "The safety of the kingdom must always be prioritized over love. You should go. The kingdom needs you." Although he was uneasy, he had to agree with her. "Then, I'll be going. You take care." Immediately, Vass shot off like a flash of lightning. After he left, Heket finally spoke her true feelings. "You've taken up so much of my time. I've spent my entire youth waiting and worrying about you." Suddenly, she sighed sadly. "I can't do anything to help you. That is the fate of a woman who loves a hero." Back at the palace where the 6th circle mages were gathering, fortunately, Vass arrived just in time. "Phew, I was almost late." He quickly looked around. This place is full of big shots." Through his words, the three of them, Dariat, Melville, and Alan, also appeared here. With this kind of force, even Nicolo and Emilia were at the table. They could completely destroy an entire kingdom. Vass couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world is happening? At the same time, an announcement rang out. The king is arriving." Alfonso spoke as soon as he entered, dispensing with formalities. "Everyone, remain seated. In this situation, there's no need for any ceremony." Without hesitation, he sat at the table and spoke. "This meeting is being held because the kingdom has encountered an unprecedented situation. It's better to let these two clans explain. I have made a special arrangement for them. Bring them in." Ross's attention was immediately captured. As they entered, he recognized the elf and the dwarf. The next moment, he politely bowed in greeting. "I am the first protector of the Wistoria tribe. Greetings, King Andean." Aslan Elmares did the same. The underworld dwarf clan greets King Andean. Seeing this, the mages in the stands began to murmur amongst themselves. The elf and dwarf clans actually came here together? The Great Forest and the underworld are both in the southwest, right? Did something happen? As if understanding their curiosity, Alfonso calmly began to speak. "Let me show you all what I have witnessed." In a flash, Mayers took out an item. This is a newly invented artifact from the underworld. It can project recorded images. The scene that appeared through the artifact horrified everyone. Monsters. Sitting next to Ross was Unsen, who spoke up. "There must be at least 10,000 of them." He silently agreed with that estimate. A moment later, Aslan said gravely, "Suddenly, a horde of monsters attacked the Great Forest, driving us, the fairies of the tribe, out of the Great Forest." The sad voice of Myers also rang out. "They even invaded the Red Canyon of the underworld. We don't know why this is happening." Immediately, Ross stood up. "Your Majesty." Alfonso quickly gave his permission. "Count Ross, if you have an opinion, speak." Without hesitation, he began to list the illogical points of this situation. "There is something strange here. The number of monsters is abnormally high, Your Majesty. Even if all the monsters in the forest gathered together, there wouldn't be this many." Melv rested his chin on his hand, full of curiosity. "So where did this horde of monsters come from?" The next second, Dariat also offered a speculation. "Did a summoning gate appear?" Emilia also made an observation. "These monsters are quite a handful." The young girl pointed at a monster on the screen. But these monsters are all species that went extinct 10,000 years ago. At that moment, both of them spoke out in unison. King, he respectfully pleaded as the first protector of the Wistoria tribe and the representative of the Great Forest. I beg you to protect our homeland. In a flash, the other continued, I am the same. As the master of the underworld, I ask you to protect our Red Canyon. From the throne, Alfonso quickly stepped down. Stand up, my brothers. Suddenly, there appeared an innumerable horde of monsters. His eyes widened, as if he had made a decision. We don't even know where they came from. If we don't proactively control them, they will surely cause unimaginable damage. Then, Alfonso issued a command in a solemn voice. In the name of the King of Andy, I order you to help the Great Forest and the underworld. You must ensure that not a single monster escapes my control. The mages immediately responded in unison, as the king commands. At this moment, Ras thought to himself, the fate of this world is about to end. All that's left is for me to walk my own path. In front of a gate, Dariat held his face in his hands. A voice filled with a hint of regret spoke up. I truly wish I could join this battle, but I have to stay here to protect the people and this entire kingdom. Hubert smiled reassuringly. It's all right. Unsen placed a hand on his chest, smiling. He said with a firm voice, you can trust us. We'll wipe them out, leaving not a single one. Darius sighed, her eyes filled with a bit of worry, and spoke, I have great faith in everyone's strength, but on this battlefield, all it takes is a single stray arrow to kill someone, so I can't help but worry. She stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder, worriedly, looking up as her voice, Dariat's voice, lowered. But I'm especially worried about this kid. This is your first time participating on the front lines, so be careful. It will be completely different from the battles you've experienced before. Vo smiled and said reassuringly, Yes, master, don't worry. Although he appeared calm on the outside, he thought to himself, in my past life, I fought constantly, so I'm not that nervous. Dariat smiled, a helpless look in her eyes, silently scolding him in her mind. This kid. Honestly. She watched Vo's retreating figure and was reminded of someone, causing the hand on his shoulder to tremble. Dariat thought to herself, if they were still alive, they would surely be just as brave. Vo, confused, asked softly, causing the others there to also look back at their master. Dariat pulled her hand back, closed her eyes, and gave a self-deprecating smile, reassuring them, it's nothing. I'm being silly. She looked up and said in a slow voice, come back safely, I'll always be waiting here. Dariat watched her disciples step into the portal, continuing, oh, my beloved disciples. Hearing this, they all broke into a smile. They replied in unison, understood, master. On the other side of the portal, Niccolo smiled and asked, has everyone arrived yet? Niccolo Machiavelli, the commander-in-chief of the Golden Tower. From the portal, Vo and the others emerged. Seeing them, Niccolo asked, is that everyone? Vo suddenly noticed something, while Unsen was still reporting. The commander of the Spear Tower and the people from the White Tower haven't arrived yet. I think this portal is about to reach its limit. Vo walked over and called out, Aslan. Hearing his name, he looked up, and upon recognizing the person, he asked in confusion, what is it, Sir Vo? He calmly voiced his question. Well, I wanted to ask something. Do you know Lady Elo of the AS tribe? Aslan was startled, his eyes wide with astonishment, his voice filled with disbelief. How do you know Lady Elo? Vo looked at him and noted internally, that jet-black hair and that eye color. Aslan smiled, his whole body radiating a warm light, and grabbed Vo's hand, his voice full of gratitude. Sir Vo, are you the one who saved Lady Elo and her entire clan? Vo was startled by Aslan's enthusiasm and said, you two must be very close. He smiled and explained, Of course, although we are not from the same tribe, she is the protector of the allied tribes. Vo's eyes widened. In astonishment, the protector? He recalled Elo, thinking, a protector not just for the AS tribe, but for all the elves. I never expected Lady Ilo to be that incredible. Is it because she awakened the dragon tribe's power? Vo looked up and asked him, is she all right? Aslan hesitated before replying, I'm not sure. I'm not certain. When I left the forest, she was still on the front lines. Vo put a hand to his face, his expression somber, feeling a surge of worry. So she was still safe 5 days ago. I need to get there as fast as possible. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It's been a while, hasn't it? As a group of people emerged from the portal. The man walking behind was Aslan Pet, the representative of the Merchant Tower. The woman in front of him was Oliver, the representative of the White Tower, and the one leading the way was Amelia Merwin, the holy hand of the White Tower. The young girl yawned and exclaimed, "This is insane." Vaux turned his head toward the newcomers, thinking to himself that half of the kingdom's forces were gathered here. He couldn't imagine them losing. They stood in a circle, and Niccolo summoned a map. His voice was decisive. "Let's analyze this quickly." They stared intently at the map, as one person began to analyze. The center of the elf tribe has been confirmed to have moved to the southeast, the Great Forest, the Red Canyon. They could also be intercepted by monsters during their move. Hearing this, the others widened their eyes in surprise. Amelia, with her eyes closed sleepily, began to explain, "And it'll be at least another 10 days before the 5th and 7th legions arrive, because moving such a large force takes a lot of time." Niccolo then chimed in, his gaze stern, his voice clear and resolute. "Our mission is to lure the monsters into the Great Forest while the elf tribe relocates. We have 2 days. Day 1 to the border, Day 2 to the center of the elf tribe. And on the 3rd day, we must complete the mission. Can everyone do it?" Without any signal, all of them rushed forward together, responding in unison, "Of course." As night fell, the moonlight cast a serene atmosphere. They all continued to race towards the mountain range. They kept moving like a relentless wind, never stopping. Amelia's expression grew grim, as if she had noticed something. She suddenly stopped, raising her hand to give a command. "Everyone, halt." She raised a hand to cover her nose, her voice low. "I smell blood, and it's getting stronger and stronger." Niccolo looked up worriedly, startling Aslan as he spoke. "We've barely started, and there's already trouble. We're still a long way from the center of the elf tribe." Amelia hovered in the air, assessing the situation before giving an order. "From now on, we need to split up. The spirit masters from the fire tower, follow me." Niccolo also went with the young girl, adding, "The rest of you will go through the rocky mountain path." UN, standing below, also began to act, giving the command, "Let's go." The people behind him heard and responded in unison. Suddenly, they leaped powerfully into the air. Vaux rushed along with them, calling out, "Brother." UN understood his meaning and ordered them to go straight through the mountains. They leaped and landed on top of a mountain range. Everyone froze at the sight before them. Thousands of monsters were tearing each other apart. The bird people were still continuously fighting back against the monsters. They encouraged each other in unison, throwing rocks at their heads, just a little more. Even the injured elves still raised their bows towards the horde of monsters, shouting, "Aim for their heads, shoot, guardian spirits, hang in there." The people in the battle were still actively participating. They charged towards the monsters with large hammers. A voice filled with indignation rang out, "Die, you stinking monsters. I'll smash your heads in." Vaux stood outside the battle, looking on with a frown, thinking to himself, "This group isn't enough to compare to Hydra's monster army, but it's truly astonishing." Niccolo watched the scene before him, gritting his teeth in anger. Then his entire body erupted with power, stomping the ground and causing it to crack wide open. The ground trembled from Niccolo's strength, as he used all strength to lift the newly cracked chunks of earth into the air. Then Niccolo directed them towards the monsters, shouting, "Die." Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled around where Niccolo and the others stood, putting him on high alert. It was gathering. Amelia, with a cold and emotionless expression, controlled the wind. The monsters also paused at this moment, looking up at the sky in confusion, where a vortex created by Amelia was gradually forming. The monsters' eyes widened in utter shock as a vortex materialized before them. The vortex grew larger, sweeping away the surrounding monsters, causing Jasso, who was watching from the sidelines, to think to himself, "That's insane." He looked at Niccolo, whose face was filled with rage, his eyes stern, and thought, "This is it." Jasso glanced over at Amelia. Her entire being radiated a terrifying killing intent, which made him marvel at the power of a saint from one of the royal towers. Suddenly, Unsen approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice cutting through his thoughts. "We can't just stand by and watch, can we? Right?" Hearing this, Jasso smiled back and said, "I'm ready. Let's get him." A massive surge of power suddenly enveloped his body. Jasso created a massive energy sphere, causing the monsters to freeze in terror. One of the warriors in the battle recognized something and shouted joyfully, "Andy, that's a mage from Andion." Aslan and Mayers succeeded. "We're saved." Jasso swung his arm down, his eyes radiating killing intent as he commanded, "Die." The monsters, still clueless about the situation, stared blankly at the scene before them. Before they had a chance to escape, Jasso's energy sphere shot down toward the monsters. The energy sphere crashed down, creating a massive explosion that annihilated all the monsters. Under the mystical moonlight, in the great Shuilin forest, where ethereal purple mists shrouded everything. Deep inside the great Shuilin forest, a lone figure sat amidst the trees. Brios's eyes narrowed, filled with killing intent. He sat in solitude, his body tense and his bloodshot eyes staring up at the sky. Back on the battlefield, all the monsters were frozen solid. A voice rang out, "Hill Blizzard!" and stood on a mountain range, looking down at the horde of monsters that had been frozen by his power. Amelia raised her hand to the sky, her face cold as she unleashed her power. She shouted, summoning bolts of lightning to strike the monsters, forcing them to flee. Lightning storm. The monsters began to scream in agony as they were annihilated. Niccolo, with a grim expression, used his power over the earth to destroy thousands of monsters. Spears of Tartus. Jasso stood on a cliff overlooking the battle. As Unsen remarked in awe, "This is the first time I've ever seen a magical bombardment on this massive scale. There's no room to even move. I guess we'll have to redraw the map after this battle is over." Hubert spoke hesitantly while observing the scene, but as he watched the number of monsters continue to rise without end, he continued, "The number of magical beasts isn't decreasing at all. Furthermore, if large-scale spells of different attributes are combined like this, even as the others in the battle continuously destroyed the monsters, it led Hubert to conclude from his vantage point, it will eventually cause damage to our own forces." Jasso, who overheard him, gritted his teeth anxiously and looked toward the battle, thinking to himself, "He's right. The line between the magical beasts and our forces has collapsed. Any more large-scale magic would be overkill." Unsen jumped down along with Hubert. Unsen called out, "Sir Niccolo." Niccolo seemed to understand what he meant, immediately replied, "All right." The others' eyes grew grim as they heard his command. Entering an all-out war, Vell heard this and frowned, his eyes blazing red, his lips pressed tightly in anger. Suddenly, Niccolo leaped powerfully into the air. Then he landed in front of them and spoke. All of their members charged towards the monsters upon hearing Niccolo's command. "Attack!" Vell dashed towards the horde of monsters upon hearing the command. As he charged, he thought to himself, "This will be a prolonged battle, so I need to use my mana efficiently." Maximum autonomous dragonification, gathering mana along with his thoughts. He closed his eyes and extended his hand, focusing his mana, creating two small yellow and blue orbs, manifesting them into the physical world. Then Zas dashed towards the monster, slicing it into multiple pieces. On the other side, Amelia and Niccolo were also using their powers to attack the monsters. Elsewhere, Alan used his power, rushing towards the horde of monsters and freezing them. A fierce battle continued to rage on as they kept eliminating the monsters. Arn drew her bow, frowning as she focused her power into the arrow. Then she fired the arrow at a monster, destroying it. The others also continued to destroy the monsters. The sun gradually rose higher, its morning rays casting a golden glow over everything, dispelling the night's mist that still lingered. Oliver, covered in wounds, wearily swung her arm to use her power. She swung her arm, controlling her power, to slash at a monster. Suddenly, from behind Oliver, a monster unexpectedly leaped out, startling her, before she could react. Then, a flash of light shot straight towards that monster, destroying it before it could do anything. Vell ran towards her, asking worriedly, "Lady Oliver, are you all right?" Oliver, grateful, walked towards him and replied, "Thank you, Sir Zas." She was exhausted, her gaze shifting to the monsters as she spoke in confusion. "Even if we kill them, their numbers don't decrease. Where on earth are they coming from?" Zas's face was grim as he frowned and thought to himself, "At this rate, this will never end. What are we supposed to do?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing the attention of everyone. The sun. Yihi pointed to the sky, his eyes shining with hope. He announced, "The sun is rising." Hearing this, Dorin also offered encouragement, "Just hold on a little longer." An elf standing nearby was also praying, "Spirit of the wind, please grant us strength." Unen spoke up in confusion, "What's wrong with everyone? What does the sunrise have to do with anything?" Hubert, who was leaning against something, also spoke with bewilderment. "These demonic beasts aren't zombies, so there's no reason they would change when the sun rises." Hubert's eyes widened as he looked at the monster in front of him, which had stopped attacking and was looking towards the sun. Then, to the astonishment of everyone else, the monsters immediately began to retreat. Vol's eyes widened in shock, his mind filled with confusion. These things are retreating. Could the sun be their weakness? Emilia asked, confused. Why is that happening? Nicolo stared at the scene in amazement, unsure how to answer, and replied, I don't know the full situation, but when the sun is high in the sky, the morning sunbeams began to cast a golden glow over everything, dispelling the night's mist. He continued, for now, it's a relief. After all the monsters had left, the people there took the opportunity to help heal each other. Someone spoke up, I'll heal you right away, so just hang in there a little longer. A person approached Zos and the others. Another person was standing. A grateful voice rang out. Thank you. The one who approached them was Erin, the representative of the elves. She smiled, her warm voice echoing, thanks to the heroes of Andy, we were able to survive the night. Another person, I, the representative of the dwarves, spoke in a deep but grateful voice. The dwarves will absolutely never forget this kindness. We are truly grateful to the CBO. The chief of the Fit tribe, standing beside them, also spoke up. The Fit will remember this day until the day that all the feathers of our lineage have fallen. Nicolo smiled and approached them, replying formally, we were just helping our allies, that's all. It was the natural thing to do. Besides, he glanced towards the monster corpses, voicing his confusion. It's really strange. The demonic beasts become stronger and swarm in at night. When dawn breaks, they weaken and retreat. She recalled the monsters relentlessly attacking her people and continued grimly. There's another strange thing. They don't spread out everywhere, but only attack the elves persistently, as if, Arn offered her conclusion, they hate us. Yuzin looked up at them, as if he'd realized something, and then proposed a plan. If that's the case, it means they'll come again tonight. What if we attack during the day when they're weaker? A voice immediately objected. We can't. Wei-Chi lowered his head, frowning, as he explained. Our alliance has just over 5,000 people, and less than half of them are combat-ready soldiers. Hearing this, Emilia offered her opinion. We can only hold out until reinforcements arrive. Seeing this, Nicolo, who was beside them, gave an order. First, after moving the wounded and reorganizing the front lines, we will reconvene to discuss strategy. The others heard the order and replied in unison, yes, sir. Then, Arn suddenly walked over to Joe and asked, Are you Jaemon? He asked in surprise. You know me? Seeing his reaction, Arn politely introduced herself. Come to think of it, I haven't properly introduced myself. I am Arn, leader of the White Ash Elves and one of the Elven Elders. She continued, causing Joe to remember an image of Elo, and realized she was Elo's mother. Arn smiled sweetly, her soft voice ringing out, It's an honor to meet you. This made Joe think to himself, this person is Elo's mother? Arn bowed her head and explained cautiously, I should have welcomed our benefactor with the utmost care, but because of the current situation, I cannot host you properly. Please understand. Joe raised a hand and waved it dismissively, his voice polite. It's all right, but where is Elo now? Arn lowered her head and spoke hesitantly. Elo was here until a few days ago. Arn recounted the last moment she saw Elo, remembering her kind face. Elo had heard news that an elven tribe was isolated and left to save them. She spoke of the danger and misery of the small elves who were struggling to escape the demonic beasts. Many elven tribes couldn't unite because of the surprise attacks from the beasts, and on top of that, they were separated during the retreat. Joe raised a hand to his chin, his face slightly lowered, with worry showing in his eyes. So, that's what happened. She must be safe. Arn encouraged him. Don't worry. She gave a radiant smile, her eyes filled with pride. Because my daughter is very strong. From high above, the sun was slowly disappearing behind the overlapping mountains. The last rays of daylight reflected off the steep cliffs. At the foot of a mountain, a defeated monster lay motionless on the ground. On top of its body were two people from the Fit tribe. They were standing up, and nearby were several others. Good heavens, everyone present was split into two sides, facing each other. Nicolo exclaimed, Is Lord Arn a manor? A series of images of different people with immense power flashed through his mind one by one, and Arn was one of them. The manor now replaces the High Elves, who no longer exist, as the highest-level leader guiding all elven races. It is known that there are only 5 of them, in each century. He showed no sign of surprise, but inwardly he thought, no wonder she's not ordinary. Nicolo suddenly expressed, I never expected to meet a manor of the elven race in my lifetime. Emilia, standing beside him, was also too surprised to form a sentence. It's a true honor to meet you. Seeing the girl's bewildered expression in front of Arn made Zoe just give a wry smile. She must be flustered because she's never treated anyone with such respect, because even though she's an elf, she grew up in the human world. On the other side, Arn bowed to express her attitude towards Amelia. I also don't know human etiquette, so you don't need to be so formal. Please be comfortable. Her action made the young girl startle for a moment. She instinctively bowed her head in response. Nicolo stepped forward to face Arn. He held out his hand to preface his upcoming words. Then I will explain the new strategy from Andy. The first step is to form an encirclement network. He recalled the number of soldiers on the move. The army heading to this place was nearly 60,000 strong, enough to surround the monsters. Amelia moved up alongside Nicolo to continue, but her expression fell slightly. The second step is to annihilate the monsters inside the encirclement network. Amelia's hesitant words had just finished when they startled Arn and Kuber, so that's why we're being cornered. Great Forest. Arn bowed her head, her hair hiding the emotion in her eyes. She just replied softly, the battlefield is shifting from the Red Gorge to the Great Forest. Vat was also just as surprised, and anxiety began to show on his sweaty face. The Great Forest is not just the home of the Elven race, but also a sacred land under the protection of the gods. If the battlefield shifts, the Great Forest will surely be severely damaged. He thought of the forest with its dense green canopy. It would take decades for a forest to fully recover. For a forest the scale of the Great Forest, it would surely take at least over 100 years. Noticing the troubled expressions on Arn and Kuber, Nicolo quickly spoke up. It's difficult to guarantee the extent of the damage, but Andy will actively help rebuild. We will also provide shelter for the Elven race. Arn turned her head, her gaze darkening. Ko looked at her. Neither of them said anything. Arn regained her calm demeanor, though a hint of regret appeared in her eyes. She placed a hand on her chest. It pains me greatly, but there is no other way. Ko, behind her, made the same gesture. Actually, I had also prepared myself. On the other side, Nicolo and Amelia received their agreement, but they weren't happy about it. They bowed their heads in thanks. Thank you for your cooperation. We will do our utmost to ensure the Great Forest suffers as little damage as possible. A voice called out, Commander-in-Chief! All the soldiers looked in the direction a soldier was pointing, towards a creature flying high above. Something is flying this way, they began to murmur. Is it a monster? The sun hasn't dove in. Kibo suddenly realized something was off. No. The approaching creature wasn't a monster, but the soldier who had left with Elo a few days ago. His body was covered in wounds, big and small, and he was constantly spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. A voice recognized him as one of our own, the soldier who went to free the elf tribe a few days ago. That soldier couldn't hold on any longer, lost consciousness, and went into a freefall. Seeing this, Kibo rushed forward and didn't forget to give an order. Are you okay now? Get the medical team, now. Kibo caught the soldier in his arms, who gathered his last bit of strength to difficultly report the news. Lord Sentinel is in danger. Everyone seemed to freeze. Ilo's gentle and graceful face appeared in Russo's mind. He grew worried. Lord Elo. Arn wasn't at ease either. She covered her mouth with both hands as a sense of unease washed over her. Elo. Nicolo quickly turned and made a suggestion to Russo. Lord Russo, he must be in danger. Do you want to form a rescue team? He replied immediately without a moment's hesitation. Yes, of course. Unsen, assessing the situation, stepped forward to Joe's surprise. I'll go too. A reassuring voice spoke up. If you're going, then we can rest assured. Amelia also wanted to help, ordering Oliver, who was beside her. The White Tower's search magic will be useful. Oliver, you go along too. She immediately agreed. Yes. On one side, Arn stood facing Aslan, making a request. Aslan, you're the only one who can help me. Aslan stood up straight, placing his right hand over his chest, a sign of his determination. You don't need to worry. I will definitely bring Lord Ilo back, safe and sound. Behind him were other warriors from the Wistoria tribe. Prayers were uttered, asking for the aid of the spirits to accompany everyone. Shortly after, as the sun began to set and make way for nightfall, shadows flitted past the steep cliffs. Oliver led the group, followed by Joe and Unsen, with Aslan bringing up the rear. They moved together at a rapid pace. Using her abilities, Oliver seemed to sense that something was not right up ahead. She informed everyone behind her as they moved. I've detected movement up ahead. It seems to be a flying monster. What should we do? Receiving the information, Unsen glanced over at Joe, who was moving parallel to him. You just break through as planned. We'll handle it. When they all reached another mountain range, above them a pair of black wings suddenly flashed by. Unsen recognized it in an instant. They're here. In the sky now appeared countless monsters known as rocks, the great monster birds. They seemed to have sensed the presence of others. Aslan also couldn't help but be astonished at the large number of monsters. He immediately gave an order to his soldiers. These creatures that live in the west. How did they get here? Everyone, assume a battle stance. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in midair, and in the blink of an eye, bolts of lightning carrying immense power shot out from that light, aimed straight at the horde of monsters. That terrifying power belonged to Joe. Without a word, he coldly eliminated the obstacles. His eyes were bloodshot as lightning enveloped his body. The bolts continued to strike down relentlessly, causing the struck monsters to free fall through the air. Throughout the entire process, the group's movement never stopped. They continued to speed through the air. The monsters blocking their path were scorched by the powerful lightning bolts and continuously fell. Was dealing with that giant monster really that simple? Oliver was completely astonished by Joel's ability, looking up at her. They were both tower masters just like her, yet the difference was this vast. A loud voice boomed, and right after, a direct blow struck the spot where Vaso and Oliver had just been. Unsen was now fired up, unable to let the youngest handle everything alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful magic attack on the horde of demonic beasts. Under Unsen's fierce assault, explosions continuously erupted in the air. Joel could only watch helplessly, wondering if their eldest brother was a mage or a martial artist. Seriously, despite Unsen's relentless attacks, the demonic beasts didn't retreat. Instead, they swarmed in even greater numbers. They charged forward madly. Unsen was slightly startled. Damn it. Did I attract too much attention? Vaso quickly spoke up. Let's finish this quickly. Arrows from nowhere embedded themselves in the bodies of the demonic beasts, causing them immense pain. They were soldiers under Aslan's command. All of them were in a ready-to-fight stance. Aslan spoke up. Leave this to us. We'll clean up and follow behind. Oliver, Joel, and Unsen immediately moved ahead. They didn't forget to glance back. Unsen shouted, We're counting on you then. See you later. The three of them focused their energy and charged straight ahead. A voice yelled, Full speed ahead. Vaso immediately replied, Yes, sir. A mix of anxiety and hope showed on Vaso's face at that moment. Master Yo, I pray you are safe and sound. Night still blanketed the vast expanse. Elsewhere, the horde of demonic beasts continued to attack the barrier. All the present members of the elf tribe were pouring all their mana into reinforcing the barrier. Outside, the demonic beasts pulled back and then charged forward at high speed. Inside, Elo was reinforcing the barrier with everyone else, but worry had begun to appear on her face. Right now, a growing sense of unease was rising within her. Everyone's mana was starting to run dry. Could they hold out until sunrise? Reinforcements had to arrive. A cracking sound echoed, and Yo reflexively turned to look. The integrity of the barrier was shattered by a demonic beast. The barrier has been breached. Stop them. Immediately after, the barrier was completely shattered by the demonic beasts. They directly attacked the prey right in front of them. A voice screamed, No. Elo raised her bow and focused her power into the arrow she was about to fire. Irus, spirit of the wind, grant me strength. She released the arrow. Woodar. The three of them, Oliver, Unsen, and Joel, were still moving at top speed. Oliver used her abilities to lead the way. Found it. While moving, she turned and announced, I can sense the aura of battle on the other side of the mountain. Unsen immediately replied, Let's hurry. At that moment, Vaso was praying relentlessly, his brow furrowed with worry. Please don't be too late. Back with Ilo, the arrow she fired created a powerful attack that rained down on the demonic beasts. Countless arrows rained down from above, piercing the horde of demonic beasts below. Gustin, Elo successfully saved someone from the sharp fangs of a demonic beast. She turned to remind the girl. Quickly, maintain the barrier. The girl hastily replied, Yes, yes. It seemed like the situation could be salvaged, but screams rang out again as another part of the barrier was broken by the demonic beasts, and they were charging to attack the small elves before them. Help me! The barrier on this side. This has also been breached. Stop it quickly. She had no other choice but to draw her bow and take aim again. Spirit of the wind. Suddenly, Jaso's figure appeared right before her eyes. Elo blushed shyly. Why did my savior's face suddenly appear? It wasn't her hallucination, but Jaso himself, chanting the name of his skill, FW. A great flame erupted, forming a wall of fire right in front of Ilo. The demonic beasts were directly incinerated by the flames. Elo looked up, her eyes filled with hope, and the tense expression on her face was replaced by a relieved smile. Vell and Unen descended from above as Elo cried out, Savior! Unsen's eyes were filled with excitement. He held out a fist. Youngest brother, Let me clear the way for you. He merely swung his fist, creating a terrifying force that tore through the air as it shot forward. Seeing this, Jaso didn't forget to turn back and express his thanks. Thanks, oldest brother. Up ahead, Elo was desperately pointing the way for him. Savior, this way. He stopped in front of her and immediately asked about her condition. Lady Elo, are you all right? Elo stood facing him, expressing her gratitude. I'm fine. I don't know how I can ever repay this debt. Jaso turned his head slightly to the side, seemingly avoiding her gaze. As an allied nation's mage, I was only doing what I should. Besides, if you are ready, please take down the barrier. We must break through before the demonic beasts catch up. However, Elo looked over at the other elves who were severely injured, including the children. She hesitated. But if we break through like this, the children will be left behind. Faced with Elo's worry, Jaso remained incredibly calm. He gently reassured her as she watched everyone move inside the barrier. It's all right. Over here, Oliver had already begun to cast her magic. Russell asked, Lady Oliver, can you do it? She cheerfully replied to his question. Of course, Count Jaso. That's why I came here. Oliver amplified her magic and cast it upon all the other elves. I have placed a spell on all members of the elf tribe. Everyone can run quickly without getting exhausted. Ilo also felt her magic and couldn't help but be surprised. My body feels so light. Jaso's team had also arrived to regroup with everyone, just as their combat members were reinforced. Aslan, Elo hurried over to him. I'm so glad to see you again like this. Aslan placed a hand on his chest to show his respect. It is truly a relief that you are safe and sound, Lady Elo. Seeing that the situation was favorable, Unsen immediately assigned positions for the movement. Lady Oliver and the elf tribe in the center. On the left will be the youngest brother. On the right will be Lady Ilo and Lord Aslan. I will take the lead, and I will wipe out all the demonic beasts. After hearing this, Ilo quickly gave the order. Then let's begin. Everyone, take down the barrier. The members of the elf tribe responded in unison. Yes. The night continued to blanket the entire landscape. In another area, Unsen and Jaso moved while focusing on attacking the demonic beasts in their path. He turned back to encourage everyone following behind. We've almost reached our destination. Everyone, hang in there. Unsen looked down at Jaso from above and gave him instructions. Youngest brother, it might be tough, but distribute your mana to the maximum. Even though we've reached the ravine, if we want our forces to join up, we have to clear a path through the demonic beast army. He immediately understood. Yes, before their eyes was a fortress that had been erected at some point, with Nicolo's group fighting monsters on its walls. Aim for the eyes and head. Die. You monsters, smash their skulls. Don't let a single one into the fortress. He looked at Nicolo's divine ability and couldn't help but be amazed. So this is Lord Nicolo's power. To be able to build such a massive fortress wall in just one night? As expected, from up high, Hubert glanced to one side and broke into a radiant smile. Commander-in-Chief, look. Hubert stood on the fortress, looking down at the elven tribe and the relief team, not far from the monsters at the base of the walls. Nicolo, standing beside him, couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, it was a success. Aren, also on the fortress, was overjoyed as she looked down. She cried out, with enthusiasm. He focused magic into his hands. I have to open a path for our hard-pressed allies. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately used both hands to cast his spell. His technique successfully took down a horde of monsters, opening a direct path to where the relief team and the elven tribe were standing. Defense Unsen and Joel stood back to back. Unsen reminded him, Lord Nicolo opened a great path. We have to pour all our remaining mana into one final shot. Are you ready? Joel didn't hesitate. Of course. With that, they both focused on launching a barrage of attacks. Fire v cannon. The attack of the two combined to create a powerful, destructive flame that rained down from above. Unsen and Joel charged forward. Unsen pointed out the target ahead, while Joel didn't forget to encourage everyone, just a little more. On the sturdy fortress, a large opening had appeared. The fortress wall was opened, and one by one, they ran through. Everyone rushed inside the fortress together. Everyone was joyous, with happy smiles on their faces. They had all arrived. Oliver, after having completed her mission, leaned tiredly against a large rock, her expression softening. Arn and Elo hugged each other tightly, both of them laughing and shedding tears of happiness and love. In another corner, Unsen and Joel were sprawled on the ground after completing their mission, Joel wearing a satisfied smile. After the long night ended, the sun had risen high. The first rays of daylight spread out, blanketing the vast fortress. All of us had survived at the foot of the fortress. The corpses of massive monsters lay scattered across the ground, along with pools of blood. A week passed like that, but Satso in front of the fortress was still giving it his all. We were still fighting against the might of the monster army at sunset. He sighed wearily, wiping away the beads of sweat on his face, and dealt with those hiding in the area at sunrise. After going through dramatic battles with the monsters, he saw that more members of the elven tribe had made it to the fortress. Even so, the situation had been brought under control to some extent, and a significant number of the separated elves had been rescued. The happiness and joy of the elven people upon reuniting with their loved ones was clear on their faces. The elven tribe had now gathered about 9,000 people, and among them were quite a few very useful warriors. But then he suddenly remembered something. Now all we need is for the reinforcements to arrive. He quickly leaped up high, ignoring Niccolo's confusion. Lord Satso. Niccolo also jumped up onto the fortress, following closely behind Satso. He wondered, "What is it? More monsters?" He replied, calmly, "No." Below the fortress was a troop of knights, along with 2 commanders from the 5th Legion and the 7th Legion of Andean. The reinforcements had arrived. A new day had dawned. The sky was clear blue with streaks of white clouds, and the sun rising high, casting a brilliant light. All the key figures, along with the commanders of the 2 legions, gathered around a strategy table. Niccolo placed his right hand on his chest to show respect. Both legion commanders have endured a long journey to get here. A voice spoke up. Protecting the people and the country is our natural duty. The 2 commanders were William Luigi, commander of the 5th Legion, and the other was Dual Cruiser, commander of the 7th Legion. Cruiser crossed his arms formally. "We are merely here to do what a soldier must." Niccolo could feel the profound sense of responsibility from the commanders, and he was pleased. "Then we shall begin the strategy meeting for this campaign immediately. On my behalf, Sir Jackal, who is most knowledgeable about the terrain and the demonic beast's forces, will handle the briefing." When his name was called, Jackal raised his hand in greeting and introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. I am Jackal Dumunde." Upon being introduced and seeing Jackal, both legion commanders were extremely surprised. So, this was the renowned young man that the world had been talking about. No wonder he looked extraordinary. Jackal picked up a representative piece from the strategy table and began to outline everyone's mission. "Commander William, the 5th Legion's mission is defense." He recalled the last time they all had to fight the demonic creatures together. The demonic beast army is currently targeting only this location, but no one can be sure when they will invade Andean's territory. On the strategy table, he arranged the pieces and explained, "Therefore, we must immediately form a solid perimeter. Protect the remaining elves in the canyon, while ensuring not a single demonic beast escapes." After that, he looked down and picked up another piece. "Commander Duel, the 7th Legion's mission is to attack." On the strategy board, the pieces were neatly arranged in specific positions. While the 5th Legion blocks their retreat, our forces will launch an all-out assault, driving the demonic beasts toward the Great Forest. He continued his analysis. The Great Forest, where they originated, may hide unforeseen dangers, but this is a mission that must be completed to achieve victory. Hearing his mission, Duel's fighting spirits surged, and he slapped a hand to his chest. "An all-out assault? How exhilarating. Just leave it to me." Once the missions were clearly and specifically assigned, everyone looked down. Niccolo declared, 3 days from now." Jackal stared down intently upon hearing Niccolo's declaration. "For the survival of humanity and the elves, the operation to reclaim the Great Forest will commence." Sometime later, Jackal stood on the fortress wall, looking down at the erected tents, lost in thought. The 5th and 7th Legions are the most elite forces in Andean. With military power rarely seen on the entire continent, no matter how numerous the demonic beasts are, we will definitely not fail. He suddenly turned his head to look back, but then looked down at the vast expanse before him again, sensing a gloomy atmosphere enveloping everything, which made the anxiety within him rise ceaselessly. What is this inexplicable sense of unease? From another corner, when she looked up, she immediately recognized her savior. She looked at his sturdy back and broad shoulders. "I've been so busy, I didn't even realize when his shoulders had become so broad." She remembered the first time she met him and immediately felt the difference compared to now. His height seemed to have increased a bit too. The feeling now was so different from when they first met. Remembering that made her blush with embarrassment. Arn came out of the tent and immediately noticed something about her little daughter. She smiled and looked at her affectionately. "I was just wondering where he went and what he was doing. But then again, it is about that time." Elo was a little surprised when a hand was placed on her shoulder from behind. Arn had somehow appeared right next to her. She looked in the same direction Elo had been staring at, and then offered some advice. "Instead of just watching from afar, why don't you try talking to him?" Her mother's words made her a little embarrassed. Mother Arin turned and placed a hand on Ilo's shoulder, but she just got flustered. No way. He must be very worried about the upcoming battle. Ilo remembered that Joel had another relationship with the Andy royal family, and her face suddenly fell. My savior is already someone connected to the Andy royal family, so it's impossible for me to have feelings for someone like him. Arn cupped her cheeks with both hands and gave her arm a gentle squeeze. Ilo, I know exactly what you're thinking, but don't worry. She then spoke of the fate between Ilo and Joel that she had foreseen. The two of them are bound by a red string. You and Sir Joel are connected by a strong string of fate. Ilo was a little surprised by her words. She asked again, Mother, you've seen my destiny? Faced with Ilo's question, Arn explained it to her. You inherited the blood of the two ancient elf clans who can see into destiny. One day, when you become a menor, you will be able to do it too. She held her daughter's still dazed face, looking her straight in the eye as she reminded her. My daughter, remember these words. Before long, the moment for you to make a choice will come. To Ilo's surprise, she continued, his fate is as cold as the winter wind and as heavy as a mountain. If you want to continue keeping Joel in your heart, you will have to share that fate with him. Another day was coming to an end. The sun slowly sank behind the fortified castle, leaving only the last golden rays of the day. At the foot of the castle, the soldiers and their leaders had fully assembled. Niccolo closed his eyes and sighed softly. This was just the beginning. Everyone together turned in one direction as a voice rang out. According to the plan, the 5th Legion will handle the rear, and we will continue to advance to the Great Forest. Not far away, a horde of demonic beasts was frantically charging. On this side, Joel, Unsen, and Hubert had already prepared their magic, ready for any situation. The entire army, with Niccolo leading the soldiers, charged to attack the demonic beasts and shouted, Attack! Ilo also drew her bow and shot an arrow towards the demonic beasts. Wind arrow. The others also charged forward to attack. Die, you bastards! How do you like the taste of dwarven steel? Alan also joined the battle. He brought the spear in his hand back to prepare to throw it. The spear shot out and impaled the demonic beast that was about to attack Niccolo and Emilia, while they were focused in another direction. Everyone joined forces to fight against the horde of demonic beasts. Waves of attacks were continuously unleashed. Noticing something was wrong, Unsen immediately turned to Hubert and said, Leave this place to me. Ilo, hurry and support the broken defensive line. Hubert immediately understood. Yes, I understand. Elsewhere, Jasso was surrounded by 4 or 5 demonic beasts. He used his mana to create 2 fireballs in his hands. Immediately after, a great flame erupted, successfully incinerating the monsters surrounding him. Inferno, Aslan, Kerr, and the other soldiers were also busy with the demonic beasts. Time passed, and 15 days later, they were at the entrance to the Great Forest. After tireless effort and relentless fighting, they finally reached the Great Forest. The participating soldiers all cheered joyfully. Mission complete. We've reached the entrance to the Great Forest. Among the leaders, Niccolo stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest. I've finally cornered them. Yu looked up, puzzled. Does the priest also feel that way? Jasso was confused. Is that so? Before them now was the entrance to the Great Forest, which was also considered the place regarded as the origin of the monster army. I thought a large number of monsters would be gathered here, but contrary to their thoughts, besides the chilling air, there wasn't a single trace of any demonic beast. But not only were there no monsters, but they couldn't even sense any sign of any living creature. The forest was filled only with dense green canopies layered on top of each other. The deeper they looked, the more they felt a cold and gloomy presence. Moreover, what is this gloomy fog enveloping the forest? Ilo stood beside Arin, worried. Mother, I can't hear the voices of the spirits anymore. She also felt a bit uneasy. Is that so? What on earth has happened here? Niccolo turned to the mother and daughter, Arin and Ilo, to reassure them. Let's wait for the Fit Tribe's scout team to return. They departed yesterday. They should be back soon. They also brought the image projector we developed, so we will be able to get a more detailed picture of the situation. Kerr suddenly pointed to the large wings in the sky. There, our warriors are returning. Images from inside the forest began to appear. Everyone gathered and sat in front of the large screen, replaying the images captured by the recording device from within the forest. Niccolo spoke up. It's the same here. As expected, there are no traces of monsters. Jasso looked at the large screen, wondering, or perhaps, do you have a panoramic document of the Great Forest? Niccolo was also puzzled by his question. Why do you ask that? Jasso pointed at the screen, pointing out the difference he had noticed. The deeper we go, the thicker the black fog becomes. Emilia wondered. The fog is getting thicker? The projector operator from the Fa-Ir tribe added, "That's right, I was about to mention that." With that, he immediately adjusted the image to another point of interest, leaving everyone completely astonished. Take a look at this. This is an image taken from the maximum possible altitude. The screen showed an area enveloped by something massive and dark. Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. "Huh? What is that? What is that darkness?" Arn said sadly. "The beautiful great tree forest. How did it end up like this?" Elo, beside her, seemed to feel immense pity for the beautiful forest. Jaso could also now explain the unease he had felt earlier. "The sense of unease I felt, turns out it was because of that thing? It seems that thing is the cause of this whole incident." The dark fog lay deep within the forest. Perhaps that's the origin of the monster army. Inside that fog is probably the leader of the monsters. On its head, countless blood-red eyes were slowly opening. As those eyes opened, the monster's dangerous aura grew even more terrifying. Nicolo watched the forest through a screen and remarked, "Indeed, a place of this scale could hold hundreds of thousands of monsters. Sir Arin, do you know anything about this?" Arin struck a thoughtful pose. "Perhaps it's related to the legend of the birth of the great moon tree forest." Vell thought, imagining the scenes from the legend in his mind. If it's the legend of the great tree forest's birth, that story took place when the world of the gods was nearing its end. The legend says the great tree forest was born from the protection of the mother goddess of life, Gaia. Nicolo stood up and asked everyone, "So did Gaia create the great tree forest to seal the monster army?" Vell also stood up. "But there are a few points that bother me," he asked. "Why is that?" The boy began to explain to everyone. When Gaia created the great tree forest, many gods still existed. Dealing with the monster army wouldn't have been too difficult. Uan stood by, looking worried, which made the priest hesitate. Joe's expression was just as worried. There's a high probability that what Gaia wanted to hide wasn't the monster army. Emilia, hugging a teddy bear to the side, offered a quick solution. "Then we just have to check it out quickly." The little girl's face became serious. "Commander, you need to form an investigation team immediately." The scene changes to a green forest where someone gives the order to investigate quickly and return before dark. Everyone replied, "Understood." There were 10 members belonging to the special investigation. Uan exclaimed, "A forest with no life force?" Hubert felt the same way. Although the life functions haven't stopped completely, it's truly strange. As everyone moved through the forest, Nicolo signaled, "We've gone in quite deep. Let's rest for a bit." While Yo was resting on a tree trunk, Vell approached. He asked, "Miss Yo, are you all right?" She replied, "Yes, benefactor." Upon seeing Arin surrounded by a green aura, Joe asked curiously, "But what is Sir Arin doing over there?" Elo explained to Joe, "Right now, Mother is communicating with the forest. Specifically, she's trying to talk to the forest spirit." He was surprised. "The forest spirit?" She continued, "Surely, benefactor. You know that besides the 4 main elements, there are many other types of spirits." Vell also knew about spirits. "That's right. Like spirits of lightning, ice, light, and darkness." Then, Elo closed her eyes and summoned her power. The forest spirit is also one of them. However, it's a bit different from ordinary spirits. "Let me show you." Then, a dot of yellow light appeared, surrounded by a green glow. Everyone was surprised by what they were seeing. Hubert spoke up, "Isn't this something we've only ever heard about in stories?" Arn adjusted her glasses in disbelief. "My goodness. To witness the forest spirit with my own eyes like this, it's unbelievable." The spirit appeared with a glowing aura. Everyone thought this spirit was really cute. Vell didn't know how to describe it. "Maybe you could call it a small figure made of earth and leaves?" Hubert thought. "So cute." Suddenly, with sparkling eyes, it spoke. "Benefactor, what do you think?" Vell was curious. "Sir Yo." Alan spoke up. That's Sir Yo's voice. Vole watched everyone playing with the spirits, completely bewildered. A spirit and one's own consciousness coexisting in a single body? But he couldn't sense the spirit's will. Elo carefully explained the curiosity in Rasso's mind. "The spirits of the forest are much smaller than other spirits. This friend is also formed from the combination of countless tiny spirits. Because their will is weak, in order to use their power, they must gather together." He seemed to understand everything. Although the method was different, it was like projecting one's own will to control it. Its overall structure is quite similar to a golem. As the spirit dissipated, Elo spoke up. She closed her eyes, one hand on her forehead. "The forest's condition isn't good either. It's not easy for me to summon a small spirit all by myself." Elo turned and asked, "Mother, did you find anything?" She was so worried she broke out in a sweat. "I've tried many times, but the spirits are terrified." Arn looked up and around. It must be related to the darkness in the center of the forest. Vought also clenched his fists helplessly. What in the world is behind that darkness? Oliver shouted. Go! After that warning, everyone hurriedly left. As Vought moved, he sensed everything. The black mist was growing thicker. Moreover, this mist was gnawing away at our spirits. He remembered the bloody war, feeling fortunate he didn't come here with the 7th Legion. If they had, they probably would have collapsed before they could even act. Oliver stopped. We're here. It was a place with a strange purple glow. Suddenly a black lump fell to the ground. Emilia voiced her guess. This is. Could it be a demonic sealing stone? Nicola was bewildered. How can this thing be here? Then he shouted. Start investigating now. We have to be back before dark, so hurry up. Then, the purple glow, like a bubble, swept through the forest. Everyone was terrified. What is this? What is this powerful tremor? Where is it coming from? Nicolo placed his hand on the ground to feel it. It seems to be from inside the darkness. Then, as if sensing something, Nicolo's face contorted in fear as he warned, Everyone, get back. Next, a huge explosion occurred. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere. A multi-headed monster born from the explosion emerged. Yichi found the scene before him, utterly bizarre. This is absurd, Oliver stammered. A mountain. A mountain? A mountain just rose up. Vell also couldn't believe his eyes. That was. Only Nicolo recognized what it was. That's not a mountain. It's a living creature. He told everyone what that monstrous thing was. That's a hecaton chairs. I can't believe I'm seeing a remnant of the Titanomachy in a place like this. Emilia hugged her teddy bear curiously. Isn't the Titanomachy part of history from the Forgotten Era? The past flooded Nicolo's mind. That's right, the hecaton chairs, a race that once craved to seize dominion over the era. I heard that the dragons borrowed the power of some entity to destroy them. Arn protected Ilo in his arms, and she seemed to realize something. Then the thing that Gaia tried to hide was, her mother spoke. That's right, the Great Forest was originally a kind of prison for it. I never imagined something like this was sealed beneath this place. Nicolo stared into the distance. Not only is it cruel, but it's also a beast that devours all living things. If that thing gets out, it will be an unimaginable catastrophe. A terrifying power with a blinding light pierced through the forest. Everyone joined hands to create a protective barrier for itself. That power was immense. Just its roar alone created this terrifying force. Ilo said to Arian, Mother, I can feel an intense rage in that voice. She also added, It's not just rage, but also a killing intent towards all living things. Joe shouted, We have to stop it. Before us is that enormous monster. We must stop it right here. Joe was determined to succeed. Hypno stood watching from a distant cliff, unable to help but exclaim, How extraordinary. The sight of the monster surprised him. As expected, he makes my imagination seem so trivial. Not a titan, but a hecatonchires? Hypnos laughed strangely in delight. Oh my god. It's truly the second coming of a god. So magnificent. So beautiful. Karen emerged from the blue pit. He said, This is the apocalyptic scene I've always dreamed of. It's truly overwhelming. Hypnos didn't expect him to be here. Karen, why are you here? Karen floated in the air, surrounded by a strange black energy. It's been a while, and your reaction is truly disappointing. I even brought you a gift. At that moment, Hypnos stared intently at the box. So excited, he stammered. Is this? Karen, standing beside him, replied with a hint of pride. That's right. This is the demon sealing pin. It's on a completely different level than the one used in Tartarus. You should thank him, and of course, don't forget to thank me. The demon sealing pin lay in the box, its body covered in strange patterns, emitting a mystical purple glow. After speaking, he put his hands behind his head, turned, and walked away, casually asking, But do you even know what that thing is, that you dared to break its seal? The other man, still focused on the object on the ground, immediately replied, Of course I know. It's from the Hecatoncheires race from the age of the Titans, Karen continued, his voice full of mockery. As expected, you only know one side of the story. His name is Briareos, the legion commander of the Hecatoncheires. He was the one who once pushed the gods to the brink of extinction. At the same time, Russell's group stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. Hypnos's voice continued, filled with glee. The disciples of that woman who deserves to be burned alive are so pitiful. The two of them continued walking, with him carrying the wooden chest containing the demon sealing pin on his back, saying as he went, I should let her know that her disciples have been killed, shouldn't I? Karen let out a soft, deep laugh like the wind sweeping through a chasm. I'm looking forward to it, he continued, his voice growing deeper. However, remember that failure does not mean death. At that moment, a terrifying power erupted, shaking the very fabric of space. Under that immense pressure, the fragments of the seal shattered and flew everywhere, and an excited voice echoed through the tremors. The seal is broken. The monster's giant, glowing red foot took a slow step, each heavy tread shaking the ground. That person spoke again. Everyone, do not be afraid. That person continued, their voice filled with determination. He's weakened after being sealed for so long. No matter what happens, we must stop him here. Immediately after, Emilia unleashed her spiritual power, and a light erupted around her body like a brilliant whirlwind. With a sharp gaze, Emilia looked directly at the enemy and shouted clearly, "Fly, fly, and come to me." The whirlwind of spiritual power immediately rushed forward, grabbing Briareos' shoulder, as her voice echoed through the radiant space, "O great current hidden between heaven and earth." Over on Joe's side, he was startled when he heard it. He heard someone call his name. "Sir Joe, can you hear me?" He replied softly, his gaze wavering slightly. "Sir Niccolo." Just then, Briareos roared in fury, struggling to break free from the spiritual power that bound him. His muscles bulged and tensed as the light from the seal flashed around his colossal body. Immediately after, Emilia's eyes suddenly filled with shock and horror, as if she sensed something terrifying awakening from deep within the spiritual power. Briareos clenched his fists, his entire body tensing, and instantly broke free from his bonds. Oliver frantically ran to Emilia's side, his voice urgent. "Master of the White Tower, are you all right?" She weakly propped herself up and replied softly, "I'm fine." She thought to herself, since he's a legendary entity, I thought this would have an effect. Suddenly, at that very moment, Niccolo dashed forward, sliding swiftly under Briareos' feet, leaving a trail of brilliant golden spiritual power. He apologized for making everyone wait. The ground beneath Briareos' feet suddenly gave way, as if answering Niccolo's echoing call. "O Mother Earth, become quicksand and collapse." Immediately after, he yelled urgently, "Everyone, now is the time." Instantly, the entire group unleashed their powers in a massive assault on the giant before them. Briareos roared in pain, his colossal body thrashing in the mire that was slowly swallowing him. He struggled desperately, his muscles coiling and straining violently to break free from the pull of his restraints. On the other side, Elo and Oliver sat silently in a corner, a brilliant spiritual power radiating from them. Green tendrils slowly sprouted from the ground, swaying with the flow of power. She spoke with a commanding voice, "Arise." In no time, vines and earth twisted together, forming a massive, towering figure. At her summons, the ground trembled violently as layers of bark and stone fused, taking the form of a massive forest monster, the great spirit of the forest. It reached out a massive arm and seized Briareos by the head. He quickly reacted, grabbing the hand, forcing his head down and holding it against his chest. Seeing this, Ichi and Emilia immediately rushed toward the monster. He exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent, now this is worth a shot." Looking at the situation, the young girl was extremely worried and whispered, "No!" Just then, Briareos' two massive hands tightened their grip on the creature's arm. Emilia stared intently, her voice tense. This isn't enough to defeat him. In the blink of an eye, the monster's arm was torn to shreds. Briareos roared in fury, "Stop bothering me, you lowly creatures." Briareos continued to roar furiously, his roars echoing like thunder and shaking the very ground. His eyes were blood-red, blazing and filled with killing intent. A piercing shriek erupted, threatening to shatter their eardrums. Everyone trembled, clutching their ears and screaming in agony and panic. Uwen whipped around in astonishment, his horrified gaze locked on the giant. He stammered, He can talk?" In an instant, the monster before Briareos crumbled into dust. He roared with contempt, "You despicable insects." Briareos' furious eyes blazed as he glared at Niccolo and bellowed, "If you're so eager to be devoured by me, then so be it." Down below, the man sat still, his face showing clear concern, his lips pressed tightly as he let out a few soft coughs. Briareos snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. "I will tear you to pieces and feast on them." Suddenly, a look of satisfaction flashed across Niccolo's face, the corners of his mouth lifting into a knowing smile. He began to speak slowly, but tauntingly. "Hey, it looks like you've forgotten something, haven't you?" Just then, behind Briareos, Vell was concentrating intensely. A torrent of spiritual power billowed from his hand, swirling violently like a fierce vortex about to be unleashed. Niccolo's voice echoed in Ratso's mind. We'll stall for time, so prepare a spell to take him down. It seemed Briarios had sensed the danger. He exclaimed in shock, his voice filled with suspicion. Black hair? At the same time, the streams of spiritual power on his hand swirled relentlessly, gradually coalescing into a weather-based attack as a ring of clouds tightened around it. Then, Ratso activated the lightning vortex. The compressed spiritual power erupted like frantic bolts of lightning, tearing through the air. It shot straight toward its target. Briarios couldn't react in time, and took the full force of the blow. Nicolo couldn't hide his admiration, thinking to himself, to have reached this level in his 20s, having just entered the 6th circle of magic. Emilia smiled, her eyes lighting up with excitement. A thought crossed her mind. The master of the flame tower really does value him. He stood silently, watching the monster before him disappear into a thick cloud of smoke and dust. He tiredly realized the mana consumption was greater than he'd thought. Ratso gritted his teeth, struggling to stay upright as sweat streamed down his pale face. He thought to himself. On top of that, the spell was so powerful that it caused massive collateral damage, and its accuracy suffered as a result. The sight before his eyes left him utterly astonished. A stream of thoughts continued to race through Ratso's mind. But since he took a direct hit, there's no way he's unscathed. And yet, Briarios hadn't fallen. He stood defiantly amidst the smoke and dust, his eyes blazing a furious, blood red. Hubert exclaimed in surprise. He took that hit and he's still on his feet? Unsen added, his durability is beyond imagination. Nicolo's face was tense with worry and deep in thought, but that was the only effective attack so far. If they could just stall for Lord Ratso, even if they couldn't expect to defeat him with a single blow. At that moment, he was utterly terrified, his eyes wide and frozen in shock, unable to speak. Only a single thought echoed in his mind. He's still in that good of a condition? Briarios stared intently at Ratso, his gaze filled with undeniable curiosity. He growled, magic that holds the power of a dragon, and that black hair. What is your relationship to Kim Hun Seong? The question stunned him, leaving him completely shocked. Ratso wondered to himself, Kim Hun Seong, what's that? Is it some kind of artifact? When Ratso didn't answer, the beast clenched his fist, his voice filled with nothing but anger. It doesn't matter. It just brings back unpleasant memories. Briarios instantly swung his fist and roared. Now die! Unsen panicked and immediately dashed forward, screaming, Master, get out of the way! A sense of dread welled up inside him, an intense fear. That thing is dangerous. He was stunned, too shocked to utter a word. Immediately after, everyone charged forward, once again throwing themselves into battle against the giant before them. A ringing filled Ratso's ears, as if all sound had been swallowed whole. He could only see Alenpet's mouth moving but couldn't hear a thing. He thought in confusion, Alenpet? What is he saying? My ears are completely shot. Suddenly, a mouthful of metallic-tasting blood gushed from Ratso's mouth. He coughed, hastily raising a hand to cover it, trying to stop the blood from spilling out. Ratso stared at the fresh blood staining his palm, his face turning pale. His lips trembled as he muttered in fear, I've sustained severe internal injuries. If I had taken a direct hit, I would have been turned to dust. Suddenly, Unen's weak voice came from behind. Master, are you all right? Jiaosuo was startled and turned around, seeing Unen leaning against the corner of the wall, his face pale and his breathing ragged. He called out worriedly, Senior Brother Unen. He coughed wearily a few times, his voice hoarse and broken. That monster is truly terrifying. That was a close call. Just then, from the distance, Wai Chi rushed over, his face frantic, his worried voice calling out, Everyone, are you all right? He immediately turned his head back and shouted urgently, Sir Wai Chi, please help. Senior Brother Unen is seriously injured. He immediately rushed to Unen's side, kneeling to check his wounds. A moment later, Wai Chi frowned, his voice heavy. His condition is too serious. It seems his ribs and chest are all broken. During this time, strength training will be impossible. There will be a significant decrease in his power. At the same time, Nicolo sent a telepathic message, Sir Jiaosuo, are you all right? Jiaosuo immediately replied, his voice calm but still a bit weary. Sir Nicolo, I'm fine, sir. On the other side, he was still, bracing himself against the relentless and powerful attacks from Briareos. Nicolo's voice continued to echo through the telepathic link. Thank goodness. Can you perform that last spell again? If you aim for the wound you already inflicted, I can land a fatal blow. He fell silent, lost in thought, a heavy worry gradually rising in his heart. But it has to be a direct hit, and with my current skill level, I can't control the lightning tornado. At this moment, spiritual power surged around him, shaking the very space. He clenched his fists, raised his hand high, his eyes blazing with burning determination. Why not try another way? Perhaps we can take him down. Niccolo frowned, his voice full of doubt. Another way? Jiao Suo hesitated for a moment, then replied, yes. However, his eyes were filled with determination as he continued clearly, I need more time. Hearing this, he immediately sent a telepathic message to the others. From now on, buy time to protect Sir Jiao Suo. Don't let that thing lay a single finger on Sir Jiao Suo. Without hesitation, everyone answered in unison, yes. Everyone immediately went all out, attacking Briareos to buy more time. He floated in the air, his sharp gaze following every one of the beast's movements, calculating quickly in his mind. From here, the Unen brothers will also be safe, because of the attack's range. I can't go any further. Then, Jiao Suo closed his eyes and channeled his spiritual power, thinking to himself, first, I need to replenish my magic power. That's been depleted. At that very moment, the spiritual power around him fluctuated violently, transforming part of his body into a half-demon. A stream of thoughts echoed unceasingly in Jiao Suo's mind. He envisioned a single blow to finish that creature, once and for all. The spear of the gods that pierces all things. Gramas. Seeing the transformation before him, Briareos panicked, exclaiming in shock, You. So, you're the descendant of Kim Hun Song and that witch. Just a moment later, the beast roared, furiously, charging straight at Jiao Suo, its aura flaring as if to devour its opponent. Briareos charged forward like a whirlwind of fury, roaring loudly, I'll tear you to pieces and kill you. Suddenly, Emilia's voice rang out, decisive and cold. No, you're not going anywhere. Streams of her azure spiritual power poured out, wrapping tightly around the beast's legs. After Emilia's shout, Hubert and Oliver quickly seized the opportunity and rushed towards Briareos. At that very moment, he immediately unleashed his attack, Spark of Prometheus. She was not far behind, swiftly casting atmospheric wave. Niccolo also quickly unleashed their spiritual power towards the giant monster. A resolute voice rang out, We must protect Lord Raxo. Let's give it our all to bind him. Wave after wave of relentless attacks came crashing down like a storm, leaving Briareos with no time to react. He roared in agony, struggling frantically. Alan was no less fierce, his eyes burning with determination, as he shouted and unleashed his ice-freezing spell. On the other side, Yo knelt on the ground, continuously pouring out her power, as streams of spiritual energy surged and brilliantly illuminated a corner of the sky. She pleaded earnestly, Oh, spirit of the green forest, please grant me strength. Instantly, giant tree roots burst from the ground, rushing to bind Briareos tightly. But at this moment, Niccolo seemed to have surpassed his limit. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and a deep worry grew in his heart, having continuously used grand magic that left everyone exhausted. The appointed time was still far off. The giant monster shrieked in pain, its eyes blazing with fury. You insects! Briareos roared angrily, swinging its fists wildly at them like a crazed beast. Get lost! It bellowed, unleashing its power. Streams of spiritual energy swirled up from its fists, spinning violently like a whirlwind. Just a moment later, a massive blast of spiritual power shot straight towards Raxo like a finishing blow. Briareos shouted with glee, It's over! At the same time, the boy still had his eyes closed, focusing on gathering power, completely unaware of the danger right in front of him. Niccolo cried out in alarm, Ah, it's collapsing! Alan lay defeated on the ground, his body completely drained. He struggled to lift his head, crying out helplessly, Lord Raxo. At that moment, Yo trembled with fear, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. In a panic, she screamed in despair, Savior! Images from the past flashed through Yo's mind. She made a silent resolve in her heart. He has always protected me. This time, it's my turn to protect him. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I must stop that attack. Yo tremblingly raised her hand towards Raxo, her eyes filled with desperation. In her heart, she could only pray, clinging to the last shred of hope. Someone, please grant me strength. Suddenly, everything before Yo's eyes seemed to stop, and all fell silent. She whispered, stunned, in amazement, Has time stopped? Then, from the ground, a circle of spiritual light suddenly appeared. From within the brilliant halo of spiritual power, a woman slowly emerged, her figure graceful, her gaze gentle yet majestic. She spoke softly, You have possessed that power for a long time. You just haven't accepted it yet. The woman smiled gently and leaned down, her profound gaze seeming to see into the very depths of her soul. "You know what power you possess, don't you?" Her voice continued, gentle and deep. "To completely make the dragon's power your own, you must accept the fate that comes with it. If you accept a life as both an elf and a half-dragon, you will no longer be able to live as you did before." Yo's gaze was fixed on the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly, fear evident in her every breath. She softly uttered, as if whispering to herself, "Fate." A moment later, Yo clenched her fists, her lips pressed together in determination. She gritted her teeth, raised her head, her eyes shining with resolve. "If I can save my savior, I will accept that power." As soon as Yo finished speaking, a brilliant surge of spiritual power flared up, enveloping the woman. She spoke softly, "I knew you would make this choice." The moment the light faded, time resumed, and everything continued. Moving, Hubert looked at Jaso in a panic, his trembling voice shouting, "Master!" But at that moment, he was still immersed in his transformation, showing no reaction at all. Suddenly, an object shot forward, blocking the path right in front of Jaso, colliding violently with Briarios's attack. A deafening explosion roared, and a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowed up, completely obscuring the view. The man's bloodshot red eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The scene before him left Briarios speechless, unable to utter a word. Just then, a colossal dragon emerged from the smoke, majestically shielding him, its eyes blazing as it stared intently at the man. Nicolo stammered in amazement, "A dragon!" Emilia was also stunned, her trembling voice adding, "Something last seen 700 years ago. I can't believe we're seeing it here." Arn was terrified, his face filled with worry, and he whispered, "What?" Briarios's fiery red eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth and growled, "A cursed female lizard." Right after that, Briarios raised his fist and charged straight at the dragon, roaring furiously, "Don't you dare get in my way." At that moment, a dazzling light began to glow from the dragon's mouth, condensing as if preparing to unleash a terrifying power. It looked directly at the giant before it, its deep voice echoing, "Even after 1,000 years, your violent nature hasn't changed a bit." Then, the dragon opened its mouth and unleashed its attack, a dragon's breath. A massive pillar of light shot out, hitting Briarios head-on. He raised his hands to block it, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You've gotten a lot weaker, too." Briarios decisively moved forward, his threatening voice booming. "First, I'll tear off your wings." He closed in on his enemy, his killing intent surging, and growled furiously. "Then I'll eat your heart raw." Suddenly, the dragon vanished right before Briarios's eyes, causing him to exclaim in shock, "What?" From within a faint glow, the figure of Ilo descended, her hair flowing in the wind, her voice as light as a breeze. "It seems this is my stop, but that doesn't matter." Her eyes were filled with joy as she said triumphantly, "Because I've fulfilled my role." At that moment, Jaso's voice rang out, "Oh, divine power that pierces through even a moment. Come to my hand right now." Gramas and Alan looked up at the sky, exclaiming in surprise, "Whoa, what incredible heat." Hubert also muttered softly, "In a tropical forest, to have heat like a desert." Emilia spoke in a daze. "It was certainly enough to buy some time." Nicolo's eyes widened in astonishment as he said, "Unbelievable. That's the magic of a 6th-level mage." At this point, he seemed to have completed his transformation, a swirling crimson spiritual power enveloping Jaso, radiating an overwhelming force. He continued speaking, "If that power wasn't bound in the form of a spear, this tropical forest would have vanished without a trace." Briarios stumbled back in panic, his bloodshot eyes wavering violently as he mumbled, "What? Am I afraid?" Just an instant later, Briarios went berserk, his eyes blazing, sharp and furious. He roared in anger, "No way. I am Briarios, the Legion commander of the giant gods." At the same time, he decisively hurled the crimson spear towards the enemy before him, a streak of light tearing through space with immense power. Briarios immediately leaned back to dodge, his massive body moving with incredible speed as the spear's light grazed past him. Briarios was overjoyed, laughing loudly, his eyes gleaming with victory as if he had already secured the outcome, his voice full of arrogance, "It's over." But just then, he was already right in front of him. Briarios cried out in alarm, "Asterisk, asterisk. Huh? Since when? Asterisk, asterisk." Right after that, Vaso struck decisively. Aras's sewing machine strike. A massive beam of light immediately shot straight towards Briarios, piercing directly into his chest, penetrating his steel-like skin and causing his colossal body to freeze in mid-air. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, A telepathic voice filled with astonishment, trembling as if it had just realized something far beyond its expectations. Asterisk asterisk. Grahamat is the god-slaying demon eye asterisk asterisk. Massive. In just an instant, a huge hole appeared in the middle of Briarios's chest, and he let out a terrible, agonized scream, his eyes constricting as his pupils trembled as if they were about to shatter. He coughed, black blood spurting from his mouth as he choked out his words. Asterisk asterisk. Sealed for 1,000 years. What misery. Asterisk asterisk. Then, Briarios's entire colossal body crashed to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently as a thick cloud of dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring all vision. At that moment, Vaso couldn't hold on any longer either, his entire body doubling over as blood poured from his mouth. He thought to himself, asterisk asterisk. The backlash is terrifying. This magic is truly too much asterisk 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 for me to handle. Asterisk asterisk. Vaso's body lost all its strength, and he began to fall freely through the air. Even though he had fallen unconscious, a faint, satisfied smile still graced the corners of his lips. In his subconscious, his voice echoed, asterisk asterisk. But even so, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk, I was able to protect everyone asterisk asterisk. Just then, a notification message appeared on the system. Asterisk asterisk. You have complete asterisk asterisk. Your reward is a scene transition asterisk asterisk. Vaso lay quietly in bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages, his face pale as he slept deeply. Suddenly, Vaso's eyes twitched slightly, his eyelashes trembling as if fighting against the weight of his deep slumber. A moment later, his eyelids fluttered open. Vaso slowly sat up, every small movement sending a sharp pain through his body, and he whispered, his voice hoarse, asterisk asterisk, this pain, asterisk asterisk. Just then, Ilo entered with a basin of water in her hands, exclaiming joyfully, asterisk asterisk benefactor, you're awake. Asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk. She slowly walked to the bedside, her eyes shining with a mixture of gentleness and concern. Vaso sat leaning against the headboard and asked urgently, asterisk asterisk, is everyone else okay? Asterisk asterisk. Ilo quickly replied, asterisk asterisk, yes, Sir Unsen will need more time asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk to recover, but the others have almost fully healed asterisk asterisk. The painful images from the battle suddenly flooded back into his mind. Vaso smiled in relief, and said happily, asterisk asterisk, is that so? What a relief. Asterisk asterisk. Suddenly she took off the hood of her cloak, and spoke up. Asterisk asterisk, sir, could you take a look at this for me? Asterisk asterisk. Ilo nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze darting towards him before quickly looking away, her cheeks blushing like ripe peaches. She said shyly, asterisk asterisk, that day, asterisk asterisk, asterisk asterisk, I received the power of the dragon, and I realized that we have been bound together by fate. Asterisk. Asterisk. He was momentarily stunned as a vague thought echoed in his mind. Asterisk asterisk. Come to think of it, was the dragon that protected me back then actually Lady Ilo? Asterisk asterisk. Ilo smiled gently and continued. Asterisk asterisk benefactor, do you know what that fate is? Asterisk asterisk. Vaso sighed softly, his shoulders slumping slightly, and answered hesitantly. Asterisk asterisk. I don't know the details either, but if I had to guess. Asterisk asterisk. His voice grew pensive. Asterisk asterisk. Long ago. Asterisk asterisk. The dragon race served the dragon emperor. Perhaps the connection between Lady Ilo and me is similar to that asterisk asterisk. After that, Vaso glanced at the person beside him, his eyes full of concern. He asked worriedly, asterisk asterisk, but are you really okay? After all, you've been asterisk 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 bound to me, and I don't know how the dragon's power will affect you, asterisk asterisk. She smiled cheerfully, her smile gentle and warm like the early spring sun, and said reassuringly, asterisk asterisk. It's not like that. I'm still myself. Still Ilo. It's all. Asterisk. It's simply my choice. At the same time, Ilo's hand gently tightened on the hem of her dress, her heart stirring as she thought to herself. And what's more, Yo looked at Joe's worried face, her gaze softening as a stream of thoughts silently rose within her. Perhaps I've always been waiting for this destiny, whether my benefactor has a partner or not. The one who stays by his side the longest, surely, will still be me. Ilo nervously smoothed her hair, her flustered gaze suggesting she was thinking of something difficult to say. She stammered, so I. How should I address my benefactor? Calling you Dragon Emperor feels a bit too formal, he calmly replied. Just call me whatever you feel is most comfortable with. Ilo bowed her head, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. She shyly spoke up. Then, Master. He was so shocked he did a spit take, his face frozen as if he couldn't process the title she just used. Roussel gave an awkward, dismissive laugh. Why not just call me Roussel? Ilo lowered her head, muttering the name over and over. Russ, Roussel. At that moment, she thought to herself that it sounded much more intimate. A small smile appeared on her lips, her eyes shining brightly. Ilo was happy. She looked up and replied in a gentle voice, All right, then I'll call you Roussel. A while later, Nicolo came to visit him, sitting by his bedside, his expression somber and his voice filled with sincerity. I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, many more people would have been sacrificed. Roussel's eyes quietly observed the man before him, thinking to himself, I heard he's still recovering after depleting his mana. Is he shouldering the responsibilities of a commander-in-chief? He smiled faintly and replied softly, If it were just me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve victory. And besides, Yo continued, his warm voice carrying sincere gratitude. Didn't you also save me, Sir Nicolo? If you still feel indebted, just consider that your way of repaying me. Nicolo let out a soft sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. He lowered his head and spoke slowly. Is that so? Hearing you say that, I'm truly grateful. After a moment of silence, Nicolo asked gently, Have you met and greeted everyone yet? Familiar faces flashed through Russell's mind. One by one they had stopped by, bringing smiles with them, and sincere well wishes. He chuckled and nodded in reply. Yes, thankfully, they've all come to visit me. Hearing this, the man smiled, and said, Then this place must have been quite lively. Get some more rest. After Nicolo left the room, Yo exhaled a long breath and flopped onto the bed, his limbs hanging limply with exhaustion, muttering, That was so tiring. Suddenly, Russell shot up, his eyes gleaming with determination. All right, it's time to get back to work. He pulled out the mask. He silently examined it in his hand, thinking to himself, the third golden mask, obtained after defeating Briareos, helps maintain mental clarity. A stream of thoughts continued to form in Roussel's mind, and it enhances resistance to mental magic. It's especially useful when facing dark mages who use curses and illusions. He continued to think, just like combining it with the first mask which aids in combat calculations, the second mask specializes in defense. The stream of thought in Roussel's head had just finished when the three masks instantly merged, creating a blinding flash of light. He winced in discomfort. He reflexively raised a hand to shield his eyes. I can't wear all three at once, so let's connect them. Just then, the system's voice rang out, announcing, The three masks have merged at a single point, restoring their true form. You have completed the Crown of Solomon. All the powers from the golden masks have now merged into a single entity. When the crown finds its true form, its original power is also enhanced. Vaxor's eyes widened in astonishment, his jaw dropping, thinking to himself, long ago, in the age of myths, the sorcerer King Solomon established the magical empire. His artifact, is it? Truly extraordinary. His gaze was fixed on the crown before him, silently assessing it. But why is it so small? Vaxor asked doubtfully. Could this be a summoned creation? The crown flew playfully around Vaxor as if it had a mind of its own, making him clutch his stomach and burst out laughing. Such an adorable king. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the crown erupted with powerful spiritual energy right above Vaxor's head, a blinding light spreading throughout the space. He grimaced, clutching his head in discomfort, feeling as if something was pressing directly into his mind. Vaxor froze, thinking to himself, What is this feeling? It's as if I've been split in two yet coexist. Immediately after, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Vaxor slowly guided the spiritual energy, feeling the surge of power flowing within his body. A thought echoed in his mind. Could this be? At that moment, he realized his soul was inside the crown, and he thought joyfully, What a miraculous sight. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, forming a faint, meaningful smile. A stream of thoughts appeared in his mind. Just as I thought. There's an entity assisting the calculation process. Vaxor continued to think. A part of my consciousness now exists inside the crown, and it's helping to calculate the equations within the magic circle. He looked in surprise at his blurry reflection on the ground, its face moving out of sync with his body. Vaxor thought to himself, could this be what's called consciousness separation? He broke free from the illusion, his consciousness gradually returning to reality. Vaxor grimaced in discomfort. rubbing his forehead as if he had just endured a long headache. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. All external consciousness has been erased. The crown's function has been reduced corresponding to the lost portion. He was stunned, shocked. Internal consciousness? Vaxor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seems it doesn't just store consciousness, but it's more like a backup. If the mind is tainted by a curse, the backed-up consciousness will overwrite the damaged part, helping to restore the original state. He stared intently at the crown resting in his hand, his eyes flashing with contemplation and interest. Although its application still needs more research, I've at least got a satisfying artifact in my hands. After days of recovery, Vaxor returned to training, his spirit undiminished. Streams of spiritual energy swirled around him, quickly forming a barrage of flaming arrows that shot forward. After Joe's shout, the arrows simultaneously flew towards the target ahead. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying, with smoke and fire billowing high, a rain of fire arrows. Seeing the scene before him, Hubert's eyes widened in surprise, and he softly exclaimed, "He woke up in just 10 days." That in itself was already astonishing. Alan, standing beside him, gently pushed up his glasses, his voice calm but unable to hide his surprise. Not only has his ability to wield magic improved, but his casting speed is also faster than before. Unsen grinned with delight, his eyes crinkling. As expected of my junior, it's all thanks to his diligent training. Then, he slowly walked closer to the boy and continued to speak, saying, "You seem to have recovered, so how about a sparring match? To help with your physical recovery, I won't use any magic," Vatzel replied hesitantly. "I don't mind, but are you sure you're okay?" Uin immediately threw a punch with immense power at the rock in front of him, shattering it like paper. Then he spoke casually. "Yeah, my bones are a little creaky, but I think just landing a few hits on you will pop them back into place." The boy froze for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching as he thought, using physical training to recover? But he's a mage, isn't he? Suddenly, an alarm bell rang out, startling them both. They whipped their heads toward the watchtower, their eyes turning vigilant. Uwen said grimly, "It seems something has happened." Vatzel added, "Most of the remaining monsters have been wiped out, but what on earth is going on?" The two immediately channeled their mana, their bodies lifting slightly off the ground and soaring into the air. The scene before them became clear, causing Vatzel to gasp in shock. Outside the city walls, a group of soldiers on horseback was galloping at full speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the leader's hand, a bright red flag fluttered in the wind. He exclaimed in surprise, "A red flag for an urgent message, and they're using a knight as a messenger?" Wen spoke, his voice filled with worry. Could it be that the Imperial army has invaded? Shortly after, Niccolo urgently gathered everyone. His face was tense, and his eyes showed clear anxiety. His voice was firm but carried a heavy pressure. "Is everyone here? A national emergency has just occurred." Niccolo continued in a serious tone, emphasizing every word. "Grand Duke Bism has finally revealed the ambition he's been hiding for so long." Uwen asked in confusion, his voice full of surprise. "You mean he has invaded Mediman?" Niccolo nodded in response. "That's right." His voice continued. 5 magic towers, including Antigon and Kago, along with the 13th and 21st Legions, have joined forces and are currently attacking the royal capital. Vatzel froze, his eyes wide, a violent shockwave running through him. Antigon, the Red Tower Master loyal to Li, the one who once humiliated my family and father, so he was an accomplice of the Grand Duke all along. If his master hadn't intervened back then, he couldn't help but ask in a panicked voice, "But aren't my master and the Blue Tower Master still in the royal capital? The two of them are still there, so how is this possible?" Niccolo's next answer left everyone utterly stunned. "Missing." He continued, "Both of them have disappeared." Hubert was terrified, his face turned pale, and his panicked eyes showed extreme worry. Master Uwen gritted his teeth in anger, slamming his hand on the table. "Damn it, for this to happen while I was away." Vatzel couldn't believe his ears, his gaze wavered, and his voice cracked with emotion. "There's no way my master could be defeated by them. If that had really happened, the rebels would have surely spread the news everywhere to demoralize our side." Emilia, standing with her arms crossed, her eyes sharp yet thoughtful, spoke clearly amidst the tense atmosphere. "I think so too. Grand Duke Bism must have pulled some kind of trick. They can probably only hold them for a short while." Vatzel looked at Niccolo in shock and asked urgently, "If their target is the throne, then the main issue is the king and the princess." He replied grimly, "His Majesty is protected by Sir Gillen Buon." Niccolo continued, his voice dropping low, his eyes filled with concern. As for the princess, she's being escorted by the royal knights, but if a tower master targets her, I'm afraid it is very dangerous. Hearing these words, he froze, an indescribable fear welling up in his chest. He silently called out, "Hakit!" A man in armor eagerly stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart and pointing to himself. His voice boomed with authority. "I will immediately mobilize the 7th Legion. These rebels, I will," hurriedly waved his hand, his voice reassuring yet stern. "Calm down. I understand how you feel. But even if you were to mobilize the army right now, I'm afraid you wouldn't make it in time." He then asked the man before him, "Sir Huat, what is the fastest way to reach the imperial capital?" The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the ceiling, as if sorting through every possibility in his mind. Using the teleportation gate in the imperial capital would be ideal, but that's most likely impossible. They've certainly taken steps to block any approaching reinforcements, he quickly interjected, his voice urgent. Then the only way is to cross the Red Canyon at top speed and use the teleportation gate at the magic tower near the imperial capital. But no matter how fast we are, it will take at least a full day. Niccolo instantly spun around, his gaze sharp as he ordered sternly, "There's no more time to waste. We leave immediately." Suddenly, Vaso rushed to Niccolo's side, his gaze resolute as he made a clear proposal. "Sir Niccolo, may I return to the imperial capital ahead of everyone?" Niccolo snapped his head around in surprise, his brows furrowed. "What? Do you have a way?" Vaso held out the ring in his hand and said calmly, "The ring of Eros and Psyche. The wielder of the Eros ring can teleport to the wielder of the Psyche ring." Emilia stepped forward, her expression thoughtful, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Vaso, I understand your intention completely, but it would be better if one of us tower masters went instead." "My apologies," Vaso immediately countered. "But I'm the only one who can use this ring. Once it has bonded with a master, it cannot be transferred." Niccolo placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice low but filled with trust. "Very well. His Majesty has Julian protecting him, so I'm entrusting the princess to you." Vaso's gaze locked onto him, and he replied with determination, "Yes, you can count on me." He slipped the ring onto his finger, and in that instant, a blinding light erupted from the gemstone. Vaso's eyes instantly turned a brilliant crimson, his sharp gaze scanning the torrent of mana surging violently from the ring. Just then, a new system notification appeared. Quest: ensure the safety of Princess Hakit Radam. Protect Princess Hakit Radam until the rebellion is completely quelled. Reward. Meanwhile, at the west gate of Geneve Palace, soldiers were fighting for their lives to defend it. A commander's shout echoed through the smoke and flames. "Wipe out the rebels. Do not let them breach the gate." He quickly issued a decisive command. "Move the wounded to the rear lines. Hold the formation." The man's voice continued to ring out across the chaotic battlefield. "Bring more styptics and bandages. Hurry." On another part of the line, a gentle hand rested on the chest of a wounded soldier. He groaned softly, his eyes fluttering open as a woman's gentle voice soothed him. "This is going to hurt, but please bear with it for a moment." It was Thompson. Hakit carefully wrapped a bandage around his wound, her movements both swift and gentle. Thompson's eyes widened, and he whispered weakly, "Your Highness." A moment later, the wound was neatly dressed. Thompson looked at her in disbelief and asked quietly, "Your Highness, how do you know my name?" Hakit offered a small smile and answered calmly, "How could I not? Don't you know? You are not swords to be used once and then thrown away." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. She was startled and immediately whipped around, her eyes filled with tension. "Your Highness." Over at the city gate, the atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring. Soldiers rushed forward, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to sacrifice themselves to protect the country. Amidst the chaotic sounds, a panicked shout rang out, "The city gate has been breached. Hold them back with your lives." Suddenly, the city gate exploded. An earth-shattering boom echoed, as smoke and fire billowed up, painting a corner of the sky, a brilliant red, mixed with agonized screams. A man's figure emerged from the smoke and flames with a completely nonchalant air. He spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Do I really have to step in for something so trivial?" Behind the man was a group of people in cloaks, their faces hidden behind thick fabric. He feigned surprise and said, "Oh, look who we have here." This man was the first disciple of Loi's faction, the Red Tower Master. He smiled provocatively, feigning reverence. "The Red Tower Master, Achilleum, pays his respects to Her Highness, the Princess." Hakit angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth, Achilleum." The man chuckled softly, his voice laced with bitterness and venom. "Now you won't even grant me that title?" She immediately cut him off. That is a title reserved only for those appointed by the royal family. Heike tightened her grip on her sword's hilt, spiritual energy flaring around her body like a blazing fire. She said indignantly, "You have become a traitor. That title is no longer worthy of you." Akalam looked at the sword before him and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that sword is..." His voice continued to echo, "Arendite, the holy sword bestowed by the Lady of the Lake, the sword that once slew the mad fire dragon of old, to have the royal treasured sword right here. Today is truly a lucky day." Immediately after, a group of soldiers rushed forward, standing protectively in front of Heike, with weapons gripped tightly in their hands. One of them spoke resolutely, "Princess, you must leave. We will hold him off." "Hurry!" she cried out in alarm, her voice choked with emotion. "You all." The corners of Achilleum's lips curled up into a cruel smile. "Then rest in peace, Your Highness." In the blink of an eye, streams of crimson spiritual energy shot towards the soldiers like sharp blades, tearing through the air and carrying a chilling, murderous intent that made one's skin crawl. Disregarding the danger, Heike immediately rushed forward like a whirlwind, her spiritual energy exploding around her as her sword glowed brightly and the soldiers shouted in fear, "Your Highness!" At that moment, only one thought echoed in Heike's mind, "I'm sorry, my beloved." She swung her sword and charged into battle, fighting for her life, while in her heart a silent vow resounded, "I hope we can be together in the next life." The moment the two streams of spiritual energy collided, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The entire area shook violently as thick smoke and fire billowed up, obscuring the sky. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Achilleum froze. His eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold, his expression uneasy and vigilant. Just now, space was distorted. The scene before him terrified Achilleum. Could that be the Fire Tower Master? He took a step back, his eyes filled with panic and his face contorted. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Impossible. That monster, the Master, definitely did." Hearing a familiar voice call down, Heike looked up in astonishment. "I'm sorry I'm late." Bashal descended amidst the thick smoke and dust. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and pulled the girl in front of him into a tight embrace, softly calling, "Heike." His eyes, she couldn't hide her joy and emotion, softly replying, "Russell." Seeing him appear, Achilleum looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his face turning pale, his eyes filled with panic. "I don't know how you managed to summon a teleportation gate, but because of that brat, the Red Tower has suffered so much humiliation. Since it's come to this, I will offer his head to the Duke." After that, he put on a friendly facade. "Long time no see, Sir Russell." Russell's eyes burned with rage as he growled, "Achilleum?" He let out a scornful laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Have you lost all respect for your senior now?" Next, Achilleum immediately ordered the disciples behind him, "I'll handle that infamous brat myself. As for the rest of you," the disciples immediately rushed forward. His furious voice continued to ring out, "Capture the princess now, even if it's just her corpse." Looking at the enemies before him, a cold analysis flashed through Russell's mind. All of them are at the third or fourth circle. He immediately turned around and gave a firm command. "Everyone, fall back. Summon your beasts now." Achilleum instantly unleashed his mana, which surged to form a massive sea of flames, the scorching heat spreading throughout the area. "Dwarves of the Flame, punish the rebels. You dare let your guard down in front of me? How bold of you." Russell quickly channeled his mana and charged toward Achilleum, calculating to himself, "First, I have to separate him from Heike." Seeing him suddenly close in, Achilleum was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" Russell threw a powerful punch, lightning mana exploding around his arm, brilliant sparks of electricity intertwining as he shouted, "Lightning strike." Achilleum quickly used his mana to erect a defensive shield to block the attack. The shield collided head-on with the lightning strike, creating a deafening explosion. Cracks immediately appeared on it. Achilleum angrily gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "You insolent brat! You dare pull such a cheap trick?" he roared, his voice full of indignation. "I'll burn you until not even a trace is left." Right after that, Achilleum and Russell simultaneously cast fire cannon. Two giant fireballs formed instantly, swirling violently before hurtling straight toward their opponent, accompanied by a deafening roar and a wave of heat that incinerated everything they passed over. Russell immediately raised his arm to shield his face from the incoming wave of intense heat, his eyes never leaving his opponent, while silently assessing. His casting speed and destructive power are incredible. Even if he hasn't reached the transcendent level, a Tower Master is still a Tower Master. Meanwhile, Achilleum narrowed his eyes, observing and thinking to himself, his casting speed is quite impressive, but his firepower is weak. He must have skipped one of the formulas to increase his speed. A ferocious glint appeared in Achalim's eyes, and the corner of his lips curled into a triumphant smirk. He thought to himself, in that case, I'll just overwhelm him with firepower. Immediately after, Achalim channeled his mana. 2 streams of red and gold mana erupted violently, twisting around each other like ribbons of fire, before transforming into 2 giant, flaming serpents. Russell anxiously pressed his lips together, his throat dry. He swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the 2 fire serpents coiling in the air. Immediately after, Achalim waved his hand, and the 2 giant fire serpents instantly shot toward Russell. The red and gold mana surged violently, as if to incinerate the very space before them. Hecate stood trembling amidst the desolate ruins, her eyes filled with worry as tears silently welled up. She cried out helplessly, "Russell!" Meanwhile, in another place, under a gloomy sky and amidst a land of jagged rocks and howling winds, a lone tower rose up like a spear, piercing straight into the dark clouds, solitary yet majestic. In the middle of a clearing, a circular magic formation began to glow, ancient runes moving around its center as if controlled by an invisible force. Hypnos's cold voice rang out. "Your arrogant disciples are quite good at getting in the way," he continued coldly. But Brios was just bait. Hypnos strode forward coldly, the black cloak at his feet trampled into the dry, barren dust, his voice filled with a chilling tone. "My target from the very beginning has always been you." Hypnos's face lit up with excitement. He continued, "Just stand there obediently and watch Andy drown in a sea of flames, along with the deaths of your disciples." In that hair-raising moment, Vell quickly created a protective shield against the fierce attack of the enemy. He thought to himself, even with multiple layers of shields, it's still taking this much of a shock? It's not just firepower, there's physical impact force as well. Vatso glanced at the mottled scorch marks on his cloak and sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll have to toss another expensive cloak. At that moment, Thong Sun rushed to Het's side, his voice full of worry. "Your Highness, get away quickly. It's very dangerous here." She hesitated and softly said, "Russell." Immediately after, Alum's disciples charged forward. One of them shouted, "The princess is running away, after her." He worriedly glanced back, thinking to himself, if it's just Alum's disciples, the royal knights can probably handle them. The train of thought continued in Russell's mind. But just then, the man in front of him unleashed his power again, spiritual energy flaring around him as he charged straight at the boy. He sneered, "You brat." A series of explosions rang out, the ground shook, and dust and smoke covered the entire battlefield. He mocked inwardly, "Let's see how long you can hold out. A fool who only focuses on defense can't win." In that very instant, a light flashed, and Vatso's spear materialized, carrying a formidable killing intent. Ache Lum grew anxious, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with doubt. Is he only now making his real move? Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the spear and shot towards Ache Lum like an arrow cutting through the wind, leaving the man stunned and completely unable to dodge. The spear, carrying a terrifying pressure, shot forward and pierced straight through Ache Lum. He screamed in excruciating pain, and in a split second, Ache Lum coughed up blood, his face turning pale, showing utter shock. Ache Lum collapsed in pain, gritting his teeth and saying, "Pretending to be attacked just to prepare a counterattack?" Vatso replied coldly, "Carelessness born from arrogance, that is the reason for your failure." Vell turned and walked away without looking back. Behind him, Ache Lum's body was slowly engulfed in a sea of blazing red flames. He thought silently, if he had been calmer, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Inside the city walls, the soldiers were still fighting valiantly, determined not to retreat before the enemy. Vell hurriedly opened the door and went inside, his eyes filled with panic. He called out loudly, his voice trembling with worry, "Hecate!" The disciples were stunned. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is he here?" Vatso's face showed a hint of amusement, a flame immediately erupting fiercely in his palm as he spoke. "As for that." Immediately after, fierce flames shot out from Vatso's hand, heading straight for the disciples. His voice continued, sharp and decisive. "Go ask Ache Lum yourselves." Right after that, Vell walked over and gently hugged Hecate into his arms, her voice low but full of worry. "Your Highness, are you all right?" She joyfully hugged him tightly, calling out loudly, "Russell." Then Hecate gently raised her hand, lightly touching the wounds on Vo's face, and asked worriedly, "So many wounds, are you okay?" Vo slowly shook his head, his gaze calm. "I'm fine." His loving eyes were fixed on the girl before him, and Vo spoke gently, "Hecate." She looked up slightly, her eyes shining with emotion and gratitude, saying, "If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. I only survived thanks to you." Haketh gently caressed his face, her eyes filled with a mix of doubt and tenderness. "Is this the power of the ring you gave me?" Vo gently took Haketh's arm and whispered in reply, "Yes, but I've run out of mana. I probably can't use it for a while." The two of them silently reveled in the happy moment, watching the scene of smoke and fire in the distance through the window. In his heart, a thought echoed, "What is this feeling?" Suddenly, Haketh spoke, her voice unable to hide her worry. "That's where His Majesty is." Vo quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, that's Sir Jill in person." As expected, he's still holding the defensive line. Then he placed a hand on her shoulder and said seriously, "First, we must rendezvous with His Majesty. If Alam's failure is exposed, even more enemies will come," Haketh immediately responded. Then, she tightened her grip on her sword, her spiritual energy beginning to gather around her. Haketh closed her eyes, concentrating intensely. "Princess Endian, Haketh Rasmos, in my name, I command the divine sword Arondai. Let the courage of the founding king be bestowed upon the loyal subjects." Immediately after, Vo was startled to realize the wounds on his body had vanished. The feeling of pain also disappeared as if it had never existed. Behind them, Thompson's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Huh? My strength has returned." Seeing her gradually lose consciousness, her body swaying as if about to fall, Vo rushed forward in a panic. "Wait, hold on, Haketh." In his mind, a thought echoed. Arundai is the sword of the founding king, Andion. Its ability is to share its power. Haketh gritted her teeth, trying to endure the pain racking her entire body. A soft cough escaped her throat. He quickly supported Haketh, his voice full of concern, "Your Highness." At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down Haketh's beautiful face as she spoke weakly. "Right now, this is all I can do for everyone." He gripped Haketh's hand tightly, his gaze resolute, his determined voice ringing out like a sacred oath. "Haketh, glory to your Highness, loyalty to the Armas royal family." Suddenly, in that instant, a sharp voice echoed from the void, full of mockery. "I was wondering why it was taking so long just to deal with one woman." The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Vo instantly looked toward the window, and a surprised soldier spoke with caution. "An uninvited guest?" Immediately after, his face turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, Vo swiftly scooped up Haketh and dashed toward the main door. His panicked voice rose above the sound of hurried footsteps. "Everyone, get out of the way." The man appeared outside the window, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his eyes as cold as ice, as he continuously hurled flaming swords toward the two of them, coldly commanding, "Collapse." The swords carried a terrifying pressure, tearing through the air and hurtling forward like streaks of furious fire. They pierced through the castle walls, causing stone and earth to shatter and dust to billow up. He stood majestically in midair, his spiritual energy flaring, raging, painting the entire sky crimson. The whole tower collapsed in an instant. Bren's ice-cold gaze swept down like a blade. Invisible, it carried a killing intent that made the very air suffocating. He smirked, his deep voice echoing across the land. "Long time no see, Russell." Down below, he had quickly created a protective shield, spiritual energy radiating out to envelop them both. From above, a flash of surprise flickered in Bren's eyes. In his mind, he thought, "To withstand my magic, it seems that's no ordinary shield." It's hard to believe he could deploy it in such a short time. Bren continued, "You've gotten stronger since we last met." Below, Russell strained to hold on, sweat pouring down his tense face, a torrent of chaotic thoughts racing through his mind. The palace was incinerated in the blink of an eye. "He's absurdly strong." He spoke again. "I don't see Achalam anywhere. You must have taken him down, right?" "I warned him that his arrogance would be his downfall." Haketh seemed to have recovered her strength. She angrily questioned Bren. "Why did you do this?" Haketh looked around the devastated battlefield, blood staining the ground red, bodies strewn everywhere, her voice trembling with sorrow as she spoke. "Your target is surely me, so why did you kill all these innocent people?" Bren burst into maniacal laughter, each cackle tearing through the air. He clapped mockingly. "How touching, Your Highness. If you were to inherit the throne, you would surely become a wise ruler." A cruel glint appeared in Bren's eyes, and he said in a low voice, "So, are you done with your last words? I still have to go see His Majesty." Russell quickly stepped forward, shielding Haketh behind him. Every muscle in his body tensed with vigilance. "Get back. Haketh, he's not someone you can reason with." Suddenly, the sound of urgent footsteps echoed amidst the smoke and rubble. A group of soldiers ran to their aid, shouting in a worried tone, "Your Highness, are you all right?" She was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, "You guys?" One of them quickly replied, his voice full of confidence and reassurance. "We saw the castle collapse and rushed over. His Majesty is still safe, don't worry." Just then, Bren's disciples poured out like a pack of hungry wolves, swarming the battlefield. He muttered coldly, a look of annoyance flashing in his eyes. More people in the way, how annoying. Down below, the soldiers charged towards the enemy with fiery determination, each step thundering like rolling thunder. A soldier raised his sword high, shouting, "Wipe them out." At the same time, a powerful stream of spiritual energy erupted, shooting straight at him like a sharp, fiery arrow. Without a moment's hesitation, Bren drew his sword from its sheath with lightning speed, just in time to block the fierce attack. Then he quickly unleashed his power, asking in a loud voice, "Are you trying to stop me?" Voldiu looked at the enemy before him and answered calmly, "Of course." Bren snorted coldly, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over his opponent. "Looking at you like this? You're no different from Dariat. Your master looked at me with the same eyes in the end," he continued, his voice laced with biting mockery. "Now he is bound between the realms of the void and darkness, never to return." Hearing these words, Russell's eyes flashed with fear, his heart stunned. "The realms of the void and darkness?" he shouted in fury, his voice booming like thunder in the chaotic space. "Then let me show you a performance on behalf of my master." He then slowly took out the crown. A brilliant light reflected off its every intricate carving. Vatso whispered to himself, "The crown of Solomon activates." But at that very moment, a fiercely burning blade of fire shot toward him, creating a massive explosion that sent dirt and rock flying everywhere. Through the thick cloud of dust, Ben was stunned, his heart jolted in shock. That blade had moved faster than the speed of sound. Looking at the scene before him, he wondered in astonishment, how could someone who's only at the sixth circle possibly dodge that? At that moment, Vatso was calculating in his head, "The flow of time is being fragmented, allowing me to anticipate the attack just in time to dodge." But another thought echoed in his mind. "My comrades are fighting behind me. If I dodge this, they'll all be injured." Vatso instantly summoned multiple spears, shimmering with mana behind his back, his resolve burning brightly. Then, the spears immediately spun into a sharp, circular shield, creating a solid wall of protection against the incoming blades of fire. He thought with determination, "I'll block it." Ben sneered, the mana in his hand flaring violently like a raging fire, his heart filled with scorn. "Trying to protect your comrades? Those weak emotions are the very thing that will be your fastest path to death." Ben continued to launch his attack toward the enemy, his cold voice echoing with power. "Let me teach you that lesson myself." Vatso quickly chanted a spell, mana surging fiercely from within him. Before him, a massive stone wall slowly rose, standing imposingly to shield those behind him from danger. The massive stone wall was relentlessly battered by his fierce streams of mana. The sound of the impacts rang out like rolling thunder, creating a swirling cloud of dust that enveloped the entire battlefield. Amidst the thick haze, Vatso still stood his ground, his eyes filled with tension, letting out a slight cough from inhaling the dust from above. Ben's brow furrowed, his voice laced with astonishment. "Unbelievable. You can keep up with my casting speed?" He then raised his hand to channel more mana, his low voice dripping with challenge. "Well then, let's see just how long you can last." Immediately, a tempest of mana erupted from Ben's hand, hurtling straight toward Vatso and creating a violent explosion. A blinding light erupted, shaking the entire battlefield. Through the thick smoke, Vatso still stood his ground, letting out a small cough. Ben exclaimed in shock, "You're still standing? How astonishing." Ben's gaze was fixed on the man before him, his voice laced with regret. "If Dariat hadn't gotten involved, I might have even taken you as my disciple." Vatso bit his lip, his tense gaze following his opponent's every move. His heart was filled with dread. He's terrifyingly fast and powerful. Even though we're both tower masters, we're on completely different levels. Just then, Hackett rushed to Joe's side, her voice filled with panic. "Joe!" He glanced back, panting as he replied with a low call. "Hackett!" She tightly hugged Joe's injured body, her eyes filled with worry. Standing above, Ben smirked, his mocking voice ringing out, "What a tragic scene. Are you two lovers? Then I'll send you to your graves together." Suddenly, Vatso coughed violently and spat up blood, his exhausted body slumping against Hackett. He roared in anger, "Shut up, you bastard." Ben raised his hand high. Mana from all around began to converge like a raging torrent, coiling around Ben's body like blazing red serpents, radiating a blinding light. The entire space became heavy and suffocating. Thompson and the soldiers immediately rushed forward to shield the two of them, swords and spears raised high, their eyes resolute. "Your Highness, fall back quickly, we can't hold them for long." He was utterly astonished. Even the magic soldiers have joined the battle? Ben frowned, his expression darkening, and muttered in annoyance. What a bunch of troublemakers. What on earth is the Grand Duke doing? She quickly supported Vaux, pulling him to hide behind a large rock, and asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Vaux spoke slowly, his breathing ragged, but he still tried to reassure the girl beside him. "Yeah, I'm fine." He lowered his head, biting his lip tightly to suppress the pain, thinking to himself, "I can't take this anymore. I have to fuse quickly." Just then, the system announced a mission notification. The princess's treasure. The blue necklace is a treasure that the princess holds very dear. Collect the princess's treasured necklace. Reward. Vaux looked up, his gaze serious, and softly asked the girl beside him, "Haket, may I see the necklace you're wearing?" She blinked slightly, and touched the chain on her neck, asking with a hint of surprise, "My necklace?" Vaux immediately took the pendant in his hand to examine it. The emerald green gem glowed faintly, emitting sparkling rays of light, as Haket's voice continued, "This is a memento from my mother." His eyes looked straight at her, so serious that it made her pause slightly, his voice low. "Can you give this necklace to me?" Without any hesitation, Haket immediately took off the necklace and handed it to Vaux. She smiled gently. "You must have a reason for saying that." Vaux looked at the necklace in his hand and said softly, "Thank you for trusting me." Haket. Just a moment later, a system notification appeared. "You have collected the treasured necklace of the princess and completed the mission. When mana is infused, the princess's treasured necklace will reveal its true form." Immediately after, the necklace emitted a dazzling light, causing both of them to widen their eyes in astonishment. The light spread out like ripples of water, illuminating the gloomy space around them. The system continued with another announcement. "Dragon scale will return to its original form. Do you wish to absorb the dragon scale?" At that moment, Vaux was overcome with astonishment. A dragon scale, not a horn? It doesn't matter anymore. Vaux shouted his choice to absorb. From above, Ben saw a dazzling burst of mana erupt from their hiding spot, the brilliant blue light looking like it would tear space apart. He was stunned, thinking to himself, how can a mere fledgling have such violent mana? Seeing the scene before him, Ben was horrified, his eyes wide and his mouth agape as he screamed, "What is that?" At this point, all the mana had been absorbed, and his body was covered by a layer of dragon scales that shimmered with an enchanting black hue. The aura he emitted was powerful and majestic. Ben was stunned, shouting in surprise, "What is that form?" Just then, the system displayed a message. Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body has been enhanced, and the duration of dragon fusion has been increased. Thanks to the power of the dragon scale, the body has been enhanced, and the side effects of dragon fusion have been somewhat reduced. Vaux's fiery eyes flashed with determination and defiance as he thought to himself, if this is the case, I can defeat him. Following Vaux's resounding shout, his entire body lit up, with streams of emerald green spiritual energy surging along the cracks of his armor like blazing blood vessels. Dragon fusion. Ben frowned, his low voice filled with tension. "I can't believe the information about you having dragon's blood was actually true." He narrowed his eyes. His voice was contemptuous but tinged with caution. "So that's the MC. No wonder that arrogant fool failed." Russell immediately turned to warn those behind him. "Fall back! The soldiers too." Right after that, both of them unleashed their mana simultaneously. Two immense streams of magical energy collided in midair, perfectly matched in power. Ben gritted his teeth, his voice filled with frustration. "This is the magical power of a dragon? It's not the least bit inferior to my own." His eyes lit up with interest, the corners of his lips curling into a sinister smile. Ben schemed to himself, if I make that power my own, no other Tower Master will be able to surpass me. He then charged aggressively toward his enemy like a rocket. A fireball blazed brightly in his hand, radiating intense heat. Russell's eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent as a quick calculation flashed through his mind. In terms of magical ability, he's superior, but physically, I have the advantage. Based on that, I can finish him in a flash. Russell shouted loudly, "Overheat!" Immediately, spears of fire began to circle the orb as crimson mana erupted violently, carrying a blazing momentum that threatened to incinerate everything in its path. His voice rang out again, and instantly, 12 spears of fire ignited and spun fiercely in the air, preparing to pierce through everything. Russell launched a barrage of fire spears toward Ben, his eyes blazing as he roared, La Mancha's giant god. His eyes flashed with resilience, his heart filled with determination. I can't fall from something like this. Then, Russell rushed toward the enemy, his gaze tense, as he thought, to himself, "Where are you?" At that moment, Ben launched a counterattack, a swirling stream of mana shooting straight toward him. Russell let out a soft cry of pain, panicking inwardly. Was it all just for show? Is that it? What the hell is this? He gritted his teeth and, without faltering, charged straight at the enemy with the blazing fireball in his hand, roaring over heat. Ben immediately raised his hand, and a dense energy shield materialized in front of him, blocking the entire incoming attack. However, Russell's attack was too powerful. The two streams of mana collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that made the ground tremble violently. Powerful streams of mana poured relentlessly from the fireball, the pressure mounting by the second. Before long, Ben's sturdy defensive barrier began to crack before shattering completely under the immense force. Just then, a flash of green sword aura flashed. Stunned and unable to dodge in time, Russell cried out in pain. He quickly leaped backward, his heels dragging hard against the ground and creating long skid marks. As the dust settled, Ben spoke coldly. "I'll admit it, Russell." Ben's icy gaze was fixed on the figure before him, his deep voice echoing in the tense atmosphere. "In terms of pure physical strength, you've nearly reached a superhuman level. In 10 years, no, in just 5 more years, you will surpass me." Ben's eyes glowed intensely, like two cold blades flashing in the dark. He growled, each word seeming to hiss through his clenched teeth, "Which is why I must kill you right here." Russell immediately gripped his spear tightly, mana flaring up around his body like a whirlwind. He shot toward his enemy, his eyes glinting with a dangerous coldness. "If you think you can, then try it." In his mind, he calculated that he would pressure him until an opening appeared. The two of them relentlessly exchanged blows, their attacks as dense as a torrential downpour, their colliding mana creating concussive blasts that shook the air. Russell's mind was stretched taut like a bowstring, sweat rolling down his temples. Just a little more. Immediately after, Russell roared as intense mana erupted from his entire body, and a brilliant light flared. Like a blazing fire, he rushed forward, the spear in his hand drawing a brilliant line of light as it slashed past Ben. Next, Vatso tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, his burning gaze fixed on his opponent. Seeing his chance had come, he let out a decisive roar. At that very moment, Vatso's spiritual power erupted violently, the light from the spear swirling like a vortex, leaving his opponent's entire body paralyzed, completely unable to resist. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him, and Vatso staggered, his heart pounding as worry welled up inside him. The dragon fusion time was about to run out, and Solomon's crown had also reached its limit. Vatso gathered what little strength he had left and launched a finishing blow. Spears of light flared in the air, and Ben, his body now completely scorched, fell to the ground, his eyes wide in disbelief at his defeat. A thought rose in his mind. This is the final attack. The spearhead traced a dazzling arc through the air, flaring with light and carrying immense power as it shot straight towards him. Ben was stunned, anxiously gritting his teeth as he growled, "True origin, 3-step demonic flame." The moment the words left his mouth, dark spiritual power erupted from his entire body. Waves of evil energy billowed out, enveloping the entire surrounding area. That stream of dark spiritual power rushed towards Vatso's spear. The two forces collided violently, creating a tremor that shook heaven and earth. As light and darkness struggled in a life-or-death moment, he lay collapsed on a cracked boulder, his body limp as if all his life force had been drained. Only a vague thought remained in his mind. His body had no strength left, and his vision began to darken. Vatso struggled to open his eyes, his eyelids trembling amidst the dizziness, as a spark of determination ignited within him. But Vatso forced himself to sit up, his body exhausted but his eyes still burning with an indomitable will. In his mind, a single thought was etched: "I must protect the people who are important to me." Vatso continued to cast a spell, his spiritual power swirling, to form a blazing red magic circle as a firm oath echoed in his heart. "Even if I have to sacrifice this life, I absolutely will." The sight before him horrified Ben, who took a step back with wide eyes, his voice filled with panic. He cried out, "This is absurd. Don't tell me you broke through to the next realm during this battle?" Vatso smiled, smugly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "This is the 7th circle." Suddenly, a colossal power descended from the sky. a brilliant light tearing through the atmosphere. Before Vatso could react, his entire body was crushed by that terrifying pressure. Hypnos's voice rang out. What did you realize when facing death? The seventh circle? He quickly landed. Next to Ben, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Enemy Tower Master, you look quite pathetic. It seems you had a tough time, didn't you? He clutched his injured arm and said angrily, Shut your mouth, before I cut out that filthy tongue of yours. What were you doing, that you're only just arriving now? Hypnos immediately replied, The Tower Master left, so I had some things to take care of. He removed his hood, revealing half of his distorted, scarred face. Flame Tower Master, that wretched hag broke the seal. But don't worry, I've sealed it again, perfectly. Vatso struggled to his feet amidst the rubble, his eyes blazing as he roared in anger. Was it you? What did you do to my master? Hypnos was startled, then replied in a low voice. Russell Dewey Mon. We've spoken before, but this is the first time we've met in person. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Hypnos curled his lip into a sarcastic sneer. It seems I'm about to become the destroyer of the Dewey Mon father and son, isn't that right? Vatso froze, his eyes widening in horror as his voice rang out, filled with rage, each word seeming to be ground out through clenched teeth. Was it you who murdered my father? Hypnos rested his chin on his hand, feigning contemplation. That's hard to say. The one who killed him was indeed me. His gaze shifted to the person beside him, his deep voice ringing with sarcasm. But the one who set up this chess game wasn't me. Isn't that right? Russo's cold eyes were glued to the enemy before him, his breathing heavy, his whole body still bleeding, as he angrily questioned. So it was you. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Ben let out a sarcastic smile, his voice hoarse. Before you die, I'll give you one last gift. His every word was like a cold knife plunging straight into Russo's heart. Your father lost his life because he discovered the Grand Duke's plan and the relationship between us and the evil sect. His excessive perceptiveness only shortened his life. His whole body trembled with indignation, his voice filled with resentment. You bastard. Suddenly, Hypnos stepped forward, standing between the two. He smirked, looking at Russo with an interested gaze. I have a gift too, so step back a little. Then, Hypnos slowly spread his arms wide, and a dark vortex immediately formed in midair. A terrifying skull immediately appeared at his summons. Seventh-tier black magic, containing all the diseases of the world. Plague of calamity. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, his voice as cold as ice. I swear to you, even if you want to die, you won't die easily. In that moment, on the brink of death, Darius appeared with a terrifying pressure, spiritual power swirling in the air, turning the entire sky crimson. She roared in anger, My child, you think I'd let you take him a second time? At the words of Darius's summons, the ground shook violently, and hellfire dwarves gradually emerged with blazing eyes. Arise, my loyal army, he joyfully called out. Master, are you all right? Her gentle gaze rested on Russo, filled with longing and affection. I've kept you waiting, my youngest child. On the other side, Ben shouted in panic. Hypnos, what in the world is going on? He couldn't maintain his composure, his eyes filled with panic as he looked at Darius, who was radiating an overwhelming pressure, his voice becoming shaky and stuttering. I clearly sealed her in Tartarus. How is this possible? With the body of a mere mortal. Her sharp, cold gaze swept over them, glinting with fury as she spoke. You dare to see us as mere mortals? Darius continued, her voice icy. That is your greatest mistake. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from somewhere, blue spiritual power swirling into a majestic pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Hypnos exclaimed in shock, The master of the spear tower has escaped too? Seeing her turn to leave, Vell called out worriedly, Master. Darius immediately gathered her spiritual power, her eyes filled with determination. Rest up. This will be over soon, my son. Spiritual power erupted fiercely from her hands as Darius roared in fury. You wretched traitors. I'll make you pay for stirring up memories of that day. Painful memories flooded back, making her heart ache. In that stream of memories, her son smiled brightly and said innocently, Mother, I'm going to become a great archmage just like you someday. Darius gently lifted the boy, a radiant smile on her lips. That's right. If you're my son, you can definitely do it. At that moment, her heart swelled with emotion as she thought, how adorable that child was. The child excitedly raised his hand. A small light flashed in the palm of his hand. Look, this is a magic arrow. Darius's eyes widened in surprise, then she burst out laughing, praising him. Oh my God, My son is a true genius, a real genius, she thought to herself. He has a natural talent, he figured it out on his own, mastering magic. He practiced tirelessly all day just to show his mother. These memories continued to echo in the mind of Dariat. That child had a special love for sweets. That night, she had to leave in a hurry because of a secret order from the royal palace. And the life of Dariat changed completely. That secret order was actually a trap set by an evil cult to lure her away. So when Dariat returned home, it was too late. Her precious little boy, his body charred and covered in blood, lay limp in her arms, his eyes barely open. His faint, weak voice was like a knife stabbing into a mother's heart. "Mommy," Dariat clutched, the small body in her arms, her heart shattering, tears streaming down like rain. She choked up, her trembling voice whispering in her son's ear, "It's okay, my son. Just get some good sleep and you won't hurt anymore. You saved me when I had lost the meaning of life." The thought echoed in Dariat's mind, a mix of pain and iron-willed determination. They are the disciples whom I love. But in her burning rage, her eyes glowed with a hellish red light. Dariat roared with killing intent. "How dare you do this? Don't even dream of surviving." After her scream, a crimson spiritual power erupted violently. The ground shook, and the surrounding earth and rock were swept up, swirling into a gigantic form, the Flame Giant King. Dariat's voice thundered, echoing across the battlefield. Eighth-tier magic, the flames of Musk were unleashed one after another. The true origin art, fire butterfly, dream spiritual power exploded. Thousands of blazing red fire butterflies rushed towards the enemy, carrying a destructive power that incinerated the entire battlefield. Bren and Hypnos immediately took action, quickly, setting up a protective circle as the crimson storm of spiritual power descended, its intense light and heat threatening to swallow everything. In a flash, a triumphant smile appeared on her lips, as if victory was already within her grasp. The spiritual power swirled, powerfully, forming a giant crimson sphere in mid-air. Dariat executed the Dariat Snow White True Origin art. Rotten apple technique. Suddenly, Bren felt a strange wave of heat behind him, freezing in place, his eyes wide with panic and astonishment. As he exclaimed, "Wait." In the blink of an eye, the swarm of red butterflies crashed into Bren, melting into his flesh like fire seeping into blood. The red butterflies flared up, creating an intense blaze of fire that incinerated him in an instant. Hypnos glanced at the charred corpse beside him, his eyes flashing with anger, and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He immediately shot forward, like a lightning bolt, his steps tearing through the wind, roaring internally. If it's come to this, there's no other way. Hypnos panicked and fled. His steps hurried and stumbling, his breathing ragged like a cornered beast. His mind raced, with frantic calculations, join forces with the Grand Duke. First, we must overthrow the king. Suddenly, a fierce stream of spiritual power shot out from behind, an invisible cord wrapping tightly around Hypnos' ankle. Vell used all his remaining strength to try and hold him back. He shouted angrily, "Where do you think you're going?" Hypnos roared in frustration, "You persistent pest." Just then, a blazing red fireball tore through the air towards him. Hypnos frantically leaned back, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. At that moment, the cold voice of Dariat rang out, "I told you so." Her spiritual power surged like a violent wave, erupting to form thousands of. A flaming trident hovered in midair. A cold voice rang out, like a death sentence being declared. "Don't even think about surviving." The moment Dariat finished speaking, thousands of flaming tridents shot down in unison, aimed directly at Hypnos. A thunderous explosion erupted, and a brilliant flash of light illuminated a corner of the sky. They pierced straight through his body. Hypnos' body convulsed violently as fresh blood spewed from his mouth. He collapsed to the ground, his vision blurring with agony. A thought echoed in his mind. So this is the flame of the eighth circle. With my power, it's impossible to extinguish. Hypnos' entire body trembled as spiritual energy flared from his palms. He gritted his teeth, trying to muster all his remaining mana. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I'll use all my mana to pull them out. But just then, the tridents suddenly transformed into chains that bound Hypnos tightly under Dariat's incantation. "Flames! Bind!" He screamed helplessly in despair. She slowly descended before Hypnos, her eyes as cold as ice. "It's all over. Hypnos, if you confess everything, I'll grant you a painless death." He doubled over, coughing violently in agony. Hypnos burst into maniacal laughter, a sinister glint in his eyes. "Don't think it ends here. The real darkness has only just begun. Just then, his flesh began to melt like candle wax. An arrogant voice echoed through the air, reverberating like a curse from the abyss. He will plunge the entire continent into blood and darkness. Dariat stared at the thick black puddle before him, the remains of Hypnos, and said coldly, "Farewell to life. With magic? What a stubborn fool." Outside the city walls, Blen leaned against a wall, his body covered in blood and wounds. His blood left a long, dark red trail. His heart was filled with regret, a complete failure. Blen's eyes were filled with despair, thinking to himself, "It was my fault for trusting those foolish fanatics. First, I need to hide and regroup." He dragged his wounded body, walking slowly as if every step drained the last of his life force. When he saw the person standing before him, Blen froze, his eyes widening in shock. His heart pounded in his chest. Alex Demon. Memories from the past flashed through Blen's mind, stunning him. Impossible. I clearly saw him die back then. Just then, Vo tightened his grip on his sword and rushed forward. As the blurry figure came into focus, it made him pause for a moment. He wondered in surprise, is that his son? In the next instant, the blade pierced straight through Blen. Blood splattered as his body went rigid, his eyes wide and vacant. In his final moment, a thought echoed in his mind, as cold as a final judgment. "You've won after all, Alex Demon." He collapsed wearily, his breathing ragged, and his body completely exhausted. Inside, the battle was still raging fiercely, with spiritual energy surging and glowing brightly. Waves of oppressive aura exploded, making the entire space tremble. At that moment, under Melv's terrifying power, the rebel troops fled in a panic. The pressure from his spiritual energy was like a storm, crushing their will to fight. Amid the chaos, desperate screams rang out. "I can't break through. Reinforcements. When will the reinforcements get here?" His face was filled with smug satisfaction as he spoke in a mocking tone. "How does it taste, you traitors? The sight of you struggling is no different than a swarm of ants." At that same moment, the Hell Dwarves suddenly appeared, accompanied by a blazing aura and scorching red flames that lit up the sky. The rebel soldiers trembled at the sight, their faces turning deathly pale, screaming one after another in fear. "The fire tower! The fire tower has entered the battle! Save me!" At that moment, Jilan charged through the city gate, his shadow like a black tower looming over the battlefield. A panicked rebel soldier screamed, "Jilan! Jilan has captured the city gate," another snarled in frustration. "Damn it! Don't fall back! We completely outnumber them." Bism and a group of soldiers stood on a distant mountain observing the entire battlefield, his eyes filled with rage as he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it! How could they turn the tables right as the castle was about to fall? Bism furiously ground his teeth, losing control and snapping, "How were those monsters released? Where are Bren and Hypnos? Find them now." Just as he finished speaking, two blood-soaked severed heads rolled to a stop at his feet. Bism was stunned, his eyes wide, his body frozen as if turned to stone. He stepped closer, leaning down to examine the two heads closely. With a bewildered expression, he stammered, "This is Dariat. When did you get in front of me?" She spoke in a cold voice, hard to recognize, "But I brought them here myself." In the blink of an eye, the spiritual power in her hand surged and gathered into a brilliant vortex of light. Her face lit up with triumph as she spat out a curse. "You bastard! You damned Duke!" At this point, Bism and the entire rebel army were completely surrounded. The atmosphere grew so tense it was suffocating, as if the slightest movement could trigger the impending bloodbath. Just then, his entire body erupted with ferocious spiritual power. Bism's face darkened, his eyes as deep as an abyss, as he hissed every word through his teeth with seething resentment. "The plan I spent decades meticulously preparing." Enraged, his spiritual power exploded violently as he charged toward them like a whirlwind, roaring in a frenzy. "Will it all fall apart because of you people? Die!" Dariat's voice rang out, filled with scorn. Pathetic to the very end. She quickly gave an order, her gaze unwavering. "Youngest brother, go and end this feud." Without a moment's hesitation, Vu unleashed his power. His spiritual energy erupted violently, swirling into a blazing red vortex of fire that shot straight at Bism. He yelled, "Flame of annihilation!" The old man was engulfed in a sea of infernal flames, the blazing fire consuming his struggling body. Bism's pained and frenzied screams echoed across the battlefield. He collapsed to his knees, his entire body charred, and his spiritual power dissipating. His gaze faded, filled with resentment and helplessness. The battle was finally over. The next day, the sky was clear and blue once more. Gentle sunbeams filtered through the clouds, blanketing the ground like a whisper of peace, slowly erasing the remnants of the war. In the tranquil setting, Alfonso's voice was heard. Next on the agenda is the matter of repairing the royal palace, he continued. Before we work on the palace, prioritize rebuilding the homes of our citizens. Master of the Imperial Tower, can you take charge of this? Niccolo placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. Yes, I will obey your command. Alfonso continued, his voice low and solemn, and the words in the report from that cultist named Hypnos. Are they true? Dariat immediately bowed her head and replied decisively. Yes, your majesty. I heard it with my own ears. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, his eyes fixed on the scrawled words on the report. That person will plunge the entire continent into a sea of blood and darkness. Alfonso fell silent, contemplating the true beginning of the darkness. Furthermore, the phrase "that person" he mentioned was also deeply concerning. He then quickly issued his orders. My next command, Tower Master Jan, I grant you full authority to establish an organization to monitor all movements of the evil cult. She bowed respectfully and replied firmly, I obey your command, your majesty. Next, Alfonso picked up another report, his eyes scanning each line. Familiar names appeared before him, carrying with them the blood, sweat, and glory of the recent battle. He spoke calmly. All that's left is to determine their merits, isn't it? Julian Fawn, Dariat Snow White, Hemingway Melv. Alfonso's eyes lit up with interest as he read those names. In his heart he praised, silently, standing shoulder to shoulder with the transcendent ones. Inside Alfonso's mind, a thought echoed endlessly, to think that the continent's youngest transcendent being would appear in Endian, and during my era, no less. Meanwhile, Vell lay motionless on the bed, his body covered in wounds. Hayate looked at him, her eyes heavy with concern, and said softly, This is so worrying. She continued, It's been over 10 days, and he still hasn't woken up. Darius gently reassured her, Please don't worry, Your Highness. Vell has just entered the transcendent realm. He's simply integrating the core he just obtained. At that moment, a heavy thought arose in her mind. He recklessly used his power before it was stable. It's fortunate that the core didn't completely collapse. The two of them slowly walked out. Before leaving the room, Hayate paused slightly, glancing back at the motionless Vell. Darius gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice calm but carrying warmth. Let's leave together. As always, Vell will surely pull through. A moment later, Vell's body suddenly emitted a brilliant red light. A voice echoed in the room filled with spiritual energy, the sound resonating as if from the depths. Master. He felt a familiar aura weaving around him, and Vell's eyes fluttered open, a strong sense of doubt rising within him. This aura is. He saw a small figure floating amidst the brilliant red light, and Vell immediately snapped awake, his eyes wide in disbelief at what he was seeing, and he whispered inwardly, Pepper? Just then, the system displayed a notification. Intermediate Fire Spirit Pepper has fully absorbed the power of the Fire Dragon. Fire Spirit Pepper has been reborn as the Fire Dragon Spirit. Notification: the contract with the Fire Dragon Spirit Pepper has been restored. You can now summon the Fire Dragon Spirit Pepper through the Spirit World Gate. Night had fallen, the full moon shining down on the ruins of the dilapidated palace. He stood silently in a dark corner, quietly checking his spiritual energy. The flow of energy in his body was now stable and stronger than before. A thought echoed in Vell's mind. The seventh core? Before I regressed in time, I thought I would never be able to reach it in this lifetime. Yet now, not only have I obtained it, but I've also used this power to destroy those who murdered my father. But I can't stop here. There are still remnants of the evil cult and the empire out there. I must become even stronger. Vell glanced around, thinking to himself, this much space should be enough. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Even though Pepper could adjust her size before, if that ability disappeared after becoming a dragon, it would be quite troublesome. Immediately after, Vell unleashed his power without hesitation. He shouted, Summon the gate of the spirit world. Spiritual energy swirled into a giant orb, inside which a pair of fierce, glowing eyes appeared. Vell called out loudly, Pepper, come here. In the blink of an eye, a giant, brilliant red dragon appeared right before him, its majestic form as mighty as a living volcano, its large wings spread out, covering the entire sky. Vo was overjoyed, his radiant eyes filled with emotion as he choked out, Pepper. It was so happy it started to cry, its eyes shimmering with emotion, letting out low growls as if choked up with joy. He smiled until his eyes crinkled, reaching out to stroke the dragon Pepper's face, and said happily, It's been a long time. I almost didn't recognize you, you've gotten so cool. Vo silently observed the creature before him, his gaze pensive, mentally assessing it. Its body had become translucent like a spirit, and its size was off the charts, but its form had also changed a lot. He continued to think, its power has reached level 7, on par with me, so that's why you only awakened when I reached this realm. Then he asked gently, Perp, can you shrink down like before? It nodded slightly, its eyes lighting up in understanding, and let out a familiar sound. In the blink of an eye, Pepper unleashed its power, a brilliant red light flaring up so brightly that Vo instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. In just a moment, its massive body had shrunk down, and it made a familiar sound. He clapped his hands in praise. Awesome, just as I thought. You haven't forgotten. It chirped excitedly again and again, looking proud as if smugly showing off to its master. Then Vo smiled and suggested, Well then, since it's been a while, let's have a round. Pepper nodded eagerly, its eyes blazing with excitement, and let out another growl that echoed in the night. He quickly jumped onto its back, and the crimson dragon soared gracefully through the air, the wind whistling past his ears, bringing a feeling of extreme exhilaration. Vo couldn't help but cheer inwardly. This is amazing, to be able to freely change direction at this speed. He praised it silently. Its flying ability had been significantly upgraded. Vo's face lit up with excitement, his hair a mess in the wind, a thought echoing in his mind. If it can fly this nimbly, even in its spirit form. As soon as that thought finished, Pepper's entire body suddenly lit up, its crimson spiritual power erupting violently like an explosion in midair. Vo shouted in alarm, Pepper. At that moment, Pepper's entire body began to merge with Vo's spiritual power, and a pair of brilliant golden dragon wings appeared on his back, blazing with power and emitting waves of immense pressure. Vo was delighted and said, his eyes shining brightly, Can you read my thoughts? It seems your telepathic waves have become clearer too. Then he shot up into the sky, leaving behind a brilliant streak of crimson light like a meteor tearing across the night sky. Vo exclaimed excitedly, Then let's go. He thought joyfully, even though it's not as good as when Pepper flies on its own, I won't lose to any transcendent being in aerial combat. Then Pepper quickly returned to its giant form. The two of them weaved through the silent night. Vo said enthusiastically, Let's go, Pepper. 3 days later, Vo sat on his bed, his eyes intently scanning the lines on the royal decree stamped with the royal seal. King Alfonso's attendant stood beside him, speaking respectfully, High Priest, congratulations. His eyes were glued to the paper in his hand, wide with astonishment as he said, Me? A duke? At that moment, in Vo's mind, a thought echoed. Duke is a title only bestowed upon those qualified to become part of the royal family. Throughout history, no one outside the Armos bloodline has ever been granted the title of duke. In his heart, he couldn't help but be shocked. The founder of Andian, an 8th Circle Grand Mage, and even the first head of the Doylemon family, had only ever reached the rank of Marquis. Hayate gently pinched Ratzel's cheek, the corners of his lips curling up mischievously, his voice laced with a teasing tone. It seems you still don't quite believe it. That's understandable. Even I was extremely surprised by His Majesty's decision. Darius laughed, his voice filled with excitement as he recalled, when His Majesty announced that. Everyone was so shocked the hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Hubert added, his voice calm, yet full of respect. But no one objected, because they all recognized your contributions. Oh, High Priest, while Unsen burst into hearty laughter, muttering teasingly, Hold that pose, hold it right there. She giggled, raising her hand to cover her mouth as she teased. So, from today on, should I call you Your Grace, the Duke? He frantically waved his hands. There's no way. Ratzel lowered his head and said in a low voice, Even though I still can't quite believe it, even if I do become a duke, please don't use honorifics with me. He looked directly at the people standing before him, his voice ringing with sincerity. Before I am a duke, I am still Ratzelmon, my master's disciple, and the junior brother to all of you. Darius sighed softly and said gently, If that's what you wish, then we'll do as you ask. Unsen slapped Ratzel hard on the back and laughed. This is exactly why you've always been my favorite junior brother. He choked on his spit, letting out a small yelp. Night gradually fell, and an exhausted Pepper had drifted off to sleep, its soft, steady breathing echoing in the quiet room. Ratzel quietly gazed out the window, his eyes on the dark sky, and muttered, Now I'm all alone. Then, he immediately took out a piece of paper and said, Let's see the quest reward. Ratzel unfolded the paper and examined it closely, his gaze landing on a prominent red mark. He frowned slightly and muttered, A map marking the location of a dragon? I was planning on searching for one anyway, so this saves me the trouble. His gaze suddenly froze, his expression turning serious, as he said, "Wait a minute. This place is in the Empire?" Ratzel's sudden shout in the middle of the night startled Pepper awake. It blinked a few times, then glanced over at him furtively, its eyes filled with confusion as if trying to guess what he had just discovered. At that moment, a thought raced through Ratzel's mind. The Britannia Empire, the only empire on the continent, and the age-old enemy of Andian. He thought to himself, currently, with the Emperor gravely ill, the princes are locked in. A war for the throne. Ratzel's mind was racing. Moreover, to enter the Empire, one must have proof of identity. He flopped onto the bed, covering his forehead with his hand, as he lamented. Why did it have to be the Empire? This is not going to be easy at all. He gently pinched Pepper's cheek, his voice softening, as if to reassure both himself and the creature. Don't worry, Pepper, it's not. Like there's no way. He lay quietly on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his calm voice echoing in the silent room. It might take time and be full of danger, but there is one sure way. The scene changes to the quiet of night. Faint moonlight shone down upon the vast sea. A lone boat drifted aimlessly on the dark water, with gentle waves, lapping against the hull. A deep, hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. It won't be long now, the woman continued. A voice called out, Wait right there, you scoundrel. Wei stood at the bow of the ship, the dark wind blowing her long hair, her eyes sharp and cold. Gazing into the distance, his voice filled with resentment. I'm on my way. Meanwhile, in the grand, solemn, golden-hued dining hall of the Empire, a subordinate bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, your meal is served. A moment later, Alfonso emerged from the dining hall. His demeanor was calm, yet he exuded an indescribable majesty. As soon as they saw him, Emilia and Jas immediately bowed in greeting. We greet your Majesty. He paused, his gentle gaze sweeping over their faces before speaking. You must all be weary from your long journey. The three of them then entered the study to discuss business. Alfonso spoke in a serious tone. I have summoned you here to assign you the task of guiding the elf and beastmen tribes. He froze, thinking to himself, time flies so fast. The rebellion made me completely forget about relocating the two tribes. The king's voice continued. The White Tower Master will be responsible for guiding the elf tribe, and Duke Jas will be in charge of the beastmen tribe. The two of them bowed in unison. We obey your Majesty's command. Alfonso continued. Then let us discuss the upcoming schedule. At that moment, he tried to keep a smile on his face, but beads of sweat had formed on his forehead as a sense of unease washed over him. Mia's belligerent nature makes me a little nervous, but surely they wouldn't ask someone as sick as me for a one-on-one duel, right? The thoughts continued to race through Jas's mind. But why do I feel so uneasy? At the same time, Mia stood at the bow of the ship, shielding her eyes from the glaring sun. She gazed into the distance, an unconcealable look of excitement on her face. Mia put her hands on her hips and laughed heartily, her mind filled with excitement. As soon as I meet Jas, I have to challenge him to a duel, a one-on-one fight. A subordinate standing behind her spoke up. The Beast King seems very happy. The leader of the bear tribe added, This is the first time she has left the island. He continued, his voice a mix of excitement and contemplation. It's only natural for one's heart to pound in the presence of the continent's powerful warriors. More importantly, he is also on the continent. The man exclaimed in surprise. He is? Another beast man, observing through a spyglass, suddenly shouted with delight. Land ahoy! His voice rang out again. Andy is in sight ahead. Meanwhile, Jas stood quietly at the docks, awaiting the guests from afar. His eyes were fixed on the ship slowly approaching the harbor. The streets were swarming with people, all standing around to watch curiously. A thought arose in Jas's mind. So many people have gathered to see the Beastmen tribe. It makes sense. To ordinary people, they're a race that only exists in rumors. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Jas whipped around, whispering to himself, this magical energy. Just then, Alan slowly approached. Jas immediately called out, Sir Alan. He bowed slightly, his voice respectful. By order of His Majesty, we are here to provide support. We will do our utmost to assist you, Your Highness, the Grand Duke. He waved his hands in embarrassment, replying awkwardly, Thank you. But the title, Your Highness, the Grand Duke, is a bit. Alan's eyes crinkled into a smile as an idea struck him. If Your Highness doesn't like that title, how about Lord Duke instead? Jas rubbed the back of his head, saying sheepishly, That seems more reasonable. A short while later, the ship docked. The group of beastmen quickly disembarked, their movements decisive and powerful. but there was still no sign of the person he was waiting for. Jas frowned slightly, wondering, where is she? Suddenly, a familiar figure came rushing forward like a whirlwind, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that sent onlookers scrambling to the sides. In the middle of the dust, swirled up like a tornado as a piercing, excited shout rang out. A male! Alan was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. He froze for a moment. A shocking thought raced through his mind. This combat aura is on the same level as the Tower Master, maybe even stronger. Could that be the person Duke Vaso mentioned? Alan wondered, his eyes still fixed on the girl running towards them, the king of the Beastmen tribe, Mia. Soon, she stopped right in front of the two of them. Crossing her arms, Mia let out a booming laugh, her voice echoing. Long time no see? Male? Vaso forced a smile, his expression helpless as he said, You haven't changed a bit. Mia laughed cheerfully, her voice full of energy. I'm always like this. But you have gotten quite a bit stronger lately. Immediately after, Mia unleashed her spiritual power, and a brilliant red light erupted around her body, swirling violently like a living flame. Her voice was filled with excitement. Your male scent is stronger than before too. If you don't mind, how about we have a match right now? He frantically took half a step back, waving his hands in panic, his face turning pale. Please spare me, I'm still a patient. Mia sighed in disappointment as the red light around her gradually subsided. A patient? Huh. Well then, I guess it can't be helped. Looks like we'll have to save it for next time. Vaso forced a tense smile and spoke awkwardly. But first, Mia, could you please withdraw your combat aura? He turned to look around, and the scene made Vaso not know whether to laugh or cry. At this point, everyone standing nearby was sprawled on the ground, some clutching their heads, looking dizzy. He continued in a helpless tone. It looks like everyone here is in serious trouble. Afterwards, the group and their subordinates left the docks and headed towards the designated assembly area. Suddenly, halfway there, Mia stopped abruptly, her eyes widening. She yelled, What was that? Mia frowned, whipping her head towards Vaso, her voice filled with annoyance. We have to share the forest with those elves? Huh? This was never mentioned before, was it? He remained calm and explained gently. The Abbot Forest is the largest forest in Andy. Even with both our tribes living there, it won't feel crowded. But Mia immediately shot back, her eyes flashing with annoyance. No, that's not the problem. Mia continued in a low, serious voice. The problem is that they're so boring. Vaso exclaimed in surprise. What? She scowled, her annoyance clear as she said irritably, Those peace lovers bore me to death. Hearing this, he immediately made a proposal. If you can get along with the elf tribe, I'll introduce you to an opponent for a one-on-one duel. Mia's eyes immediately lit up, and she cheered excitedly. Oh, that's a deal. You better keep your word. Male. Suddenly, Mia spun around and pointed directly at Alan, the corner of her mouth curling into a smirk. However, if it's not going to be you, the opponent has to be at least on this guy's level. Only then will it be an interesting fight. Alan was stunned. He asked in surprise, Me? She moved in close, sniffing around Alan, which made him blush beet red. Then, Mia delivered her verdict. But this is strange. His strength seems to be on par with yours when I first met you, yet I don't sense any male scent from him. Vaso frowned in confusion, asking, What do you mean? At that, Vaso fell silent in thought. According to the records, if the first Beast King, Venia, was of mixed dragon blood, then what Mia senses from me could be the scent of a dragon. The train of thought continued in his mind. Mia is also a werewolf, with ash-gray hair, just like Fenia. If she carries Fenia's bloodline, it's very likely she also has dragon elements within her. Mia suddenly, she stepped closer, squinting at Raxo, her voice full of provocation. Why are you staring at me like that? Planning to mate with me? The male looked helpless, his face filled with distress as he stared at her with contempt. Never. Please stay away from me. In the Abbot Forest, ancient trees were lush and green, their leaves rustling gently in the wind, as sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting sparkling patches of light on the ground, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Emilia stood before Raxo, a gentle smile on her lips, her voice carrying a hint of apology and sincerity. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Your Grace. I forgot to mention it earlier, he chuckled, his eyes showing a flash of warmth as he said casually, Thank you, White Tower Master. Please, speak comfortably. Suddenly, Mia walked over, leaning down to observe the girl from head to toe, with a scrutinizing gaze. She raised an eyebrow, her voice a mix of curiosity and challenge. This little female is stronger than I thought, huh? Amelia frowned in annoyance, exclaiming with irritation, "You are so rude." From behind, Aaron and Elo approached gracefully, an elegant smile on their lips. She spoke in a friendly tone, "We will be neighbors from now on. A warm welcome to you all." Raxo immediately stepped forward, bowing politely. "Lady Aaron, Lord Elo." She smiled, returning the bow gently. "It's been a while, Lord Raxo." Muya quickly ran over, her eyes filled with interest as she stared at the two newcomers, saying in surprise, "So there are some formidable ones among the long ears, huh?" He immediately said in a stern voice, "Muya, how can you call them that?" She pointed directly at Yo, her eyes shining brightly, her voice filled with excitement. "Hey, male, this long-eared girl smells just like you." Yo was startled, her cheeks flushing red as she said shyly, "Like him? How could I?" Mia's eyes blazed like fire, a murderous aura spreading from her, her voice low and dangerous. "Looks like this little girl is aiming for you too. Are you planning to yield?" Yo's face immediately tensed, her sharp gaze fixed on the Beast King as she retorted angrily, "Yield." Lord Raxo is not an object. He clasped his hands like a Zen master and said earnestly, "The two tribes will live together here, but that doesn't mean we will share everything. Because our environments and cultures are different, conflicts may arise." Then, Raxo gently pointed to a nearby tree, his gaze firm as he continued, "Therefore, let's use this chestnut tree as the marker at the forest entrance. The north side will belong to the elf tribe, and the south will be where the beastman tribe lives. Is that acceptable?" Arn bowed her head and immediately replied, her voice full of respect, "The very fact that you are lending us this land is something we are incredibly grateful for." Mia readily agreed. "Fine by me. As long as you don't forget your promise to me." His voice continued, "And one more thing. In 10 days, representatives from each tribe are to attend the reception personally prepared by His Majesty the King. In the royal capital of Andi, a carriage rolled quietly along the stone-paved road. Inside the carriage, Elo called out softly, "Lord Raxo?" He replied in a low voice, "Yes." She hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Besides the audience with the king, are there any other special events scheduled?" Raxo answered immediately, "Lady Mia will represent the Beastman tribe to receive her ennoblement." At that moment, Mia was resting her chin on her hand, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the scenery outside the... She suddenly spoke, her voice a mix of surprise and indifference. "I don't care about any of that. I just need you to have a one-on-one duel with me, male," he continued. "There will probably be a ball at the palace, which will also be an opportunity to the kingdom, shows its strength to other nations." Hearing this, Yo immediately became excited. She gently wiped the corner of her mouth, where drooled a little as her eyes lit up, asking, "So, does that mean I can drink and eat as much as I want?" Suddenly, Mia froze, her whole body tensing instinctively. She could clearly sense a fierce battle happening nearby. Mia immediately shot up, quickly leaning against the window, her tense gaze fixed outside. Her voice rang out, filled with urgency, "A terrifying aura is approaching from that direction." He continued to speak, his face showing a look of excitement, as if waiting for a good show. "One side doesn't look like it can win, but it won't be an easy loss either, while the other side is definitely going to lose." Suddenly, Jaso spoke up, his voice calm as if nothing serious was happening. "It's all right, both of them are acquaintances of mine, and one of them is even my master." She turned back in surprise, angrily shouting, "What? Why are you only telling me that now?" Immediately after, she licked her fingertips and hastily fixed her messy hair with her saliva. "If it's your master, I have to make a good impression. How do I look? Do I look cool?" Soon, they arrived. He stepped out of the vehicle with a radiant expression, cheerfully greeting the two people waiting ahead. "Master, Commerce Tower Master, why did you two come out?" Dariet replied nonchalantly, his voice calm yet respectful. "His Majesty the King ordered us to welcome you personally, as you are honored guests." Melv gave a warm welcome, introducing himself. "Welcome to the royal capital of Andian. I am the Commerce Tower Master, Hemingway Melv." Immediately after, she spoke gently, her voice gentle yet full of charisma. "And I am the Flame Tower Master, Dariat Bai Shue." Arn spoke emotionally, his voice full of gratitude. "Flame Tower Master, it is a pleasure to see you again. The kindness you showed me last time, I have never forgotten." At that moment, memories of the past became crystal clear in her mind. Arn gently continued, "My daughter received a great favor from you. Only now do I have the chance to thank you. I am Arn of the Elf Tribe, of the Chin Bai clan." Dariet smiled gently. "What favor?" "It was only what I should have done." Her gaze shifted to the girl next to Jaso and asked softly, And the lady over there is? Mia became flustered, wringing her hands and looking around, stammering as she answered, I am the Beast King, Mia. No. Am I the Beast King, Mia? No. It's me. The woman immediately spoke, her voice gentle and friendly. Beast King, you don't need to be so formal. Please speak comfortably. She hid behind him, replying shyly, No, I'm fine. No, I am fine. At this moment, Jaso thought to himself, the Beastmen tribe always worships the strong as their king. Perhaps this is the first time she's met someone stronger than herself, so she's a bit flustered. Suddenly, Dariat caught the icy glare of Io staring intently in her direction. That gaze was so cold it made her startle involuntarily, a sense of astonishment rising within her. Then, Dariat glanced towards the boy, who was now laughing and talking intimately with the Beast King, his gentle voice ringing out, Lady Mia, are you all right? She smiled knowingly, a thought forming in her mind. This youngest kid always acts so innocent. This ball is definitely going to be worth watching. At the same time, at the palace, a sense of unease suddenly arose in Hecate's heart. She quickly turned to look behind her, her eyes wary. Where is that chill coming from? Why do I have such an unsettling feeling? The brilliant golden sunlight shone down on the royal capital, as if draping the city in a cloak of light. Seeing the scene before her, Mia exclaimed in amazement. In front of us, before him was a magnificent, opulent palace, sparkling under the brilliant golden sun, as if each stone was coated in a layer of shimmering gold. It was dazzling. Vasho gasped, his eyes wide with unconcealed surprise. It hadn't been long, yet the once collapsed palace had already been completely rebuilt. Dariat spoke up. Nicolo and his disciples worked so hard they barely slept. Hearing this, he frowned slightly, thinking to himself that they must have been rushed to meet the schedule. Then, he gently turned and walked towards the palace, saying calmly, Well then, let's go in. His Majesty is waiting for everyone. Soon, they entered the grand hall, standing before the king's throne. Vasho immediately knelt, bowing his head in reverence, his clear voice ringing out, The Duke of the Kingdom of Vandamon. He continued, I have completed the mission your Majesty entrusted to me and have returned. Alfonso nodded slightly, his eyes filled with trust. Rise, Duke Vasho, I will not forget your contributions. Next, Arin and her daughter stepped forward together, bowing in unison. The mother spoke respectfully. Greetings, ruler of Endi. I am Nor Arin of the Elven tribe, and this is my daughter, Ilo, Arin continued. On behalf of all the elves of the Great Forest, thank you for your generous act of ceding the forest to us. The king looked warmly at the mother and daughter, replying in a calm and understanding voice, I hope that our neighboring residents will feel at ease staying here until the Great Forest is restored. Mia awkwardly bowed, muttering in a tiny voice, The king of the beastmen, Mia, greets the ruler of Endi. No, sends her greetings. Anxiously, she kept her head down, her ears drooping, and her face pale. He quickly stepped in to help Mia. My apologies, Your Majesty, the thing is, but Alfonso immediately raised a hand to interrupt. I understand. I am not very familiar with beastman culture myself. Then he smiled and said, Your Majesty, the Beast King, I plan to hold a knighting ceremony at the ball. What do you think? She was startled, and didn't know how to react, only managing a small sound. Vasho leaned in and whispered in Mia's ear, Just say that you will abide by His Majesty's will. She stammered and mumbled along, as if memorizing each word, I will abide by His Majesty's will, Your Majesty. But while he instructed one thing, Mia said another, Thank you for accommodating my schedule. I am grateful. Realizing her mistake, she bowed her head, her face like a guilty puppy's. Vasho could only give a wry smile, thinking he'd have to teach her basic etiquette all over again. 3 days later, the knighting ceremony was officially held, and majestic music filled the grand hall of the palace. Each solemn note drifted through the dignified atmosphere, as Mia's voice rang out clearly, The king of the beastmen, Mia. From that moment on, the oath from her lips, spoken slowly but firmly, echoed throughout the grand hall. I will faithfully fulfill all my duties as a noble of the glorious kingdom of Enden. At that moment, a murmur arose in the palace. People looked at each other and whispered, their eyes filled with astonishment. I can't believe a beastman knows such etiquette. It's completely different from the rumors that they're savages. Then, King Alfonso stepped down from the dais, holding a ceremonial sword, his solemn gaze fixed on Mia, and his deep voice boomed, I, Alfonso Radmos, King of Endi, bestow upon you the surname Laos, along with the title of Count of the Kingdom. He continued, his voice full of authority. Never forget the oath you have sworn today. She knelt straight, her hand on her chest, and replied clearly, I am deeply grateful. Immediately after, the sword in Alfonso's hand flashed with light, as if a sacred affirmation of the oath of loyalty that had just been spoken. At the ball, everyone was immersed in the lively music, dancing gracefully amidst the brilliant lights and an atmosphere filled with laughter and conversation. She let out a soft sigh, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, even though she was just following instructions. But I really don't understand why we have to do something so tedious. He smiled gently, comforting her in a soft voice. You've worked hard. A moment later, Elo hesitantly made a suggestion. Lord Laost, tonight is the ball. If you don't mind, would you dance with me? He gently cut her off. Lady Elo, allow me to make a belated introduction. Heek, in a dazzlingly gorgeous dress with a bright smile on her face, stepped forward and greeted them cheerfully. This is Lord Laost, and my name is Heek Rodham. Elo was stunned, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. She thought to herself, this person. Then came his companion, Laost's, while Mia was munching on the food in her hand, never taking her eyes off the girl in front of her. In her mind, she warily considered, she smells like the king. If so, then she's a female of that kind. Suddenly, Heek spoke, a smile still bright on her lips. Could we go somewhere else to talk for a moment? I have something I'd like to discuss privately with you two. Laost quickly stood up. In that case, I'll also. She immediately raised a hand to stop him, her voice firm. No. Although she still maintained a radiant smile, an intense, suffocating killing intent emanated from Heek's body. She still smiled gently and said, this is something only women can discuss amongst themselves. He replied awkwardly, ah, yes. Dariet, standing nearby, was chewing popcorn noisily while watching the drama unfold, unable to help but think to himself, a love triangle between three different races centered around one man. How interesting. This is just too interesting. Afterward, the three of them quickly left the main hall and moved to a quiet corner that had been prepared in advance. A maidservant bowed and said, Your Highness the Princess, you have arrived. Heek immediately sat down, her voice gentle yet authoritative. Everyone, please sit here. There's no need for formalities. Just make yourselves comfortable. Elo and Mia said in unison. We understand. She slowly poured a glass of wine, the deep red liquid swirling in the crystal glass. Heek looked up, her voice still gentle but with a clear underlying meaning. I arranged this private meeting because there's something I want to ask you to. Immediately after, she tilted her head back and downed the glass of dark red wine in one go, a decisive motion that left the other two stunned. Heek's gaze was fixed straight ahead, her voice calm and cold as she asked, What do you two think of Duke Laost, my fiancé? Elo was momentarily stunned to hear the princess ask so bluntly, and she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. That's. After a moment's hesitation, Elo bravely spoke up. If you're asking about my feelings, then I'll be direct. I like Lord Laost. Very much, in fact. Mia crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and smirked slightly before adding, He is indeed a male who has caught my interest, and he's strong too. Heek slowly poured more wine into her glass, her voice full of certainty, just as I thought. Her voice continued, Laost is not like other ordinary nobles. Heek went on, he will become king in the future, and a man like that cannot have concubines. Her eyes gradually became coated with a thin layer of ice, as cold as a winter's night. Heek spoke, each word ringing out clearly. The same goes for me. As long as I'm alive, I will not accept sharing Laost with anyone else. Elo lowered her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the floor, thinking silently to herself. I understand. That one was expected. But Yuan, her beast ears twitched slightly. She gritted her teeth, clenching her fists as anger welled up in her mind. Oh, so you're warning me to my face? With your frail human body. Suddenly, she paused, as if realizing something, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, Wait a minute, did you just say while you're alive? Heiket continued to pour more wine, a hint of sadness in her eyes, as she replied softly, Yes. Her next words stunned the two people across from her. Gasol reached the superhuman realm while he was still in his 20s. It's possible he will reach the transcendent realm that no one has achieved since the age of myths. Moreover, he carries the blood of a dragon, so he will live much longer than I, a mere human. I don't want Gasol to live a lonely life without me. She spoke sadly. You are beings who transcend humans. As long as I can be the only one in his life while I'm still alive, that's enough for me. Yuan was stunned, stammering, That's. Heiket suddenly stood up, her voice firm, but there's one thing I must make clear first. She pointed a finger at herself, her tone sharp and clear. I'm the head of the household. I'm the first one. Got it? The two of them sat motionless, seemingly unable to process what they had just heard. Before leaving, Heiket's voice rang out again. So, who will be the second? I hope that when you have a decision, you'll let me know. At that moment, she slowly descended the stairs, the hem of her dress brushing against the marble floor. Suddenly, Heiket tripped on her dress, stumbling and losing her balance, letting out a panicked cry. Fortunately, Gasol was there in time. He rushed over like a gust of wind, his arms catching her falling body just in time. Gasol's worried voice called out, "Heiket!" Her hazy eyes were fixed on the man in front of her. "Is that you?" Gasol frowned when he smelled the alcohol on Heiket, chiding her gently. "You can't hold your liquor, so why did you?" She nuzzled her head against his warm chest, softly asking, "Gasol, do you know the surest way to restrain an enemy?" Without waiting for Gasol to speak, Heiket gently gave the answer, her gaze still distant. "It's to make them pay attention to someone else too." Gasol frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "Yes? What do you mean?" She didn't answer, only turning slightly, slowly slipping out of his arms, her voice a quiet whisper tinged with fatigue. "I drank a little too much, so I'm feeling dizzy." Heiket looked up, her cheeks flushed from the wine and a bit of shyness. "May I rest for a while in your room?" Gasol immediately stepped forward, gently scooping her into his arms. His deep, warm voice rang out, full of tenderness and concern. "Of course, Heiket." 3 months later, at the Flame Tower, Darius held a paper in her hand, speaking with annoyance. "I thought things would be quiet for a while." She sighed, glancing over at Zat who was sitting across from her, her voice filled with suspicion. "So it turns out to be another mobile research trip? Did you also report this to Her Highness the Prince?" Zat quickly replied, his voice firm. "Of course. I asked for permission and it was approved." Darius took a small sip of wine, a twinkle of amusement in her eyes. "If you keep running around like this, sooner or later you'll be punished by Her Highness. You might even have your travel restricted." He was taken aback, raising a hand to scratch his head, a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. "I'm sure it won't come to that." She stared at the paper in her hand, her eyes flashing with surprise before she exclaimed, "Wait, you're going to the third country this time? The upper nation is a cut above." She continued to speak, in a slow but meaningful tone. "You must know what kind of place this is, right?" Vaso nodded without hesitation, answering decisively, "Yes." At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. The merchant nation, the upper nation, a country so small it should be called a city-state, to be more precise, but it's a place where everything is legalized, from gambling, debauchery, and contract assassinations, to money laundering, and, even slave trading, making it the largest underground nation on the continent. Dariat handed the paper to Vaso, saying in a stern voice, "I'm telling you, this only to remind you to be careful. The shadows of those who live in the dark are deeper than you think." He clenched, the paper in his hand, his eyes flashing with determination, his voice ringing with resolve. "Yes, master. I will remember your teachings and be on my way." The scene changes as a boat glides smoothly over the calm sea, and a thick fog suddenly rolls in. Vaso chuckled to himself. Fog, appearing like this. It seems today is a lucky day. His face was filled with contemplation, his eyes fixed on the thick white mist swirling around the boat. Thanks to the fog, I can enter the territory, quietly. The problem is... Vaso glanced at the person in a black cloak standing silently by the ship's rail, his eyes narrowing, with suspicion as a flicker of worry rose within him. That person has been following me from the port. This whole time, they've been concealing their presence and suppressing their killing intent. They're definitely a master, but I can't fight them in the middle of the sea. However, a spark of annoyance ignited within him. If they think that, they're dead wrong. Without hesitation, Vaso immediately turned and strode forward, yanking off the black-cloaked figure's hood, his eyes as sharp as a blade. "Who are you? How dare you follow me?" Seeing the familiar face revealed under the cloak, Vaso exclaimed in shock. "Mia," she scratched, her head shyly, avoiding his gaze, and mumbled, "Well, shoot, I've been found out." He asked in surprise, "Mia, why? Are you following me?" She suddenly shot to her feet, her voice filled with indignation. "What do you mean? Why? You promised to spar with me when you returned to the capital, didn't you? And then you just disappeared again, so I immediately chased after you." Vaso urged worriedly. "Mia, you have to go back. This place is extremely dangerous." Mia raised her fist, her eyes shining with determination. "Go back? The upper nation? I've heard of it, too, but I just need to beat everyone up and..." He sighed softly, saying helplessly, "Actually, The upper nation is just a stopover. The real destination is further on. She immediately cut him off, her eyes serious. Where is it? Upon hearing Vaso's answer, Mia was stunned, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, unable to speak. The sworn enemy of Andian, the Britannia Empire. Meanwhile, in Dariat's room, the bright moonlight streamed through the window pane, casting a soft, silvery glow on the floor, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere filling the room. She held a letter in her hand, her low voice echoing. The Empire's war of succession is becoming increasingly fierce. Every line in the letter was etched into Dariat's mind. Of the 5 princes, 2 are already dead, and no matter who seizes the imperial throne, chaos is inevitable. That arrow shouldn't be aimed at us. She stared at the letters before her, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes, and she murmured, "That youngest one has sent all his letters already?" Dariat quickly opened another letter, surprised, saying, "How strange, he never reports where he's going. Has he finally learned to think?" Looking at the lines on the paper, she jumped, her eyes widening in shock, and she couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" At that moment, in Dariat's mind, an image of Vatso with a carefree smile appeared. "Master, I'm going to the Empire for a bit." A fierce flame of anger erupted within her. Dariat furiously roared, cursing that damn bastard. On the other side, he suddenly shivered, a chill running down his spine, a vague sense of unease rising within him. Nguyen tilted her head in surprise, looking at him and quickly asking, "Male? What's wrong?" Vat so awkwardly replied, "It just feels like someone is bad-mouthing me." She was stunned, exclaiming in amazement, "Oh, who could it be?" At the same time, a silent thought arose in his mind. The letter must have reached my master by now. In Vatso's mind, the image of his master, with an angry expression, appeared vividly. "What? The Empire. You must have a death wish." He lowered his head, sighing inwardly. "Even if you're furious, I'll have to bear it. It's faster to ask for forgiveness than permission. If I said I was going to the Empire, you definitely wouldn't have let me go." Suddenly, Nguyen looked into the distance, shielding her eyes with her hand and squinting before cheering. "Male, I can see land over there." Vatso was startled and quickly looked up, his eyes flashing. "Finally, we've arrived." A thought echoed in his mind. The darkest nation on the continent, the upper nation ahead. At this time in the upper nation, amidst the dark night, fireworks exploded brilliantly in the sky, with towering buildings packed closely together, their lights casting a magnificent scene. On the bustling streets, in a small alley, he secretly handed Mia an item, whispering, "Mia, please put this on." She frowned in surprise and asked, "What is this? Mail?" Mia held the item up, her eyes shining with joy as she exclaimed, "This? Is this a ring?" Vatso smiled and gently explained, "This is a ring enchanted with disguise magic. It can change your appearance." Right after putting the ring on his hand, his body immediately began to transform, his black hair gradually turning dark brown, and his eyes also changing to a shade of violet. Vatso nodded in satisfaction, saying softly, "It's not convenient to keep our faces covered, and people from the northern Icelands all have platinum blonde hair and black eyes." Hearing this, she didn't hesitate and immediately put on the ring, muttering, "I thought it was something special." Immediately after, Mia's beast ears vanished. Her face also became softer and more inconspicuous. She excitedly asked, "How is it? Male. Don't I look gorgeously different?" Seeing her reflection in a mirror, Mia sighed in disappointment. "What's this? I don't see much of a change." Vat so smiled, comforting her softly. "For Mia, this is more than enough." Then, he continued with a suggestion, his deep voice laced with a hint of teasing. "Well then, if we're going to play the part, we should go all the way, right?" After that, the two of them walked to a small inn. Inside, the inn was packed with people, filled with the clamor of laughter, conversation, and the clatter of bowls and chopsticks. They were now standing at the reception counter. The innkeeper looked up at the two of them, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he teased. "Newlyweds sleeping in separate rooms? A lover's quarrel is like trying to cut water with a knife." He quickly waved his hands, saying flusteredly, "It seems everyone needs some private time today." Afterwards, the two of them slowly walked upstairs. Just as they set foot on the first step, a loud shout came from behind. "Hope you two make up soon." Now, Mia was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her face scrunched up in annoyance, her voice full of frustration. Sharing a room would have been more convenient in every way. "We're already pretending to be a married couple, yet we're sleeping in separate rooms." Vatso chuckled and replied, "I already said already." His voice continued, calm yet serious, Just in case something unexpected happens, we need more people. Remember us. Vaughn awkwardly continued. Besides, please consider the fact that I'm already engaged. She pouted and turned her face away angrily. I didn't intend to interfere anyway. After all, I already made a promise to that sister. Still, it's a little annoying, he asked in surprise. But after the ball, you started calling the princess sister. Why is that? Nguya was startled, her eyes darting away as she quickly replied, That's a matter between women, all right, you don't need to know. Vaughn tried to hide his confusion with an awkward laugh. Ha ha ha. He gently stroked Pepper, who was fast asleep in his arms, his voice gradually turning serious. Tonight, when it gets completely dark, we're going to get forged identification papers. We'll definitely need them when entering the Empire. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Forged papers. How can we get those? Vaughn calmly continued. First, we need to approach Shisha. That's the criminal organization that controls the entire Empire from the shadows. He closed his eyes and channeled his spiritual power. A flash of light appeared, and his spatial storage immediately opened, his voice filled with helplessness. The problem is, I don't know how to contact them. Ngaya panicked and blurted out. What? If you don't know? Then what do we do? Just then, a translucent golden money pouch suddenly glowed brightly in Vaughn's hand. He smiled faintly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. So, we'll just have to make them come to us. On a street bustling with bright lights, amidst the crowded flow of people, two beautiful women linked arms, their eyes sparkling, coquettishly laughing and talking to please the man walking between them. In a small, dark alley, where the streetlights couldn't reach, a shadowy figure lurked in the darkness. A robber bent over, quickly searching the body of a man slumped in a corner. At the casino up ahead, brilliant lights like stars covered the entire building, turning it into the brightest jewel in the city's night sky. She looked around with wide eyes, unable to hide her surprise, exclaiming, It looks so magnificent at night, and it seems like there's a lot of good food too. By now the two of them had quickly changed into disguises. Nuia wore a seductive red dress, while Vaughn was in a stylish black suit, looking just like a true nobleman. Vaughn adjusted his jacket, thinking to himself, This is the biggest casino around. All the illegal money is laundered and circulated here, so it's definitely connected to criminal organizations. His expression grew serious, and his voice lowered. Nuya, before we go in, promise me one thing. She froze and looked straight into Vaughn's eyes, asking, A promise? He continued speaking. No matter the situation, you must follow my decisions. No matter what happens, you must. Nuya immediately nodded cheerfully, flashing a confident smile. Of course, all right, I trust you, and will listen to you. After that, the two of them walked towards the large, brightly lit doors. Vaughn smirked, his tone half-joking. Well then, let's go in. Get ready to lose everything. She cheerfully played along and shouted. At the same time, in the top-floor surveillance room, the casino manager Danton was casually resting his feet on the desk, leisurely counting money. He sneered, muttering, These suckers have contributed quite a bit, huh? Suddenly, the door burst open, and Kim Hothai rushed in, his face pale. Director, we have a big problem. Danton frowned, annoyed, and kicked his feet off the table. What's all the panic about? He quickly reported the situation. Someone has cleaned out all the money, and all the chips on the tables are gone too. The old man's eyes widened as he shot up as if electrocuted, yelling, What? The two of them immediately rushed to the window, yanking the curtains open, to the side, the light from the casino casting on their faces, making their gazes even colder. Dan Tan gritted his teeth as he looked down at the hall below, growling, Who the hell is it? Kim Vo pointed to a corner of the hall that was attracting quite a bit of attention. It's that couple from the frozen north. The old man snarled in frustration. Damn it, they've really cleaned us out. This game is supposed to be unwinnable. He anxiously asked, Should I find an excuse to kick them out? The old man said irritably, You can't do that in front of the customers. At that moment, Dan Tan's eyes gleamed with a plan, and he gritted his teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Bring them up to the penthouse. In this casino, I am the law, the king, and without my permission, no one takes anything out of here. Down below, Vaxor was still enjoying himself. Under the brilliant lights, he sat up straight, his gaze serious, as he stared down his opponent. Vaxor immediately flipped his cards, his calm voice ringing out. The 9 men across from him were stunned, their faces turning pale as they cried out in horror, I've lost. Mia, standing beside him, her eyes shining, cheered excitedly. This is so strange, isn't it? You win like 9 out of 10 times. He calmly raked in the pile of chips, a faint smile playing on his lips. At that moment, Vaxor was calculating in his head, that's what she thinks. But in reality, the cards have marks that only I can see. This game was rigged from the start. It was impossible for players to win. At first, I even pretended to lose so I wouldn't draw attention, but at this point, I can't hold back anymore. Just as that thought crossed his mind, from behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed, and he thought to himself, they're probably about to make their move. And just as he expected, a man stood in front of Vaxor, wearing a polite smile, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife, his voice soft yet full of hidden meaning. "Hello, sir. It seems this table is beneath your level. If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to a bigger table." Vaxor raised an eyebrow slightly, a vague smile on his lips. A bigger table? I was getting bored anyway, so that's perfect. A short while later, they had arrived. When the door opened, the scene before him was breathtaking. Soft light reflected off the high ceiling, and a luxurious, modern interior stretched out before him, every detail exuding sophistication and extravagance. Vaxor was astonished. This is the penthouse, he thought silently. I can't believe there's a place like this on the top floor. It must be reserved for the upper class or special individuals. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Welcome, esteemed guest." The old man feigned delight. "I am Dan Tan, the manager of this casino. I was so impressed by your gameplay that I had to invite you up here." Vaxor replied sarcastically. "It must be because I won too much money." Dan Tan burst out laughing, his tone overly friendly but unable to hide a hint of strain. "Of course not. We invited you up here to congratulate you." Mia leaned close to his ear and whispered in a voice, as light as the wind but filled with killing intent. "His smile is so annoying. Should I just kill him?" "I totally can." Vaxor glanced at the person beside him, letting out a soft sigh as a reminder. "You made a promise." Suddenly, the old man snapped his fingers, and Kim Vo immediately approached, carrying a sparkling tray of wine. Dan Tan put on a friendly act, his bright smile full of calculation. "To welcome you, I'd like to offer each of you a glass of this wine. Bring out the most expensive bottle," he continued, his voice cheerful, as if he genuinely wanted to treat them. "Come now, drink up." Mia, without a hint of suspicion, immediately took the glass and downed it in one go, figuring the more expensive the better. But right after, Mia suddenly vomited all the wine she had just drunk. She exclaimed in shock, her breath coming in short gasps. "Huh, wait a second." She crushed the glass in her hand, her eyes flashing with anger. She growled, "Just as I thought. This wine, don't tell me?" So forcefully threw the glass to the ground, the liquid splashing everywhere, as her cold voice cut in. "Yes, it's been drugged." His subordinates quickly surrounded them. Dan Tan maintained his fake smile, sighed, then shrugged and said, his voice full of sarcasm, "What a shame. If you had just passed out, this would have ended with you only losing some money." At that moment, his face turned chillingly cold. The spiritual energy around him erupted violently, making the air in the room feel like it was freezing solid. He gritted his teeth, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping towards the old man. His voice lowered, filled with killing intent. "I'm not so sure, but did you guys really only plan on taking our money?" Dan Tan took a step back, his face deathly pale and sweat pouring down. The old man stammered, his voice trembling. What is this?" Kim didn't sense the imminent danger. He growled, his gaze sweeping over everyone with contempt. "You punks, isn't this enough to make you beg for your lives? Don't you get the situation you're in?" Dan Tan shouted in terror. "You crazy fools, get back now." Kim was stunned, looking confused, and quickly asked, "Sir, why all of a sudden are you saying that?" The old man immediately roared, his voice filled with frustration and panic. "I said get back, you idiot." Dan Tan fearfully stared at the two people in front of him, sweat trickling down his spine, as he thought to himself, that guy is only directing his aura at me. Even if he's pretending to be weak, I was once a master-level Qi practitioner, and my years of experience tell me this. These thoughts raced through Dan Tan's mind. They are beings far beyond humans. Then, the old man bowed his head and said in a trembling voice, "Please forgive my rudeness. May I ask what business you have with me, sir?" Vo gave a friendly smile, his eyes calm as if he had everything under control. Immediately after, a voice that only Dan Tan could hear resounded in his head. "You really do have the mind of a manager. I have a job for you." Dan Tan was startled, exclaiming in shock in his mind, "Telepathic magic." He used telepathy to reply, "Go ahead. What is it?" The young man spoke coldly. "2 perfectly forged documents. Have them ready for me by tomorrow." In the magnificent setting of the casino, the sparkling lights reflected on Joe's calm face. His voice was soft yet carried a heavy pressure. "We had a lot of fun. Don't forget what I asked of you." The two of them waved goodbye, each carrying 2 large bags of money on their backs. Dan Tan knelt and bowed, his voice filled with reverence. "Yes, thank you, esteemed guests, for visiting our casino," Kim said, confused. "Director, why are you doing this? If we just let them leave like this, our reputation in this business will be ruined." The old man shot to his feet, turned, and walked away, shouting, "You fool!" Dan Tan trudged on, his heart heavy. His voice lowered. "Is there anything in this world more precious than life?" Kim spat angrily, gritting his teeth mockingly. Even a notorious war dog gets old, tucking his tail before a fight even starts. A dangerous glint appeared in Kim's eyes, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. He spoke coldly. "No, actually, this is good. I just need to kill that arrogant punk to prove Dan Tan is washed up. Then the organization will surely give the director's position to me." After that, Kim immediately barked an order. "Find those guys who just cleaned out the casino. They can't have gotten far." Instantly, his subordinates rushed out like a whirlwind, weapons raised high and their fighting spirit blazing, shouting in unison. "Yes, sir." Standing with Mia on a nearby rooftop, they both watched the chaotic crowd below. He was just putting the money into his storage when he said, "I knew something was strange from the start." She praised him. "You're pretty smart, I'll give you that." Vaxo's eyes lit up with excitement as he continued. "Then let's get ready for some exercise so we don't leave any loose ends." Afterward, the two of them went for a stroll through the city, spending the money they had just acquired. She held a skewer of grilled meat in her hand, chewing while looking around with unconcealed fascination. The human world really has many strange things. She pointed at a toy box displayed on the roadside, her eyes sparkling as if she had just discovered a treasure. "Look at this, it's pretty cool. This tiny little box is making music." He stood beside her, only able to sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, "I wonder if this is what being a parent feels like." She looked at the toy in her hand, excitedly saying, "This monkey looks like a beast man I know." Vaxo quickly spotted the stalkers in the crowd, a thought crossing his mind, guessing they were following very closely. Then, Vaxo pretended to be calm. "Mia, let's try going over there." By now, it was late at night, darkness had fallen, covering everything in shadows and dim light that stretched across the street. The two of them casually headed back to the inn, Mia's hands full, carrying all sorts of things she had just bought. Hearing the faint footsteps behind them, Vaxo smirked, his sarcastic voice echoing in the darkness. "Just show yourselves already. Why keep sneaking around?" Kim slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a cold face in the streetlight. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, his deep, hoarse voice filled with killing intent. "You've got some nerve, huh? Or have you already chosen a place to die?" She pointed at the man in front of her, her eyes blazing. "Octopus head, I've wanted to give you a beating since the first time I saw you." Kim frowned, a vein throbbing on his forehead, and snapped irritably. "What did you say?" He gritted his teeth in anger, tightening his grip on his sword hilt, and yelled, "This chick still doesn't get the situation, does she? I'll torture you until you beg for death." Mia cracked her knuckles, her eyes flaring with fighting spirit as she sneered. "You've got a big mouth. Let's see what you're really made of." He stood silently, his eyes quickly scanning the area before he sent her a telepathic message, his voice full of concern. "Mia, go easy on them. Even though this place is full of criminals, it'll be a hassle if things get out of hand." She sighed with regret, quickly putting her bags on the ground. "And here, I thought we were about to have some fun." Kim's eyes were filled with contempt as he spoke sarcastically. "What, scared now that it's time to fight? Then I'll make the first move." He had just finished speaking, before he could even make a move, when a punch from Mia slammed right into his head, causing Kim to double over, his face contorted in pain. Not missing the opportunity, Mia charged in like a whirlwind. Her fists flew, each punch powerful and decisive, without any mercy. The subordinates were knocked down one by one before they could even react. Mia shouted excitedly, "All of you, come at me!" Vaxo watched the fight, thinking to himself, having Mia and Ani is really convenient. I can just let Mai take her time getting the fake documents. The next morning, in the port city of the Siga Empire, Vaxo and Mia blended into the bustling crowd. He looked around, thinking to himself, "This is the Britannia Empire. There was a time I believed this was my father's enemy, filled with burning hatred, yet now that I'm here, I just feel empty." They approached the gate, to a place where 2 guards stood solemnly, one of whom spoke coldly, "Show me your papers, now." Vax quickly took out his papers, his voice respectful. "Yes, here they are." The guard took the paper, glancing over the information, and then narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What brings someone from the frozen lands all the way down south like this? He maintained a calm demeanor, his voice steady. I heard about the civil war in the Empire, and my parents were worried, so I came to check on them. The guard next to him immediately rubbed his fingers together, his gaze ambiguous, his voice full of insinuation. That's a touching story, but we can't just let anyone in. Vax understood immediately, and without another word, he pulled out a small pouch of money, silently offering it to them, respectfully saying, "Yes, please accept this small token of my sincerity." The guard took it, feigned a slight cough, and then nodded. "Your filial piety towards your parents is moving, so I'll let it slide this time." Then he gestured with his chin, his voice indifferent. "Go on through." He quickly walked through the gate, his eyes fixed on the guard, a cold thought rising in his mind. The Civil War has caused corruption to run rampant everywhere. A voice echoed in the small street. "That went pretty smoothly, didn't it? Where's our next destination?" "Male." Vax glanced at her and answered curtly, "We're heading to the mountain range." 3 days later, the two were crossing a deep forest, constantly picking up speed along the long journey. He turned back, speaking to Mia, while running. "We had to take a detour because of the fake papers, so it's taking quite a while. We should arrive within 10 days, so just let me know if you get tired." She frowned, her voice slightly annoyed. "Who do you think I am? This is nothing." Suddenly, Mia stopped, her expression turning serious. She sniffed the air a few times and then said in a low voice, "Stop, male." Vax immediately halted, asking in surprise, "What's wrong?" Mia's gaze instantly became sharp and wary, her voice dropping. "There's the smell of corpses, and it's very strong." He spoke softly. "Maybe there's a cemetery nearby? Or soldiers who died in the Civil War." She took another deep breath, stating firmly, "It's not the smell of a cemetery or ordinary corpses. It's much heavier and thicker." Vax lowered his head, his expression somber, and sighed. "I didn't want to get involved in any trouble." Then he said calmly, "But we should check out what's happening, and we need to get a grasp of the Empire's situation anyway." Mia's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, and she cheered, "All right, let's go, male." Soon after, they arrived at a small village deep in the forest, where zombies roamed everywhere, walking soullessly, a foul stench filling the air. The two of them hid behind a dense bush, observing the scene before them. Mia bowed her head slightly, whispering in astonishment, "It feels like the entire village is dead." He frowned, his serious gaze following the staggering zombies, thinking to himself, "Sometimes, cemeteries affected by demonic energy do spawn zombies." A stream of thoughts continued to echo in Vax's mind. A number this large could never appear naturally. It must be the work of that evil cult. Suddenly, at that tense moment, the system appeared, announcing, "Quest 1, a requiem for the zombie village. An entire village of peaceful lumberjacks has turned into zombies in the blink of an eye. Please comfort the souls of this disaster-stricken village. Reward, 2 low-grade magic stones. Food." He froze, his eyes widening slightly, and couldn't hide his surprise. A thought about the quest popped into Vatso's head. Quest 1. Does that mean there's a chain of quests here? Right after that, he quickly stood up, his eyes lighting up as if he'd made a decision. He couldn't pass. All the better. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped out from the bushes, heading straight for the horde of zombies, staggering through the village. His voice rang out, clear and reverent. "Even though they've become spirits, surely no one among them wanted to live the life of a zombie." Instantly, the horde of zombies growled and rushed towards Vat. "So, they're rotting." Arms reached out, scrambling for the living prey before them, as his voice continued to ring out. Then, spiritual energy erupted, violently around So's body, swirling like a tornado before coalescing into radiant spears that surrounded him. Without hesitation, Vat So waved his hand and immediately launched them at the horde, speaking coldly, "Let me help them rest in peace." Suddenly, Muya and Pepper excitedly rushed forward from behind, their eyes gleaming. She cheered enthusiastically. "Got it, male." Muya charged into the middle of the horde of zombies like a whirlwind, her eyes blazing. She swung, her arms furiously, her power erupting violently, yelling, "Return to dust, all of you." It also quickly joined the fun, swooping down from above, opening its mouth and unleashing a stream of blazing fire, sweeping it straight down onto the zombie horde below. The battle was incredibly fierce, with dust and smoke billowing up, and the shrieks of the zombies, echoing continuously, swallowed by the storm of power that was wiping everything clean. Just a moment later, a notification rang out from the system, announcing the quest was completed. Completion reward, 2 low-grade magic stones. Food. Muya stood with her arms crossed, Amidst the ashes, a triumphant look in her eyes and a smirk on her lips. That was over in the blink of an eye, wasn't it? They continued on their way, and seeing Vatso was quiet, she glanced at him, her voice suddenly softening as she gently comforted him. Don't take it too hard, they'll be at peace. Now. Suddenly, Muya froze, her expression changing drastically. Seeing this, Vatso turned to her in surprise and asked, Muya, what's wrong? Male? She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with panic. There's the smell of corpses again, he continued, his voice firm. After cleaning this place up, I'm even more certain the true source of that smell is over there. He immediately pulled out a map and quickly spread it open in his hands, his eyes scanning the locations before he softly uttered, that direction is. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately took off like the wind, rushing through the dense forest. While on the move, Vatso frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the high direction is just the territory of the Baron. He gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming tense as a vague sense of anxiety rose within him. That's an area managed by the Empire. The scale of the village is also completely different. The civilian population living there alone must be at least over 1,000 people. The streams of thought continued to echo in Vatso's mind. If all of them have become zombies, then this entire country being swallowed whole is only a matter of time. I just hope it's not too late. Before long, they arrived. The entire town was now teeming with zombies. Staggering and shuffling through every nook and cranny, they created a horrifying scene. Vatso and Muya sat up high, silently observing the chaotic scene below. His heart felt heavy, unable to believe that something like this could happen in the Baron's territory. He was lost in thought, his eyes still following the soulless steps of the zombies below. Even though the country is in chaos due to the civil war, but there's no way the Empire would ignore a disaster like this. A stream of thoughts quietly formed in his mind. If that's the case, then just like with Duke Bism's rebellion, there must be someone in the high command of the Empire has joined forces with the evil cult. Ro thought to himself, could the real darkness he mentioned be this very thing? Just then, the system displayed a notification. Mission 2, the darkness of the Baron's territory. All the civilians in Baron Atlan's territory were turned into zombies long ago. Eliminate them and uncover the hidden secret within this territory. Reward, 2 intermediate-grade magic stones. Ro was completely astonished. A hidden secret, huh? Immediately after, Ro shot to his feet, his gaze turning ice-cold. Mia Pepper, first, we need to clean up this mess. The mana around him erupted violently like a whirlwind, a holy aura swirling around his body. His eyes were sharp, his voice low yet powerful. Let me send them off quickly, without any pain. Ro combined fire and lightning to form a sphere of power. He closed his eyes and concentrated, fire in one hand, lightning in the other. The image of spreading flames, using lightning as a detonator. Then, Ro used that power to destroy the zombies and he to Reds in Linning. Suddenly, Mia appeared from above and raised her fist at the zombies. Then she threw a punch and shouted with excitement. Ro looked toward Mia. That is. Then, he saw many red letters forming into rows. Are these worm-like runes written backward? They're written all over the village, and I can also sense a strange magical power. Furthermore, the flow of this ley line. While Mia was fighting the monsters, she turned back and asked, Ro, how is it? Did you find anything? Ro spoke while picturing some kind of magic circle. Yes, this is a magic formation, a formation that transfers the power of the zombies to a specific target. Mia was shocked. What? Transfer it to who? Ro said as he looked elsewhere. Perhaps it's... Then Ro looked toward a tall building with a bell. That very place, in the center of the village, is the Lord's Manor. He and she headed there together, and as they walked, Mia said, so we just need to destroy that place and it'll be over, right? I'll go there right now. Ro placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. Wait, Miss Mia. The center of the formation is moving. After hearing him, she seemed to realize, that's right, it's getting closer and closer. As they were moving, they stopped. In front of Mia and Ro, a voice echoed, kill, kill. The murderous cries belonged to none other than the dead knights. She charged forward to fight them. While they were being destroyed by Mia, Ro thought, they're much stronger than ordinary zombies. He watched the situation from the side. They absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Of course, if the opponent was superhuman level, that would be a different story. Mia used her strength to throw a dead knight, but it wasn't that simple. It had a sword in its hand to defend itself. She leaped up, using her leg to deliver a critical blow, while saying, fighting this bunch is pretty fun. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. As she took on a dead knight. After taking Mia's hit, its armor shattered. Try to endure this. Suddenly, another one appeared out of nowhere with a sword, intending to charge at her, but Mia wasn't so easily taken down. She laughed gleefully. Too slow. And then, Mia used her power to destroy it. Let's see how you want to be dealt with. She finished them off. All the dead knights were taken care of by her. At that moment, Ro ran over. Mia, are you all right? Mia grabbed him by the collar and scolded. That was mine. Why did you snatch it? You guy, I was planning on enjoying myself. Ro felt dizzy. I'm sorry. As she turned away dejectedly, he was still lost in thinking. The people of the domain being turned into the undead must have been to supply power to their master. Vatzel saw the scenes before him and couldn't help but ponder, sacrificing anything to achieve one's goals. That's truly the style of the evil sect. He was still lost in thought. The existence of this place is proof that the Empire has joined forces with the evil sect. I have to report this as soon as I get back, he thought, when Mia spoke up. But her tone was strange. She looked towards the moon and replied, It's very faint, but I felt like someone's been watching me this whole time. And on the moon was Dulin. He was too small to be seen. Vatzel asked, A gaze? Where do you mean, my lady? Dulin smirked. This girl is quite sharp. While Vatzel and Mia were looking elsewhere, Dulin said, The future successor of the Dragon Emperor has gotten stronger than before, but it's still not enough. Then he flew away. Get stronger. Because there isn't much time left. Mia looked up and wondered. Huh? It suddenly disappeared. Vatzel guessed. Could it be that you're hallucinating from the aftershocks of the magic circle's collapse? Then he turned to go in another direction. Anyway, let's get moving. We still have a long way to go. Mia still found it strange. How strange? Could I really have been mistaken? Scene changed to Mount Jack Low. Vatzel gazed at the mountain and marveled. It's completely different from what I've read in books. Truly the most dangerous and beautiful mountain on the continent. Surely the clue to the next dragon is here. Mia, completely exhausted, asked from behind. Vatzel, is the thing you're looking for really here? I've looked all around, and I don't see anything. He rummaged through his pocket. Let me check. Suddenly, the paper in Vatzel's hand burst into flames, surprising him. Mia also spoke up. I didn't do anything. Vatzel? Then a compass appeared in Vatzel's hand. She was curious. What is that? Vatzel replied that, It's a compass. It's pointing in the direction we need to go. He smiled as if he understood. Looks like we're almost there. In a deep cave with light shining in from the outside lay Brahmas. You've finally arrived. Oh, young master, and a child with dragon's blood at that. I don't know if she's the bride or not, but to bring along a perfectly suitable little girl like this. She seemed to realize something. Then Brasachara angrily roared, Be gone. You there. This is a sanctuary for the young master. Someone like you is not worthy of setting foot here. Dulin was also surprised by that reaction. He clicked his tongue. I guess I can't get any closer now. Then Dulin zipped away, cursing. This damn old hag. Dulin gritted his teeth. I didn't want it to come to this. Mia looked around and felt it. What a strange place. The two of them stood on a cliff, looking up at the towering mountain, and Vatzel spoke again. There's a wide plain and a forest on a rocky mountain, and even that distant hill looks strange. He urged, What's more, there's fog at this altitude. Let's hurry and check it out. Suddenly, Mia called out, Vatzel. Vatzel turned to look and saw her dangling in midair. Vatzel panicked. Lady Mia. Mia struggled. The fog is holding me tight. Suddenly, she blushed. How dare a mere fog do this? Then Mia used all her strength to break free. Get off me. But she still couldn't escape, as it clung to her even more. Vatzel was also helpless. Wait a minute. Could this be? Then he raised his hand and shouted. Mia screamed as well. Then she collapsed to the ground as the fog began to disperse. It seemed to work. Vatzel looked around and replied, It seems this fog is enchanted with special magic. It looks like it only allows me to pass through, while blocking others. Others. He said to Mia, Please wait here for a moment. Just sit and rest. You'll just have to bear with it. Vell and Pepper moved on. Then I'm off, Mia shouted angrily. Hurry up and go. You look like you can handle it. As he walked, he looked around, and the deeper he went into the forest, the thicker the fog became. Moreover, this fog wasn't created by ordinary magic. Vell thought to himself, it was a fog whose magical properties had been altered. And not only that, it was also a type of preset magic formation. Suddenly, he stopped. Again, the properties of the fog were changing once more. He realized that a huge maze had appeared before him. A maze? Graham's voice startled him. The young master has entered the maze. The large woman stood before the maze and said, These trials were all prepared specifically for the young master by the Dragon God King. The only thing I can do is hope the young master doesn't give up. He looked up in fear, but Braha continued. Please show us your iron-willed determination, like stone. Young Master Vell walked and thought. 3 days have passed, but I don't feel hungry or sleepy. The time here flows differently than outside. He took a running start and threw a punch at the wall, creating a fierce blaze of fire, silently muttering to himself, magic or physical strength, nothing works. I've tried everything, but it's all useless. But if there's an entrance, there must be an exit. Vell clenched his fists in determination. I will definitely overcome this trial. He walked straight ahead in frustration, but he couldn't see an end. His sense of time became numb. He couldn't even remember how many days it had been. Is there really an exit? What will happen if I can't go back? Suddenly, the system appeared before him with a notification. Do you want to give up on the maze? Yes. No? If you give up, you can leave the maze. Vell was conflicted. I can leave this place? It'd be a shame to give up now, and Pepper is very tired, and so am I. Maybe I should prepare more thoroughly and come back later. Vell was about to press the yes button to leave the maze, but he stopped, hesitating. But it's strange. If I give up here, I feel like I'll never be able to get any stronger. I want to restore my fallen family. He recalled the painful images from his past, and thought, to avenge his wrongly accused father, and reach the realm of the seventh circle that he had only dreamed of before. Now, those reasons to become stronger are gone. But I still want to surpass the eighth circle, reach the very pinnacle of magic, and achieve transcendence. Who knows, maybe at the end of this maze, I can obtain a different kind of power. Vell immediately chose to stay in the maze, as if just a moment longer, and his will would have created a reason to turn back. He tried to hypnotize himself, just endure it a little longer. Suddenly, the stone floor beneath his feet began to crumble, causing Vell to fall into the space below, and the system displayed a notification. You have proven your unwavering will. The maze trial is over, transferring to the Dark Dragon's residence. Vell landed gently. Suddenly, there was a strange laugh. This frail old woman greets the young master. A massive dark dragon was coiled up, surrounding him. Opola pointed to a house not far away. She treated him with a respectful attitude. Please, come inside. You must be tired. Let me serve you some tea. The house was magnificently furnished, and Vell sat properly on a chair, looking around, never expecting a place like this to exist on a dragon's back. Miss Opola used her magic to control the teapot and pour a cup for him. He said solemnly, Young master, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the Dark Dragon, Opola. Vell quickly replied, I am Joe. Opola smiled. Joe, what a fine name. It suits the master well as you overcame the trials of the labyrinth. Time in the real world has not passed, so please don't worry. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Joe looked at his reflection in the teacup. Although he had met many dragons before, it was a shame he never had the chance to have a long conversation like this. What should I ask? He asked Opila. What kind of being is the Dragon King? And why did I become the Dragon King? She calmly replied. A question that gets to the very essence. The Dragon King is the Lord and Master of all dragons, and also the source of life. Joe continued to ask. If that's the case, why are there so few dragons left in this era? It is because the Great Master, the previous Dragon King, the Dragon God King, has returned to nature. The wounds from the battle, with the rebels in the Middle Realm, were the cause. And the reason you, young master, became the new Dragon King is because you are the last descendant of the Dragon God King and the savior from another world. Joe repeated Opala's words. The savior from another world. She continued. The Dragon God King's mate was someone who came from another world. Your black hair, young master, must have been inherited from them. Now, the scattered pieces of the puzzle have finally come together. The ring, the relic, reacted to the dragon heart for this very reason. At this moment, Joe thought to himself that his mother must be the descendant of the savior from another world. He scratched his head and asked, So, the second-generation dragons are people like me, who carry dragon's blood and were chosen, right? Opella sipped her tea and replied, That's correct. I have also just decided who will receive my power. Joe wondered. What? Who is it? Suddenly, Opala coughed up blood. He panicked. Are you all right? She was very calm. This means I don't have much time left. The two of them walked to a room, and Opala pushed the door open. Before I depart, I have something I wish to give you. Inside the room were countless treasures, and he was so surprised that he stuttered. This is. Opola said casually. These are the things I've collected my entire life. Just like a greedy dragon. I've gathered them very diligently. Will you accept them, young master? He froze and said, These precious items are so valuable, can I really accept them? Opola warmly took his hand. So, the end has truly come. If only I could have served you until the end of my days. I hope the one chosen to inherit my power will assist you well, young master. As she spoke, Opola began to fade into nothingness, and then she disappeared completely, leaving only her words, Young master, please, go to the north. The system window appeared once again, announcing Quest. The northern ice fields, find the largest mirror. In the distant, frozen lands of the north, where 2 full moons appear at the same time. Reward. Scene change. Rain was lying in some forest when the wind blew some sand into her mouth, making her choke and cough. She shot up. Pfft, pfft. What is it? What is this? Why is there sand? I even swallowed sand in my sleep. Did I eat something delicious in my dream? She exclaimed in surprise. The fog was dissipating. Back to Joe, who was standing in awe atop Opola's pile of gold. It was truly astonishing, this fortune. Must be many times larger than Andy's entire budget, right? He stared ahead in disbelief. Those were magic scrolls filled entirely with 7th circle and 8th circle magic, even ultimate 8th circle spells. The Inferno of Mage Brisburn Hef was thought to be extinct, yet here were 2 scrolls of it. This was truly the most precious gift. Just gathering it all would take half a day. If the bag's space hadn't increased from reaching the 7th circle, it probably wouldn't have fit everything. Suddenly, a shout startled him as Mia launched herself toward him. He was surprised. Lady Mia, how did you get here? Mia replied cheerfully. The fog cleared, so I just followed the scent. But what are you doing here? Mia wondered. Oh, this was originally the Dark Dragon's lair. He widened his eyes in shock. The place had vanished, probably because it had fulfilled its given mission. Ophala, may you rest in peace. Lady Moy, did anything special happen while you were waiting? Mia looked guilty. Besides swallowing some sand in my sleep. Nothing much. Why? Jackal quickly replied. It's nothing. At that moment, he thought to himself. She said she swallowed sand. It seems the one who inherited the dragon's power is Lady Mui. Perhaps just like Yo, she'll need more time to fully awaken. You suddenly became wary. Jackal, it's the same gaze I felt back then. My wild instincts are warning me that even if I go all out, I can't win against this one. The 2 of them were staring wide-eyed at the woman with enormous wings that blotted out the sky. Then he blurted out, You really are a dragon. Yuling looked down coldly and said, Yes, compared to our last meeting, you have indeed gotten stronger. He gradually descended into the cave, while Jackal looked up with an extremely wary expression. Something was strange. He wondered why a dragon would have the magical aura of the cult, but Yuling quickly closed in on him. But it's still not enough. Seeing this, Mia rushed forward and tried to punch him in the face. You bastard, get away from Jackal! Yuling swung his arm, knocking her away. I have no business with you. Mia quickly regained her footing, roaring furiously. You want to test me, huh? I'll risk my life to kill you. Jackal, realizing the situation was getting out of hand, shouted to stop her. Lady Mia, please stop. This person isn't here to fight. You, stop as well. Yuling glanced at him, a bit confused. Why do you think that? Jackal answered honestly. If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it the first time we met. What do you really want from me? Surprisingly, Yuling placed a hand on his shoulder and said, If you truly are the Dragon Emperor, then not a single dragon can be forsaken. He spoke with all sincerity. You must become strong enough to make all dragons submit, strong enough to free me from this seal. That is, your destiny, the path you must walk as the Dragon Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuling spread his wings and flew away. I, Dragon, Gister, hope to meet you again as my master. Jackal watched him go. Finally, Yuling vanished into the air, leaving one last piece of advice. Oh, young Dragon Emperor. The scene changes to a night on a sailboat gliding across the Great Sea. This is the sailboat heading to the Akan Upper Kingdom. In the room, Mui was eating a chicken leg, voraciously, while Jackal thought to himself, a fallen dragon, huh? He pondered. A dragon that had truly fallen, abandoning its duty to protect the material world, even recorded in history as a demon dragon. Jackal recalled Yuling's expression, but he was different from what was written in the history books. He did have an aura like that of an evil cult, but it wasn't the kind where reason is buried by destructive instincts. On the contrary, he thought. It seemed like he was hiding a deep sorrow within his heart. Jackal made up his mind. When I get back, I have to look into the records about fallen dragons. Then he turned to ask the person in the same room. Lady Mia, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? She scratched her neck and replied, my neck has been itchy for the past few days. He immediately asked, is it perhaps time for you to take a bath? Mia turned her face away and replied, what kind of disrespectful and crazy thing did you just say, huh? You filthy thing. I just bathed last night. Vasco moved closer to her. May I take a look? Mia shyly shouted, Vasco, what are you doing? And he exclaimed, it's just as I thought. Then Vasco snapped his fingers and summoned some mirrors. He placed one mirror behind Mia's neck and another in front of her. Please take a look at this for a moment, will you? Mia exclaimed in surprise. My neck? This? Then she screamed. Aren't these dragon scales? Vasco speculated. This situation is different from Lady Yo's. Is it because everyone accepts the dragon's bloodline differently? Mia couldn't accept it and threw herself on the ground, rolling back and forth as if throwing a tantrum. I'm not some reptile demi-human. Why is this happening? I don't want to become a lizard. Vasco. Vasco gave a strained smile and said, please calm down. A moment later, on the ship's deck, Mia was speaking while holding a bottle of wine and sitting precariously on the ship's hull. If what you say is true, then I have accepted the power of the Black Dragon, and when that power awakens, I'll be bound in a master-servant relationship with you, right? Vasco looked at her and replied, yes, my apologies. That is indeed the case. Lady Mia was someone who loved freedom, he thought. To suddenly be in a master-servant relationship, she must feel uncomfortable. But Mia thought differently. Is that so? You must like that, huh? Vasco, does that mean I can become even stronger thanks to the dragon's power? He said with a firm voice. Yes. That is correct. Mia imagined Yo's smug face and said with great determination, that sly, long-eared girl is also in a master-servant relationship with you, so now I'm finally on equal footing. Vasco quietly approached and cautiously asked, are you all right? You're the Wolf King, yet you've entered a master-servant relationship with me? Mia immediately replied, between us, who's on top and who's below doesn't matter. Once a wolf has chosen a mate, they never change for their entire life, he retorted. What? What are you suddenly talking about? Mia stood up and said, but I won't give up the number 2 spot. Okay. Vasco thought to himself, I don't understand what she's saying, but as long as she's happy, that's all that matters. One morning a few days later at the tower, Vasco plopped down on a chair in fear, because in front of him someone was pointing a giant lollipop at him. Vasco quickly ducked under the chair. Master, even if it's a lollipop, getting hit by that could kill me, Darius replied. Kill you? Don't be ridiculous. She swung the lollipop up and made an incredibly scary face. I'll let you off the hook. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and called out to her. Fire Tower Master. Darius yelled in annoyance. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? The staff member entered and whispered softly in her ear. Darius threw the lollipop on the ground. How did they know to contact me at this exact moment? She said to Vasco. Get ready. The Lord Regent is looking for you. He asked cautiously. Yes, the Regent. Do you mean something has happened to the king? Darius turned and said to him, fortunately, it's not what you're worried about. It's just that you've been through a major event and need to rest. Vasco breathed a sigh of relief. That's so lucky. The very next second, Vasco suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Then could it be the Lord Regent? The scene changes to the royal palace, where a voice shouted, Duke Vasco. Hayate angrily yelled, Have you lost your mind? She furiously questioned him. Surely you know that the Empire is an enemy nation, don't you? I should be punishing you for the crime of colluding with the enemy. Hecate stood up, but considering the merits he had accumulated so far, she pointed her staff at Russell and said she would take them into account, and only issue a travel ban for 6 months. If you have any objections, speak now. He bowed his head and replied, I have none. It's practically house arrest, but compared to what I've done, this is incredibly fortunate. Hecate calmed down, and worriedly asked him, Why would you go to such a dangerous place in this situation? Is it related to the dragon's blood flowing within you? He stammered, How did you know? Dariat, standing nearby with her arms crossed, answered for him, Every time you return from your research abroad, you show remarkable progress. So I guessed you were searching for dragon-related artifacts, and growing stronger because of them. He lowered his head and replied softly, Yes, that's right. Until now, it was only within the territory of the Pan Kingdom, or neighboring countries, but this time, the discovery was in the Empire, so I had no other choice, Joe continued. And in fact, I discovered that a baron's fiefdom within the empire has been completely turned into a land of the undead, and there was even a lich there. Dariat exclaimed in shock. Is that true? Hecate covered her face and said, I can't believe it. If so, then the situation is truly horrifying. She continued with a hint of fear, the last words of the dark cult, who once colluded with the rebellious Grand Duke BMK, were that he would plunge the continent into blood and darkness. The chaotic situation in the empire, due to the civil war for the throne, and now a baron's territory has become a land of the undead, Hecate said seriously. To me, none of this seems like a coincidence. Master of the Fire Tower, what are your thoughts? She replied. I share the same sentiment. I will dispatch spies to thoroughly investigate the situation in the empire. Hecate ordered. Do so. Immediately. Yes. Dariat and Joe replied respectfully. Yes, we obey, Your Highness. As Russell was heading out the door, he glanced back at her and thought to himself, she must have a lot on her mind too. Next time I'll come and apologize properly. He noticed Dariat. Master, she was right about this fool. Then Dariat looked at him, with a fiery gaze. Aren't you going to go back and report to Her Highness? Do I have to remind you of everything? He listened to her and turned back to Hecate, who asked, Is there something else you wish to say? Duke Solomon Joe replied, If you don't mind. He walked over and took her hand. Could you spare a moment? I'd like to introduce a friend, Hecate asked, confused. A friend? It turned out the friend Joe mentioned was the dragon, Pepper. She held him and looked very delighted. Goodness, how can such an adorable creature exist in this world? She happily asked Joe, What is this little one? He smiled and replied, This is a spirit I've contracted with. He's a second-generation dragon, and since I've never summoned him at the royal palace, I haven't had a chance to introduce him, plus he only recently awakened. Hecate looked at Pepper. So this little one is the dragon mentioned in your report? I thought dragons were supposed to be enormous. Joe then gave him an order. Let me show you his true form. Pepper. Instantly he transformed into a massive, colossal fire dragon. Even Hecate couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Oh my goodness. She looked at Pepper with utter fascination. This is the true form of a dragon. Truly superior in every aspect. Joe climbed onto his back and extended a hand towards her. Come on. Let's go. Hecate. Both of them got on Pepper's back, and he quickly soared into the sky. Joe held her tightly in his arms and asked, Hecate, are you all right? Was that too fast? She answered, with her eyes closed, a little embarrassed. It was a bit surprising, but I'm fine. Then he told her to look over there. Before them was the sight of the sun setting behind the incredibly beautiful clouds. He said to Hecate, You must be very tired from your duties as regent, so I thought that seeing this view would lift your spirits. She was speechless. It was truly the most beautiful sight she had ever seen in her life. Then Hecate turned back and said, However, if you think this alone will appease my anger, you're mistaken. Vato gave an awkward laugh and replied, Yes, of course. My apologies. Suddenly, she flashed a smile brighter than the sun. Even so, it's not too bad. Vato slowly moved closer to her face, Hecate, and then the two of them kissed under the twilight sky. The scene changes to a beastman forest. In the distance, a sound echoed towards the village. A column of smoke drifted by, and two people were chatting. Today seems pretty intense, huh? Well, it has been 4 whole months. The monkey man chuckled. Every time that person comes, it's always this passionate. The turtle man also laughed in reply. Mia is the type who loves purely. Vato was unleashing his power, fire erupting violently around him. Vato then shouted as a pillar of fire crashed straight to the ground. La Mancha Giant's eruption. Even if this is a developed area, at this rate, the entire forest will be wiped out. After unleashing his attack, he stopped, to catch his breath. Mia said with delight, Oh, that was a pretty good attack. Well done. It's my turn now, right? She cracked her shoulder joints and got ready to fight. I'm not very good at holding back my strength, so don't worry about the forest and just give it your all. Mia immediately rushed forward and threw a punch. Or else you'll die. Vato couldn't react in time and was sent flying into the sky. Mia quickly gathered her strength and leaped up. She was about to throw another punch. Accept my feelings. Well done. Vato was faster and erected a barrier. Sorry, but I'll have to refuse. Mia's punch was strong enough to shatter the barrier. Vato quickly gathered his magic. He summoned slabs of thunderstone to surround her. Vato called down lightning, Karen Earth. The lightning struck Mia. This was a 7th circle magic spell called Zeus's Lightning Spear. A mere graze from it would severely injure a normal aura user. Mia was knocked to the ground, but she didn't seem to be in any pain. But against Lady Mia, it was truly useless. She smiled brightly. My whole body is tingling. Well done. Mia quickly got up. So, shall we start round 2? Vato immediately replied. We should probably stop here for today, she whined, on the verge of tears. What? Why? I was just getting warmed up. He landed on the ground and explained, I have something important to do tonight. Then he asked Mia, by the way, since when did you learn how to dragonize? She answered softly, I'm not sure when, either. I just had to raise my power to a certain level, and I could do it. Vato stared at her and thought, I had to work so hard to learn dragonization. Is this what they call a genius? The scene changes to the drawing room in the royal palace, where Hecate is serving Vato tea and making small talk. So, Lady Mia is still doing well. That's a relief. He replied, yes. I never expected she could dragonize so easily. I was really surprised myself. Hecate, holding her teacup, spoke with a voice dripping with menace. But what's the reason you asked to see me? Don't tell me you came to brag about fooling around with another girl? Vato scratched his head. That. Did I do something wrong again? She put her teacup down and said, all right, fine. You're here to ask for permission for field research in another foreign country, huh? Your travel ban is about to expire anyway. I'll tell you now. Anywhere but the Empire is fine. Russell, a bit intimidated, said, you don't have to worry about that, ma'am. This time it's the north, the frozen land of Arendelker. She stared intently at him, then Heath sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. Arendelle is a place of harsh, year-round blizzards and extreme cold, and the further north you go, the more it becomes a land where no living creature can survive the cold. Do you really have to go to such a dangerous place? He said with determination. Yes, I have to go. Please grant me permission. Heath. She stood up and walked towards him. Your disciplinary period isn't over yet. Heath sat down next to Russell and said, I'll observe your attitude during this time, and then decide. He turned and called his dragon, Pepper. Russell ordered it to go outside. The scene changes to the frozen northern land. Arendelle. Russell, wearing a cloak, looked around. I came here a few times before I turned back time, but I still can't get used to this cold. A notification window appeared. Quest. The frozen northern land at the farthest end of the north. In the frozen land, find the largest mirror when 2 full moons rise high. He pulled back his hood and thought, 2 full moons and the largest mirror. These 2 phrases point to only one place in Arendelle. But if I walk, it'll take a full month. Even I would freeze to death if I just walked like this. Russell called out to his dragon, Pepper! He climbed onto its back and commanded, Fly at full speed, Pepper! The scene shifts to Lake Kalaman. Russell landed. I'm here. He looked at the lake and said, so this is the famous Lake Kalaman. It's as vast as the sea, just like the rumors say, and it never freezes no matter how cold it gets. Russell deduced that the 2 moons mentioned in the quest must refer to the moon in the sky and its reflection on the lake's surface. He reached out and patted the dragon's head. Pepper, thank you. Thanks to you, we made it before the full moon rises. He said there was still time before sunset, so he would set up camp, rest, and wait. Russell chose a sturdy spot and pitched his tent. Inside the tent, Russell used a small fire to keep warm. He intently read the scroll he brought. Indra's Wrath. This is a 7th level magic, even higher than what I've recently learned. Russell continued reading that it was a spell that uses residual mana to revive magical flames and accumulate firepower. It not only requires mana purity but also demands mana control that surpasses the circle level. Right now, is my master the only one who can cast this spell? Russell's eyes widened as he read and thought. But it's not impossible for me. In terms of mana control, I'm already at the high end of the 7th circle, and my mana purity is even greater than my master's. He thought to himself that although it's not as powerful as Inferno, it's still an extremely strong trump card. I must master it. Pepper woke up and let out a soft cry. What is it? Is it time? Russell stepped out of the tent and looked up at the sky. The moon is full. He then walked closer to the lake. What should I do now? Russell placed a hand on his chin and thought, no matter how many times I look, I don't see anything special. Could it be that this isn't the place? Suddenly, he noticed something. Then he and Pepper took a running start and leaped forward. Russell excitedly pointed ahead. Over there, the reflection of the ice cliff on the water's surface has changed. He used a waterproofing spell on his feet and landed on the lake. I can feel a faint magical energy from the water. Russell saw his own reflection on the water's surface. Is the mana forming a pattern? A magic circle appeared on the surface of the lake, and he gently touched it. On it. There's only one reason to create this kind of magic, and that is to hide something. Vo closed his eyes and focused intently. The mana flow is very weak, and the pattern is quite complex, but the snowstorm around him is still incredibly strong. This level should be no problem for me at all. A whirlpool suddenly appeared at Vo's feet, and he exclaimed in confusion, "That's a whirlpool, and it's getting bigger and bigger, bigger." In my experience, these kinds of quests are always trials for my own growth. Vo thought it definitely wouldn't stop here. The whirlpool then parted to reveal an entrance to a cave. Perhaps the real gate is inside that cave. He turned to his dragon, Pepper, and told him, "It's dangerous for people underwater, so you should go back." Next, Vo let out a breath. And so, without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the cave. Let's get this started.